Oh my god, the straw.
Hello, welcome in. It is Saturday night, Supervive. We are here for our final Turbo Cup for Europe, and I'm here with Samiri. Samiri, it is always good to have you alongside. I hope you're excited for some amazing games today.
Dude, yeah, we had the qualifiers, yesterday, and that was just absolutely action-packed. There was, so much drama going on at the same time. We have to have one of those kind of, final qualifiers that have that's basically all-encompassing. So I'm hoping that the finals are also going to be the same.
I expect it to be, especially because this has got such a big prize pool attached to it, and it is our very last one for Europe. But let's take a look at last week's action because we have our clip competition and we have our winners from last week. So I feel like it is only all important to make sure we check out who, in fact, won those. So let's check it out.
Ooh.
Oh my god, the drop.
Take him out, take him out.
I didn't dying to dash. It's so close. Alright, come south, come south, come south.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Two.
Cheese.
Cheese. That was perfect. That was perfect.
Come on.
It's a bad fight, bro. It's a bad fight, bro.
Heights ladder.
Wait,
Afro left, Afro left. Go Afro. Kill Cavion, kill Cavion. No, leave him down.
Keeping something different. No, it's not. It's not.
Oh,
We all died to heart.
random.
Through the wall there, nice hit further up the mid, bring it back pretty well though. Oh, and the spike connecting for Pine there is going to put UA all the way on the back.
Surfbook, cross the line.
I marked them all.
Oh my god, that goal.
Singularity catches two, then he catches three from multiple teams! It's Obliteration Nation! A singular void!
Oh my god.
What a game. Trying to utilize the pillar and the beacon to get around. They're just going ring around the row as they walk and pull. Action. Someone's gonna fall down.
Is this you, Ryan?
I'm almost not a criminal.
Nice. They're both still fighting down there. Okay. There's some guy up here, right here, by the way. E-plat, up here. I'm gonna ult it.
They're dying.
I can portal for them.
Get the whiz.
Got it.
Trying to see, bait him in the turn, get him in the turn.
Heals through that beautiful punch from TN in the car with the train! Turning things around!
I'm landing nade after nade right now! Easy. Good shit, Ryan.
Yo, let's fucking go.
I'm last.
Alright, GG guys, GG's, what's fun?
GG.
Jesus, guys. Thank you.
Saturday.
So thank you everybody for all the action you've given us here for Supervive, for SNS, and here are our clip winners here. You can see starting at the bottom, we had Phenom there with the awesome play, then Ash, then Sprokane from last week, but we also have that awesome recap of all the cool things that we've been able to accomplish here for Saturday Night Supervive, for Turbo Cup. We have just one more chance today for both EU and for NA. Right now, we are going to be getting ready for our European competition, Samiri. And as you talked about yesterday, we had quite the action for our qualifiers. So going into today, what are some teasers that we might have forward that we can really look forward to?
I think we've got the standard culprits, for example, SB, 3OP, Bao, Aurora as well, obviously, of course. And then I think, the standard culprits are going to be the big ones, but there might be some sneaky teams that come out of nowhere, pull off something crazy as well. You never know with the finals, like the way it is, 8 games as well. It's a long one, so.
They're in it for the long haul, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see how our teams are really going to be able to stand up next to each other, and which one is going to be the last one to come out ahead, because especially with Europe, it's very rare for us to have back-to-back-to-back winners. We tend to have way more where it's like going back and forth and all that stuff. But here is our little recap of everything we've had here, of all the different action for SNS, and you can see how our teams have been. And like I said, it's very rare to see back-to-back winners. In fact, we've never really seen it. The closest we ever got was Bao winning 1 week in November, and then not the next week, but the week after that in November as well.
Wow, yeah, it's just really nice to kind of see it in this kind of format. I've not seen this page before, so it's yeah, nice to just trace over the kind of history of things. You know, what we've accomplished, as you were mentioning, is just insane. Now looking at this.
And
Crazy.
it's always just cool to see. It's cool to see how teams have evolved, but also how Europe has stayed true to itself, where anybody can truly win. Anything can really happen in EU, and it makes it so much more fun to be able to commentate it, because you just don't know who is going to be the winner at the end of the day. Of course, we do have our suspects. We have those teams that we're expecting, especially since a lot of that was with trios and now we are in squads. But I want to see how teams are going to really approach this last one. So let's look at our teams and see exactly how they are lining up so far and who is on which team, Sabiri.
Oh wow, yeah, we got you know, as you mentioned, like SB, Rat, MST, of course, is the other one. Of course, yeah, that's the one I forgot. AUR, 3OP, Bao. You know, these are all people that we're, you know, extremely used to in terms of their names. And they've you know, modulated around a couple of different teams across the span of SNS, but it's still nice to see everyone, you know, still around, still playing, still trying to, you know, vie for this big $2,500 prize pool. Man, it's sizing up, man. I'm just looking at the, you know, the skill potential of all these names. Yeah, it's like the cream of the crop, man, for sure.
It really is. And with this one, of course, we're looking at the 3 LPs, Auroras, Bows, Rat, SB. But I really want to see if one of our underdog teams can come out here in these final 8 games for EU and be able to snag that victory. They've been trying so hard for so long to be able to do that. Our GGs, our Guns, our MBCs. Mist is, I think, kind of considered one of our top teams.
Yeah,
but
yeah, for sure.
Just seeing how they've not really been able to take that victory all the way to the end of some of our Turbo Cups or our SNSs just yet. So I'd love to see them come in. Same with MTV. So here are your 10 teams that will be competing today in EU.
Yeah, and you know, another shout out as well as MBC in the qualifiers, especially in game 1. They were performing extremely well. So, you know, that might be like kind of one of the potential sleeper teams in this instance. You know, these are all players that have played for an extended period of time, have that mechanical prowess, and maybe just have recently kind of formed that chemistry. So, you know, that's definitely the one to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you see the names and you know all of them. Gravel, we've seen Charlie, we've seen Hoodis, Dracos, but they've always been on different teams. So now on this team, and they having come together only recently, be able to take this victory. But before we get into our games, before we load up onto the breach, we got to take a look at our storm ships for the day, because we will be starting things pretty standard to be going up with. We got our bombing runs, bullet train, cross country, unstable. Then we'll have a break after that. Then it'll be final destination. But after that, it will be all RNG. We'll be rolling the wheel, spinning the dice, whatever you want to say, in order to get our final 3 there for game 6, 7, and 8. So anything can happen in those last ones. Definitely don't want to miss that action and how our teams are going to have to approach, not necessarily knowing what's coming next.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know, the last 3, you know, maybe there's some sort of new language come out or a new acronym, but I believe there's ones actually say bullet train, you know, compared to the other language, right? Magical? I'm pretty sure.
Just bullet train, bullet train, bullet train. Every last one, bullet train. You know, if I had it my way, that's exactly how it would be, but it's up to the wheel, it's up to RNG in order to figure out how that is going to be. But now that we've gone over everything, we've talked a lot about the past, we've talked a lot about the present, and our future is going to be these next 8 games here, Samiri, and I'm really curious to see how our teams are going to approach these games, especially starting off with Bombing Run, because having introduced that back into the mix, it has been one that I feel like it was divisive before, but now a lot of teams are more knowledgeable of how to approach this kind of storm shift.
Yeah, and it's always one of those ones where, you know, just depending on the kind of RNG of where it lands, You know, you can be like halfway through an engage, and then when it lands, you're just like, oh no, we either have to make that commit or not, and that can be like the the difference maker. So as long as teams can play around it, of course, you know, you can be in the most unlucky of situations where, you know, things are just going sour. You may have been knocked by an air blast, and then you just get insta-gibbed. You know, it's can be bad.
It very much can be, but the same thing with TPing the heart and having air blast, or if the circle ends up in Kobayashi's, you just never know what's going to happen with that kind of stuff. So it's always interesting to see how our storm shifts will go for our teams and how they're going to be able to approach each and every game. But just want to give a quick shout out before we do start everything to everyone out in the community for everything that they have done to make sure we've had these games, to be able to continue doing these. Thank you everybody for watching, for playing, for helping produce these. You guys are all legends, and it honestly has been a great time being able to do all this stuff with you guys for Supervive.
Yeah, there's just so many community members, you know, from every single scene that have put in countless hours in, have done various different sorts of bots to calculate all the different stats behind the scenes as well to make our lives easier, of course. Yeah, man, it's just too many names to mention. And, you know, I think at one point, you know, I'll probably do like maybe a separate, you know, bit piece about that, you know, but you know, for now, we've got to concentrate on SNS and, you know, give this the proper send off it deserves for sure.
Exactly, and the only way we can do that is with lots of action. I hear that we are getting close to starting our first game here for SNS for Turbo Cup to crown one more team as the top of the pile. Which team is going to take our final Turbo Cup for EU? We'll only be able to find that out once we load up and start off our games and see how these teams are going to approach everything. Now, as you talked about, I kind of want to talk a little bit about the qualifiers yesterday, because you talked about how I got a little messy, it got a little bit chaotic. Is there any more that you could tell the audience to kind of fill them in really quickly?
We had like unfortunately a restart basically after, I think it was game 6. Well, it was game 2 in Group B, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. And there was also some other shenanigans, but I don't know if I can get any further than that. I think, you know, the people who know kind of know, so you know, I kind of don't want to elaborate further than that. But either way, yeah, let's get into it.
Either way, here we are loading up onto the breach, our first time today. We'll see how our teams approach the bombing run, where they go, because right now we have a southern drop. Gold is in gridlocks, and seeing where all our other souls are going to be right now will be very interesting, as we already have a few drops. Let's see, one down in Scav Bay, one over in Cold Fang, one in Manic Oils, but a decent amount more up north.
Yeah, but it's looking like a relatively healthy kind of dispersion between all these teams at the moment. Maybe a potential fight over the Soul of the Hunt. Aside from that, though, it's looking like there's quite a big concentration actually towards the heart, so there might be some potential interactions there. Two teams relatively close to each other, this kind of purple and lilac in this instance, NBC and GG. It looks like, as you're mentioning, Gridlock, SV getting the armors for free. This seems to be like a consistent strat that they've you know, always put forth. Then they're going to be uncontested in this instance. We know that there's a couple of Sky Sharks as well, not too far away, and so they can easily rotate around and potentially look for a fight after they picked up these armors, which they're already doing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I thought you were meaning teams trying to take the Sky Sharks into Gridlock.
Oh, no way.
At this point, there's no way. It's like looking at how many teams did drop in the heart, as our observer numbers, shout out to him, was able to show that where a lot of our souls were dropping were more centralized, to having a lot of teams trying to see if they can vie for that, but then realizing just how many teams there were early on, not wanting to scrap that much. It's not like with trios where we have some of that chaos early on. A lot of teams tend to want to play more towards the mid and late game.
Yeah, and one thing we've not actually managed to mention that much about, of course, is the kind of final patch that we've received, you know, so that's been a bit of a kind of adjustment, which is why we're seeing a couple of Wukongs reappearing. So, yeah, expect to see a lot of dunks happening in the very near future.
Getting more Wukongs back on to the breach, but still seeing some of our old thorns in our sides that are appearing, such as the Saras and Oath. Just seeing a little bit less nicked than we had for quite some time.
Yeah, for sure. Another thing as well, you know, we're not seeing any Celestes as well since this balance change. I don't really know what's happened.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if just Wukong just take over Celeste's place completely. So maybe Wukong getting banned potentially is like the 3rd or 4th pick. We do see a potential interaction here between Rat. The hook doesn't get the connection, unfortunately. We do see Theo kind of just lurking around. Same with Cookies, picking up the last remnants. And then Dracos trying to get some extra damage in his jump through. Hopefully he can get out in this instance, but might be in a bit of trouble. Can hopefully escape. The dunk comes through at the last second, followed by a meaty punch absolutely sending everyone away, dispersed completely. Looks like Blink's going to die shortly afterwards. And there's only just like 1.5 members left in this instance. Cookies all the way down the south side managed to get the out. And then Meki can hopefully get away too. But wow, that was an explosive fight to start things off.
What a punch there from Who Dis. Absolutely dominating that fight for the team, because I did get a little bit worried there for Dracos having gone inside of the Oyster in Underrot. And I thought for a second, maybe that he was going to fall before the rest of the team could actually back him up. But Who Dis with that massive punch, absolutely sending Rat running, taking over Underrot and getting a good power position for MBC.
Yep, and we do see SB, as I was mentioning, taking their sky shots, kind of rotating into zone. There might be a potential couple of teams kind of meeting up here, maybe towards the bottom right or the top right in this instance. But no one's gone for the full fight just yet. Potentially Small is getting caught out here. The Aclix goes for the send in. Hopefully Small can escape though, because I'm not sure if he's got he's got some relics in this instance, but of course not the full buys as the dance seems to continue. It looks like Kauska's going to the left. Aiden gets a nice little dunk. There goes Meat getting a nice little bit of damage in. It looks like Aiden potentially getting caught out here, knocked into the wall at the last second, fully spinned in as well. That's one confirmed kill. Hopefully 3LP can get away.
Yeah, and right now Mist with a good kill there, sending 3LP running. Ooh, Rat getting spotted, trying to reset Meki Mech, but Who Dis was on point with Revel for the alley-oop scoop dunk on a Meki Mech.
Really clean play there, and then Rata going for the res instantly afterwards. But of course, they've potentially lost some econ because of these kind of early fights that they've been having, not succeeding here. So hopefully they can actually really stabilize, because this is definitely damage to their early game for sure.
Oh, for sure. They're definitely on the back foot for themselves, trying to see if they can position a little bit better. Might have to go for the poverty run, but back in the heart, SB, having rotated out of Gridlock into the central part of the breach, end up running into Aurora. Had a bit of a decent fight. They could have probably taken that one, but without knowledge of the rest of the teams, they make the wise call and let Aurora escape and decide themselves to see if they can reset and move slowly better into position around the heart.
Yeah, I feel like everyone is maximizing caution in this instance. Apart from this instance, this Wukong actually gets the dunk at the last second. Lurox Ho can hopefully escape, pops the ulti, dashes up to the top left-hand side. Base Trax is trying to get the stun, pops the wings, and the squid finally gets the kill, unfortunately. But I think MTV is still going to be able to reset. We are looking at Assault on Vane Grove and just to the left of Chaos Steps as well in around 40 seconds. So, of course, all the objective-oriented teams are going to be making their way over. In this instance, it might be GG who have first dibs on the left side. Kind of no one's around that one. That might be free pickings. But the one on the right might be heavily contested.
And then for Lorax, it was the fact that he was able to get the dunk, make it a 1-for-1 trade, so it wasn't that bad. They were already in position, as you were talking about, around Kobayashi's and around the heart, around Chaos Step, so they were able to reset and make sure they're going to be fine. But right here, they are still struggling to find that position, and it's 3LP, another team that we saw struggling earlier, that almost found Blink, and they're continuing to hunt for this monkey, looking for the dunk, but missing that one with the second win to snipe him out of the air.
It's a nice little clean execution there, but yeah, Rata definitely need to do some sort of third-party shenanigans to really stabilize, because I feel like they're consistently underpinned by another team that's just managing to find one pick. They have to basically use every res on the map, so when they might actually need it, they're not going to be able to have it because it's going to be unavailable to them. So hopefully
the only saving grace, Samiri, for Rat is that a lot of those respawn beacons were outside of where the circle is going. So they at least have that going for themselves, but then you look at what their equipment is, their items, not in a good spot, their armor's doing bad, but looking at this fight between Aurora and between MBC, almost had the third party here of Gun who decided to show up and find Aurora, but Aurora were already ready. They already got back onto the mainland, and they're going to be able to escape.
Yeah, it's a big concentration of teams here. SB have managed to maintain arms as well. Potential bit of dancing here just below the heart as well between Bao in this instance and 3LP. Let's see, if Bao want to kind of take the bait in this instance, because 3LP will typically try and bait and then go for the full engage just afterwards. But it looks like AUR trying to get the poke in. It looks like that's being returned by Orlando's, and then Shindang comes out of nowhere. Probably got the dagger already popped, potentially trying to get a last couple of seconds of poke in. Manages to reunite with his team. We do see Acklink still lingering there for the last split second, and then goes back to his team, maybe for the wide rotation, because it seems like that's going to be the plan. Bauer also trying to make their way into zone, maybe trying to farm up the next couple of mobs that will be spawning in around 20 seconds. You'll also see GG and MST go for the send-in.
who try to see if they can start off this fight on the boat. They're already pushing back GG, who eat up the fight at first, but then the rest of the reinforcements of Mist already scattered. GG. Lizardo barely getting over the abyss, but his team are getting assailed. They're getting attacked from every angle. Mist making sure they take the portals to try to get away, but that left Greed right behind, and even though you thought you got out of there, slicing right through. Calcinator takes down one. Greed will follow as well.
Yep, and we also see another fight just below that, I think, on Manacles and slash the arena. It looks like Theo's managed to just make it out with a slither HP. Blink is also trying to cause a bit of a distraction, allowing his teammates to survive in this instance. But Theo is still found dead to Fluffy Fish, it looks like. So another res beacon is going to have to be used here somewhere, or maybe even a crown pickup in this instance. We are looking at Soul on the north side, just above Iron Acres, and Ardent Songbird on the left of Chaos Steps as well. This might be another pickup for GG in this instance, unless MST want to go for the kind of contest. We also see in this instance Gun going for that kind of a little bit of counterplay against MST. Face Strike's trying to find the stun, actually gets major damage, potentially onto at least one member.
Nice.
Already found Gib. Lurox is trying to find a bit of an angle here, maybe to get the big spin-off. Can't really do it just yet. We are seeing a bit of squid play continuing here. Breeze go down to the south side. Hopefully they can get out in this instance. Go for the full reset. Of course, Cobras is not far away, so hopefully that's going to be the kind of way, that direction they kind of go in. They're going to take a bit of zone damage, or they go to the left for the broken res. There are a couple of options, but then we do see MST, SB chilling in the bush. What's going to happen here?
SB. They spot him out, and they've got the sun. Trying to put down the Abyssal Breaker with the pull as well, but it's going to be SB chasing MBC out of their fortress, trying to see if they can find any kills, but the grabby from Revel almost was able to find a save with Death Breaker, looking for that punch, but missing both sides as they try to see if they can punch back again, getting a little bit of damage. They even have the blast off, but a nice emergency bubble stops the engage for MBC, pushing Hooters back down, taking him down. SB find the first one, but it's only a wisp bombing run, trying to intervene with a nice dunk there. SB taking control. MBC now running tails between their legs.
Yeah, and because of the way where the fight happened as well and hot, they can't go for the hot stick because they're just going to be forced out again. We do see Rat kind of going for the train rotation as well. GG not too far away from them. About 4 teams in here in this kind of narrow concentration here. Just to the top left of Iron Acres, it looks like Aclix is taking down Greninja as well, as we do see on the kill feed. We do see Calcio getting some armor repairs in at the last second. Gun, staying firm here, trying to pick up this soul if possible for free. A bit of focus coming out from the Saros. The nuke is also dropped, but it did look like Gun took the soul at the last second. Sebi also kills Treadsy at the same time. A massive, major fight here. Abyssal Breaker's been popped as well. Looks like Kaos dies in the exchange. Looks like Vivlix managing to get out the last second. Hopefully it's going to be a nice continued fight for MTV. They're trying to get some continued poke onto MST, but it looks like Kubo's found Vivlix. Are they able to get in? They're going to go for the full reap combo, but they can't do too much else. Another spike at the last second. Absolutely clean surgical play, and in this instance, MTV get out in last place. Abyssal Breaker's popped just afterwards. Hopefully the rest of the remnants of MST can escape here, but Bao are absolutely clearing house now.
Bao third party the fight. They remove MTV with that snipe that initially caught them off guard, and then utilize Mist already engaging on them to get rid of the rest of the members. And now we have Bao taking control there in Ion Acres, but looking, Chaos Steps, but looking in Ion Acres, we see Rat, as they have been slowly but surely trying to get themselves back on their feet. They've been able to snag a gold armor off of SB in Ion Acres, and looking a little bit better than we saw them earlier in the game.
Yep, they managed to maintain almost there, but there's also a crown pickup, so we're going down to the south side. It looks like MBC maybe looking for that kind of delayed box res or something along those lines. It feels like, no, never mind, they're actually back as a full 4-man. They may have already done that kind of procedure, it looks like. Aiden's also trying to get a narrow escape against AWR. The dunk actually gets the connection. Sebi finds that nice little free kill. Acalix is also dead, so through a PR, kind of in dire straits. Treadsy down the south side, maybe looking for that really, really wide rotation, but this everything on the left-hand side is a little bit hazardous here, of course, with the lava and Bao being there, along with the blink as well. And MST is like really going to be difficult to kind of rotate around this one safely for the res.
I mean, the fact that only one team has been removed, that being MTV, and we are into day 4, it is getting very crowded here on the bridge, and we're seeing how teams are trying to move around. Bao, gotta be careful. Calcio is looking for that pull, but narrowly missing that onto Orlando's. And then looking elsewhere, we look back over in the fortress. MBC, as they too have been slowly trying to get themselves back on the feet after a bad fight against SB. They've got some gold armors, and they're looking to fight against a Rat. They had beaten them in the early game, but now Rat feel a little bit more confident as they look for that dunk out of Blink, but not finding the actual kills, and then having SB maybe attack MBC as well. But right now, SB are waiting for that crown to proc. Only a couple seconds left.
Yep, looks like that's going to be up for free as well. We do see a res at the last second by GG back as a full 4-man. We do see Cookies trying to get some poke onto Gecko at the same time, managing to skirt away. But it looks like, I think, 3LP did get the res, but I think they might be able to maybe losing some members very, very shortly. But we do see Sebi getting a monstrous combo in this instance onto Shin, leaving him with a slither of HP. Charlie also finds Cookies as well, and Flashy finds Meep. We are seeing the bubble being popped and the Abyssal Breaker by Gecko at the last second, providing SB potentially with a bit of time, but it gets pulled back by the Battlegum. They're looking for the dunk or the spike if possible.
Nice.
It's getting knocked around and still found dead at the last second. AWR with that super duper clean pickup, and that SBF 3-man, they're probably have to pick up a crown or do something again. It's going to be another 1 minute 30 wait potentially.
Another pull. This time it's MBC finding GG, getting themselves a pick. We're seeing a lot of picks, but looking back over to Chaos Safe, and it's looking like Chaos as Bao. Got to be careful. They're about to get sandwiched, but they were able to get the snipe on to Bait Strikes. The gunner on his whisk, trying to make sure that it's not going to be a kill confirmed. Bringing back up their teammate with Bao. They try to exit the Chaos Steps, not wanting to get sandwiched any further.
And I'm not sure if MST just want to try and take this soul potentially for free. I'm not sure if Gun want to contest it, but they do have a strong contest comp, to be honest, all things considered. It looks like a spike at the last second from Shin, picking up the last potential remnants of GG. There goes the Veritas Fury pop by Rhapsody, trying to 80 strafe as long as possible. Pop the Air Blast as well, and the Rain of Arrows. It looks like Debrex there with the instant follow-up, but couldn't find the connection. Displacement Charge also not getting the connection either. Couple of LMBs. The EMP finds the connection. They do get the kill at the last second with a lot of big commitments used in terms of ultis and econ, but they still got the kill nonetheless.
And because they got the kill, they stole away the crown. They brought back up their fallen brethren. And now we look at Gun. Calcio was hoping that he could stay in that corner to get away from the attention of Foul, but unfortunately was not able to do so. But back in Ion Acres, we see more fighting. NBC against Rat, as it is going to be Blink taken down to Wisp. But Charlie, got to be careful, getting punched into the wall. An easy target for Cookies.
Yep, and we do see them like really dispersed in this instance, NBC. And we also see, I think in this instance, Gun outed as well. It's another team gone, unfortunately. Just left with 8 teams now, if I'm not mistaken. We do see Bao trying to have a mini dance against SB. The portal's already been used by Shichi, looking for the escape, but Debrex there with the predictive punch with the ulti. Gets the connection, but he manages to portal through again. And the other members of Bao there for the reinforcements at the last second cause a mini distraction. And now it seems to be like a kind of 1v1 between Shin and Shichi in this instance. Managed to get the full escape, can probably back onto his teammates very, very shortly. He's looking for that narrow escape, but we do see 3LP flicking down the south side. They've lost 2 members as well. They need to get the res again. It feels like they're probably really under-leveled. I assume like Acklix maybe chilling in the bush looking for the Wisp reses at the last second, but can't actually go for the commit because it looks like there's an oath there stomping the Wisps.
Little Meep got their own respawn as well. Last one alive for Mist, but we do see that GG lose another player. They are down to 1 player, and it is going to get difficult now for GG as they are on the back of Grebe, this lone Tetra, to try to survive. But here, where Amorius has spawned, we see that has been a 2-way TP placed down to try to see if they can steal that away, but a nice battle come, dragging him off of it, at least trying to keep him away so it can't be TP'd. There's the TP, snagging that away. That is going to be Aurora saying, that is our objective. Thank you very much.
Really, really clean extraction there. That's obviously an extra bit of XP as well, of course, as well as Immorus, the Immorus buff itself, which is really, really good. 3LP stuck in a very sticky situation here. Hopefully they've got a pad or some sort of way to escape here, or they're going to have to make some sort of a commit play. It looks like they've gone through the other side at the last second. Bao are trying to get any last pickies if possible. They've got them all really, really weathered here in this situation. Akalinks tries to make his way out. It looks like Aiden's also provided some reinforcements, and GG also get outed at the same time. It's left with 7 teams now, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like the poke seems to be continuing. MST are trying to hold ground as long as possible in this like small sliver of space, but getting absolutely demolished by Bao. They picked up 2 more kills in that instance.
The problem there for Mist is that they took the spot that 3LP had, and 3LP were like, we don't want that spot. We want out of there completely. But thankfully, Mist did not have all their players there. Lil Meep, Calskinator were outside of it and probably couldn't, if they have enough resources, can rebuild that respawn beacon. But it doesn't seem that they have enough just yet. And looking at our other 6 teams that still remain, because we have 7 in total, they're still waiting to see if they want to position into the circle. 3LP and one of those teams right now struggling. Aiden kind of sandwiched between with the bombing run there as well. Nearly no health, narrowly escapes danger. Back to Akalinks, but Akalinks doesn't really have a firm control of the tracks either, and that's why they lose their Monkey King. But back up top, Bao and Rat staring one another down.
Yeah, but let's see how Rat kind of want to control this top right-hand side of the territory that they've kind of claimed in this instance. Sebi also finds me, but at the same time, MST are in a little bit of dire straits. It looks like they are getting absolutely poked out in every which way direction, actually. AUR are in major trouble now. It's just what 2 members left, it looks like, maybe even 1 just shortly afterwards, unless Sebi finds that kind of magical escape. He's in combustion state. Sproken, he's trying to get the R&Bs in if possible. The dunk comes in, doesn't get the connection, well, gets the connection, but not the kill in this instance. Dracos actually gets 2 kills, taking down Sebi and Shin respectively. We are seeing the Fluffy Fish, though, with the res stick, and they're back as a 4-4 man. But oof, it was looking a bit sticky there for a split second.
Yeah, but you can never count out Aurora when they have Mr. Fluffy Fish still alive, bringing back the team. We've seen countless times that Fluffy Fish has had those miraculous revives on his team, but looking at this fight that's been still happening up here over on the western side, Bao is still looking at SB, and SB now push off of their ledge over towards Mist, who had been able to put down their E-plat, as Bao suddenly on the bad spot, while SB trying to see if they can crack that E-plat from Mist, as we have 3 LP. Acklinks has been taken out by Deperek out in that corner.
Yep, he managed to actually reset in this instance. Goes for the pad play up to the north side. Don't know if he's got the ulti still as well, so he's definitely got a couple of escape mechanisms left in the chamber. It feels like we do see on the left hand side Bao looking for that kind of late rotation in. Let's see, that's going to be the kind of crucial player in this instance. MST kind of have to hold ground here on the bottom left. A little bit of green on green balance. The Orb doesn't find the connection. Orlando's just trying to get the skirt around. There goes Meat with the sending, pops the Reap and the Roar. Getting a nice little bit of armor shred there at the last second. And Bomb and Run is descending down against MST, followed by the classic Groove play with the Avalanche. Not really finding anyone turn into a snowman in this instance. It looks like the Roar's actually been returned. At the last second, they get smold. There goes the full send in Chichi on 2 HP along with Chaos. The Orb finds the connection. Chaos is dead. They're trying to get the Wisp stick if possible. Meep is causing a major destruction here. And as you were mentioning, that third party is coming in. Hopefully, Fluffy can maybe do some major damage here, but actually decides against the full send and just leaves these guys to their kind of own isolated fight.
And there it is, another dunk, this time on the Smolde from Bao. They take down 2 of Mist and almost have Aurora take down another one, but for Mist, they're playing onto the platform that Aurora control. While we look at MBC, it is Hoodis having the crown, bringing back up the team, and now having to get back into the circle. While Aurora got rid of Kuba, it's only Little Meep left for Mist on the Pixel Island. MBC pushed off of the tracks, and where can they go? It's right into the hands of Mist, but they get the dunk regardless. Mr. out, MBC right afterward. 2 teams out in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was just one where you just throw it into the meat grinder. You could already see it happening once they got the rest stick in that situation. It might have been better to have Hoodis just stay on the crown in that situation and, to kind of play for that kind of 2-man because, they're also weathered from the storm. And just afterwards, SB were trying to pull off some magic there. Deadbreak, we know he was last alive, but they are out in this instance. We're just left with 3 teams now magical. This is shaping up to be a crazy game 1.
Hey, props over to Deperek, though. The last one surviving for a long time, still managing a 4th place finish for the team. But now in our final 3, as you were talking about, Samiri, Aurora have been pushed out of their land onto that Pixel Island where we saw all that chaos before. They're trying to see if they can hold on to a better bit of land, but soon the storm is going to push them into the hands of either Bao or Rat. Rat, this team that it feels like no matter what you do to them, they are truly the rats of the breach because they were down at the very beginning of the game. They're struggling, and here they are in the final 3, golden up as well with this fight against Aurora, keeping them from entering the circle, pushing them back towards Bao, trying to see if they can get the dunks themselves. Unhatchy barely avoiding that Dragon Slam, but with no health is taken out, and then it's going to be Theo pushing onto the Pixel Island, keeping Aurora at bay, not letting him have an easy time into the circle. Dragon Slam from Ash that time around onto Fluffy Fish, while Sebi trying to do the same as this Wukong pushed into the storm. There is going to be the retribution though from Bao, starting off the fight between Bao and Rat with an Abyssal Breaker, but Rat have been pushed back to their land with no health. They've lost Blink and they're about to lose their lives, but keep in mind Greninja right above them, no crown, just playing for 2nd place. Mecky Mech trying to do his best to survive while Theo is gone. Rat are going to fall at 3rd place, all because the true Rat here, Greninja, surviving.
Yep, and he does pick up a crown afterwards, going for the kind of macho mad play. Can he get off the 1v4 is the question here. And pops the portal through at the last second, now through the narrow corridor, up to the north side, but it's getting absolutely Beyblade spun out of the game. And it looks like in this instance, it is going to be Bao taking game number 1. They had a really, really nice end game there, super duper clean.
Very clean from Bao, pretty much just picking up the pieces, letting the team start the fights there, and then be like, all right, we're good. We can always 3rd party this one. A nice victory for them, and a lot of kills in that game for Bao as well.
Yeah, 100%, 100%, man. And yeah, this was such a crazy sequence. It felt like a lot of teams that, typically perform well were, kind of in a bit of a poverty situation early on, early mid, and they couldn't really kind of stabilize in that instance. As we look over some of these kind of replays, we get a bit of a more accurate picture as to kind of, what led to, some of these teams being in poverty.
And then looking at our replays from that last game, we could see a lot of the chaos early on into the game. But when we say early on into the game, it's not like what we've seen in past Turbo Cups or SNSs. It was really day 2, night 2, more like day 3, where we really started to see most of that action come to fruition.
Yeah, exactly. And we did see SB kind of having minor faults here and there. They're losing one member, but they're always able to get the recovery. It's just in the late game afterwards where things become a bit too troublesome for them. They got pushed off. A lot of the Abyss play was happening as well in this end game as well, which made it really, really difficult for some teams to stabilize. And then Bao, as you were mentioning here, MST kind of went for this kind of a weird play there, getting caught out in that small little segment of the zone that was left. And then just getting completely caught out by Bao. And then here's where SB have that major troubling situation. I think Depbreak does manage to get a kill here nonetheless. I think he finds a kill onto one last remnant. I think it's 3OP. Gets a nice little cheese pick, but then manages to escape for a bit longer. And, as you were mentioning before, get like crazy good placement points afterwards. I think there's 7 teams in that instance, and I think they went out 4th. So it's still not bad, all things considered.
Exactly. So the fact that he was able to just kind of survive there, nobody really had been able to get onto his position. He was able to get around, allowed Miss 200, MST 200, sorry, and NBC to get eliminated right before them. So SB was able to slide into 4th place, get themselves some points. But then these fights right here is Bao's patience in a lot of these fights. They're kind of like, okay, well, Aurora pushing on a rat, we could just kind of snipe them out of the air, let them use a lot of their cooldowns before we then start to clean up a lot of these kills, which is exactly what Bao did.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just, the kind of clean execution that I feel like sometimes Bao have been having troubles with in tournaments is now, maybe showing itself. Maybe they've done enough VOD reviews to kind of get these kind of inconsistencies resolved that they've had, because typically in scrims they perform extremely well. And then sometimes they have these games in tournaments where things just go really sour really fast. I'm not really sure what it is, but at least in this game, they're definitely showing their prowess again. They've got the kind of refinement they're proven in game 1, of course, with this win. So all they need to do is kind of continue on from here.
But, it is just one game of many that we have today. 7 still remain. And as we got rid of the bombing runs, we already have Bao winning that one. Our second game, we are moving on to our storm ship being Bullet Train. Gotta have my bullet trains if we are casting some games, right, Samiri?
Yeah. Just like I feel like I've been a Pavlov response whenever I hear the whistle now. You've done it to me.
Good. We have everyone trained for the trains and for the whistles as we are getting ready for our second game, but I'm really curious to see how teams are going to adapt after that game, because Bao picking up the win, looking pretty clean on that one, pretty much throughout the whole game. But some of our other teams, I almost imagine had some of the early games gone a little bit better, how they would have been later on to the game. But also we saw a team that struggled in the early game be able to get all the way to 3rd place there. Rat, they had really bad fights early on, yet they were one of our final 3.
Yeah, exactly. And you could tell with some of the kind of body language that, the kind of macro kind of target seem to be, after we just stabilize. That's all we've got to kind of consider here in this situation. Don't kind of go for any fights. Be out of everyone's kind of vision. Just keep the farm up, kind of get yourselves back online again. And then maybe you can start to approach a fight. And I think that kind of really, paid off in that instance. So I assume maybe other teams going to start adopting that kind of philosophy. If not already, sometimes it just doesn't go well, even when you try to adopt that. But, there's still a couple of situations where teams went too aggressive and then just couldn't pull back. Sometimes it's just too trained to go aggressive mode. For example, 3OP, they've always been like the kind of the hound kind of a team to just jump onto other teams, and regardless of the situation, even if they've got their cooldowns down, they're just going to force send nonetheless. So let's see if they can kind of change things up here.
Yeah. Exactly. As we get ready for game 2 here for Turbo Cup for SNS. Europe always delivers with the action. I'm really curious to see how they're going to deliver when it is the bullet trains that we have here for the Storm Shift, especially because it possibly could be our final one. You never know how the wheel is going to be later on. It could not like me and be like, no more bullet trains. This is the last one. So we will see if that is going to be the case or not.
Yep. I can't wait for it, man. Oof.
Yeah, so just kind of getting ourselves ready, waiting, seeing the ETA on when we have our teams ready. It seems like we're going to get ready in just a couple of seconds, so just hang on tight for that one, because I know I'm chomping at the bits ready for these games and seeing how our teams are really going to match up here, Samiri. And so far right now, Bao, we talked about it before at the very beginning, are our only repeat winners of any SNS for EU. Do you think they can pull off a third and be our only one to win 3 here for EU?
I mean, that would be the dream, of course, but you know, you just and this is one of the things where you mentioned, you know, because it's 8 games, you know, that stamina that becomes like a big part potentially of these kind of games where you kind of you know, maybe calling things really, really accurately and nicely, and then, you know, by the time you get to game 6, you're like, oh, there might be the odd miscall, and, you know, just one little miscall in that kind of a decision tree just makes everything go super duper sour. So you know, they've got to hope that they can kind of mitigate that kind of tiredness that might come in the later games, of course. But everyone's still relatively fresh now, and as you mentioned, it's Bullet Train's game 2, almost on gridlocks. We're seeing all the teams dropping down. Let's see, you know, if there's going to be any early fights.
And we have pretty much the most normal drop I think I've ever seen in the history of Supervive, where nothing is really too fancy here. It's going pretty much over the top too with the drop, like literally right down the heart, to make it as easy as possible for us, where our teams are able to really fan out from there. Because look at this, every single corner outside of Dawn Caps is touched here.
Yeah, and just looking at it as well, Rat, they've gone for the super duper split form. So I'm hoping that there might be an instance that one person can steal an armor and get out, because SB typically go for armors themselves. But we did see kind of one person there lingering on the south side. Hopefully they're going to get everything for free. It looks like instead they went for the machine armors, I think, afterwards. I think once they saw that SB were there, yeah, they decided against a full chase. And another important thing to mention while the game is relatively slow at the moment is bans, right? Because since the patch changed, there's been a, you know, kind of a little bit of a shift here and there. So do you expect Wukong to be banned, for example?
I mean, looking at the trend right now, 100%. I'm seeing still a ton of Sorrow, still a ton of Oath, but the big one for me is the fact that I am seeing a lot more Wukong and pretty much no Nyx. Only Nyx I think we saw in that last game was Lil Meep playing that one. So I'm expecting those will probably be our 3 bans. Keep the Sorrows, keep the Oath on the bench after 4 games, but then after that, add the Monkey King back onto the bench, where he had kind of vacated for quite some time, as a lot of players had dropped playing him until the second half of pick and ban.
Ooh, we do see Shrew with a nice little Vortex charm to buy him, you know, an absolute mountain of time to get this kind of a clean escape. Also pops the UAV at the last second for an extra bit of information for his team, as the rest of his team actually pick up some nice armors from the vault at the last second. The perfect distraction, it seems like, in this instance. But then Chichi's there trying to get a bit of poke in. The dunk is narrowly avoided. Bruce is pushing away Aiden, and he's actually taking a mountain of damage. Hopefully he can escape. 1 HP gain absolutely give. There's just 3 members now for 3 OP. Hopefully that was all worth it, but the anomaly play continues to fight. It looks like Tredsy is trying to jump ship as fast as possible, along with Akalinks. They're going their own separate ways, trying to maximize their chances of their team survival. The train is, of course, not too far away. It looks like that's going to be the kind of attempted res method here. And aside from that, there might be another potential interaction here on the left-hand side of Iron Acres between these kind of 2 teams, but there are kind of 2 stragglers in this instance. It won't be a full fight if Gun and I believe MST have this fight.
Yeah, so kind of seeing at how our teams are possibly going to fight right now. Gun are kind of in a weird spot right now, just seeing how Calcio right now is moving around, maybe trying to get information onto MST, but MST, they're not ready for the fight themselves, and a nice recall just in the nick of time for Calcio. Will get back with the rest of Gun way up north.
Yep, and another thing to mention is, you know, we just had a quick talk about the bans, but, you know, how the team's going to actually survive, because teams typically perform really well with their specific kind of starting comp, and it's not just the fatigue that can settle in, it can also be like, you know, they can't really find that kind of the magic that they typically would have with their kind of original comp. After the bans come in, it might really harm them if, you know, for example, all of their mains get banned and they have to kind of pick these alt picks. But you see Hook coming in at the last second, a nice little slithery escape from Shin, and then SB come in with the Sky Shark, maybe, you know, just hunting, trying to find the right kind of angle to get the dive in onto NBC. Let's see if they can hold their ground.
I don't know if NBC really want that. A nice double dunk from Dracos does land and actually will push back SB. SB, maybe we're trying to set up that flank, but it was caught on too early by NBC, so we'll be thwarted, and SB will have to go back to the drawing boards.
It looks like Rat have also, you know, absolutely demolished MTV's health pools in this instance. Lurox is trying to go up to the north side if possible for that nice sneaky escape. But we do see a potential 3-man fight as well on the bottom left-hand side. It looks like Hachi's already found Greed in this instance. Baru finding Velati just afterwards. So GG are only just a 2-man. Yeah, this is looking like a free pickings. GG are in a very troublesome situation, and now kind of both of these green teams are going for the ult sending, but it looks like the portals actually kidnapped Hatchet at the last second. Really unfortunate there. The angle looked perfect, but he did get kidnapped there by that
I don't think
portal.
he realized that portal was there and then just gets teleported way up north and is like, wait a minute, where did I blast off to? This isn't right. Nothing looks the same here, and poor Hachi got to get punished for it. So now down a player, but not out of this one. Already on that respawn beacon. Same with GG, where we saw they had been a part of that fight. It looked a little bit dicey for them. They were able to get out. They were able to respawn. But looking at other fights, we see that MTV taking apart both 3LP and Gun here, getting some good picks for themselves and try to crash back onto Flashy Frost. Only Calcio's left out in the storm, probably looking for that respawn beacon way, way far away from where the circle is.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same situation that 3LP have just had. It was Aiden last live. They've got the res in the zone as well. So hopefully they can make their way in. You know, we do see Aiden only level 6. Same with Shroom as well. So again, they're kind of having that rough early game. Maybe they kind of need to kind of adopt 3LP strategy from the first game. But, you know, we'll see. Everyone's going to kind of drive their own car in this instance, or drive their own team to kind of victory, whichever way they deem necessary. It seems like Gunnar going down to the south side, picked up 2 kills so far. We are looking at 2 souls dropping as well, one just below Vanegrave and one to the left of Wraith's Row. So let's see if there's going to be any big major fights happening over there. It looks like GG also got the full reset, I believe, in this instance. They're not looking too bad after losing those 2 members. And I think everyone is just trying to farm up the last remnants of the day 2 mobs.
Exactly. Just trying to make sure they're getting their farm, getting that XP, because you were talking about a lot of these teams kind of falling behind. But looking at the teams that were already in position, that were already doing too decent for themselves to begin with. MST looking pretty good as they go for this fight against GG. Taking out Greed and looking for Lizardo, trying to stop him from taking the anomaly, but he gets out regardless. Almost sniped out of the air. MST are not done with this one. Chains have connected. Poor Lizardo. He's got to do everything to try to get out of this one, but unfortunately, without any health, it was an easy dunk candidate.
Dude, that was a super duper clean play there by Calcinator, but we've seen Rhapsody absolutely, pulling off some major plays potentially sometimes here and there with the Viridian Fury or things of that nature, but instead gets Abyssal Breaker to the floor, and Small is there picking up that free kill. We do see SP as well having a minor dance with Gun. There goes Calcia with the squid play, trying to get the dunk, but couldn't find the correct angle, had way too much momentum in this instance, managed to take the Sky Shock out relatively unscathed. It looks like Flash is also doing the same thing in this instance, but there's a lot of fights happening all over the battlefield. It looks like GG got outed in this instance, and NBC maybe looking for free pickings here on Rat, unless they can get the kind of even trade. It is an even trade, in fact, so far, but Rebel's actually pulling off major damage consistently. It looks like Rat's armors are quickly depleting here to 0 as Theo tries to stick the res onto Meki, gets it at the last second, but I think the tree prison might allow him to die in this instance. Oh, the R&B connects at the last second. Oof.
Nice snipe, and then Meki Mech tries to get the portal out to safety. Dracos could chase this one. Meki Mech trying to heal back up. It is still the standoff between the teams as Theo will be brought back up by Rat again. They are not losing any other players. The only one down is Who Dis, despite the back and forth nature between these two teams.
Yeah, there's such a big cluster as well on the top right side of these teams trying to get their kind of last chances of survival or XP. In this instance, SP pick up a nice little free kill there. We do see kind of the Purple and Lilac team, 3LP and MST in this instance having a potential major fight. And on the south side, AUR forcing away MTV as it is day 3 mob resets again. Of course, everyone's going to be farming up whenever possible. It looks like Flubby's, forcing off the last couple of members of MTV away from those mobs. We're looking at a Soul just above Prisma Falls as well as the train kind of rotates around continuously. Hopefully no one dies in this instance. We are seeing a train rotation by Gun, I think, in this instance, as 3LP trying to farm up the last couple of mobs against MST. Hopefully he can escape, but it's looking a bit sticky here.
Looking pretty bad. I don't think he can get out of this one. Tried to get the shield, but unfortunately for Aiden, just not enough to survive. Another casualty, another death for the Monkey King, but looking back in the center of the map so far, MBC kind of holding up, waiting for that drop, waiting for that exotic that they can pick up, while Gun are still dancing around Bow, kind of dancing around a lot of these fights. Calcio was looking for the dunk, but a nice dodge there from Ash to get away. Leaves Calcio out to dry. This poor Kingpin without a team, too. No one's nearby. Was an easy target for Bow.
Yeah, we also see a Abyss Specialist there on the bottom left-hand side. That looks like it's going to be free pickings for that team there. SP are looking for their potential in against MST. They're dancing quite aggressively, but the Reap comes in from Meep, causing that missed position for Shin, followed by their super clean Abyssal Breaker, getting monumental damage against SP. They're on actually their last legs. Shin might be the first victim here as the second Abyssal Breaker's popped up last second, I believe, by Gecko. It looks like MST are continuing this chase. They're trying to find the second pick if possible, but Gecko is still holding the rest of the team strong for the moment. SP lost all of their armors and a kill in that instance, so MST came out basically unscathed and got extreme value.
And looking at our team still here in the circle as the bullet trains went right past Gun. Kind of gotten themselves in a bad spot, but we're able to at least bring back up the team. So they got to be careful. But MTV, another one of these teams that is struggling right now. Look at how far behind they are in the armors, and they're fighting up against Rat, who are golden right now, but they are surrounded, almost getting punched away. This is going to be BB Blux, the target for Rat, but nobody falling for MTV, holding their ground the best they can, trying to see if they can get off the ledge, off the new lands, but it's going to be the chase with a dunk from Blink.
Yep, and we do see MTV with the relatively clean escape. Apart from that, of course, having lost one member, they've hopefully got a couple of reses still up for grabs. We do see SB, of course, trying to form up day 4 mobs. There's a red drop in around 20 seconds. We do see, I think, a spike at the last second. 3OP got a nice little kill there, chilling on the bottom left of Enshrine. I believe it's going to be like Aiden or someone along those lines who has a Abyss specialist. We're looking at Dragon Breath rounds as well in around 55 seconds. That might be drawing a lot of teams towards that kind of general direction. I know that Depbroke, for example, likes to pick that one up often. We do see kind of a potential gatekeeping on the left-hand side as well. There's kind of 2 teams dancing around the bottom left-hand side of the new circle. Let's see if there's going to be a potential interaction there. It looks like the ship is trying to get some potential LMB damage off. But SB, did get the res off back as a full 4-man. Everyone is still relatively healthy, for who's left alive. There's only 1 team down so far, and it's nearly the end of day 4.
That's kind of what we were talking about before, isn't it, Samiri? Where, yes, we have one team that fell early. There's been a lot of scraps throughout many of these days, but no full true commits from any of these teams as we are about to hit night 4 and get towards level 13s. A lot of these teams really wanting to wait to the late game, but by doing so, it is getting so crowded.
Yeah, we're seeing about 3 or 4 teams now, dancing around this Dragon Breath rounds before it's even dropped to the ground. And then we do see Hatchy as well with the Abyss Specialist, so he's going to be able to do those crazy Abyss plays. We do see Rat going down to the south side, kind of waiting for the Soul to be low enough HP to try and potentially go for the steal. We do see a major hook coming in to start things off between AUR and Gun and 3OP in this instance. Aclix going with this super aggressive sending, trying to confirm the kill onto Calcio, has dashed away at the last second from the reset. The Singularity doesn't find the catch because Aclix is way too agile, and 3OP pick up a nice little free kill there, and Gun are potentially now in dire straits. Hopefully, Base Strikes has the air blast. He's already popped the wings, takes the anomaly as well for an extra bit of distance. 3OP can potentially not chase this one, but we know Shroom is ever agile himself. He's trying to mirror these actions as perfectly as possible, and there goes the air blast. He's used both of his relics now, and 3OP are basically just left to their own devices as Base Strikes makes it out.
Fate Strike's so good with that Void Tech, being able to avoid so much. A nice pull there, but guess what? Bauer there as well. Who got it? I'm not even sure who was able to claim the soul there. As we have the full fight, MST have to get pushed back. Bao holding on to the ground, but looking at who got that one, I think it was actually Bao that were able to claim it.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. And then Immortus is dropping down in that same basic location just afterwards. So there's going to be like a round 2 kind of fight there. And as you correctly mentioned, it is Shichu who picked it up in the last second. Mekimech also finds Bibiblix as well. So we're going to see if they can pick up a couple more kills here. They picked up basically 1 each, if I'm not mistaken. MST also looking relatively healthy on kills. It looks like a crown's been picked up to try and get Revel back if possible. Their LMBs or RMBs from the Saracens keep coming through. And that's a little sneaky escape at the last second. NBC are relatively basically just 2 members unless the back comes in. Trying to get the skirt down to the south side, but MTV are just waiting with open arms. Same with Rat. They're also in a similar position. The ulti's been popped. Trying to jump past 2 teams. Can hopefully escape this kind of this rain of bullets, but it's still not going to be enough. Rats pick up 2 kills in that instance.
Pick up 2 kills for themselves. Going to be very happy with that situation. But looking at our other teams that are not going to be nearly as happy, NBC are not going to be happy as they are eliminated 9th place. Very early exit for this team that was doing so well in the qualifiers yesterday. And now looking at the teams that remain as we are getting pushed into Prisma Falls over the tracks. Quite a few teams have to be careful as they are going to try to migrate up north.
Yep, and it looks like potentially MST have this free pickings here for Immorius. We do see Dow's as well with the train rotate. Mekimech finds a kill onto Bait Strikes to start things off. So Gun probably got the res and now are also in a sticky situation again for the second time. SB tries to apply pressure to the top left-hand side against MTV. I think the bubble had already been popped as well, so they're going to be in a bit of extra trouble. Shroom potentially getting caught out here, looking for that kind of escape. And pops the perfectly timed air blast against Hatchy as well. I just saw that on the top right-hand side before the camera rotated down. Looks like SB continuously applying pressure to MTV. They're going up to the north side as the circle rotates up to the north as well.
But look at how many teams are here trying to push themselves into Prisma Falls and get out of these fights. There's going to be quite the chaos brewing as we're getting pushed back over to the tracks. It is going to be Aiden that falls as they are looking to see if they can find Fuzu over the abyss. The last one. Oh, easy target there. Aurora takes him down while Rat try to see if they can get back into position. But unfortunately for Gun, while Fuzu fell, same with Flashy Frost. So another team to wait to game 3.
And we need to just see now how, if any teams are being gate kept in this kind of a new circle position, we are seeing it pulling over to the left now. It looks like Bauer potentially applying a bit of pressure, trying to get behind MST potentially. This is going to be where these macro plays, you know, are going to be the decisive factor for a win or loss, especially between these two teams. They've got the mechanical prowess, but can they play on the macro correctly here? In this instance, it looks like the shot drone is extracting major value against Kausk, and then we're seeing a major dance through from Meep trying to get by a bunch of time for his team, which is successfully done. Not really even lost too much armor in this instance, but the dunks are continuously coming down. Hopefully Meep can escape here as Blink tries to get the potential kill. They're having these kind of mini dances. These are kind of like old teammates for TSM, if you remember. And it looks like they've let themselves go in this instance. Kuba tries to go through the portal, unfortunately found dead. Oof.
I do find it funny that TSM and MSC essentially have joined voices with some of these players, but looking at how the rest of the teams are looking right now, we did see another dunk there off screen, but it is getting crowded as teams are slowly moving in, and one of those teams that's going to struggle is 3LP as they don't have a foothold on any land. They're sent scattered, hoping they can bring back up Akalinks, while Bao have to deal with Aurora. Aurora have been pushed back, but here's going to be the crown-wearing miss, trying to see if they can find anything. MSC barely missing that one, almost getting out of position, while Fluffy Fish far away from the rest of the team, pulled back into the fight. 3LP doing their best to try to get around, but a snipe as he went through the rings. And then Fluffy Fish to join him. It's just Shroom over the abyss, trying to get right through, threading the needle past all the aggression, but right into the hands of a new team. This time it's Rat. 3LP are out. Bauer out. 2 teams down. More fighting to go.
Dude, that use of the wind rings there, it felt like I was watching like a motorway, like a speed laps there, like, you know, when it takes like an 8-hour montage of like a motorway, and you just seeing these kind of lights blur past, Room going up and down continuously, surviving as long as possible, but still outed, unfortunately. Absolute chaos there with those 2 big teams being outed. SB maintaining control of that new circle on the bottom left. We do see, I think, MST as well. Looks like the crown, of course, we did see that getting popped. They've managed to survive an extended period of time, but Rat are now trying to apply pressure with a couple of Saros RMBs, trying to hold them out the zone, and there comes Shin with his little sneaky appearance there. It was like one of those kind of secret characters in the video game that you just sometimes randomly see. We do see the nuke also being dropped to negate MST's Bond. The bubble's already been popped as well. They're looking for that free pick, but they can't get enough burst damage to kind of explode Kuba in this instance. And Sevish also trying to get some dunks. It looks like they're actually potentially winning the fight. Kaos manly manages to avoid the train. Looks like Rat had to drop the double E-plats. Kuba tries to go for the pull send-in. Mekibet managed to survive. It's now a 3v4 in this instance. Abyss Breaker's been popped. Can they survive? There goes the dunk just after. Small is dead as well. Kaos is dead. It's just me last alive now. They're turning it around, but they don't have any almost another third party now. Magical taken away.
Oh no, Rat! They just were able to get MST, and then they have to deal with SB right as they try to get away. We see the same for MTV. Train's about to come down the tracks. Does get away from that one, but so much action, and yet we see that Rat are still dealing with SB, trying to get themselves back into position. They're pushing back slowly, but even with that portal, it's right into Aurora's territory with the rip of the pull from the spin. Not enough damage. Wearing the crown from Theo. MTV have been taken out by SB. Theo, he's got this crown waiting for the storm to push him back in, but SB, they're locked on his position, trying to push him back through the storm onto the train. He gets aboard. Theo's alive and back to Blink.
And is he going to go for the full stick? Decides against it at the last second. I think it would have been a risky proposition either way. Drops the E-plat to make sure that he's got enough distance between himself and Blink for the kind of safe escape. Drops the pad as well. We do see AWR chilling on the bottom right side. Zone is pulling down that way as well. SB are trying to apply that continuous pressure. Shin has gone with the dagger sending aggressively, popping a couple of LMBs. It looks like Theo's will basically used every resource apart from the Abyssal Breaker. There it goes now. It's got Shin to half HP, and the reinforcements from SB coming now. It looks like the crown is dead now. Theo no longer alive. It's just Blink last alive for Rat, trying to hope for that miracle escape between this kind of a sandwich of teams. He's making his way through. He's making that pilgrimage. Can he make it is the question, all the way past AWR, or is he going to kind of chill on the ledge? But there is Hatches now. Another E-plat's been dropped. Hopefully can survive a bit longer. There might be a potential mini 1v1 here. We do see Fluffy trying to get some couple of LMBs in against SB, and it looks like potentially at the last second it is going to be Blink dead. Nice RMB from Greninja does catch him out, and we're just left with 2 teams.
Aurora and SB staring one another down, and Aurora, as they were able to get rid of Rat, now find themselves in a decent position. They've got good control of the circle. SB have to slowly push into their position, not really having any islands to work with, just the tracks, and that's going to be dangerous here with the bullet train.
Yep, we do see a bonfire dropped as well. Let's see if SB are going to go for like the cheese stealth in potentially against AWAR. We also seen the Penguin also being dropped for an extra bit of potential leverage to get some extra poking potentially against one of the members of SB. Gecko and Deadbreak have also been shown, revealed now in this instance to Battlegum. Just get the connection, but Fluffy is waiting. Oh no, it looks like he himself got caught by Gecko's Battlegum. Never mind, sort the wrong way around. Either way, it looks like one person's been exploded. Deadbreak getting absolutely gibbed to start things off on the left hand side. The Abyssal Breaker's been popped in both directions. Gecko's trying to get some potential major damage, being knocked around like a pinball by Hachi. They go Sebi with the dunk, not really extracting any value. Looks like Gecko's dead shortly afterwards. AWAR capitalizes on this fight in a major way. The Dagger down to the south side at the last second by Shin, hoping for that clean escape, hoping for that crazy Fuselaw player. Hopefully no members of AWAR die in this instance. Hachi is already dashed across, trying to get some potential major damage onto Shin. Looks like he's going for the send-in now. He's in the Battlegun, connects the connection, even with the Fuselaw. Nice little shot just afterwards. Lost so much HP. He's about to get gibbed, and he's just broke in. Last alive, picks up the crown just afterwards. Can he survive or get a spike? The bubble's been popped, and he dashes down to the south side. It's not going to be enough, Magical, and that's AWAR taking game number 2.
They had 2 chances at a crown, and sadly for SB, neither of them came through. Aurora holds strong to take game 2 for themselves. Looking really good after that game, and when we get a look at the replays, I feel like it was a little bit different than the last game where we saw like Rat really struggling in the early stages of the game, then narrowly making it all the way to the top 3. We saw a lot of like little skirmishes, but not like full attacks, not full wipes against most teams where they were down to 1 player. Oftentimes it was just 1 player getting picked, and then the rest of the team being able to bring back up the rest so that we have this full chaotic end circle.
Yeah, I just feel like the abundance of Wukongs is really kind of changing the way that some of these kind of typical fight interactions for the EU meta have, would typically go. Now that it's back in flavor, it feels like, a lot of the kind of aggressive engagers are getting punished majorly by those kind of Wukong dunks. So people kind of have to reassess their kind of engagement plans, it feels like. And some teams are worse for wear in that instance, which is why we're kind of seeing this kind of shift in kind of team comps and performance as well for these typically well-performing teams like 3LP, for example. It doesn't seem like they've adjusted too well so far. Of course, they've still got the godly mechanical prowess, but we're not seeing them perform, like getting those first to thirds that they typically would. They're kind of middle of the pack so far, but they've still got a chance to turn things around. And man, we saw like crazy performances as well from SB, even MTV holding on. The same with, I think, they got like 4th place if I'm not mistaken. And like there was like so many other teams having like their own little pockets of fights across the map.
And here, like Bao, I thought they were in a really good position because they were able to snag away that soul, get themselves doing really well. But then you have the chaos in Prisma Falls where there were so many teams, and you had 3LP, Shroom trying to pull off a miracle to thread the needle through all these teams, then running into Rat, unfortunately. But Bao kind of having a similar fate because they were sandwiched between so many teams. They were getting third party, and then they have an early exit as well after winning game 1.
Yeah, it was crazy. We saw so many crowns being picked up across the span of this match as well. Actually getting the pop as well. Rat picked up a lot of kills from a lot of pressure being applied to various different teams that they were kind of having dances with. And this crazy fight with Rat holding their ground with Meki, getting that reset at the last moment might have been the potential saving grace there. We did see that kind of aggressive sending with a slight potential mistiming from MST, and they got grievously punished for it because, of course, the oaths were there, providing the shield for Meki Mek to just survive that extended period of time. Of course, the reset helped as well just afterwards, and the SB coming in with those clean third parties, extracting the most maximum value. But AUR was still just popping that whole time in the background. They were still just continuously acquiring value every single fight, it felt like. Man, really, really good game.
And in game 2, it is Aurora to take the bullet trains. Game 3 is going to be cross country, and then after that will be unstable portals before we have our big break and with the bans after game 4. But because we have finished 2 games, we are going to get ready for a small little break for us so that we can start letting our players rest, figure out how they want to approach these games. So we will be right back after the short break.
Catch you in a bit.
Hello, hello, welcome back, and we are getting ready for Game 3 here of the Turbo Cup. Game 1, it was Bao taking victory. Game 2, Aurora were able to bounce back and give themselves a big win in that one. And so now we gotta wonder how we are going to deal with Game 3 when it's going to be cross-country Samiri. And looking at how our teams are so far, I gotta say, EU living up to how it always is, where any team can win.
Yeah, exactly. It's only going to be maybe like game 3 or even 4 before we start to see like a clear pattern established between kind of how well these teams are performing. It might just be one of those instances where, like, you know, one team wins, you know, each game 1 of 4, so the scores might be potentially really even. I've got this kind of a gut feeling that might be the case, you know, just to maximize the potential, you know, the kind of enjoyment that we're going to see from this series. But yeah, I think maybe game 4 we're going to see a real like pattern. That's the main thing that I'm can't wait to see, like, where we stand then.
Right. I mean, you start seeing a pattern there, yes, but it's also when you introduce bans.
Exactly.
You're talking to me about that. If I suspect Wukong is going to join the bench, and having seen just 2 games, of course, you know, there's still 2 more. Anything can really happen in those ones. I think we have our 3 that we should expect: Saros, Oath, and Wukong. But here we go. An update of the leaderboard, and might not surprise too many people to see that it's Aurora and Bao at the top of the tables, but Rat and SB tied at 3rd place at 43 points.
Yep, and then we just see MST just below with 40 points, so it's just 3 points difference, and then there's such a big clear difference afterwards for the the 6th to 10th position. So unless like 3OP have like another monster, have a monster game. They're looking at their other standings, but there's still so many games left, of course, so they've still got a big chance of coming back here. But AWOL just needs to kind of hold strong, keep winning those games, or getting that major placement points and kills to stay at the top of the leaderboard. But there's still a lot of competition here for for like basically the top 1 to 5. I'm trying to think if there's anything else like crazy in terms of these numbers. It doesn't look like there's a it's just 3OP. I think that need to actually get that crazy win in, to be honest.
I mean, looking at a lot of our teams, I feel like it's every team needs to get the crazy, kind of win to go in for that one, because there's quite a big gap. Once you get to MST, we're at 40 points. There's a big gap between them and the rest of the team. So really, it is going to be interesting to see how teams are going to approach that, because where normally in 6 games you can start saying, okay, we have our clear indicators of who are going to be our top teams, who are going to be the teams at the bottom. With 8 games, that's 2 extra games, it can really happen. You can start off a little bit slow and then bounce back. We have seen some crazy things happen in our 8-game series, especially for Turbo Cup. So for our teams that maybe feel like they're down and out, don't ever count yourself out of the game just yet. Just because you started off a little bit rough doesn't mean you can't bounce back after game 3.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to play for, and it's one of those things. Again, it's just like you've got to make sure that you have that kind of mental fortitude to take a couple of beatings potentially in the early game and not lose that kind of hope that you got that big chance to win, because it's always just the scenarios where it's just like just need one good game to just really get the blood flowing inside your whole team, making sure that you got that kind of that gusto. Because sometimes if you lose that gusto and you're an aggressive team, it's kind of like there's 2 kind of contradictory factors that lead to like a potential loss. You got to either stay strong or you always play on the defensive and sort of thing. But most teams, I think, in at least the EU scene, go for the kind of aggressive stance.
And here we are, game 3, cross-country storm, and we are going north to start us off, even with the golds all the way in Dawn Caps. We had 2 games in a row at Gridlock, but this time around, we are heading up north into the frosty Dawn Caps.
Yeah, let's see who's going to drop after. I believe it's going to be SB on Dawn Caps, so they typically always go for the armors. But, we do see some teams lingering around them for like a quick steal and then jumping ship. Looking at a soul as well on Dawn Caps, so that's a really big boon if a team does drop there for free. It looks like there's 2 teams, so there's going to be a potential early contest here. And there's also 2 teams on race row as well.
And seeing how our teams are moving around right now, SB being one of them. Team that tends to like to drop 4 golds, but they are going to be more hotly contested this time around than previously. Hudis and Charlie already grabbing themselves some gold, but Gecko being the other one to grab it. Level 2s, I'm looking at who else can hit those golds if there can be any more opportunities. Revel is going to grab that one. Actually, is going to give it over to Draco. So 3 in the hands of NBC, but they're not actually going to look for the fight. They're going to decide to bail out because 3 golds were also picked up by SB.
Yep, and MTV were there on the left-hand side, also stealing a couple of mobs. So, you know, but all three of these teams are going to be a bit, you know, XP starved in this instance, depending on how long they want to continue this fight. They're trying to take the soul if possible. SB, of course, are circling around. It's only one level difference, so it's not too bad. Deathbrook is trying to get a couple of LMBs, and Lurok gets descended, tries to get the dunk, but is unsuccessful. The RB connects. Lurok already has no armor, getting shield bash with a nice little squid play. Really clean play, and there goes the base steel chain all the way up to the north side for the hopefully clean escape. But MTV are way too bruised now to continue fighting the soul, and it's going to be now free pickings for SB.
SB gonna be doing pretty dandy up here in the Dawn Caps, getting themselves a lot of loot, getting themselves those extra levels here as well, having hit themselves that beast. And they're gonna be pretty happy with how everything went out, all considered. Sure, they're missing 1 gold armor on Sprocane, but 3 is gonna be nice, especially because this time around it was a more hotly contested drop. They didn't really lose anything from it, and now they get all the farm in Dawn Caps and Shards of Fate.
Yeah, another good shout out as well is that, you know, when they got the key pickup, you know, we did see Gecko just hiding outside the vault to make sure that, you know, no one could kind of jump in. You know, for example, Hoodis couldn't get like a crazy angled punch because, of course, with there being so many walls around, it could have been like a 3 or 4 man. So I really like this kind of a preemptive defensive measure that SB, you know, took to make sure that everything could be done kind of safely in that instance. We do see a team coming out of the zone relatively kind of late in this instance. Rat going for the super late farm. They even get the UAV scan, we do see, so they're going to know where all the teams are roughly positioned, as we do see AWAR trying to make their way out of Academy. Hopefully they can do that without being, you know, kind of shoved out by gun.
And looking at our teams right now and seeing how they're kind of positioning Aurora, got to be careful on how they want to get out of the Academy. But I'm even looking at where the other teams are. Already Gun decided to go back into Hollows, back into Mage Bog, but MST, they too are farming out in Mage Bog. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Aurora once they exit the Academy, because afterwards there's not really going to be much farm for them to grab.
Yeah, we do see a lot, you know, large concentration of teams kind of lingering down on the bottom left-hand side as well. So I'm expecting there to potentially be a fight down, potentially Vaingrove. We do see Rat also has been forced away. Cookies has lost a lot of HP in this instance, has to jump completely ship. It looks like MST are also just applying pressure, continues to force them off, guaranteed that they can take the vault and potentially any of the goodies. It is still, you know, a long time left for night 1. We do see AWAR going for the kind of rotate at the last second. I don't know if they've lost 2 members or there's a late rotate, but maybe they have to go for a res. I'm not too sure here.
Not too sure either, kind of looking at our teams and how they're positioning right now, how they're trying to get into the circle, because we're getting taken completely north again. Like, it is just sticking around Dawn Caps, which is a little unusual to see how we are really sticking to that trend. Of course, with cross country, we aren't going to end here. We are going to end any which way. We just don't know when it comes to that storm shift where we're going to go. But a lot of our teams are going to have to venture up north, which means that there is actually a lot less territory already so early into the game.
Yep, I believe Bao are still back as a full form, but the Oath is a little bit late in this instance. I think it's going to be a Fluffy in this instance, trying to get the back against that kind of Bao pressure that they are now trying to apply to them. They are back as a full form, and they nonetheless managed to maintain a couple of armors in this instance. Orlando's trying to get the poke off. Sebi's now split from the team just temporarily, but Hachi goes in for the punch, gets the nice super clean connection. Looks like a nice little ulti at the last second by Ash. Is already full healed. Oh my god, monumental dunk onto Greninja. They've nailed that. Hammered that nail at the last second. There goes Fluffy trying to dash down to the bottom left-hand side for a sneaky escape, trying to farm up a couple of mobs for that day 2 mob reset. But he looks like he might be in a bit of trouble as well. The shield's already been broken, but he has the squid for that nice extra bit of momentum to get all the way down to the south side. I don't think Shichi's going to have the chase here, but man, that was a crazy engage.
And Bauer going to be more than happy with that one. Sure, it's only 1 kill, but they take full control of Dawn Caps. They push out Aurora, the other team that has won a game today. And they're going to have full control right now of this inner circle. But looking at our other teams, MTV are kind of nearby as well. They had dropped at the very beginning at Dawn Caps, but decided not to stick around, decided to go elsewhere. We see 3LP here, already having to use Kobayashi to bring back up the team. Not sure which fight happened there that forced them into that position.
Yeah, we do see a Soul relatively close to GG in this instance. That might be free pickings for them. Another thing to notice is as well, Akalinx is on the Celeste now, even before bans. Obviously on the Krista for the other 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. So it's interesting to see them kind of trying to experiment to try and find that kind of secret source for the win.
As MTV are slowly getting pushed back by Aurora, and looking at their armor position right now, MTV is not looking too good. An easy dunk for Sebi. As you set that up, MTV, who are now running away, Aurora seeing the prey flee. They are not going to relent, but a nice snipe out of the air by MTV. Gonna throw it back, and now it gives them the confidence to push back. They get another dunk. MTV deny Aurora what seemed like certain victory, and now they're looking for Greninja, trying to snipe him out of the air. Tries to see if he can get the dash back, but he is overheating, looking for the burst of the sun, trying to get anything to land from Dudzer. Barely missing it, using that portal to keep Greninja over the abyss, looking for these snipes on one another. The Saros v Saros over abyss battle that eventually seems that both have to relent.
Wow, that was a crazy turnaround at the last second. That spike, we just instantly saw the body language shift again, and we do see a crazy massive fight there on the bottom left-hand side. Looks like Deadbrick is already dead against Rat in this instance. Maybe they're able to level the playing field. It looks like they've just done it at the last second. Meki is found dead, one of the big major carries for their kind of team in this instance, but they are still applying a major pressure. Already gibbed Gecko just afterwards. It's just 2 members now for SB. We know that Cobra's not too far away, as well as the train conveniently placed there for Spokane to already start the stick. Hopefully Shin can also survive or even get out of town potentially completely, because otherwise they're going to still be like down 1 man. But I think they're already back as a full 4-man. Maybe looking for round 2.
But Rat right now are the team on the high ground, ready for this fight, knowing that SB are the team that are battered and bruised, trying to push them as far as they can away from themselves, looking for anything out of the air. But SB, they will be able to get out of there. They are separated from Shin, the one player that still retains the gold armors. But over in the frag aisle, we see more fighting. This time it's Gun and MBC who get a nice dunk from Revel, but not enough for the kill. And then the singularity from Fate Strikes to drag him in. But Revel somehow gets out of there with the platform giving way beneath him. So he escapes, surviving, trying to see if he can stay away. But he is sniped out of the air by Gun. As MBC, they lose 2 players. Gun have lost 1 themselves. They got to be careful, especially because there could be that third party. We see there are other teams, and there is going to be one venturing in soon with SB.
Yep, and just flicking up to the north side, but you see GG also holding ground pretty nicely. 3LP have lost 2 members again in this instance. It looks like the comp switch is not worked so far. Maybe they still got a bit of time to kind of redeem themselves, at least for this game. GG trying to apply pressure when possible. They would have got the shield broken on Dowser. Left him with super low HP. Breeves is trying to re-shield if possible. He's done a decent job so far. Dowser still on low HP, looking for that full heal reset if possible. We do see fighting potentially over that resonating island on the bottom right side. SB looking for 3 picks. They got the nice little jump onto Gun in this instance. I think they've already gibbed 1 member. Dowser is still on 1 HP. They've not been able to get the clean escape. In fact, he gets a spike for a nice little reset, leveling the playing field again.
How do they keep doing this? MTV find these dunks, but unfortunately for them, this time around, third party MST show up, and even a 4th party, Aurora, sniping the kill away onto Lizardo. Then with the fight against MST, keeping them at bay with land giving way beneath them. MST have got to be cautious on how they approach this one. They want to be able to get the kill onto MTV, but they don't want to get third partied by Aurora.
Yeah, you have to choose the right amount of, resources to commit to get the kills here, because, of course, as you mentioned, those third parties can just come in an instant. We do see the fans also being deployed here and there as well, and there's a lot of abyss to play in, so let's see if these teams can actually safely, mitigate these kind of circumstances and get the safe rotate around to get their team rezzed, or, get any other extra resources. It looks like SB have potentially just done that. They got free room over the resonating idol on the south side, still up 37%. There gets the squid play by Rebel going up to the north side. Now might be free pickings for SB, and just after that, GG get outed, and of course, we did see Rebel dying as well.
Rebel gets taken out, but the team's still alive. Unfortunately, GG can't say the same when they lost Rhapsody. Now it is going to be up to our 9 teams that remain here in Game 3 and how they position before the cross-country really takes effect, because we are still way up in the northern parts of the breach. MBC Carly was able to escape from 3LP, and Bao have to stare down 3LP, who will hold on to the land, but they have already got the position, they've got the power, they've got the Abyssal Breaker as well, trying to push back 3LP off the ledge yet again. And right behind 3LP, third party, MBC, they weren't out of this one just yet. They find a free kill onto Aiden.
And again, it's going to have to be another res situation, but we do see on the southern lip there are no reses, so 3LP have to look for something a bit unconventional here to bring the team back, or maybe take some, really high-risk situations for it. There is a crowd not too far away in the zone, though, depending on which way the zone pulls. There is a red drop in around 25 seconds as well. As we're seeing continued fighting in the abyss for a prolonged period of time. Bao are just running, over everyone, it feels like, but SB are going to be kind of like that brick wall, potentially. They've got crazy armors in this instance, probably already picked up a couple of kills. AUR not looking too healthy in this instance. Only level 9s as well, compared to SB's level 12.
Yeah, only it's Fluffy Fish at double digits with 11. That is so far behind right now for Aurora, who have been on the run We're looking at another team that's kind of been on the run. NBC attempting that respawn, but it is in SB's territory. They've sent Deprek already flying for Hudis, but Hudis was able to eat that punch, get over the abyss, and stay away from SB. But it has called over Rat, who potentially could intervene on NBC's behalf, looking for the fight against SB.
Yeah, they're going to go for that kind of surgical in, and they're actually flying it. Blink with that kind of max range R&B gets the connection. We are looking at Red GA dropping as well on the top side, so there's two teams potentially fighting over that. Maybe even fighting already before it's even dropped. They just want to kind of confirm the kill. A lot of snowballs available for Fluffy to pick up if he wants to kind of turn someone into a snowman and maybe find a free kill there. We do see NBC still trying to stick the res, also having pressure applied to them in droves by Rat. They're going for the free in potentially, but they can't get the final kill onto Hudis. Manages to skirt away. Rebel is still looking for the hook if possible, trying to get that dunk, but the portal plays keep coming through. Actually gets it with the
Rebel!
Mac 10 player on the squid. Crazy work.
Right. And dodging the Dragon Slam himself, not getting dunked so easily, but an E-plat placed down by Cookies, and now getting sniped out while Hudis tried to see if he can push back Cookies off the E-plat. Unfortunately, couldn't save Rebel's life. NBC have Dracos, have Hudis, but unfortunately Dracos going to be sniped by Sprokane, leaving one solitary player for the team.
And we do see, I think in this instance, it's going to be Bao taking the Red GA for free. Cookies also takes down Lurox. MTV now in a bit of a dire situation. Breeze is also super low on HP, so it could be potential free pickings. But of course, Rat want to play that, super surgical game as it was before. They're actually trying to stick the box if possible. Looks like Daz is trying to get the RBs continuously. Displacement charge actually cancels the box res. So now they have to go for the long channel again, which is a bit of a risky situation now. MTV realize this and are capitalizing on it whenever possible. Maybe they can get the bait players. Breeze goes for the aggressive sending. Still got no shields in this instance. Didn't get any chance to reset. Biblis gets the sending. 3OP are outed just afterwards. Another team gone again. Unfortunately, Dowser is trying to get that potential major damage in onto Rat. Breeze is dead in this instance. It looks like MST are coming in for the third party.
MTV, they tried to stop that box revive so desperately that it put themselves in a bad spot that they got third-partied by MST, and now on this respawn beacon out in the storm, they die to it, and it's another team onto the bench.
Yeah, I mean, do you see, I think someone running for their lives in this instance. It's going to be Rebel trying to jump down to the south side. He does have Hudis there for some reinforcements along with actually two of the teammates. Never mind, it's not too bad of a situation, but he was, out there in the sticks for a slight second, getting absolutely dunked. CC chain comboed, mega value acquired. Hachi just killed Dracos in the exchange, and Fluffy manages to survive with 1 HP. They can't get the reset in this instance. Hudis dies just afterwards. NBC are just 2 members now. Charlie Lee is trying to get the kill on Greninja. It's successful. It's knocked away at the last second by Hachi. He's trying to get the wisp sticks if possible, and I think they're going to be able to get Greninja back. Charlie Lee has probably bought himself and his other teammate just enough time potentially for escape.
Oh, but Fluffy Fish there out in the storm, I thought with certain depth, so much attention had been put on him to try to get rid of that Oath, but that is the problem with Oath. He is so damn tanky that sometimes he just pulls off those miracles, keeps Aurora going. While NBC do get out of there, they are going to be in a bad spot with 2 players down, and MST in a bad spot in this fight against Rat as they already lose Kuba. The blast off from Cookies to try to chase down the remaining members of MST, pushing him off the boat. Little Meep not getting the reap. Instead, he's going to be sailing with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and it would have been one of those moves of capitalization. Looks like Charlie's also found that along with Rebels, so NBC are outed in this instance as well. It's just only 5 teams now. Would you see a crown pickup potentially for any teams that are losing a member? It looks like Broof is trying to apply pressure to Shin as well. We are looking at Nardhart dropping to the ground very soon. Deprek has picked up a crown amidst the chaos, it looks like, so they're going to try and get Gecko back, I believe. And they are being forced away by Bao on the outskirts, looking for that wide circle around. There gets the Penguin drop to make sure they've got enough fuel to kind of make it across.
Yeah, but they are taking some storm damage on their way back into the circle, and look at how fast that storm is approaching right behind them. It is hot on their heels. They're going to take some damage as they get narrowly into the circle, but look at the rest of the teams doing the same.
Yep. And it's just depending on if Deprek can find that random spike out of nowhere. MST are going to be gatekeeping this instance to get the raw combo against Deprek. He pops the ulti, finds that nice potential, narrow little bit of a space to kind of escape. He's successfully done it, but Sprokane might die in this instance, getting absolutely gibbed by Small's Abyssal Breaker. But now Bauer trying to apply pressure to them, so they've already used one Abyssal Breaker. That's a big potential key loss here, but that's nicely shield blocked by a Bruiser Abyssal Breaker. Sorry, Small doing the crazy value here just afterwards. They picked up Red GA, going down to the south side. It looks like MST have managed to hold ground.
And SB, I saw Deprek got sniped off screen. Thankfully for them, Shin the hero was able to get that respawn beacon, bringing back the team. I thought it was certain doom for SB. The 5 teams still alive. I think all of them fully formed despite all the chaos.
Yep, they picked up 10 kills so far, if I'm not mistaken, as well. MST are not looking too bad themselves. They're trying, just trying to hold ground against Rat. They've been playing like super duper slow game, picking up a couple of kills here and there. It feels like they're going there very placement point oriented. But Bao, looking at how many red pecks they've acquired as well across the span of this game, they are looking absolutely rich here. But AUR could change everything here. They're still looking relatively healthy themselves. A little bit under level though, of course. Fluffy Fish narrowly avoids getting dunked as well, going down to the south side. Looks like they're gonna have to play that ultra slow game and just wait for the zone to pull in and kind of hold it on the edge.
Only Bao really are in position with this circle. The rest of the teams, it's not quite as quick of a circle pull as we had seen that last time, but soon it is going to be a lot quicker than they expect, and that's going to be a lot of damage if they're not careful, especially as they have to run while gunning against the other teams.
Yep, we are seeing a nuke drop as well to negate the bonfire. Let's see if SB want to apply pressure. They went for the back actually onto their bonfire, a little bit prematurely, of course, to kind of guarantee they had that kind of upper position, which might be a kind of a bit of a chaotic modifier that might have prevented MST because maybe they wanted that position, but of course that's just gone in the blink of an eye. So now that they're going to maybe centrally oriented towards the ship, it looks like Kalk is already trying to make that decision if possible, forcing off Orlando's. There goes Smord as well for the reinforcements. Rats go with that kind of late circling around, similar to kind of AUR were doing in that bush play. It looks like they got a potential catch out onto Baroof, doing a decent amount of damage, followed by the dunk just afterwards, and they do manage to skirt to it the last second, but AUR are now having to slither away past Rat, but they themselves do not want to let that happen. They're trying to go for the full in.
Rat trying to see if they can find any targets on AUR, but they somehow all managed to escape the clutches of the Rats, while Bao then trade a couple of blows against Rat, but Rat are already ready for that fight, looking to see if they can help sandwich Bao, because right behind them, MSC have already been able to get a position into the circle. They could intervene if they want to. They're waiting patiently for the team to be properly set up.
Yep, we do see Sprokane taking 2 kills off of AUR as well.
Ooh.
So that's going to be a crazy, crazy situation on the top left-hand side. Fluffy Fish and Sebi. Sebi has actually managed to level the playing field a touch there, but Gecko's still there as a wisp. Sprokane's trying to get mega damage continuously if he can onto Sprokane. Can he get the second kill? Gets 2 resets. But Sprokane did, Sebi did manage to make it out, but I think one person died to a spike there just afterwards. Bao also looking to get the free pickings onto SB after they just tried to get a bit of a reset there. No Armor's trying to all feather across. The RMBs keep coming in. The Nod-Hot's been dropped as well, so that's obviously going to change the way that the circle's going to pull, of course. But SB did manage to recover themselves. Still low on armor here, but woof.
And looking at where that is, I'm kind of keeping my eyes peeled to see if we can find that gnarled heart while Sebi tries to get away. The last one left for Aurora. Not looking too good for this Monkey King, because even on this side, Rat are already there. Now they've spotted you out. You go for the 6 Monkey Strike to try to get away with the Dragon Slam, but not enough damage on a Cookie, so Aurora out at 5th place.
Yeah, he could have maybe chilled on the ice for a split second there, but another fight's already happened there. Abyssal Breaker finds a nice little clean catch by Smold onto Gecko. Really, really clean play there. And then Meepa's trying to get major damage onto Shin. He's done a good job so far. Is able to get the second kill onto SB, so now they themselves are in dire straits, but the Reds is being stuck or attempted by, but Kask has forced Sprokane off in this instance, but goes through the portal at the last second, maybe trying to get a cheese spike. The bubble's been popped, which buys Sprokane an extra bit of time here in this instance, but MST are holding ground, and they picked up a nice couple of kills there as well.
Looking at the rest of the teams and where they kind of are right now, SB in a really difficult spot trying to get past Bao, but once you get past them, MST and Rat are waiting for you. Sprokane was hoping to get into the jet stream to avoid some of the attention, but he's been spotted out, narrowly avoiding that Dragon Slam, but it's Deprek using blast off onto the E-plat, but pushed back himself, and with no health left, SB lose Deprek, and it's going to be Sprokane soon to join him. He's got to pull off a miracle with the portal trying to get away, but he's roared out of the air by Little Meep.
Really clean play by MST, but we are seeing a pressure being applied by Bao. They've still lost almost missed this exchange. Small just popped a nice little Abyssal Breaker to buy them even more time as Bao continue to dance in the abyss. One wide circle around as well in this instance, I believe, by one member of Bao trying to get the complete escape if possible, but they're being absolutely mirrored perfectly. Ash is already found dead. Rat try and pick up a couple of kills. They are successful in actually taking one member of MST down, and there goes the crown pick up by Baroof just shortly after.
Shortly after, Crown's picked up, and now we have MSA losing Lismolde right as they got their respawn beacon off. They are still going to be down 1 player. Rat keeping MSC from being able to leave this little cauldron they find themselves in. There's only 2 ways out easily. One is controlled by Rat, the other is controlled by Bao. Bao They're holding on to that ground like you talked about before, looking for that kill. They've sent out the nuke. They have the damage. They put back in Kuba, then take the nuke kill. But it wasn't Kuba who got it. It wasn't Baroof either. Now they got to be careful because Baroof is low. They're looking to see if they can get one slam. Blink, find the first target. They found the crown. Bow are out at third. This is the time for Rat. They've in third place the last 2 games, and they're looking for a third game victory as they push back MST.
That patience from Rat just allowed them to pick up kills after kills after kills. It felt like they could just hold position on that kind of south side. It felt like in the end game continuously. What is that, like an 18 kill game? Really, really good stuff. You know, it paid off so well to play like that, and you know, they were rewarded like immensely.
And for themselves, they were tied at third with SB going into that game, having gotten third place both games 1 and 2. So this was all too important for them to pick up this victory to really move them out of that third place spot into contention for the first place prize with that of Aurora and Bao. And taking a look at the replays from this game, starting off with that craziness all the way up north. I mean, this isn't even the original chaos where we had the 3 teams dropping in Dawn caps.
Yeah, this is a little bit later on in the game, of course. We are seeing the ultis being popped continuously. That spike, that kind of changed the tide of the fight here for MTV. They did that a couple of times, it felt like, as we were mentioning. And then, yeah, Gun stuck in a bit of a sticky situation. But they didn't get the Singularity pop. That actually might have saved Revel in this instance. Maybe even got the mantle up onto the high ground and then got the dunk afterwards for a bit of a reset just afterwards. Continuously playing those LMBs. But Gun were just left with Calcia just afterwards, if I'm not mistaken. And then they couldn't really do too much else just after that.
Seeing some more of these fights and just kind of how the chaos wasn't really there, because even though we had cross-country storm, that's normally what causes a lot of the pandemonium in these games. It wasn't even that. It was just the fact that we were in Dawn caps and we have so few games where we end up in that in the tundra biome that we have for ourselves. So a lot of these teams were kind of in this back foot of how they wanted to position, because they went for more central drops. Only those 3 teams really went way up north.
Yeah, I think that's one of the sad things as well, because 3OP actually took Celeste, of course. You know, having that shift level 4 for the ice would have been the perfect opportunity to get a like super duper value out of it. But considering they got outed so early, they couldn't really do that in this instance. That's really a bummer, unfortunately. I'm wondering if they're gonna, you know, swap comps again or stick with the same sort of thing. That's still the team that I really want to kind of, you know, at least get a win here, because you know, we are seeing a bit more of a kind of a concrete positioning starting to form.
Exactly. Now, like I'd say, you have a couple games that you can have where you have a bad performance. It's okay.
Yeah.
Before 3LP, this is now their 3rd game. They've had 2 games with really early exits, 1 game with a middling performance. It is now getting to the wire for them. So they really got to start stepping up from here, even if you have 5 more games that we are still left to play, because we have gotten through our first 3 with bombing runs being Bao, Aurora taking bullet trains in the second, and then now Rat in game 3 winning cross country. As we get into game 4 with unstable portals, you really got to start stepping it up, because after this, we're going to introduce our bans. We already have our front runners that we believe are going to be the ones that are banned, but let us know if you think any differently. We're thinking Saros, Oath, and Wukong as our 3 bans.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. Is there a 4th one as well? If I'm not mistaken, there might be 4
Bishop
bans.
could... is there a 4th ban? I think it's just the 3.
I think for squads before in the past we've done 4, so there's actually an extra potential ban here that's going to also adjust things a bit more.
Let me double check the rules.
Yeah, we're getting quick confirmation on that.
I think we kept it at 3, just because that way it would be a little bit less detrimental for a lot of our teams. Oh, is it 4? Okay, let me double check. Hold on. I'm going to let Samiri talk, and I'm going to double check the rules.
Yeah, no worries. We're just getting a bit of a confirmation there. Not a problem at all. But yeah, there are a couple of other teams as well that had the nice little plays here and there. We've seen some teams kind of taking that kind of slow cadence, similar to how Rat did as well for that kind of victory they had in game 3. Other teams were also doing that too. I feel like MTV did a really good job of that in game 2, for example. And I'm hoping that there might be a bit of more of a shift up.
It is for the foremost, yes.
Okay, wicked stuff.
After 4 games, the 4 most played hunters will be banned. So that is the rule.
Yeah.
So Shivam can be very happy he's got it updated for 4. It is going to be 4. Which, to me, if it's 4, Bishop is now going to be the 4th one. I feel like Bishop would be the other one that we'd probably see banned.
Yep, and that obviously brings up to the question of, all the typical Bishop mains that we've seen in the past, of course, Depbarek and Hachi, for example, what they're going to go and pick. We've seen it before as well from previous SNSs or scrims. They've got their own, pocket picks to kind of adjust towards. Of course, Celeste might be one of them. For Gecko, it might be Hudson, or for Depbarek, it might be Hudson or Mercury, or even Jewel. Yeah, that's when all the flavor picks come out, man. We're going to see that kind of artificial variety get that increase after game 4. Which obviously adds an extra layer of spice. We're not seeing any Oath plays with these kind of shield bashes just blocking everything known to man, and it's going to be way more interesting, I think. Once they come in.
Agreed. I always love seeing how the bans really change things up and how teams have to really approach what we're going to do for these games, because a lot of times you have it where you have a lot of these players that are so used to playing that one style, and now suddenly they're thrust onto this new hunter. They can't play their Oath. They can't play their Bishop. They can't play their Saros. Now they can't play their Wukong. What do they have left as we get into game 4? Our last game before we introduce those bans. We see if anyone is really changing too much. I don't see too much adaptation going on right now. Pretty much everyone has got what they want locked in and what they're going to play before we have bans.
Yep, it was Academics again on Celeste. They're sticking with this kind of a new formulation again. So it's kind of 2 games split between 2 comps, at least for the first 4. And starting off game 4 is Unstable Portals. Scavenger has the armors. It looks like the drop line is going kind of top right to the bottom left. Let's see if anyone is going to, kind of drop towards Scav. Both of the souls are actually relatively close to the drop line as well. 3 teams are dropping on Wraith's Row, and it looks like a free drop for AWAR to pick up at least a couple of bigger boons here from the books, as well as the top biomes as well.
Yeah, seeing how teams are going to approach that one's going to be really interesting. But, having some hot drops here between NBC and Rat, already possibly trading some blows, but it seems that both teams not really wanting to fully commit to that. Neither does GG, who already are going to try to vacate the vicinity, but there is even 3 LP nearby in Underbot that could possibly join in.
We do see Cookies as well. Also on super low HP, hit by the Nova but the last second. Hopefully it doesn't die to the Guardian in this instance. Theo's there for the reinforcements at the last second, along with Mekimech, trying to get that damage in if possible. The dunk comes in. Can't find the connection, unfortunately. Dracos has to, scurry up to the north side to read out with his team, trying to kill the Guardian. The question is who's going to get the last hit. I think NBC maybe didn't actually get it. Rat did get it. They got the level 4 advantage. So it's going to be quite troublesome for NBC to kind of link it here. But Revel did actually get level 4 himself, though. But he gets insta-dunk just afterwards. And it looks like NBC have to completely jump ship. Who this is trying to kite away against Cookies. Can hopefully do it if possible, but the backs are coming in. They're trying to get that second pick. That's going to be easy potential kill points for Rat. Hopefully they get the escape, but the R&Bs from that Mekimech is coming in. Left the 1 HP in combustion state, and the last that little nice hammer does get the kill. So that's 2 kills picked up to start things off.
And seeing how our teams are kind of approaching things too. And looking down, I want to even see Scav bake, because we see 2 teams already there, SB being one of them, but having to deal with another team into their vicinity. But we're going to have to put that on pause because Bao are pulled into a fight against MST, who almost found Baroof, but Baroof was able to manage his escape and getting a lot of damage back onto MST at the same time.
Yeah, that'd been nice if they got the last second cheeky steal somehow, but it was really, really hard to kind of orient their positioning correctly, because of the wall as well, especially not having the Saros portal. I think if it was a level 7 fight, it would have been way different there. When you see Hachi trying to get the punch off, but I think there was a back at the last second from GG, if I'm not mistaken. They've already made their way all the way over to Magebug now. SB have picked up 2 armors in this instance. I think they're trying to find the last couple if possible, but 3LP have actually gone for the more aggro play. They actually got a couple of steals in this instance. Really nice cheeky escape as well just afterwards.
Yeah, seeing how our teams are kind of looking around right now and seeing how they're moving around too, and just kind of watching to see how our teams are going to adapt, as we've had some of those early fights, which we haven't really had a lot. We've had some fights, some skirmishes, but I feel like this is the most chaos since the last game, and it's continuing as Rat and NBC continue to trade blows, and it's going to be Rat who lose their first player, but it is going to be Revel in trade as well, and then Cookies looking for who this in the sky battle, Bishop v Bishop. Which one is going to come out on top? Right now, Cookies has the armor lead, but is going to relent, looking back towards Revel and Charlie, and those is the easier target, finding first Revel, but now Dracos is nearby. They've reset, looking for the Dragon Slam onto Cookies, looking for anything out of the air, but Rat have been able to hold their own and snipe out Charlie out of the air.
And hopefully Hudis and Drakios can also escape. But I think Revel got a really nice hook there to start things off. But I don't think they had the econ for the kind of heals for that sustained fight or the armor, which, you know, like kind of left them losing in that trade overall. Even if they couldn't, you know, because they couldn't get the gib, it made things really, really difficult. GG go for the aggressive stunning, coming out of the bush at the last second against Bao. But it looks like they might actually lose in this instance. A nice little narrow escape from Velati allows a safer passage for him to get some couple heals off. Maybe a big monster drink there, gets the full heal back as a full 4-man. Looking to go for the re-entry if possible, but Bauer still up in armors. Rupert trying to find the right angle for that nice little dash shield bash. Reina Rouse has also been dropped. Kuba finds a kill onto Fuzu as well, as you see on the kill feed. GG are continuing this kind of dance against Bauer. Lizona's going for the kind of wide rotate, but there might be a potential catch-up. Rupert's knocked away. GG again for the second time, and then Chichi's there with the reinforcements, getting a nice little orb connect, leaving one member, Rhapsody in this instance, with half HP, already healed up the damage. And then Ash potentially find this potential free picking onto Lizardo, has to jump away and also get some heals in. GG are now crumbling. They're all going their own separate ways. It feels like trying to run as fast as possible. I believe there's probably going to be a couple of deaths here.
And seeing how the teams are now running, GG narrowly getting out of this one. Bao still kind of hunting down some of the stragglers, but it is going to be Rhapsody at least trading it back. Lizardo lost their life down south, but at least GG, they're not going to come out of that one empty-handed.
We do see it as well. MST and 3LP relatively close to each other. There's a soul on the bottom left-hand side. I'm wondering if there's going to be a full fat dance there soon, but never mind. It's day 2 resets, of course. Everyone's trying to farm up mobs and guardians, getting that extra bit of money, of course, to kind of stabilize, buying relics as well in nearby any shops. So there's going to be a kind of a potential momentary pause, but NBC just say no to that. They've not even bought any relics. They're just trying to completely force out gun, and I think they're doing a decent job so far. There's going to be a couple of mob camps left on Prisma that they can maybe farm, but I don't know if they're going to go for the chase or the buy. It looks like they go for a bit of a chase, maybe even a train rotate around or something along those lines. We are looking at the souls as well up for grabs. MTB farming up a couple of mobs, maybe trying to force away GG. But it looks like GG themselves are trying to look to stabilize. It's a little bit difficult for them in this instance. Deathbreak also finds a nice little kill into Flashy Frost as well.
GG right now, really, it is not looking too good for them, because where can you really go as we are into day 2, getting towards night 2? The zone is getting smaller and smaller. Gun right there. Even though they do lose Flashy Frost, at least they were in a decent enough position. They were able to bring back up the team, but I'm looking outside in the storm, seeing GG waiting for that train, as you were talking about there, Samiri, hoping they can use that to respawn the team, but then get back into better position. But Gun, unfortunately, even with the Singularity locking down, finding the pick onto the Monkey King, they've got to get out of this one, because it is not looking good for them as Cookies blasts off on top of them, punching back. Fade Strike saying there's no way to get out of this one. Then third party from Aurora on the back line of Rat. They have to continue this chase, make sure they're split up so they don't lose any players.
I just feel like their play is very, very clean and surgical. Every time that they go for an in, it's just they get that specific target that they've identified, and that's it. You know, they don't want to expend any more resources because they know that third parties could be coming from any which way angle. So they're very, very measured in how they kind of go for the in, and they typically have like a very, very high hit rate. It feels like in terms of finishing that goal off that they've actually set out to do. Orlando is already pops the overkill rounds in this instance as well against Rhapsody. Doesn't really find a connection. Rhapsody's trying to take the anomaly at the perfect time. Might have potentially done it. Looks like Sebi actually gets a spike onto Face Strikes. Rhapsody does die just shortly afterwards, unfortunately getting spiked here, and AUR and Bao maybe having a potential face-off here just afterwards.
Got in this weird portal v portal stare off where they're trying to get damage through the portal into the other portal, and then we look down south as GG losing another player as they had just gotten into the circle. Then another fight here way down south. MST facing off against 3LP, and for 3LP, we talked about it before, this is do or die. They got to make sure not only are they winning these fights, but they are surviving if they want to hope to get into the top standings.
Yeah, 3LP have actually weathered a lot of their armors amidst these kind of continued fights and dances that they've had with MST. They kind of need to go for a full reset here, maybe to go for the actual final killing blow against MST. It looks like the Battlegun Precipice Breaker doesn't find the kill onto Gecko, manages to featherweight at the last second. Deathbreak getting a nice little monstrous punch onto AWR, in fact. Causing a lot of space to be created in Hachi, but returns the favor, absolutely giving Sebi, and now they're trying to get the second kill if possible, but Gecko is trying to have his own little 1v1. Spirit is there for the reinforcement. Sebi doesn't get the dunk, unfortunately, tries to feather up. Gecko can't find the escape, unfortunately, all the self-heal, so now it's just Sprikin and Deathbreak there, probably going down to the south side, looking for some sort of clean escape. Already sticking the res, hopefully Sprikin can get out in the situation. It's looking quite sticky, he might be dead, and SB might be either 3-man even after the res.
Oh no, Sprokane, do you have a portal? Do you have a way out of this one? Hopefully the fight starts before you can get out. And he tries, but the Bungie's got him. They're dragging him back in. While Aurora, they're focusing so much onto SB and Sprokane, they end up losing a player on the back line with the third party. Actually, no, Hachi does get away. Ramp somehow don't actually capitalize on that kill, and now they're forced to fight against Aurora with the third party of Shin, no less, having been brought back up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, as as you mentioned, them losing more members could be potentially damaging here, but Rat still managed to make it out, sort of unscathed overall. They still need to bring that member back, of course. There is a res probably not too far away, or maybe they can even buy one. Looks like 3OP did get the armor resets in, and now they're looking for that kind of engagement against Bound now instead of MST. Let's see if this fight's going to turn sour, and this Chinny Fly's already been popped. Aiden probably has to dash back just afterwards. They're probably looking for the reset because MST and now we're looking for the third party trying to apply pressure to Bao, but they came out of that fight relatively unscathed. Of course, they used maybe a couple of ultimates, but Bao still don't have the level 10. Neither does MST this instance, so everyone wants to grab that XP when possible, but we're already nearing the night 3 as well.
Yeah, and when you get closer to these end game scenarios, we see here in Scav Bay especially, there's so much abyss that you have to work with and so little land that you're going to really be able to reliably fall back onto. So a lot of these teams that still hold on. In fact, we have yet to lose a single team despite GG getting taken down several times. They've been able to somehow get themselves back into the game. See them way down south, they're alive, and even further down south, we saw that MTV and Gun were about to trade blows, but in the machine, SB and Aurora continue to battle. Aurora feel like they got the power against them, but look at how low Fluffy Fish has already been taken. It was forced to get Sebi to get some damage onto them, but somehow SB survive, and now Gecko in the back line gets dunked from Sebi, having realized there was an oath behind him, but now Rat, that third party, again in this fight. Sprokane has picked up a crown, but this time it's not looking so good for him. He's trying to get around, but Fluffy Fish right behind him. We got to be careful with the flank. Tries to get back to Deparek, who puts down an E-plat, making sure SB are going to survive.
And then again, Rat come with the clean third party. They've already got 4 members back again. Almost looking super duper healthy. They're kind of, reusing that strap they had from the previous game, and it's already paying off dividends again. It feels like trying to get the third parties whenever possible. It feels like action keeps sprouting up all across the map, and they're able to exploit that kind of action whenever possible to pick up kills and resources. And I assume that, them are going to keep doing that. There are still 10 teams, though. Let's not forget. But a lot of teams are still weathered, and once this exchange, GG, only level 7 on Rhapsody. They just got the res off at the last second, it seems. 3OP maybe looking for the full send. They've got the level 10. They're looking for the rest stick themselves, actually, in fact, to try and bring back a member. They've done it successfully, and now the hunt might begin against GG.
GG, you got to be careful on how you approach this one because you don't want to overstep, especially when you're so far behind. They've already lost one player, and now it's going to be Creed. There's nothing to put the Bungie onto until MST show up out of nowhere to take down Tetra.
Yep, and 3OP are now looking to apply a major pressure onto MST, even after the cooldowns have been used. Acklinx finds 1 kill to start things off against Kuba. MST now have to completely jump ship. We know there's not many reses here, kind of in this remaining circle, unless Meep goes down to the south side for that res. There's a crowd not too far away, as well as a blink in 30 seconds on the bottom left-hand side. Rat are looking to apply pressure to MTV at the same time. They picked up a couple of Sky Sharks, looking for some sort of a narrow escape through all of these various teams. There's a crown picker as well by Kausk. He's looking for the Macho Man play. Can he pull it off? He's basically on his own here, with all of these teams surrounding him. The Penguin's also been dropped by Fuzu, unless it's been yeeted away at the last second. Hopefully he can find this nice little narrow escape on the south side, or he's even going for the stick, but Acklinx is there to contest him, and we are seeing the backs coming in as well.
And still yet a team has fallen. Every team still alive. Baby Blukes might have been taken down, but MTV are not done just yet. And even looking further, looking where our crowns are, these unstable portals bouncing everyone around. Norak's wearing that crown, hoping to get away. GG were nearby. SB hunt down and make sure they remove the crown from MTV's head, leaving only Breeves, while Bao are the team that were assailing his position, but not able to find that. GG, unfortunately, getting spotted out. That could be our first team eliminated here, right at the precipice of Night 4.
Yeah, that was a lot of nice free kills there picked up by SB. They're going to be really happy with that one. We do see a massive cluster of teams here on the north side. Small managing to narrow escape there. MBC going for the full sender against AWAR. They're completely split in this instance. Bahachi gets a nice little meaty punch to start things off. Gets a major shield from that. Hudis does get gipped in this instance. Rebels trying to provide the stick if possible. Sebi's there to knock him off it at the last second. Dracos is there for last second reinforcements if he needs to. They hope to find the connection. But do they even want to hook it in this instance? Because AWAR are just going to pummel them out in this instance. They're absolutely gibbed. Kalos is looking for the stick. Can he find it? Doesn't think he can find it. I think Sebi got the kill. Oh,
wait, can he stop it though? Oh, Revel! He's gonna give it to them! He decides to give it to them, but because it wasn't their kill, they don't get the... I thought I knew
Yeah.
what Rebel was trying there. He was like, okay, maybe I can give MSC a way to fight back against Aurora, but sadly, because they didn't get the kill, no dice.
Yeah, we do see a kind of play on the top right-hand side, I think, for NBC, the last member. Saros in this instance, we are looking at a crown on the bottom right-hand side. A lot of portal potential usage here, should they needed a quick narrow escape. It's Kuba and Kausk. There's the rest stick again. They're all going to get it off successfully this time along with the crown. They don't even need it, but of course that's alerted 3LP. We do see them rapidly scurrying down, looking for the free picks. We do see Aiden as well with the blink. Is he going to go for the play? I think he's been already hit once, so it's going to be on cooldown now. They go for the wind tunnel rotation around. Hopefully they can do it successfully, is the question. I don't really know if this, what the answer is going to be to it. It looks like a narrow escape from the hook by Calcio, and now it's potentially 3LP and Gun having this little fight.
As Fate gets pushed far into the storm, had to use the swap to get back with the rest of the team. That's a big cooldown now. Burn trying to swap him back in, has split him up, then putting down the Singulator right as the chilling finale is locked down. That's a lot of damage. Pushed back on Accolades. Down Celeste goes. 3LP pushed away. Gun continue the assault looking for 3LP. They've got rid of Trenzy. It's just 2 left through 3LP.
Dude, Gun had an insane portal play as well. The angle of that was just beautiful. Just managed to get the perfect mirror against 3LP as they tried to rotate out. Of course, they got the member back. It's now a 3v4 in this instance. But NBC, we do see on the kill feed, picking up an absolute mountain of kills there at the last second. Theo just take that one member as well. Rat are still holding ground as long as possible. It looks like they're trying to force away the last 2 members of NBC away completely. They pick up the Sky Shark for that rotation. They're hopefully going for a res if possible. We do see Small there trying to apply pressure, forcing away 3LP. I'm not sure where they're going to go for this res in this instance. We do see, I think, SP as well. I think it's Sprokane there on the south side. Might be an even last member alive.
Might be. I'm gotta definitely check in on that in a minute, see how that is looking right now, but it is looking dicey for a lot of our teams as MSC, there goes Lesmilde getting sniped out of the air. Gun getting rid of another team as we have lost now 3 in total. SB, okay, it is not just Sprokane. They have Gecko, who's got a crown, but fighting against NBC, who aren't nearly as disadvantaged as you had thought. Their SB, that is why you now take the Sky Shark and hoping they can utilize that to get around Tokyo Drift, around the fights, and around any action, as every team knows where you are.
Yeah, but Gecko's going to be, running on E in this instance, has to jump out off the ship at the last second, or the Sky Shark jumping up to the north side. But AUR waiting there. We are looking at them picking up a couple of souls as well, looking relatively healthy on levels. Gecko's trying to find that kind of right option in this instance. Which direction does he move in to kind of get the safe escape? Does he have to jump between 2 teams or go past Hatchy in this instance? He's kind of just holding the high ground, isolated, and Rata there on the south side. So he's going to kind of make a decision relatively soon, because I don't know if he's going to have enough HP to kind of survive this, especially with the kind of relics he's picked up. He's not gone to the Reaper to get that extra level of tankiness. He's gone for the Battlegum uppercut display. Just get it off successfully. They're kind of dancing between the 2 teams, and now Blink's there trying to hold the fort on his own. Manages to dash down to the south side relatively unscathed, but SB have no armors in this instance. It's going to be quite rough for them to have a long engagement fight here.
We saw how the circle is going to continue to pull us more into some land, especially around the thickets here of Scav Bay, where we actually have a lot less of that abyss that we normally have in Scav Bay to work with. We'll actually have a lot more land, which could work for a lot of these teams that are fully formed. Unfortunately for SB, they tried to see if they can wrap around against Aurora and nearly got taken out. They got taken very low from it, but that gave an opportunity to Ash to get a respawn right in the middle of all the teams.
Yep, and SB do make it out with a slither of HP, no armors now. It's going to be like the third-party game for them. They can't really go for, as I mentioned, for any fights now. It's looking really, really rough, especially with them being under-leveled. But there are a lot of other teams having their own little mini respective dances. Cassius trying to look for the hook over the mountain if possible, can't find the angle. There goes Ash trying to get a nice little dunk, followed by the orb, doing a major amount of damage in this instance to Flashy Frost. Does manage to get out of town, though, nonetheless. Orlando's just found on low HP. Theo tried to go for the kind of a cheese third party to try and get a nice free picking, but couldn't succeed in this instance. 3LP still in the game, though. They're doing way better this time, 7th place, but the circle is so small. You have to plan for these E-plats, and of course Celeste Acolytes, he's going to have that extra value in that next circle. It's looking like it could be crazy good for 3LP potentially here.
I'm still looking at our teams and how they're kind of positioning for Gun right here. They're surrounded by NBC and Bao. They have a hard fight to get out of this one, but it is going to start a 3-way battle as they lose 2 players. But NBC and Bao now focus on one another. Calcio sniped out of the air. While NBC, they have to lick their wounds. They got taken a little bit lower than they expected to on that initial onslaught against that of Gun. Bao take full control while Gun are sniped out of the air by 3LP. But still, Bao trade blows against NBC, getting a lot of damage, but it's going to be Ash who might be the first first one. He's still alive. Pushed into the storm. It's going to be the Dragon Slam and the Primal Slam that take him down while Bao try to bring back up Ash in the storm, taking up some of the damage while Charlie waiting, trying to see if he can snipe it out. But this whole time they've been waiting, Aurora have heard the fighting happening. They decide the fourth party this fight. Bao lose Baroof. Fifth party, Shin was right to the north but decided to go back, not wanting to intervene any further. And Aurora, they even get a respawn in the thicket of the battle while we lose Dracos.
Dude, that was the cleanest third party I think we've seen this whole series so far. They just absolutely capitalized on them. They knew that they were fighting for a prolonged period of time, and then they just did the jump in. They found the right angle as well, so it's kind of they had an easy escape just afterwards. So that's really, really good to see. And here's the cycle I was talking about. I'm hoping 3LP can navigate this one correctly. We do see Hoodis still alive, the last alive. Sebi also gets a kill onto Gecko, so SP are just 2 members again. Crown picked up, 1 minute 15. They can hopefully pull off some magic here. But Hoodis has finally been revealed, trying to jump past Ewar. Now into the hands of 3LP, pops the ulti. The Battlegun finds the connection. Dash back, he gets last little spike onto Shitchit at the last second. Didn't have the crown there, unfortunately. Cookies also finds Shin. It's just a break and power back as a full 4-man. Wow.
And still Hoodis is alive, somehow getting out of there. Might be sniped. He's got to be careful on where he positions. But SP, the team with the crown, is gone. Hoodis, you did a good job getting this far. But unfortunately, there's only so far you can go when you're surrounded on all fronts.
Oh man, there's only 4 teams left now after that crazy cacophony of fights. It looks like Sebi's trying to apply a bit of pressure onto Bao here. They've got the kind of box to chill on because that E-Plat's about to run out very, very shortly, and it's been pressured on by, you know, so many teams here. The dunks keep coming down. These Wukongs are gaining infinite value. Maybe Fluffy can pull off a bit of magic here. He's got the Battlegun, but can't really find the connection against Ash. Unless he can at the last second, he has to make Ash use a dash in this instance. We do see Broof maybe looking for a quick armor reset, but Hachi gets a nice little punch into the wall, leaving a Broof with half HP, looking to heal up in the abyss for an extended period of time. Ash manages to mantle, maybe looking for some quick buys. I think he was trying to look for the crown buy, but couldn't do it in time. There goes Broof with a nice little last second heal, and E-Pat's been purchased, I think, maybe by Ash, which allows him to survive a bit longer. Knocked away by Cookies down to the south side. Can hopefully reunite with Broof without too much issue here, but they are dancing with, you know, just basically in heals. It feels like it's very, very troublesome to stay alive in this instance.
It is. And for Bao right now, even looking at our 4 remaining teams, we have 3 teams that have already won a game and 1 that has not. One of these things is not like the other, and that is 3LP, as Baroof is trying to survive for Bao, but unfortunately getting sniped out of the air, meaning now our final 3LP, we talked about it before, of this being the most important game for them. They win this one, this could get them the start of their comeback in the standings, moving upwards, but they got to be careful because they are facing off against 2 Titans, Aurora and Rat. Aurora attempting the respawn beacon, but also the crown at the same time. Rat going to deny that, not giving an easy in back into the game.
Yeah, it's kind of the, you know, Mexican standoff 3 teams here. They're all trying to fight each other. 3LP are applying major pressure to Rat after they did the jump in, but Sebi's looking for the stick. Successfully gets back all members. Cookies pop the ulti as well. Also on HP. No armors in this instance for Rat, apart from Mekimech, trying to do a massive orb here to allow Blink to survive. Still found dead though. They go for the portal plate to the north side, maybe looking to pick up a crown. May have done it at the last second. We do see the crown being picked up. There we go. We do see major pressure being applied. Can they get the kill in this instance? It looks like Fluffy's yoinked it away. Unfortunately, Hachi also finds Cookie just afterwards. It looks like Rats are getting blown up now. I think there's maybe 1 member there trying to look for this the chance to survive here, but can't really do too much in this instance. And now it's just basically almost like a 2v2. There we go, it's a 2v2 now.
And it's going to be between 1 team that has yet to win and 1 team that has already won. Aurora looking for their second victory. They got to beat 3LP, who are bloodthirsty. They want this game. Emergency bubble almost saved their life, but they lost Acklings. They're going to be able to trade it back. They got to be careful. To our left, they're pushed into the storm. Aurora say there's no way you're taking this game, 3LP. We want the victory. We want to be the final winners of Turbo Cup history as they are looking for their second one. Tredsy is going to be sniped out of the air as Aurora take game 4.
And it's what, I think it's like a 28 kill game potentially, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm miscalculating it, but it's looking like a big kill game nonetheless. Crazy kill pickup there. That's a monstrous lead that they're going to be potentially getting, I'm pretty sure, from this one. And I can't wait to look through these replays because this one was an absolutely insane game, man. So many third parties, so many crowns, and maybe that kind of big mistake from Rat at the end. We might need to relook at that one again for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to check it out at the very end of the game, but it was definitely a chaotic game throughout it all. As you talked about, Samiri, it just felt like every time we had what we thought was going to be a standard fight, another team shows up.
Yeah,
which
literally.
is indicative of Supervive, though. The third parties are all important. You always got to be wary of it, because that is what happens when you're fighting and not paying attention. Another team joins in at the last minute, and suddenly you're now on the back foot. And that happened over and over again. But even with that, we had 3 of our top 4 teams being teams that have already won today. And our final team to win that one, Aurora, having picked up their second victory on the day.
And it legit felt like, all of the top teams had 1 member die, or maybe even 2 members die across the span of the game, and they managed to get the resets over and over again. So it's it's just a testament to their kind of resilience, coming back from these bad situations and then trying to find that third party. That keeps happening when these fights keep starting. It feels like there's someone who's just hungry for kills or needs to play for the risk, because otherwise they lose too many resources and they can't even fight. Oh man, this play again was so crazy by Fate Strikes, finding that catch onto Accolings, even through the chilling finale, through those iframes. They've managed to extract so much value, getting a spike onto Trezzy just afterwards. Really, really clean play. And then these third parties here were endless. Oh my god.
Just absolute chaos happening late into the game, where pretty much you can just play from this moment on until the end of the whole thing, and it would be its own replay package, because how much action just kept happening over and over and over again, Samiri.
Yeah, man, and this fight specifically, MVC, they just did not want to give up against the fight, and an AUR come in very, very shortly in about 5 to 10 seconds, looking for that free in, and they're able to capitalize for so long. I'm pretty sure there's audio cues were just seen on the minimap continuously, and then, the shot callers probably saying, should we go? Should we go? And then they finally said yes. They got the capitalized, picking up a bunch of kills in that instance, probably a bunch of resources as well from those boxes, those remnants, and, that allowed them to, even further cement their lead, of course, with this win.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, after we have our break and we get to tally up our scores and look at how the games are looking so far, Aurora are probably going to be far ahead of everyone else, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is over, because there are still going to be 4 more games to play. It is our Turbo Cup. It is the final tournament here for Supervive that we are going to bring for you for Europe. So we still have a lot of action left, and speaking of a lot of action, looking at this final play, this is kind of what we were looking at and wondering what happened here. I feel like it was that portal. They tried to see if they can get this kidnap onto Aiden, but then it got them pushed in this awkward corner of the map where they had the storm right behind them. They tried to fight up against 3LP and Aurora at the same time, and it just made it so that Rat really didn't have much left.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that, but I also think as well, it's the kind of the premonition before it where Rat kind of went for the full send onto 3LP, trying to apply as much pressure for an extended period of time. That actually allowed AUR to get the res off, right? Because they had to kind of relocate themselves after, being all the way to the left, and they already used a lot of cooldowns as well. So I think, that in that situation, they had to, let the pressure off the gas, but instead they actually went a bit too hard there, I think, and then, they lost all of their resources because they just lost the dance basically between the 2 teams fighting them from the left and below.
And so we are going to get ready for a break right now. And as we get ready for that break, I will be stepping out. Zikrik is going to be stepping in for the final games with Samiri. So thank you so much for joining. And oh wait, hold on. The door's open. Sorry, my front door is open. I didn't want the dogs running out. Sorry. But yeah, as I was saying, thank you everybody for watching these games with me, letting me cast these awesome games of Europe. And thank you, Samiri, for always joining me for these ones. I love all of you. W Supervive and W to all our community. I will see you for NA, but I will also see you on the other side in chat while we watch Samiri and Zikrik cast our last 4 games. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Oh my god, the drop.
Take him out, take him out.
I didn't dying to dash. It's so close. Alright, comes out, comes out, comes out.
Okay.
2, 1.
Two.
Cheese.
That was perfect, that was perfect.
Come on.
It's a bad fight, bro. It's a bad fight, bro.
High slide, high slide.
Wait, he's off.
Afro left, afro left, kill afro, kill afro.
Kill Cavion, kill Cavion.
No, leave him down.
Keeping something different. No, it's not, it's not.
Oh,
We all died to heart.
Awkward through the wall there. Nice damage pressure on the mid. Bring it back pretty well though. Oh, and the spike connecting for Pine there is going to put UA all the way on the back.
So, cross the line.
I marked them all.
Oh my god, that goal. Singularity catches 2, then he catches 3 from multiple teams! It's obliteration nation! A single void! Oh my god.
What a game. Trying to utilize the pillar and the beacon to get around. They're just going ring around the room as they walk and fall from these ashes. Someone's gonna fall down.
Is this you, Ryan?
I'm almost not a criminal.
Nice. They're both still fighting down there. Good, good. There's some guy up here, right here, by the way. E-plat, up here. I'm gonna ult it, I'm gonna ult it.
They're dying, they're dying, they're dying.
I can portal for them.
Get the loot, get the loot.
Got it.
Train, see, bait him in the train, bait him in the train.
Deals through that beautiful push from TN in the corner with the train! Turning things around!
I'm lighting nade after nade right now! Easy. Good shit, Ryan. Good shit, Ryan.
Oh my god. 36 here. Yo, let's fucking go.
I'm last.
Alright,
So
GG
sorry.
guys, GG's, what's fun?
GG. Jesus, guys. Thank you, thank you.
Saturday, see Saturday.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back after that short break. Insanely well edited video done by our GOAT numbers. Just a legendary send out to sort of encapsulate the tournament series. I have subbed in for Mad Magical to cover the last half of European Saturday Night Supervive, closing it out with our final Squads Turbo Cup, rejoined by Samiri here. What's up, bro?
Yo, I'm good, man. How you feeling?
Doing good. I've been watching the games on my side monitor while trying to do as much of this prize payment stuff as I can. We've been on the grind getting the prizes paid out daily since we got the funds from TC a couple weeks ago.
Wicked.
But I'm so excited to get to have one last chance casting with you, Rue, and one last chance to get to watch some European Supervive before it's all over. So let's freaking go.
Dude, yeah, this is going to be amazing. It's like every time I see that clip, it's like it's like I'm watching that Disney movie. I'm feeling that spectrum of emotions, that sadness, that joy.
Yeah, dude, it's like
it's the classic,
excitement and joy and sadness and hype and depression and love all mixed up. It's like
Yeah,
it's
dude.
goosebumps for sure. Okay, so bringing us back into the action here, let's take a look at the scoreboard for our first 4 games, leading us into the back half here. Maybe walk us through this a little bit, Samiri, based on what you saw in the first 4 games.
I mean, AUR were having some monumental cool games, which is, of course, is why they're in the lead. They picked up 122 points in this instance for the first 4 games. Rap were not too far behind as well. You know, we can see them 106 points. So, and they had a 1 win as well in this instance. They kind of maybe threw away that last game, in my opinion, with some of their kind of positioning mistakes. But apart from that, they've been playing really, really clean. And then Bao not too far behind them as well. SB, we are seeing a bit of a distinction between 3rd and 4th in this instance. And then MST are not even far behind them. It's only a 3-point difference. So the top 5, it always feels like that's kind of that big contention in that bracket range. But, you know, between at least 1st and 5th, it's like, what, a 50-point difference. So, you know, MST would have a long way to climb. But either way, it's been an insanely chaotic and fun series to watch so far.
Hell yeah. Love to see it. And just some couple things that catch my eye real quick. 3LP and MTV, just two names of European teams I've seen pop off and have really big standout moments, are below the bottom 5 right now. 3LP in 7th and MTV in 9th. So eyes on these guys to try to climb their way back up the board, because we definitely know they can do it.
Yeah, 100%. You know, 3LP got the 2nd place in that last game. Didn't pick up too many kills, unfortunately, which is a bummer, but nonetheless, you know, they've still got a chance to climb with 4 games left. The bans are going to be coming in very shortly as well, so that's going to be that extra, you know, kind of a layer of modification that's going to switch up things. And it is the typical 4 culprits in this instance, Zik. It's going to be Saros, Oath, Bishop, and Wukong that are going to be banned. Wow.
Yeah, and Wukong has sort of rejoined the the foray of top lane hunters here after this last patch. He's been sort of out of the mix for a little bit here, but we see the re-rise of Wukong locking in his spot as our 4th ban. Remember, going to be 4 bans in the set of 8 games today. So we got 39 picks on the Saros with 4 wins. 26 on the O, 20 on the Bishop, 19 on the Wukong. All 4 of these hunters going to be out for the back half of the tournament. And I love seeing the bans, because really, just for how kind of established comps have become in competitive, it really mixes things up, especially removing the Sunfire rifle from the Saros, like eliminating that off-screen poke and eliminating all the crazy stuff the Bright Shield can do from the Oath. Like, it really just gives you almost a completely different look at competitive Supervive.
Yeah, exactly. All the teams are going to have to, you know, change up their micro strategies, which is going to be like the major thing. Of course, not having those kind of easy ins and outs for their Saroses to either get like a free kill or a potential free escape is also going to be the biggest one. And then Oath as well, of course, not having that shield anymore, which means that you can get, you know, free poking from all directions without issue. And no Wukong, of course, to kind of stop the Oath either. So it's going to be a really, really big change up. I think 3LP might maybe, you know, be able to get some big points here. Of course, having Acolytes, ever amazing Celeste, able to, you know, show off some potential prowess. I think this is going to be the biggest change up. Of course, you know, these bans are going to be like super duper crazy for a lot of different teams. A lot of their compositions rely on these 4 very picks that have been banned now. So I'm wondering what they're going to change up to.
Oh, we actually have 3 roles for our storm shifts here. Getting a really cool look at this graphic showing our shifts. So we went through the first 4. This game going to be Final Destination, and then we are going to let fate decide for the final 3, it looks like, spinning our wheel of storm fortune for the last couple times here. Very exciting. Let's go.
We'll see if it's going to be like a, you know, triple bullet storm. Sorry, a bullet train. What was I say? Bullet storm, bullet train.
Bullet storm. Wait, that sounds crazy.
What's
that?
Let's see. Nah, but yeah, either way, 3 games where it's going to be spinning the wheel is going to, you know, add an extra bit of chaos potentially. You know, for example, if it's cross country for all 3 of those, that's going to be like a, you know, a really hard fought macro game that people are going to have to continuously play. And, you know, this is when we're, you know, speaking to Magical, this is when the kind of fatigue but might potentially start setting in for a couple of teams. They're going to kind of hold that mental restraint for these last couple of games. And, you know, especially with the bans as well on top, it's going to be like a whole new formulation of strategies that need to be kind of planned out here for these wins. Oh, might be muted there, Zik.
Thank you. I was. GG. I was just echoing, like, yeah, absolutely. 8 games of competitive Supervive, a bit of a marathon. And so, and even playing qualifiers yesterday, you know, good chunk of games, 4 at least. Going to be testing these teams' endurance as we head into match 5. Going to be Final Destination to close out our final EU Turbo Cup. Let's freaking go.
And right off the bat, we're seeing a couple of Hudsons and Mercuries coming out. I definitely want to see, for example, what SB are picking. They also pick a relatively similar comp to this, apart from maybe Sprokane being on the KP instead of, like, for, you know, Brew, for example. GG, we're having a quick look at those guys. Tetra on Greed. Sorry, Greed on Tetra, should I say. Apart from that, they're relatively unscathed in terms of the bans. Velati also had to take Carbine as well in this instance, but Rhapsody and Lizardo were untouched, so it's like a 50% comp change. Imatech is maybe being fought over by maybe 2 teams. We're seeing at least one team dropping on Koba, but the other team is kind of scurrying away to the top left-hand side. We are seeing a bit of a chase here continued there on the top left-hand side. I'm wondering if that's going to turn into a full fight. It's going to be like kind of green on green balance in this instance, but I think MTV are going to be a bit late to the chase here, so SB are probably going to get the armors first.
It did look like someone went cars, the other team went for the drop. So
yeah,
it's going to be Stormbreakers ahead of things here. It looks like getting these first 2 camps. MTV unafraid, not backing off yet, just fishing for armors in these chests on the exterior. Stormbreaker making their moves towards the vault. Sprocane, gold key, easy 2. So Stormbreaker's going to have 3 right here.
Yep, and I think after that, they're going to kind of maybe just decide to farm up here. 3 almost picked up now. It's just Shin running with the green, and I think MTV probably wants to jump ship. They were just looking for the kind of opportunistic steal. Oh, the hook nearly finds the connection at the last second. I think he maybe picked up a thruster there from the Sky Shark. I'm not too sure.
I was like, that looked so close to connecting, bro. Literal like centimeters there between snatched him off the back of the Sky Shark. It is going to be Rhapsody able to peel away though for the likes of sorry, not Rhapsody, whoever that was, for the side of MTV. And it looks like they're going to go for this Shards of Fate play. We do have a couple members of, it looks like 3LP showing up. We saw Aiden right at the beginning on that solo Cobus camp just to the south. They are making their delayed play for golds here.
Yep, and we do see Final Destination, I don't know if we mentioned it, like ending on or near Scarlet's run as well, all the way on the south side. We do see GG there as well, kind of farming up the last remnants of Coldfang for the extra bit of econ in this instance. They're all going to be able to back in not too long, but not going to have much to kind of farm on or around in Enshrine. There's only a couple of mob camps there, really. But maybe it's still enough to kind of stabilize. But we do see 2 other teams relatively close to each other in this instance. Bao trying to get some poke against MST, I believe, just below them. Ash is trying to get the Mortar picks, you know. But remember when that was a power not too long ago? That used to be so crazy in those end games when you had E-Plats as well as a power. But the hook does find the connection nonetheless. And it looks like they got the spike, in fact, so they're able to turn it around. And let's see if they can find more kills.
So I think Baroof gets the grab, but gets spiked in return. Ash trying to fend off 2 here on the south, but going to get collapsed on by the Nick. So Kuba and crew going to find another kill. Bao all of a sudden in a really rough spot. Actually, no, they were, it looks like, able to get the res. So Baroof and Ash back up here off of that heart res. They're going to look for the re-engage. A little sketchy on the re-entry here. Baroof going to get spiked again. So MST picking up some nice kill points here, Samiri.
Yep, and hopefully Ash can get away scot-free, but Kuba's trying to apply pressure from the other side. Same with Kalsk on the right as well, but Ash just managed to make it away at the last second with the the heart pop at the last second, but Baroof might be dead in this instance. Just in the exchange, Ash probably going to be the next victim, also caught by the walls. Kuba's trying to get the circle round. Kuba just get hit by the mortar, but still don't think it's going to be enough. The LMBs continues to come in. The 80 strafing is nearly perfect. Pops this a cocktail as well to try and stick the res, trying to 80 strafe as well, but or mantle, but can't do it in time. It's found dead, but Bao do get the res elsewhere. We just see about 3 or 4 teams on the left-hand side of Abyss, so there's going to be potential major fighting there.
Yeah, nice kind of anchor by Orlando's there. Going to find his way out, get all of MTV back online. 3LP and Gun in a battle over Abyss. Like you say, Samiri, Aiden looking for the grabby slam, barely not going to connect the slam onto Fuzu there as they get away over to the left. 3LP looking like they want to continue the assault here.
Yeah, and Phase Strikes is, or Void in general is just kind of one of those, once you have the ulti, your character really comes online, whereas with the rest of 3LP, they don't really need that kind of utilization or value extraction from the ulti. They can get kills regardless of it, it feels like, and they've only picked up 2 in this instance. Calcius trying to get the skirt down to the south side, doesn't have Squid for the escape. Aiden does, but misses it in this instance. He actually gets a spike to level the playing field, and you instantly see that kind of a body language shift. Aiden is now just maybe looking for the res. Instead, actually, no, he's not sure if he's going for the full confirm yet. He's still actually kind of slowly trying to catch up to Calcio in this instance. He's going to take a lot of potential zone damage. It's still relatively early. It's only day 2, so not too bad. But of course, they are losing that kind of chance to get the farm in, which is the more kind of a bigger problem here.
For sure, and it's right on the day 2 turnover here. We do see Flashy Frost being able to get at least 1 Coils camp. Maybe going to be able to play down to that desert res. Probably doesn't want to push north here, knowing 3LP is here. It does look like Shroom going to get a little intel on the Ghost. Actually, nice storm res from Calcio, going to bring Gun back in it.
Yep, back as a full form, and we are looking at 2 souls as well, dropping in around 40 seconds, 1 near Enshrine and 1 just above Underrot, so there are a lot of teams potentially that would go towards the Underrot one for the kind of pick there. In this instance, Bao have gone for the super duper kind of late rotation, chilling on the top right hand side, trying to form up any last second mobs. Lurox does manage to make away on the Sky Shock, trying to find his, I guess, his ideal relics when he can find a shop very soon, because right now he's got Stasis, which is probably not one of the most...
I heard that's OP on Brawl, no? Stasis uppercutless? This is not the setup.
Is that the play now?
Maybe that was a false rumor. So we see fight breaking out. Nice grab secured. Hold back all the way by Aiden. They're going to get Fuzu down. Rematch between Gun and 3LP here. Looks like it's going to be Gun on the run right at the beginning as Flashy Frost playing a little bit of distract. We do see someone getting out on the Sky Shark here. So does look like 3LP going to get a few more kills. Going for the res in Storm. Calcio trying to go for it, but 3LP are going to catch him out here. So they are going to secure 3 of Gun's members.
Yeah, this is really good for 3LP, picking up so many kills in quick succession. Hachi's also dead as well. It looks like it might be... It's only Sebi alive for AUR. It looks like they decided against the full chaser. AUR going to be able to come back as a full 4-man in this instance, which is really, really healthy to see. Looking for that res all the way on the right-hand side of the zone. MST just above, already doing a bit of damage to the soul there. This is what I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago. Let's see if Brack can get the steal. I think they do have the Hudson there trying to get a bit of an LMB poke and a couple of barbed wires as well to prevent MST's rotation potentially. And let's see, they've got it to about, nearly half HP, so they're running out of time potentially for the quick steal. We do see a potential major fight here. The second win is popped onto Greed, tries to skirt away at the last second with 1 HP, but Tretzy finds the kill with the Viridian Fury. Really cleanly done. There's a nice little spike grenade by Lizardo, trying to buy a bit of potential time, but Aklynx goes with a full send-in now, actually finding a kill onto Lizardo just afterwards. The comp switch-up is, seem to be paying off dividends. It looks like maybe they're just getting value from the bans as well. Aiden gets the squid, dunk onto Velati, trying to get... misses the hook though, unfortunately. Velati's still trying to dance, getting a couple more LMBs in, trying to do as much damage as possible, buy his teammates a bit more time, which is successfully done. They're looking for the res now on the mini island.
Yeah, 3LP continuing to look strong. Couple nice series of fights in a row, finding kill point after kill point. Now, Aurora, you mentioned off that Storm res all the way to the right in a bit of trouble, pinched between MBC and Bao, looking really sketchy. They got 1 member out to the north, but they're going to lose 2 to the south down here. MBC, a really nice opportunity at making sure they stay between them and Bao.
Yep, and it looks like Bao just going for the aggressive send-in. Chichi's known to be pretty aggressive in the situation. He gets dunked at the last second. He won't do get out, and unfortunately he's more last place. That's a really big bummer, considering them to be first as well. Charlie's going for the send-in to Chichi. Nonetheless, he's managed to jump up to the north side, I think, with the squid play. A nice little bit of momentum gained there. His day 3 mob resets. He's hit by the root. That's maybe a one-man stunt at the last second. Charlie Lee just get a nice little dash reset, get with the kill down to the south side. And they're trying to capitalize on this continuously in a major way. Can they do it is the question. A second root has been hit, but they can't get any more kills. There goes Charlie with the second aggressive sending onto Orlando's. He's trying to get the second kill. Can he get it? Does get it. Really, really nice couple of kills there picked up by MBC. Wow.
MBC Gaming, really nice fight against Bao. A couple clutch roots for Hudis, going to lock in some kills guaranteed for the side of our Magenta squad here. MBC looking quite strong. And this is Supervive Samiri with Aurora going out at 10th. You literally never know what's going to happen in these tournaments, bro. It's like, it's so wild to me how close they are. And the fact that the first place team on the scoreboard just goes out at 10th here in the start of the second half really goes to show how anything can happen. Nice pickup for a third here against Bao right after the res for the side of MBU.
Yeah, such a free, but like a value proposition there to just kind of edge hug, even though, because they've just res, right? They're going to have no armors. Their health is going to be low as well. They're going to have rest sickness. Like, everything is against them in that situation. You may as well just stand there, pick up a couple of 3 more kills. But 3LP, they're trying to continue the snowball in this instance against Gun. The Napalm has already been dropped. They look for the TP over the mountain for that kind of potential free escape. Hopefully they can do it in this instance, but they have baited the bear. It looks like Aiden tried to go for the dunk with the squid. Couldn't find the kill, though, in this instance. Skyshock has been done a little bit of a knockage. Face Strikes uses it and goes all the way down to the south side, hopefully for a clean escape, and go down towards Entrine and kind of go for the full reset. It looks like a Wisp Vacuum is also on 30% HP. It looks like they're trying to go have a major fight. 2 teams in this instance. It looks like the Chili Banana has already been dropped. Can they get the kill stone in this instance or do major damage? They're trying to do it. Charlie gets the reset onto Kausk and tries to jump ship. Rebels also done potential major damage. Gets the dunk plus hook back, trying to get the kill if possible. Looks like Cooper's now on his last legs and he gets a kill, but also finds himself dead. A crazy, crazy fight there. And Meep and Smold are the last 2 members for MST. Wow.
MBC is gaming, bro. Another really strong fight. They're gonna nice connection onto Kalskanator. Finished off with the surge there from Charlie Lee. Gonna find 2 more in a new fight against MTV as we pan over to the other side of the map. 3LP never letting off the gas. Constant aggression. I think the 4th time we've seen them trying to engage onto Gun. Gun actually doing an exceptional job, kind of like playing backward from behind But 3LP not letting off the aggression at all, Samiri.
Yeah, they just want to keep this one up, and Trezzy's actually lost his armors, maybe even dies in this situation. Fuzi tries to get the kill with that kind of a dash up to the top right-hand side through the abyss, doesn't manage to find it. Orlando's actually kills Gecko at the same time. Rebel killing Bibulux. It looks like Shroom is getting major heals off onto Akalinks. He's being basically becoming a DIY tank, but you see Rat as well, taking 2 kills in quick succession. So much action happening on the battlefield. Crazy work, and he picks up another one. Wow.
Wow, and that's against MBC, who we've seen a couple really strong fights from them in the last couple of sequences as 3LP continue the hunt onto Gun here, really wanting to try to fully wipe this squad after this aggression. So we're going to pan over to this other fight. It's going to be just Charlie left for MBC. Crazy res with MTV to the south, MST to the north. Ooh. Clutch play from the MBC Jewel, going to keep things in it. Nice damage. They're going to take out Doubtzer for MTV. They're getting collapsed on by this third party from MST to the north. Can MBC survive this onslaught and extract themselves from this tricky situation? As they run down Breeves, potentially last member less for MTV, is going to grab the crown here, but is going to get surged by Charlie Lee. MTV eliminated.
Dude, that res was so clutch at the last second as well. With the, not just, I mean, just before the crown pickup, that was crazy work. They managed to stabilize again, chilling on the south side. They're relatively isolated, but we see a monstrous hook coming from Kelsey. Had been knocked away at the last second. Can't extract the vibe from it, unfortunately. Dashes down to the south side. We do see Gun basically having no armors wrapped, looking pretty healthy here. Mekimek looking super duper tanky here. He's got the vacuum as well to try and pull Calcia back, try and look for the hook with the value. Pops the squid, but unfortunately doesn't connect for some reason. Aiden's there now for the third party, along with Shroom just behind him. Cookies is trying to last as long as possible. Drops the pad down, jumps up to the north side. Aiden is mirroring every movement, but he still managed to make it away relatively scot-free. No armors though in this situation, but Calcia hits the hook at the last second. He's trying to find the mantle for the dunk, and he actually gets up to Mekimek. Wow.
Disgusting. Crazy grab slam max distance there. Coming through for Gun. Flashy Frost in trouble here as 3LP continue the onslaught, but they were able to get their Kingpin out. So really big plays, keeping Gun in it for now. Meanwhile, more fighting to the right. MBC always in the action over here. Now in a fight against Green and Rebel. Insane. Grabby slam. Perfect timing. So clean. Velati down.
Yeah, it feels like he's just done that like 5,000 times over just to get that specific movement practice, that specific momentum tech. You know, you've probably got like maybe a couple of frames to hit that, and he always hits it perfectly. There goes Dracos with the beautiful wings into the chilling finale, extracting maximum value against GG. They are now in dire straits, no armor. They're still relatively even on levels, actually, all things considered. But man, they are in trouble now.
Dude, that was actually a beautiful finale by Dracos. Like, kind of had it hidden behind the wall, floated it in, so the very last tick of the timing going to connect on the two, set up a double kill for the side of them there. Meanwhile, fight to the north, it's Stormbreakers versus MST. Shin has the flank, double root into the Fusillade. Not able to connect the Fusillade. Damage, though, having to take the dagger back. MST going to live another day.
Yeah, it was a really cool, like a Viper-esque movement there with that kind of quick in and out. Lizardo's still finding a 1 HP. Crown pick up are absolutely low. Maybe they can get the clean out. We do see MST picking up 1 kill. 3LP also doing the same thing here. Wrapped trying to survive as long as possible. Meki getting last second healing. Cookies jumping up to the top left-hand side. Theo is a little bit late to the party. Can't really do too much here. Rat have to kind of really stick together in this instance. Mekimek tries to go for the hook. I think there's been just enough time bought now by Blink as well to force away MST in this instance. They're looking for kills still continuously. They're trying to find Rhapsody. We know that Rhapsody... Oh! No, they just get the spike back as a full man. Crazy!
GG finds the ground. Beautiful plays from Rhapsody, getting the crown proc, bringing all of GG back in it. They got to fend off this Rat, re-engage the Rhapsody up over the top of the wall here. Greed trying to play back up, but this Rat onslaught not letting up. Looks like Rhapsody lives for a moment longer, is finally going to get caught on the ground spike there, and able to make it with only 1 kill. Stormbreaker still in a battle up here against Bao. Sprocane taking some chip damage. The golden beam from Detbarak, though, turning things around for the side of Stormbreakers. Rest of Bao shows up. Shin ships it forward, finds the spike with the Fusillade to follow up here. All of a sudden, Bao down number Spro looking for the grabby slam himself. Not quite going to be able to connect. Sichi now trying to punish the Kingpin, overextend. Golden beam on the other side. It's Ash just cooking Detbarak. Can Shichi finish off this Kingpin? Same time they're trying to kill on the other side. Sprocane able to get away, and each side finds 1.
Dude, that was a crazy sequence there. Shichi was just sending infinite LMBs to Sprocane, but now he's trying to return the favor at least to a teammate of Bao in this instance. It looks like Ash got away at the last second, and Mekimek's trying to look for the free kill along with the rest of the members of Rat. Sprocane is now getting absolutely peppered again by more LMBs. I'm not sure if it's more bullet than Kingpin in this instance. It looks like Ash did find himself dead at the last second, and we do see a crazy fight potentially over in Morius. It's only at 41% HP. The Dreadstar's been dropped. They can't find a stun connection. Meat just get the nice little raw combo, but it looks like 3LP is still holding ground on this island. Shichi MST picked up the
Oh
crown. 1 minute
my.
10 can hopefully escape here. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
and he's just so low already. Takes just a couple autos, is going to go down. Orlando's able to trade a kill for Bao on the way out, though. Got to be careful with MST lurking over on the flank here. We got a 4-way fight. 3LP caught in the middle. They're going to kite south. Nuke hitting randomly on the grind rail on their way out. MBC working their way up from the south. Want to catch 3LP on the rotate here. They're going to find Orlando's last member of Bao still trying to live on the Krista through the storm cloud here. Maybe has a little bit of space with 3LP in the way.
Looks like he's done a good bit of a weather forecast measurement there to kind of utilize the cloud for a bit of a concealment in the last second. Maybe even look to try and stick the resist the opportune moment because MST have gone for the
Crazy.
rotation around.
Wow,
really nicely
Bao.
timed. They're back as a full 4-man, very, very
Insane.
likely. But now MST have jumped across again at the last second. Bao have to continue to
Stormbreaker's
stabilize
gone.
here. Oh my goodness, spear outed. Crazy work, dude. What is going on this game?
And they were looking really strong. They had a couple of really nice fights where you saw Stormbreakers. They are going to go down. It looks like in 6th here, down to 5 squads left as the carnage continues. Bao after that res, trying to make their way in. 3LP holding this fire in this storm so kind of well, just taking a bunch of chip damage, but now getting pressured. Big napalm hits from MST, pushing them off of that land. Meanwhile, to the south, MBC trying to get their 4th member up. Rat engaging from the south for like a 5th party. Bao still trying to live. We see Kingpin kiting out to the north. Orlando's hiding in bush here on our little arena island. But some crazy close battles out here, Samir.
You see Rebel cosplaying as a Dyson machine there, trying to suck up anyone if possible. Shichi just managed to make his way over to the rails for that sneaky escape through the wind rings again. He's going for that Olympic course medal here, trying to skirt across all the terrain, but can't survive, unfortunately. And we do see a bit of a skirt up on the top left-hand side in the clouds again. Shroom, 25 seconds left for that crown pickup. It looks like a bit of delay there by Tredsy, trying to help Shroom in this instance. Uses the wind tunnel again, met by Dracos and MST, both pops the ulti. But they get the rest stick nonetheless, back as a 3-man, maybe a 2-man, maybe even a 1-man. It's just Aiden last alive again, dashes down to the south side. Hopefully it doesn't get spiked. Unfortunately, it does get killed though by Charlie Lee. It feels like NBC have picked up so many kills this game. It's a crazy one.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it off the back of Charlie. We saw Hoodis, a couple of clutch roots at the beginning to start him off, but Charlie making some monster plays on the Jewel here, continuing to stack the kills for the side of NBC. Can't forget Rebel setting things up on the Kingpin, finds the grab through the rock into the slam. Mecky Mac able to avoid it for now. Looking for the reverse slam. Mecky Mac turns it around. Primal slams back, able to connect onto Rebel. Now the Bungie not able to bring them back, but they're going to get collapsed on by MST from the flank here. So really tough spot for NBC with this 4th party. And it is Bao. Orlando's caught out from Bush, found out. Bao eliminated in 4th.
We do see a crown on the top as well. 1 minute 25 just picked up by Hoodis, trying to go for that potential like spike play out of nowhere. Dreadstone's also been dropped by Kausk. Can't really extract the value, unfortunately. We do see Drake as well on the south side, so NBC are kind of going for that mega split play. Maybe they can reunite at some point, but of course that shift level 4 from the Celeste is providing infinite value. They do get the back up for the last second. A nice little sneaky escape, so the crown is more likely to be popped now, having the reinforcements, Hoodis as well as Dracos as well. Let's see if these two guys are going to continue the dance or if they're going to go for the crown. They're making sure that that can't be popped. They do get the hook connection. This could be potentially spelling danger, but Mecky Mac does dash back at the last second, making sure he can reunite with the team.
Yeah, nice play from Dracos there to keep the separation. And I think, you know, I'm kind of rooting for NBC here. They had such an early pop-off. If they can find this crown, they may be able to win. MST, beautiful dunk coming in from Kausk there over the top with the air slam. Now trying to put the pressure onto Rat, pushing multiple members into this NBC crown. Can they find a kill on the cookies here for the proc? Hoodis going for it, finds the root. All of MST is here though, pumping their damage as well. They get it insane. Snipe from Hoodis gets the last hit, turns things around. NBC back in it. Rat and MST all of a sudden in tatters, trying to play around Wisp, trying to get things through, but there is so much pressure coming out from the reinforced squad of NBC here. Dracos pops the finale. 2 members left of Rat, 2 members left of MST.
I mean, talking about threading the needle here, Rat still trying to hold their own there, even on this E-plant. They've done major damage, in fact, to NBC, but they're still holding the ground just about. MST are back as a full 4-man as well. With that issue, it seems like now they're going for the Dreadstop play again. They've got at least 1 stun in this instance. NBC are trying to heal it rapidly, using the res as a bit of a cover at the last second. The root just get the connection. That's going to be a guaranteed stun. The ult's been popped by Cal, still hooked back. Instinct him just afterwards. Charlie just managed to dash back into zone just temporarily. Misses the Arcane Rogan at the last second. Smolder sending in with the nuclear salvo. Potentially get major value here. It looks like MST have lost the variety of members. They've got 2 members left in this instance. The Rebel trying to get the hook. He's picked up the crown as well. 1 minute 25. Unfortunately, misses the squid. The momentum has sent him into the zone as well. It's looking a bit troublesome now for MST to hold on here. Hopefully they can do it.
Yeah, and Revel now stuck in Storm doesn't want to give MST this kill, just trying to avoid damage, likely going to just die. They're going to get the kill credit anyway, so MST able to take out Revel back to 3. So now we have 3v2v1. Rat still hanging in here off the back of Theo, doing everything they can to live. Chilling Finale blown by Dracos with this crown, has Bungie locked in, push into Storm. Dracos going to go down. It's MST that proc the crown there, all back at full force. One more crown in play for Hudis. Can he work the miracle, or will MST find this game a sliver of health? They are going to do it. Kuma with the killing blow. MST take game 5.
Dude, that was 27 kills as well for MST. That was a monster game, dude. They played that super duper clean. It was like a lot of messy fights, though, don't get me wrong. So many crowns have been picked up and dropped, and got the team res. That was insane, dude. But we're gonna have to look at these replays to just see, you know, how MST got to that situation at the end.
Completely wild final sequence there. Not only MST, but MBC stacking the kills as well. We see the start of it here.
Oh, yeah.
First root from Hudis, and then a second one to follow, starting there. And like all this early fighting was MBC on the right side of the map here in the early game, finding some nice opportunities. So despite going second, MBC going to have a nice kind of climb up the scoreboard off of that game with the kills they have in pocket as well. But yeah, MST 27 with first. Going to be a really nice look for them on the scoreboard.
Wow, like, yeah, and just looking at these replays, you know, Thrill P managed to survive an extended period of time this time. I felt their early mid game was looking way better than the previous game, so that was a lot better in this instance, but, you know, still found out it felt like they crumbled, you know, quite slowly, and it was quite painful to watch, unfortunately, but, you know, that's just the name of the game, of course, these kind of battle royals. You know, you just get in a bit of an unlucky situation at once, and then, you know, everything just starts to fall apart, unfortunately, just afterwards. They couldn't sustain. They were just dancing between so many different teams here. It's around here where they started to fall apart, it felt like, actually, to be honest. And, you know, we do see as well various other teams as well trying to hold on as long as possible. Gun as well in this instance. We do see Flash Frost hitting that nice little spike grenade, but already found it converted to a wisp. 75. Oh, yeah, this chilling for not, bro. This one was...
Dude, yeah, that flowed in from Dracos right there. It was actually so good. It was like stealth behind those walls, too. I don't think they had vision because he was coming in behind the arena walls. I mean, honestly, yeah, just so many high plays this game. GG doing some work here, but you mentioned 3LP. They were kind of on a roll in the early game. Like, they were running down Gun over and over and over again. They found quite a few kills themselves, but it's right here where stuff starts to break down for 3LP. Just kind of too many teams in the mix. They kind of lose their position with Aiden, last member left, is going to go down relatively early there.
Yeah, man. Oh, I can't wait to watch the next couple of games because this is just turning out to be the most crazy series. And this is where, like, MBC started to have some issues as well in this last final fight. And then this is where all the crowns get picked up as well. Orlando's, I think, was chilling in the bush for an extended period of time, found out dead just afterwards. And yeah, who just pulls off, he threads the needle here in this sequence. Crazy work. I'm not really sure how he got the spike here. It's like I need to watch this one frame by frame to see like how it happened. But crazy work nonetheless. Okay. Oh, man.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. Absolute madness out here. And this like kind of final sequence was so spicy. The amount of kills traded back and forth here and the amount of times it kind of flipped of who was ahead. Revel and MBC like had some really nice looks here. And, you know, we saw Revel shortly after this trying to deny Crown. He was actually so close to getting that grabby slam through for the Crown proc himself before he got sent out into Storm here. And this push coming in from MST here, I think is kind of what set them up for the win, because it did look like MBC was ahead at this point. And here we see Revel not hit for a little while, but still not able to deny the Crown proc there. As soon as that happens for MBC kind of like fighting uphill, doing, you know, not a bad job, but that shift from Dracos into Storm, not able to proc the Crown. Hudis has one final try here, but got to give it to MST for a clean closeout after a hyper chaotic game 5.
Yeah, and it's actually, you know, as we mentioned before, right after the game ended, it's a meaty, you know, kill point score as well, along with the placements. That's going to, you know, really shoot them up in the leaderboard. I really can't wait to see like where they're actually ending up so far. They're going to have that extra boon of confidence, which is, you know, hopefully going to, you know, cement them even more wins for the last 3 games. But man,
absolutely. So we'll have to see what our storm shifts are for the last 3 games. So we're going to send it over to the wheel of storm shift fortune to find out what game 6 is going to be. All right, Samiri, what are you rooting for?
I think a Final Destination might be cool. Or no, cross country. Let's do cross country if we can.
Let's do cross country. Oh. Portals is cool.
I mean, you can't hear me, but I'm actually blowing on the microphone. You know, just trying to make sure the wind it just makes it spin a bit further. But unfortunately, it didn't. We are left with unstable portals. So let's go.
We do get a Portals game. Definitely one of our like lower key storm shifts can come in really clutch though for those escapes, for those cross map movements. We actually saw a couple banger Portal games in qualifiers yesterday. So going to be our first RNG shift of the day. We're gonna have 2 more spins to close things out for 7 and 8 here. But that, I mean, what did you think about that last game being Final Destination, Samir? I honestly didn't even really notice that it was Final Destination. Everyone was kind of just murdering each other.
Yeah, you're not
like
wrong.
Mach speed.
It was just bloodthirsty, dude. It felt like my screen was just covered in red the whole time, bro. I was cleaning it off, and then another team died and just splattered blood all over the screen again. Like we just couldn't get a breather. It felt like.
I love it. I love it. So as we load into game 6 here, I believe just waiting on our players, and we will be right into things. Samiri, as our kind of last hurrah here, I just want to know, like, what is your favorite part of like watching Supervive? Like, because you and me, we've probably watched more Supervive than maybe most people out there, having casted a lot of it, having like kind of worked on, you know, our game on this side of things.
Sure.
What's kind of the main thing that you love about it? Like, what's kind of the main thing that makes it so fun to watch?
It's just those like isolated fights where it feels like, okay, things are, you know, in quote marks, relatively fair, or it's like a 1v1 fight. There's like 2 teams alive. It's last circle, and someone might be like behind on resources, but you know that never always tells the full story. You know, there's always a bunch of resources they might have behind the scenes. If they can get covered, they might be able to heal. You know, there's all these kinds of branching tree of options of, you know, how a team can potentially win even when they're down or they look like they're down. And you know, we never have the complete picture, and it's like kind of part of the fun is like revealing like you know, the picture like piece by piece to find out, you know, what's really going on. And we only really find out by the end, you know, like how things turn out. And of course things like the spike mechanic, you know, no matter how much controversy surrounds it, you know, across the span of the game, like it's always that kind of a cool thing where you can just instantly just turn around a fight, and somehow, you know, a team that's behind can be ahead, you know. And this kind of the what's it called, the mantra of maintaining your feathering correctly and all these kind of things. It's also like a really fun mechanic, you know, to play around with.
100%. Dude, Abyss and gliding and spiking is like, I mean, that's only in Supervive. Like, I have not seen that mechanic in any other game, and it really does add something special to the mix.
Yeah.
And like, dude, I think I'm like right there with you, where like getting to watch how the chaos plays out. Like, you're talking about like the moment to moment story, like, in the fact that you actually don't know moment to moment what's going to happen because of the quantity of branching options like in the chaos.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, I'm going to be, you know, just so sad when there is no more competitive Supervive to watch, because it is just my favorite thing in the world. And we're going to get a couple more games here, though, for Europe as we load into match 6. 2 more after this, Samiri. We got gold armors in Imhotech. We got unstable portals. Let's get it.
Oh, and I think it might be 3 teams potentially dropping on Imhotech. That's like a big armor contest that we typically don't see that often. You also see MST and AUR going at it. Hachi might be potentially caught out here. Got the level 2s actually on the Celeste as well, which is a nice little change up here at the last second, but it looks like he's getting gibbed. The LMBs keep continuously coming out, but he's managed to skirt around, find dead at the last second. One nice little free kill picked up for MST.
Yeah, MST will take the early pickup. No worries. They're going to continue their farm. Everyone otherwise kind of spread getting the front. We do have contest up at Goldfang. Gecko low in the 1v1 against Calcio, but his day is going to get ruined. His fight's going to get ruined by MTV on the back. They're going to find the slam. Now looking to hunt down Gecko as well. Maybe want to be a little careful with this overchase. None of them having the gold armors yet that are in play up there.
Yeah, and the teams have not really kind of spread out in this instance. GG did manage to get the key for the kind of free picks. Broken was maybe looking for an angle for a hook there against GG, but decided against it at the last second. Maybe there's a mob camp on the left that they can continue to farm. Thrill P have also lost 2 members in this exchange. Let's not forget, looking for the Skyshock rotate completely out of town here. They want to kind of reset again, make sure they can kind of stabilize this early game. Hoodis is trying to get the root, but it's just a little bit too far away, unfortunately. So it looks like they are going to be back as a full 4-man.
Yeah, wanted to snag that route on the way out, not quite able to connect, though. We do see 4 teams posturing around gold still. It does look like GG got the better of it, coming away with at least 3 gold armors, potentially a 4th here. Fate Strikes has 1 as they ride up on train. So GG do have armors, but their levels are not quite there. Everyone on level 4, but they did secure R4 golds, likely going to make their way up to Shards of Fate here. Look for that farm.
Yep, and we do see GG. They did manage to make it out with all armors as well. Super duper healthy. They're looking for any like last mobs. I think they may be able to farm Shards of Fate in this instance for free. But you see nothing else happening apart from that. It's a very, very, very calm early game apart from that immo drop. I expect to see a bit of action happening maybe towards like Iron Acres potentially very, very soon. I mean, we're halfway through day one as well. So wondering how everyone else's econ is doing. I think because they've been uncontested and they're farming like maybe 2 biomes each, you know, the teams on the kind of on the south side, they're going to be like super duper stabilized and rich.
Yeah, and like right as you say the economy, we're taking a look at Calcio level 2 on the Kingpin trying to get his first camp there, but he is going to be able to get it, start catching up for them. MST, nice moves north, going to take out one from 3LP. Tredsy is down, and another team looking at Aiden down here. So 3LP continuing to just trying to kind of split, find a res, and recover their tempo a little bit.
Yep, and we do see NBC having picked up 2 kills so far, along with the Bucks as well. They're going to have the extra bit of XP boon, and they might be able to get the Vault as well for some extra goodies. We do see Squid in there, which Rebel definitely wants to pick up in this instance, so that's going to be an extra bit of econ, kind of inadvertently, of course, because they don't have to buy the relic anymore, and they have the extra advantage of, because it's not day 2 yet, they can, you know, have the extra bit of mobility, you know, or relic usage, which is extra good. Baruf potentially getting caught out here by MST, though, and hopefully he can get out of the last second, jumps up to the north side. I think he's managed to find a way out and bow there for the reinforcements. Big spike grenade by Shichi, but does get hit by the Reek just afterwards. He's taking a lot of damage. It looks like Kuba's the first victim in this fight. Shichi's getting a major damage onto Meep. Pops the Arcane Rogan. Ooh, nearly hits the spike, but just out of range by a split second. Ash is also on the Jin. That unconventional pickers are coming out now. Meep is dashing all the way down to the top right, through the top right side, but dies to the abyss at the last second. Really unfortunate stuff.
I didn't know. I didn't quite see if he was going to like burn up from the heat anyways, but is going to go down there. So Balfine 3 on the MST. Really nice fight. They were, looks like, able to get a res just right there in Fragile. So one's going to be down after the fact, but they are back to 3. Going to be A-OK for now. Meanwhile, we pan to Vanegrove. Fate Strikes holding on to that gold armor still, is going to get vision on the full force of MTV. Shift back to the left. He does see Stormbreakers now on his left as well. Calcio looking for the slam engage wide on the hook. Stormbreaker's going to ride the way out, but he finds the back of the Sky Shark.
And he does manage to jump on at the last second. Maybe Spraycake can also be there for reinforcements. Gecko's still found dead. Hopefully Calcio can get out of a jump ship in this one completely, because there are so many teams around him. If he gets to the right, he's in trouble. He's managed to make his way over to the left for that free escape. And they get the hook just afterwards. Are they able to get the dunk? They get the kill.
Oh my
and then
goodness.
the hook just afterwards again.
Wait! Oh, almost
Endlessly
gets
happening.
the double, but they mantle. Oh, tragedy for Spro there. Almost answers back with 2, but they both hit the ledge of the ground right at the end. They're able to live. Crazy sequence right there in the end. I'm honestly not sure who kind of comes out on top. Everyone going separate ways a little bit to find their res, find their farm. We do see MTV kind of moving up to the left around the flank of Gun. Meanwhile, over in Stacks, does look like it's MST that has claimed this, but oh no, Calculator looked like maybe accidentally dashes into anywhere but here. Maybe that was on purpose, but it didn't look like
I
it.
don't think so. The way he just sort of spawned afterwards, it's like, oh no. Wonder where he hopefully got out of time scot-free. Nice little predictive hook by Rebel. It still misses it. It looks like there was a bit of a prediction there that was correctly done by Kuba for the nice little narrow escape. Low on mana though, needs to kind of completely jump ship. No armors as well in this instance. Smold also relatively low on armor. Still a full HP though. We're looking at the souls dropping down on Hallows, and just above that in 20 seconds roughly. It looks like NBC have picked up a free kill onto MST. Now looking to continue that aggression, jumping down onto Kuba just afterwards. Charlie Lee is looking for the send-in. It just depends on if he can feather this one out correctly. He's already in a burner state though. It's looking a bit troublesome, but Hoodis has already found the distance to close there and finds a nice little kill.
It's been really fun watching Hoodis scale over the last little bit. I feel like he's gotten a lot better and really like starting to show up big at this highest level of play. So this player who's been really impressing me, Charlie on the Jewel, is a little bit newer to me, or I don't recognize that name. Is that someone who's been around for a little bit?
Sorry, what was the name? Sorry.
Charlie on the Jewel.
Charlie Lee. Yeah, he's been around for a decent while.
Okay.
I remember playing with him. Like one of my last ranked games that I've played myself personally was actually with him to get to GM. It was a while ago, but that's how I met him. I ended up chatting with him for a bit afterwards. We do see a crazy tug of war here. It looks like Rat get the steal at the last second. The chains were apparently stronger than Kingpin's arm. He needs to do a bit more workout, it seems, then, to get that pull in. We do see a major fight on the north side as well. MTV have already lost one member in this instance. GG are going for the full send in this instance. Spike grenade prediction by Lizardo finally doesn't really get the connection. Lurox is trying to find the sneaky escape if possible. 80 strafing like an absolute god. Trying to go for the confirmed kill onto Dancer as well. And does it at the last second, but Lurox does die just afterwards.
So MTV going to lose that one. GG find a couple nice pickups. Meanwhile, 3LP down one member as we pan in it with Bao, it looks like Bao looking for the engage. Mega Avalanche blown from Rat, trying to fend this off. Cookies now going to be isolated against all 4 members, taken out there. Continuing the assault, though. Nice grabby over from Roof. I think it looked like barely wide on the slam. Going to get slammed back, trying to make his way out as Rat returned the pressure in the 3v4. Some nice damn. Another grab comes through from Meki. Into the bungee stone, into the body. Clutch plays coming in from the enemy Kingpin here. But now Shichi has the damage, looking to follow up. Put Mech into Abyss, is going to be able to do so.
Yep, and then Orlando's is applying continuous pressure down onto Theo. The fight just seems to never be stopping, but Shin is sitting there in the bush, maybe providing an ample distraction for Theo to get the full escape, though. Dashing all the way down to the south side. Blink is still alive, though, in this instance, so it's not going to be too bad if he does die. Of course, losing the armor is going to suck here in this instance, but he's still kiting pretty well. I'm wondering if we can get completely out here. It looks like the Bond is also being lost as well, so that's going to be an extra kind of econ loss in this instance. And Theo finally just gives up the helm, but Blink is hopefully able to stick the rest somewhere, wherever he is, and get the team back as a full 4-man.
Yep, we will see. It does look like he was able to do that way over in Hollow. So Rat back to full force, right back into the action, though. Grab coming through from Meki again, going to connect the slam. Can they follow up on the damage? Able to get out with a sliver, it looks like. Nice reap. Follow from Cookies, dashes in. Going to be able to find that kill now. It's going to be MBC in tatters. Draco's trying to go for the res onto Charlie, going off though, finds 2. Surge is going to take out 1. Answer back with a bit of damage. Got to be careful here. MTV showing up for the third party. It's going to be Lurox with the face seal chain into Dracos. Breeve's going to go down to Bao as well.
We do see the souls actually concentrated as well on Hallows. 2 of them. It's going to be Odin and Songburner souls, so there's definitely going to be a lot of teams making their way over towards those 2. We're also seeing 3 teams kind of converging on the bottom left-hand side. It looks like Aurora dropped the bonfire at the last second. Orlando's trying to get the send-in, and they get the hook connection, but it doesn't really get the full value because of the wall, unfortunately. And then we do see a Skyshot play at the north side. One team is scurrying away at the last second. Draco's still on low HP. They're trying to find the kill if possible. The heal comes in from Hoodis at the last second. Just de-leashed at the last second as well, so can't really get the full proc. And then Bao are still continuing to apply pressure. The stasis has also been popped. This might now be a confirmed kill onto Dracos.
Yeah, and they got to be careful here because likely going to be running into other teams positioning around our hatchling here. It does look like Charlie going to get some space to the right, but like we expect, Rat lurking nearby, 3LP lurking nearby up on this little dot island. They are going to find Charlie engage over the E-plat, almost able to trade one for Bao as well, but Rat show up looking for the 4th party. Theo, beautiful ultimate, going to connect onto the enemy Krista there, so they are able to trade to get 2 members of LP down.
Yep, and then we just see Rebel get a nice little clean them to start things off, maybe try and look for the second kill into Biviluk's gun, or also not too far away as well. Looks like Biviluk gets the hook at the last second, perfectly timed air blast from Budis, allows him to survive a bit longer. Well, I say that, in fact, NBC do get outed here shortly afterwards. Flash of Frost finding a kill into Breeds as well, so going to look to hunt down MTV just afterwards, and we're seeing so many people dancing around that Ardent Songbird. Let's see who gets the steal.
Dude, I'm low-key so sad to see NBC go out so early here in 10th because they had such a pop-off game last game. They've been really fun to watch, but they are going to be making an early exit here in game 6. We'll see if they can bounce back for the final 2 as Bao looking to push forward into Rat. Engage canceled by this Mech grab. Cookies doing work in the backline on the Knicks. Finds 1 and gonna grab the Wisp, go unstoppable. 3LP shows up for their 3rd party though. Nice warp through the wall from Rat to find a little bit of position. Stormbreakers is here for the 4th. Fusillade from Shin trying to create that space. Sprocane going in for the slam. Nice sidestep coming in from Aiden as 3LP fend off the assault.
And a really big shout out there to SB. I like that they actually stopped fighting the soul there, or the Ardent Songbird pickup, because Blink had the ulti on it, so he would have got the steal if it reached the HP threshold, but they made sure it didn't get to that HP threshold by just not attacking it. You know, we've seen a lot of teams in the past just continuously attacking it, trying to look for the steal, but it's not going to work that way. They're always going to be able to yoink it, as we just see here again. Blink just get the confirm on the soul. So it's
that's
really
actually such a like a OP thing in Hudson's kit that's like so underutilized. Like it's actually to guarantee a kill like that. But yeah, you mentioned I love the heads up play from Stormbreakers to make sure that doesn't happen. Meanwhile, MTV to the south are going to find a res barely as Aurora collapses. Oh, and the fadeaway from Beebly, almost able to connect on the Sebi there.
Yep, we also see Gun as well on the north side having a mini dance against MST. It's halfway through day 4 as well, so it's going to be endgame very soon. We do see MST trying to get some R&Bs, or Kauska in this instance getting some R&Bs against Gun, force them way into the mini island, go all the way up to the north side. Bao also not too far away as well. Beirut is looking for the angle for the perfect hook, but can't really find it just at the moment. They've been forced away just temporarily, but I think these guys are going to have a continuous dance here for a prolonged period of time. It looks like Beirut does try his luck, can't find the hook unfortunately, and I think there's a soul dropping to the ground very, very shortly. It looks like Acklinks also finds a kill onto SB. They've lost Shin as well, which could could be potentially really dangerous, and it's going to be Dragon Breath rounds up for grabs.
Yeah, and it does look like MST have kind of center position on this as they burn down the shards. It does look like a couple teams lurking gun to the north, bow to the south, but they are busy with Aurora in this fight. We do see a full call off from MST there. It looks like they're going to kill the shards and then bail completely out to the south. So now that hatchling sitting kind of free, maybe playing it as bait, want to move up from this south piece of land, but Dragon Breath round still in play. Look at how many teams, Samiri, are taking a look here at this armor shred.
Dude, it's just whoever starts things off, man. It's like, you know, you're sending the first atom in for like a nuclear explosion. It's just going to set up everything,
Yeah,
dude. Like one person
real.
just tickles someone with one LMB and it's like, oh my god, you just killed my whole family. I need to get revenge, man. We're going John Wick style on you, man. You know, hopefully Gun can survive in this situation. Rhapsody's already gone through the wall, popped the rain of arrows. Hopefully they can get the last little couple of seconds to heal off and jump over to the left-hand side. Maybe they got a safe passage to get out here. Hopefully they can do it. There's also, Brutus being popped, nearly finding Calcia. There's also a fight on the north side as well between 3LP and in this instance MTV. Hopefully they can survive. It looks like Acklinks actually kills Lorax to start things off, and they get the massive vortex transcending, absolutely demolishing 2 more members in an instant. It's just Bibibluke's now last life for MTV. Oh my god.
Disgusting combo there from 3LP. Gonna find a really nice, almost full wipe. One does get away. What, dude, when you were just talking, I literally like had this thought of John Wick versus like Liam Neeson from Taken just freaking trying to murder each other.
Oh my god, that'd be cool to see, man. I'm surprised they've not done some sort of a film like that. Maybe that's already in the works or something.
You call it Supervive, Revengeance or something like that. Bibibluke's gonna get blasted off a Sky Shark by that fan there. Aurora looking for the killing blow, is gonna find it with the railgun. MTV eliminated second here.
And it looks like Shin has picked up the Dragon Breath rounds amidst the Chaos Spurcane, trying a bit of a dash hook there. Can't find the connection onto 3LP. They're looking pretty healthy again this game. It looks like they're going to be able to hopefully maintain tempo this time. They're still there as a complete 4-man unit. No one's kind of segregated out from the team. It looks like we're seeing a narrow skirt on the top right hand side from Sun as well. Sun in this instance, hoping they can get completely away. Oh, Gun, sorry. My apologies. I was like, wait, there's no Sun team. It's just because there's a bit of like, visual artifacts on my side. I couldn't see the first letter there, but we do see MST and GG as well having their own little mini fights. Cal's chilling in the bush. He's got the RMB ready there to kind of get the yaw onto someone if he wants to. Not only the RMB, the yaw just for the dash. Decides against it the last second. GG are also dashing over to the right side. On Songwood picked up by Gecko, still holding it at this moment. Shin maybe looking for some potential poke as they try and blow up the barrels for a potential clean engage. Let's see if that can happen though.
Yeah, trying to trading in neutral here. GGG, bit of advantage with the gold armors. Holding on to all 4 still and a bit of high ground. Shin doesn't care. In with the fusillade. Gonna get maybe stunned out of it. Still kiting. Likely has the dagger out the back. Is gonna take it right here. So hoarding out the rest of the members of Stormbreakers. Look to engage, but the crazy combo gonna catch 1. Almost gonna get 2. Deleted into wall. Beautiful Tetra play. Greed is gonna go down right after that. And now Shin shows back up from the south. Has those Dragon Breath rounds. Looking to finish off GG. And they're able to do it. Super clean fight from Stormbreakers.
And the only thing is like, Rat came down just rapidly afterwards, but they were just a little bit late there. But I don't know if they can go in for the full engage. They probably used all of their dashes. If they went a bit earlier, they might be able to capitalize a bit more. But SB have been able to fully recover. But you see Baruf also killing Flash of Frost at the same time. A bit of green on green balance here. There's a potential full send-in. Felix trying to get some potential major damage against 3LP. They're still holding their own. A bit of E-plot play as well coming in from Gun. But it looks like one member might be getting demolished here. A spike found at the last second. And then one member, Fuzu, already dead. It's just 2 now for Gun. Hopefully Face Strikes can get out. Already the TP and found Instagib. 3LP have picked up even more kills. And it's Calcia now last alive for Gun.
Yeah, really nice play from 3LP there, kind of fighting on multiple flanks. They're going to read the situation, push to the north. Meanwhile, it is going to be a single member left for Bao here, doing everything they can to live. No crown in play yet, so still looking for a potential res angle as they feather over Abyss. It is Baruf, fully heated, has a little bit of space, but for how long, Samiri? So many teams lurking nearby.
Oh, Calcia's trying to go for the dunk. Yeah, it's going to get super duper chaotic. I think maybe on the south side potentially if teams decide to rotate down. Of course, there's still that kind of lip where people can play on, which is still in the zone. We're seeing maybe Shin looking to extract some more value after you just get the healing. Spurkin already finds 1 kill. Fluffy finds another. It looks like MST on a bit of die straits, and then in this instance, Aurora trying to get for the 3 third party onto SB, absolutely capitalizing on 1 kill. The Dragon Breath round is still in the possession of Shin in this instance. Hopefully they got enough to kind of completely reset here, but there's so many teams, as you're mentioning, just around them, and they do get the stick at the last second. And wow, that's a crazy sequence again. Calcia's still alive. Can he make it out there? There's a question. MST routed as well. No way.
Calcio Gaming out here. He's been making some crazy plays on the Kingman. Last member left for gun. Can they do something completely insane? All the full force of Stormbreaker is going to collapse over the top. Somehow Calcio is still alive, but not for long. Sprokane does find the killing blow. Got to be careful of your Stormbreakers, though. This movement up from Aurora in the bog going to push them out over Abyss. Nice E-plat, but again, multiple teams on all sides here. Stormbreaker's in trouble.
Yep, you see the barbed wires being dropped as well. Hopefully, throw a peek and hold ground here on the ship. Looks like they're doing still pretty well in this instance. They are now cutting back, looking to cancel this res against Gecko, trying to circle down to the south side. Last alive, he's going to look at oh, nearly getting hit by that. Just managed to make it away at the last second. The dunk comes in. Unfortunately, misses. That allows Gecko to survive a bit longer in this instance. Tries to get the dunk, but can't find it. Unfortunately, it's a nice couple of R&Bs. Double E-plats have been dropped by both Baroof and Gecko. It looks like AUR trying to confirm the kill if possible onto SB. But he's managed to make his way through the wind tunnels, potentially all the way up to the top left-hand side. I assume there's going to be at least 2 teams there. Baroof is still feathering pretty well, looking for maybe the wide circle. I think he might be able to do it, though. Oh, actually going for the rest stick. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and 3LP reads it. They're going to push in. So going to call it off with the grabby, but Baroof going to have very limited options here as he makes her out. Nice ground connect from Acklinks, going to guarantee that. Bow eliminated at 5th.
Oh man, this is looking super duper crazy so far. But the hook finds the connection at the last second. Oh my god, it pops the ult at the last second as well. Super duper perfectly timed. One relic, last bite, trying to get the heals in. Gets the dunk for the reset. Manages to survive a bit longer. AUR have to look for the reset themselves. They're instantly sticking it. It looks like hopefully Fluffy can get this one in time, but there goes the clean third party in this instance by 3LP. They're trying to confirm the kill. They get the hook, but just randomly miss it at the last second. SB get outed shortly afterwards. Becky picking up the kill in this instance. This kind of isolated fight is continuing here. They're trying to get the wisp stick if possible and have to jump away now at the last second because Greninja is dead, but they do stick the E-plat instead for the res. Hopefully they can get this one. AUR had so much econ for all these continuous res sticks, man. Surely they're going to run out of econ soon.
Yeah, and such a kind of close battle here. 3LP playing out of their minds as they push Aurora off of their Mage Bog spot. Same time, Rat collapses from the north. Going to put Aurora in a really rough spot. Nuke out, buying a little bit of space from 3LP here as Rat continue to play Abyss. They do have nice perk advantage, a couple in pocket for all of them. Now, 3LP making the move to eliminate the Stormbreaker team. They are going to find the res last second. Multiple members sent out over Abyss. One pushed into Storm, looking to trade back here. Bungie connects. Wow. He's going to be able to get the kill. Oh no, the Illuna not quite second win, traded out. Fluffy Fish is going to go down last second there, continuing to trade so much chaos. And it's this third party from Rat Samiri showing up huge.
Yeah, and look, they even try to stick the res again for the second time, but they can't do it in this instance. Always another team, I think it was 3LP trying to get the value from it, but they had to jump up to the north side and they get the nice little reap. But the E-plat's also been dropped. They also does the same thing here. Shroom is dead shortly afterwards. And there's Treadsy dead now. Let's come 3LP, unfortunately, completely outed. They got a nice little third place nonetheless. We do see potential play here from Hachi with the crown, trying to last on the chilling finale. He's managed to mantle. Can he get the spike? Is the question though. Gets the back in the full form, and he's done it. Crazy! Wow!
Dude, insane plays for Aurora here. Was looking so good for Rat. They got the Mosamuni, they got the perks, they got the Dragon Breath rounds, but isn't going to be enough. Yeeted into Storm by the wall. We have Hachi popping off on the Celeste. Can they close things out here, Samiri? Blink half health. Sebi trying to finish it off. He's going to trade one. Blink shifts back to Armor Shredder on the Hudson going. Brrr. Can they finish it? He's going to get spiked over Abyss. Last chance here on the res. Beacon trades one. The Mosamuni now for Theo. Going Burr as well on the Krista. What the heck?
Dude, that was such a crazy sequence, but they still couldn't turn it around. Unfortunately, it's just Theo. Well, I'm sorry, they did turn it around, shall I say. It's just Theo couldn't do too much more in this instance. That is AUR taking game number 6. And how many kills did they end up with? It's what, 2, 9. That's what, 15 kills. It's not the biggest kill game, but still a crazy ending there. Hachi was the absolute MVP in that instance with that chilling finale playing with the crown, dude. Wow, and the mantle was so perfectly timed.
Insane, yeah, insane kind of closure there from Aurora, and Hachi showing up massive to make it happen there. And we get a quick look at our replays here, but dude, these end games, bro, the final circles are so close, and it's like you think it's gonna go one way and it just instantly shifts, and then that happens like 4 times. In the end, beautiful finish from Aurora there off of the massive Celeste play, are going to be able to close things out, claim victory in game 6 as we get back a relook at our replays here.
dude. I think I need a bit of a moment to recompose myself there. Either way, yeah, look, as you said with these replays, it's, oh man, it's such a crazy end game. But 3LP, they managed to survive a great deal longer. I didn't manage to get a look at their kills in that instance, but hopefully they managed to stabilize their kill points a bit there. We do see NBC having continuous fights with various teams, of course, having Charlie Lee, you know, doing some pop-off plays here and there again in this game. And there was so much fighting here in the water, man, in Mage Bog. It just endless fights of it felt like crazy stuff.
Yeah, honestly, so many good battles this game, and everyone just scrapping their brains out. And it's like, it's always so surprising to me when, you know, the prior game, you see a team like NBC like popping off, and then all of a sudden they're just out at 10th. And I think last game we saw one of our top squads out at 10th as well. Just goes to show like how close things are, how, you know, the chaos can be overwhelming even for the very best of us. And I thought 3LP this game also, Samiri, was kind of having a heyday. They were playing very well against the third parties that were coming their way and able to stack up a lot of kills despite not finding that first place placement.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see a couple of other teams, you know, still getting good placement, all things considered. SB also lost a member in that exchange that they're just having now that we see on screen. Couldn't really stabilize too much. We did see Gecko shortly alive afterwards. And then we did see the resident from Bar. They couldn't get the stick. 3LP were gatekeeping that one perfectly.
Yeah.
I think this is where we see Gecko. Oh no, he gets the dunk at the last second. That was crazy work, dude. Oh man. Oh.
Thought Gecko maybe had a chance there. We see him taken out on the kill feed to the north against the full force of Rat. That puts us down to our final three here. And Hachi with the Celeste plays in this kind of final sequence, really setting everything up for Aurora to come on top. It was looking so sketchy for them here, Samiri. Look at this position for Aurora. After 3LP claim their bog turf, like push them up into the arms of Rat, Aurora have a really nice recovery with this clutch res on this beacon to the south. And it was still looking messy for him right here, bro.
Real. Dude, and the thing is as well, I think they dropped about 3 or 4 res beacons. That's what, 18k, dude. They had so much econ. That's crazy work.
Just beacons everywhere. Yeah, look at all these mobile beacons just planted down. Look at these health bars on Aurora. They're actually so low. One member with 10%, the other with 20%. And somehow they're going to be able to recover from this situation. Rat was looking extremely strong here kind of before this sequence. So Rat commits, trying to finish off 3LP with these E-plats as they run down Treadsy. Last member, it's this play from Hachi, the last member left of Aurora. Rat thinking they have it in the bag. No health. Finale popped, able to mantle. They're not going to call it off. Finds the spike as the ice disappears. Completely insane from Hachi.
Dude, he's just so global warming with that play, dude. The ice that he created there is absolutely saving everyone. I think everyone's thankful for that play. We do see Blink as well, the Dragon Breath rounds, trying to do as much as possible. Couldn't do any more, man. Oh, dude, this is just like the perfect ending to a game like this, dude. So much fighting and that perfect Abyss play. One team left with the crown pickup. Oh my god, you know, congrats to AUR for that one. So good.
Yeah, absolute cinema. And Rat's going to be, you know, wanting that one back. They're very likely going to be coming out firing in our final 2 games here. But before that, we are going to throw it to a quick break as we tally up scores. So when we come back, we're going to get a look at the scoreboard. We're going to spin the wheel one more time for our Storm Shift in Game 7. We're going to be diving into our last 2 games of EU. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Catch you in a sec.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back. We are closing out our final kind of set here for the EU Turbo Cup. $2,500 on the line. Me and Samiri going to bring you our final two games. We're going to take a quick look at the scoreboard here after our first six, see how everything stands heading into our last two.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to see like who's like at least top 3 in this instance. But NBC, for example, have already gained a decent amount of points. Same with Drill P, but it's Rat at the top of the leaderboard, 177 points picked up, and then there's a 20-point difference afterwards for AUR. And then MST, there's like 50 points difference for 49, and Bauer just 1 point behind third place as well. Crazy work. SB are still holding on 5th place, 106 points. It's still a while for them to climb up, but there's still big chance for big action to happen between at least these top 5 teams. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, actually so close here. And this like 20-point gap at the top. So even not winning that game, Rat is able to, really climb ahead here. So all eyes on these top 4, because you mentioned just 1 point split between MST and Bao. So after taking a look at this, we are going to go to our Wheel of Storm Shift Fortune, find out what we are going to be running here in Game 7. I vote, Samiri, if we get unstable portals, we go for a reroll.
It's bullet train.
Don't have to worry about that. We're flying into bullet trains, getting the magical wish here, as we are going to get one of our favorite storm shifts in Game 7. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, man. This one's going to be a crazy one, of course. The standard bullet trains is going to, obviously push the zone towards the train tracks. So a lot of teams are going to have to, play for that. Maybe if it's a bit heavy, having the Celeste comp again is going to be beneficial. In this scenario, it was Hachi who was the victor playing that Celeste. So I wonder if that's going to happen again. They've got the winning formula. They can go for it again, of course. Bullet trains is going to be the kind of the modifier that all the teams have to play around, of course. With it, it's going to be the early res option as well if teams find themselves a bit wounded early game and mid game. Nice little free opportunity as well.
I love this graphic kind of summarizing our shifts and also who's won. Interesting. Aurora has taken 3 wins, Samiri. Rat's only taken 1, but Rat 20 points ahead of them on the scoreboard. So Rat certainly are farming those kills, but it's going to be a significant gap for anyone to catch up to these two for that first place spot. We do see 2 teams right around that 128 area, but 128 to 177. I mean, it's one of these situations where like Rat's going to have to drop one, and those 2 teams are going to have monster performances back to back here if they want to claw their way up. But we've seen it happen over and over and over again. So I don't expect, to not see it. Like, this is the chaos of Supervive at play.
Yeah, 100%. It was LC who did it not too long ago, right? I remember witnessing that crazy set of games, and that was really fun to watch. And that's probably likely to happen here again. We're not cast a curse against anyone just yet, but take our words how you wish. We've got the voodoo doll in the background. You just putting the pins in.
For real. Yeah, we hold too much power and not sure what to do with it sometimes. And I just want to give a huge shout out to everyone still hanging out watching despite you know, kind of the awful news we received this week, the sunsetting of the game. We got 88 people watching on Twitch. We got our YouTube crowd showing up as well. So just want to give a huge shout out to all the viewers, you know, continuing to just show up for this community, even beyond the game's, you know, kind of lifespan. And for me, you know, I think that's one of the things I was initially most sad about is, you know, losing this kind of sense of community. But the more I think about it, you know, I really hope a lot of us are going to be able to stay together, you know, find each other in the next games, because, you know, for me, like, that was just one of the most special things about Supervive is the community, is how awesome it is, how much everyone shows up to support, puts in all this free time, you know, to make these events happen. So, you know, regardless of the outcome here, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to be part of it.
Yep, I just mirror their sentiments completely, 100%, dude. You couldn't have said it more perfect. But we still have 2 more games nonetheless, and you're still there for NA,
Let's
right?
go.
For 4 more games, man. You still got, you know, a bit more fire to breathe out for you, you know, in a couple of
100%.
hours. So I can't wait to watch the NA ones if I'm still up. I'm hopefully going to be up because I am on holiday, so it might be a bit of a DJ
Let's go.
session for a couple of days.
We got to breathe it all in here. The final breaths of shoutcasting Supervive. And like, dude, I've just had so much fun casting this game. I've never casted another game. My shoutcasting career began last year when Supervive came out, and I just started casting scrims, and then here we are. So, you know, it's that too has been an absolute joy for me to, you know, get to, you know, just be part of this and do that with this game. And this community has just been, you know, it's hard for me to even put it into words. So we pause the sadness. Like Samiri mentioned, we got 2 more to go. We're gonna get some spicy action here, surely, for bullet trains in game 7.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of these ironic things, right? You can't put it into words for, you know, what's going on with this current situation, but we can do it perfectly when we're casting. So it's one of those things, right?
For real. Oh, dude, and it's been such a joy casting with you, my friend. We've gotten some awesome sessions in, especially over the past 6 months.
Yeah,
we're going to be
man.
closing out strong here as we load into the breach. Match 7, EU Turbo Cup. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get into it, man. Let's see where all these teams are going to drop. What's going to be the, you know, the high value POIs. In this instance, it's going to be Gridlock that's got the armors, and we are seeing the money soul as well dropping down. I'm not really sure what's going to land in this instance though, but so dropping on Underart in this instance. I think there's already one team dropping on Coldfang as well, looking for this kind of the chests for that early money farm. And then we're going to need to see, obviously, where the circle starts its initial kind of position as well afterwards to see like what happens there. It's AUR looking for that early drop as well. And we know that they're kind of in contention for, you know, having the prize pool money, of course. So they just need to kind of maintain the lead now.
Yeah, and for them, I actually really like this drop. It's like, let's land kind of safe Coldfang for the gold, or not golds, but for the gold itself. And, you know, just kind of play in from Storm, not like coin flip anything early. Speaking of coin flip, Rat and MBC finding each other at level 1. Looks like Rat are going to snipe away that last, and they are unafraid to fight here, despite being the scoreboard leaders, taking kind of that strategy of staying aggressive. Charlie, though, wanting to punish as they continue pushing up, trying to snipe these camps away. Looks like Rat is going to get the better of this one. NBC loops around. Yep, and as you mentioned, that fight's going to be ever continuing. Mekimit was looking for the potential hook there, actually triggering the bush at the last second. Maybe actually goes for the last second back. Hopefully can escape at the last second, has to jump ship all the way to reunite with his team using both his dashes. Cookies is waiting in the next bush as Mary avoided Rebel in this instance, but I think Charlie's now found him. He's had to dash through the mountain at the last second, but there are, you know, rapid reinforcements from Charlie Lee with the dash. Rats are a little bit scatterbrained here, but still all alive. Hopefully they all make it out, you know, unscathed, but yeah, this kind of a spread apart is a little bit worrisome. NBC is still actually relatively low on HP unless Theo gets the crazy barrel play, for example, onto Rebel. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Rahudis is there looking for the circle round, pops the root, doesn't find the connection, unfortunately. Does dash up to the north side, but I think Rat are probably going to be using at least one member here. Oof. Yeah, nice snag coming in from Rebel. They're going to find the kill onto Theo here. So MBC continuing to come out firing despite 10th place in last game, but second the game before. So MBC definitely kind of playing that high tempo. Oh, no, Rebel! Jesus, bro. Way too close there.
That weight loss regime from Rebel there on the Kingpin, but, you know, actually managed to, you know, make him not die to the train there at the last second. Really, really good stuff. Don't know why Kingpin did that one. He's typically consuming all the rest of the plays with these hooks and slams whenever possible, but Either way, we do see MTV as well and MST here in their little mini fight. Dowser trying to get some LMBs in, as well as Kuba. Looks like Breeds is also, trying to play on the Tetra, trying to get some value potential into small with the potential dunk. Doesn't manage to find it. It looks like Breeds is found dead in this instance. Meat also found to kill onto Dowser as well. 2 kills picked up. Baby Luke's trying to jump over to the top right side on the Jin. Unfortunately found dead from the Raw just afterwards. And I think there might be just 1 member left now. Lurox trying to jump all the way to the bottom right side for that clean escape.
Yeah, and Lurox was actually looking to finish 2 members off of MST who were low on the other side. So waiting till the last minute to kind of call it off in the anchor position. Knows he is on the brawl, though, has that movement. Very much going to be able to outrun this MST squad, but they're not letting up the hunt here, Samiri.
Yep, and let's see if they can actually take them out fully, because that's going to be a big boon for MST in this instance. It looks like we've seen the face steel chain find the connection. Double in this instance. All members are backed on each other. They're trying to confirm the kill. The train might potentially buy a bit of time. Lurox tries to jump over to the top right hand side. The Arco Rogan connects. Maybe it gets an R&B spike at the last second. 1 HP, tries to go for the dunk. It's not enough. And MTV are outed last place.
So MTV just committing kind of a little too hard to that fight are going to find themselves with just the brawl left and a nice rundown coming in. MST going to be able to finish that off, bring us an early elimination for our first squad out here in Game 7, down to 9.
Yep, we also see Gun as well. They picked up a decent amount of armors. It's only Fuzu who doesn't have the gold in this instance, which is really, really good. And we see SB as well. They actually lost 2 armors, so it looks like there was a bit of a yoink exchange there happening, a little bit of a stealthy maneuver, which allowed the SB to actually come out worse for wear overall in comparison to the other team. We do see NBC, Charlie Lee also finding a kill, and Trenzy as well, so it's a kind of a 1-for-1 exchange. But on the south side as well, we do see AWOL going for that late rotation into the zone. Hopefully they don't get caught out by 3LP.
Yeah, taking their time in Cold Fang. We saw them drop there right out of the drop path, so going to be making their way in. Can occasionally be a sketchy situation depending on what's happening inside a storm for you, but they'll likely going to be able to navigate that just fine. Remember, holding on to that second place spot, 20 points behind Rat here. Meanwhile, NBC, I think like one of these wildcard teams, I've mentioned them a few times, but have these like pop-off moments. I think this could be one of those squads, Samiri, that kind of ruins the day of one of these top squads that's looking to place high in these last 2.
Oh, we see some potential major fighting as well on the kill feed. Never mind, it looks like there's potentially a dire straits for one team in this instance. 3LP maybe have 1 member left. I think it's going to be Akalinks there trying to go all the way over to Heart if possible. That's going to be the free escape here. Cookie's also in a bit of trouble there. Bao managed to not actually get on the Sky Shock, so Cookies actually gets the free escape. Still a pretty battered and bruised here. Hopefully can pull off the miracle here, but Bao are there for the kind of a GTA level chase. James Bond chase, which one is it? Take your pick. There's no gadgets though for these Sky Sharks. Cookies tries to jump and pop the roar off at the last second. He's got one last little scream to pop out of his lungs.
Cookies!
1 HP. The Sky Shock explosion might have actually bought him a bit of time here. He's actually getting a bit of healing now from the pack at the last second. Can hopefully jump ship completely, but Ash is still hot on the heels. Pops a nice little spin at the last second. Okay, Rogan finds the connection. He's getting a couple of LMBs and jumping down to the south side. It just depends on if Bao want to go cold in the scent, but they are jumping through various different biomes. It's like they're touring the world at the last second. Let's see if Cookies can still find the escape. Oh, he gets spiked. Oh.
It's like they want this Nyx dead. Eventually, they are going to be able to run it down successfully, finding the spike there. But the rest of Rat up here duking it out against another member of Bao. Tables have turned on this side. Blink trying to find that last little tap with the LMB. Orlando's showing up as well, so more of a 2v2 situation. Does look like Blink is going to call it off. Him and Meky Mek looking for this res over toward Fragile.
We also see the boosters as well, and a soul on Bane Grove, so that's potential free pickings here for Bao. If they manage to get the back afterwards, Blink is going to maybe look for the free spike, but has to dash down to the south side. He tried to go for a quick rotation there, but the distance was a bit too great there to find a connection for those LMBs. And Rata hopefully do get the recoup actually on the top right side for the res. We do see 2 teams, potentially even 3, looking for those souls on Bane Grove and the boosters. So I expect there to be big fighting here very, very shortly.
Absolutely, and a couple teams hanging out in Vane Grove here playing the day 2 ghosts, night 2 ghosts. Stormbreakers picking up a little bit there. We did see Hatchling here going to be mecha boosters in play. Crazy exotic for the boot slot. Going to be looking like Stormbreakers have the advantage here. Another Hatchling just to their north though. So both 3LP and Stormbreakers looking like they're going to get free uncontested objectives. Just kidding. Bao showing up. MST showing up. Here we go, Samiri.
Oh, let's see if this one's going to turn into a full fight. Looks like SB actually lost a lot of HP in this kind of a minor exchange in. All he had to gets the dagger away there and a couple of heals in. Gecko's there with the reinforcements along with Sprokane, pops the slug wave. Can't really do too much in this instance. The LMBs continuously come in. The perfectly timed their ulti as well, I believe by a Calcinator trying to dash down to the south side, providing Smolder with a bit of reinforcements. Sprokane did make it out with the slither of HP, but the spin comes in perfectly timed for Meat to get the stun in onto Gecko. He has to pop the ulti, but still found dead. Gecko also died, sorry, Sprokane also died shortly afterwards, and then Shin is there trying to get the escape. Deathbreak's already probably halfway across the map, maybe you're looking for the heart res or something along those lines. We are seeing a nice little bit of feathering along these wind tunnels, followed by the Fuselaw pop by Shin, trying to survive as long as possible, but still found spiked by Kuba, and MST come out way on top, picking up a bunch of kills.
Yeah, we didn't see the Luna in that fight the whole time, so very likely just early Anchor going to be playing for that res. Meanwhile, 3LP finding GG on the vault, going to get one. Akalink's trying to finish off Rhapsody here. Rhapsody dash forward, finds the ground, able to take out the myth. 3LP taking 2 against GG.
And it looks like NBC just lost 2 members just near Cobras as well. It looks like Charlie is trying to dash up to the top side just temporarily, maybe waking his way around Cobras again. It is still daytime, around 35 seconds, so he's got a good chance of sticking the res unless anyone has an air blast to kind of negate those plans. We are seeing a little cooker, kind of a bond steal as well at the last second from Rat. They're looking pretty healthy on armors. Picked up how many kills so far? Only 2 actually, surprisingly, which is not that crazy, all things considered. 9 teams left as well. It is, bullet trains that we have to still keep in mind as to where the kind of zone is slowly making its way towards. We do see Bao as well on the kind of lower ground against Rat. It might be a potential fight here, Zik. Oof, let's see how they dance.
Yeah, we do see a couple squads with their eyes on Rat here, knowing they are at the top of the board, looking to bring them down a notch. Baroof lurking in the trees here, going to go for a grab. Meanwhile, we pen over to Stormbreakers, getting in some action with MST. Calcinator shifting forward. Shin looking to trade that damage in the neutral. Napalm out, buying a bit of space, forcing Stormbreakers back across this abyss gap. MST going to turn around, go back for this hatchling. Stormbreakers not letting up, though.
Oh, and they do pop the spike grenade, but can't extract the value. But then we do see 3OP coming down from the top side. SB completely jump ship instantly once they saw them, all the way down to the south side. Small just trying to cover ground if possible. It looks like they're having their own little mini isolated 1v1, but then Meep's there with reinforcements, pops the Reap and raw spin, doing major damage. Deathbreak is there for the heals at the last second. Meep is trying to continue the damage, but he actually gets rooted, jumps up to the north side through the wall. Slug with his pop by Sprokane, followed by the dunk. There goes the Beast pop at the last second. They're trying to find a catch. They find Small at the last second, and 3OP are there for potential free pickings, but maybe they're more interested in the soul. It TP's away to the right hand side. Hopefully they get it for free, and then maybe they look for SB afterwards.
Yeah, really nice fight from Stormbreakers there to kind of turn that around. It was looking a little sketchy, but they're able to trade to take MST, turn them into a position where they have to go for res. 3LP does show up for that third party. Meanwhile, MBC showing up to the north as well. Looks like Stormbreakers want to turn and fight MBC before 3LP has a chance to react, but they're going to catch Gecko fully stacked in the lightning strike, annihilating him with the surge. Now Fusillade pop. They are still trying to play for this Wisp. Somehow they're able to get Gecko back in the middle of this chaos. Insanely close fight. They're going to take Shin down. Now Rebel trying to help finish off our Aluna here. Deparak with the early save is going to lose. That's such a close fight, Samiri. They lose. It's just going to be 1 member left for Stormbreakers trying to finish off Dracos here. But MBC, we talked about them ruining someone's day, having an epic fight. They fully eliminate Stormbreakers. Holy.
Dude, what a crazy fight there at the last second. It just turned out perfectly for MBC, but I don't think they can kind of wait here in this situation. They actually get the rest stick for it to be back as a full 4-man, and then we do see them actually taking another kill. I thought it would be turning quite sour for them, but GG actually lost the member in that exchange. Zardo is found dead. They go for the second rest stick to bring back the 4th member again for the second time, but I think they're going to be losing this res beacon here. It's going to be going to GG, and they're going to be probably losing Rebel very shortly. But he does pop a nice little dunk at the last second, but the zone is just doing way too much damage. There we go.
Yeah, is going to go down there. NBC Gaming, though, a series of really nice fights. They are going to be able to get out with one hanging in it. 3LP gonna trade a kill, but like so much kind of action. Nice push onto the beacon there. Gonna stop the res for the side of 3LP, but Baroof over the top with the Kingpin Slam. Gonna find Shroom. All of a sudden, 3LP in trouble as well. All of Bao trying to follow up. Ash gonna get the Q2 Annihilation onto Tredsy there. 3LP scattered to the wind.
Oh, and they get a nice little root as well, followed by the hook combo. Go for the insta-give onto Rhapsody, and there's so many teams on the bottom right side. There's Blink up for grabs. They need to get pass through all the phases to get the steal. They've already hooked it backwards though, so they're going to have to make a bit more of a journey to try and contest that one in this instance. Basically fighting on the top left and bottom right in this instance. They're now on the last stage of the Soul, or to try and get Blink if possible. Let's see who's going to get the steal though. Of course, having the KP is the extra boon. Gun don't have that maybe. Oh, I mean, they got the TP player, but it's obviously quite risky to do it for fake strikes. Maybe he actually gets the steal, but we do see on the top left-hand side, MST maybe looking to apply a bit of pressure. Broof has already found a kill onto Charlie Lee to start off this fight on the top left-hand side.
Yeah, we could see Rat kind of nervous there. They are going to call off the hatchling to just back out, seeing that MST position. But like you say, meanwhile, Bao continuing the assault. They're going to find multiple members of NBC. I think they are down to 2, finding a Sky Shark looking to live. Chaos right south of them as well. It's 3LP versus GG. Health bar super low. Second win traded out by Shroom there. GG just trying to recover. But the fourth party coming in from Bow from the north. 3LP have to be super careful. Aiden trying to finish off this kill. He is going to find the slam, be able to take out Velati on the Nyx, but it's Bow with the fourth party movement there. Going to come out on top.
Yeah, and GG, we did see one person stick the train at the last second, so they probably rested up without issue potentially. Hopefully they can get out completely. Rhapsody is actually, never mind, last alive, so I think they rested and then got insta-gibbed afterwards by another team. We just saw that potentially off camera. We did see Blink trying to do potential major damage in this instance, pops the ulti. He's trying to get the kill, but it's, like you said, deletion as a group is able to get away scot-free. Then there's Ash for a bit of reinforcements at the last second to make sure that Rat are kind of preoccupied and that the rest of the team can kind of heal up and stabilize. They've done it successfully. Mechimek's now found on half HP, and it looks like Ash is just continuously lurking around. He's the real Sky Shark in this instance, just looking continuously to find the dunk. It's like I'm watching Jaws or something along those lines on this kind of mini island as Blink continuously send those LMBs around like a 360 turret. They go at the spin, they find Mechimek to start things off, and then there's a third party by NBC. Oof.
Wow, so the third party from NBC putting Rat down to just 1 member. Remember, this is our first place squad. It's only Cookies alive on the Nyx with half health out to the north, but all of a sudden, Bow in trouble as well. NBC, like we said, ruining days here, absolutely cooking as they find more kills off of that beautiful third party.
And we need to see where Cookies is very, very soon. Oh my god, that was way too close for comfort, man. I would have not made that call. That was like 100-to-1 play there that you don't die to the trade, and somehow he made it out there.
He stops the res, crazy style.
Oh my god.
Rat, go out here! No way! Rat out! Fourth squad out! Out at 7th, Shamiri.
That's a stinker, dude. I don't know how many kills they pick up. It was only like 4 kills as well, dude. No, this is looking a bit of a crazy turnout in this situation. Charlie is found dead shortly afterwards. It looks like the Veritas Fury from Tredsy has forced Dracos down to the bottom right side. NBC hopefully doesn't die to the trade. I can see it potentially happening. Has to feather Mantle. Does it pretty much perfectly with the chain finale. Buys an extra bit of time, but it's still not enough. He was trying to pull off the Hachi special there, but couldn't do it in time. A dash up to the north side for a nice little narrow escape here. Even with the ring rings, can it be enough in this situation? Looks like Hudis is also found dead, but NBC is still alive somewhere elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, NBC hanging in there after being the insiders of the chaos. And through all that chaos, we do see our first place squad on the leaderboard. Rat getting eliminated. Now, eyes on Aurora. Are they going to be able to close this 20-point gap to find themselves in first? Looks like Fuzu going to take out Baroof over Abyss there. Nice re-engage from 3LP, though. They're going to find a spike onto 1. Now, 3v3, but Aurora shows up for the third party. The squad that can surpass Rat if they're able to find big kills and a win here, making their way up from that Cold Fang start. Continuing to put chip damage into Aiden, forcing him out. We are going to find a train kill onto Flashy Frost. GG.
We see Aiden like just in the center of this kind of craziness.
It's such a rough spot, dude.
Yeah, it's looking really, really troublesome for him to kind of stay surviving here, and he's getting absolutely pelted. Finally found dead. It's Fuzu who gets the kill credit in this instance. Revel has managed to find solace in a bush for a split second there. Last member alive still. There's a crown on the right side, actually, so there might be a potential option for him to do that one and maybe, you know, put off some crazy work there. Actually removes himself. I'm not sure if he got pushed up by another team there, and he's now trying to get the potential kill. Free pickings onto Fake Strike, so he gets the dunk down onto him. He's being hit from every which way direction, finally getting dunked, and that is NBC outed. Just 4 teams left now.
Dude, so many early exits here. Just absolute carnage as we find ourselves quickly down to our final 4 here. Multiple squads eliminated in that last 1-minute sequence. It's going to be Gun, MST, Aurora, and Bow. And Aurora put themselves in a spot where they can try to surpass Rat here. Grab that first place spot heading into game 8. It is going to be Fluffy Fish, though. Caught in the singularity from Face Strikes is going to go down. Aurora looking in trouble. Caster Curse is real. Greninja down. Uh-oh.
Oh man, this is turning out to be a crazy endgame. We are seeing a rest stick as well by Hatchet at the last second. He's pulling off that miracle that he did just last game. He gets all members back. Of course, the armors are going to be in tatters. We do see hopefully no one dying to the train yet. That's a good thing in this instance. Greninja does get a nice little armor reset. Face Strikes is trying to apply pressure up on the south side. And there's a Sky Shark rotation. It's low on fuel though. They get a nice little knock into Ash. Try and jump past basically all the teams. Hachi is now in a very troubling situation. Has to pop the dash now. Has nothing left in the chamber. Needs to wait for the dash cooldown. Greninja's, you know, trying to shield as long as possible. Trying to play that temporary tank. Still found give by Bao. It's another free kill donated to them in this instance. Seppi is trying to maybe wait for the train rotate or something along those lines. Nuke's being dropped as well in every which way direction. Fluffy there did make it through all the way down to the south side, and Bao are now looking for the free pickings.
Yeah, everyone wants to finish off this Aluna. We do see Hachi trying to stick one more res here on the train is going to get forced off by MST onto ice. Phase Steel Chains connect for Kalsk. That is going to be the end for Hachi. So I do believe it's just going to leave us with one member left on Aurora. They're going to get eliminated in 4th here. So likely not going to be able to claw that gap a little bit more points than Rat. But we are down to our final 3 here, Samiri. And I really like both MST and Bao are kind of gaming.
Oh, 100%. And we do see that Celeste value just continuously coming out in this instance from Gun. Flashy is just providing the shifts constantly, but they're still running out of space. In fact, Bao will pick up 2 kills in quick succession. Orlando's is absolutely farming Gun now. I'm surprised they couldn't really kind of find a safe rotation around. The zone is putting down to the south side. Fake Strike is continuously dancing, getting a couple of LMBs here, trying to find the route, but Ash absolutely executes Fake Strikes. Blink is somewhere else on the ground, maybe as a box. They can maybe pick it up if they can find it. Hopefully, Bao can reunite with each other as well and try and stabilize as well. And surprisingly, MST aren't applying pressure. I think there's just a bit too much, chaos going around the map for them to kind of really capitalize on on any specific team at this instance. We are seeing a bit of a dancing in the crowd in the zone. I'm not sure if they're just going for a complete zone kill or they're actually picking up a crown. There is a crown pickup there on the bottom right side. Hopefully, Calcio can survive this one.
Yeah, Calcio gets it, but in such a rough spot here on the bunny. Gonna pop the E-plat, but Ash looking for the engage. Nice air blast to cancel that Q2. Shichi trying to finish it over Abyss here. Has the songbow, connects the railgun. Calcio, sliver of health on the bunny is gonna get taken out there. But right at that time, MST look for the re-engage. They're trying to get this fight onto Bao. Lil Meep gonna have to call off the shift forward, get back to land.
And it looks like Bao in a bit of a sticky situation. Hopefully they've got the E-Plats there to just continuously live, but they actually make their way over to the solid ground island. Hopefully they can, they're going to be able to rotate around. They maintain armors as well amidst the chaos. MST, no one dies to train, shall I say. And of course, Broof just had the blink. I think they're just waiting for them to be out of combat to maybe try and go for that play. Maybe the surprise one in the abyss to catch them off guard, go for the hook or something along this line, followed by the mantle. I knew he was going to do it there. It's the dunk instead of the hook. Instead, they leave the one member with 1 HP, but MST just returned the favor. They probably predicted it in this instance, which is a really smart thing to do. We are seeing the E-plat drop as the fight continues. Oh my god, looks like the LMBs are continuously being sent in by both Cuba and Chichi. No one dies to the trade, do they? Okay, thank god for that, but it was still a close call, man.
So close, like 3 close calls there, all back to back. MST doing a great job holding the tracks, but finally, Bao's gonna push up, find their space on land. They're gonna be able to take out Lasmold, put it to a 4v3. Is MST gonna be able to trade one back? Ash so low and able to escape in the Jhin. Bit of a 3v3 situation as Ash looks to recover. Lil Meep super low, gonna get that spin slash through. Bit of health recovery online. Super close fight here, Samiri.
Dude, it's still not ending. We've had to pass it like twice now. That's crazy work. It feels like it's unforeseen. Baruf is still trying to get some potential damage onto Chaos. Pops the ulti. He's still found on super duper low HP. There's one member left in this instance. Meep trying to get those infinite heals on the Nyx. It's still not going to be enough. And that is Bao taking match number 7. And let's have a quick tally up of those skills. It's kills. Sorry, it's 9. 11, 20 kills.
Wow, big finish for Bao here in game 7. Like actually monster, first place with 20 kills, gonna be stacking those points. Like doing, we mentioned Supervive, anything can happen. Our squad that's, 50 points ahead of them goes out 10th, Samiri, maybe like a couple kills. So only gonna be moving up like a couple points. And, a team like Bao there, going to be putting themselves in contention as we move into game 8 for actually going for the W. And Aurora, another squad that's likely going to be closing that 20-point gap at least a little bit. Aurora did exit in 4th, I believe, but it's certainly going to be more points than Rat found at 10th.
Yeah. And I just had this random thought out of nowhere, but instead of calling it normal weather, they should have called it perfect storm, dude, because it feels like, that would have been the perfect app name in this instance. I don't know why, but I just feel like, for example, Rat getting the 4 kills, it was crazy work. 4th kill, 7th place, right? And they're like 20, they were 20 points ahead before. That lead is obviously now diminished greatly. Maybe they're even 2nd place, probably are, right? That would be my guess, so... it kind of just depends on how many kill points that Aurora was able to get before they found that 4th. And I think, it could be very, very close. And then, depending on Bao, not going to be passing them, but going to be definitely closing the gap. I believe they were in the 3rd or 4th place spot, if I'm not mistaken, right at like around 120. So, I mean, like, it's like so much still up in the air here, so much to play for. Really spicy action in game 7. We only saw 1 bullet train kill, bro, but there was like a bunch of
clenching happening.
Yeah, dude, continuously, man. I might need to go for a walk to kind of relax the muscles afterwards. That was a bit of a tense one. Jeez Louise. When you see these
A lot of
last
close
couple
calls
of
out here.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, endless. And fate strikes, when you see him, trying to survive as long as possible, that extended survival period. But of course, Ash is able to find the dagger perfectly timed, Kelsey, as well. There might have been a miracle play here. Maybe if the train was there and he got an air blast for the kill, that would have been super awesome. But it wasn't there on time, unfortunately. And then, yeah, we see this final fight between these last two teams. Super duper chaos as usual, but wow, man.
I thought Bao did a great job fighting this because it's really MST that holds this track. Bao, burning E-plats on the left here. Eventually, they're going to be able to push MST off to the right, kind of claim the land for themselves. And this is where it starts to go a little south with MST not being able to find that kill on Ash and turn it into a 3v3. We see a little bit of an overcommit from Lil Meep trying to finish that out. They're able to trade more damage back. And I feel like after Ash not going down there, Bao just do a great job at getting the recovery. Ash kind of playing back here, re-entering for the execute and put it down to just Lil Meep left, able to close it out easy at that point. So really nice final fight from Bao there.
Yeah, I really love to see, I want to see like kind of what specifically went wrong for Rat in a bit more intentional fashion, maybe at some point if I can look at their VOD. But I also saw that there were double songbow as well, Bao in that last fight, so they were crazy stacked. And that blink.
Yeah,
too.
they had. Yeah. I think they had like 3 exotics. They had Blinkstone too, and I think they each had like 3 exotic perks in pocket as well. So definitely, kind of ahead as far as build is concerned against MST. But regardless, able to fight very well in the end there. And we are going to go to our final look of the Wheel of Storm Fortune to figure out what we are playing for Game 8.
Go on then, let's see what it turns out to be.
We get a reroll on portals. We already did portals. Reroll.
What are we doing?
I mean, let's just ship it bullet train. Screw it. Triple up on bullet trains, the magical special. Why not? I'm not biased. Bullet trains versus unstable portals. There's no bias here. I don't know. We got to keep the show rolling here. Can't spin more than twice. We are going to get bullet trains for our final RNG shift heading into Game 8. And really, like we were talking about, Samiri, could be anyone's tournament at this point, at least at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, 100%, dude. I don't know if are we getting the scores as well before the last game. I hope we are, because that's going to be awesome to see. Like, where these
I'm
teams
pretty
are
sure
ending
they've
up.
been posting them for the players in the Discord before we roll into each match. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we have a scheduled look at the scoreboard here. But it's either way, it's going to be extremely close. As we dive into Game 8 here.
Oh man, so it's bullet trains, of course. Going to see the same sort of chaos happening, and as you mentioned, it's only 1 kill in that last game from the train. So I think before the EU series at least ends, we need a couple more people to donate their lives to the train.
Yeah,
for that happy send off.
Train needs a couple more legs. Oh, we do have a look at the scoreboard. Thank you so
Thanks.
much, Shivam. Shivam, the absolute GOAT, carrying behind the scenes here on the production. Wow. Here we go. Wait, so Rat able to kind of hold on to it here despite barely getting any points. They are still going to be 14 ahead, but look at this Bao movement. MST as well. Both of our teams hovering right around that 128 are going to climb a massive amount of points here. Bao at 167, so now only 18 points behind Rat. Certainly doable. MST at 160, 25 points behind Rat. We've seen it done. And then a significant gap between them and the rest of the scoreboard here, Samiri. But really, anyone in this top 4, especially if we see someone drop a game like we saw last, could come out on top here.
Yeah, and this is going to be like, playing for all the marbles, basically, man. This is like you're playing for the legacy, man, as well. There's like such a big precedent set on this last game for these last, like top 5 teams that are basically in contention. Well, it's maybe the top 3 now, as we do see like a bigger divide in numbers between like this kind of a top 3 and like the rest of the lobby, unfortunately. But it's still all to play for these top 3 to 4 teams. With it being bullet trains again, of course, people are gonna have to make sure they plan appropriately, have their macro under control. And this is when this is when it all comes down. It all comes down to this, basically. I can't wait.
Yep, 100%. All the marbles on the line here. We get a quick look at what has happened so far. All our teams toward the top, racking up the wins. It's going to be Aurora with the most here with 3. Bao claiming their second right there. And then we have one win for Rat, despite them being at the top of the scoreboard with their kills, and then a win for MST, who is in fourth with that 25-point gap between them and Rat. So here we go, Samiri, the final game of European Saturday Night Supervive, the Turbo Cup, $2,500 on the line. Let's freaking get it.
Let's start it off, man. Let's see like how the map is going to, spawn all the goodies. Where is everything going to end up to start things off? It's armors on Dawn Caps. Codex dropping somewhere towards the left-hand side of the map. We'll find out very shortly where that's actually landing, as well as one of the souls. It looks like one team has already dropped Cold Fang. Is that AUR again is the question. I'm wondering if SB are going to go for Dawn Caps again. It looks like the soul ended up to the left of Wraith's Row to start things off. One team as well dropping on Mana Coils. And we need to just see where everyone else is landing. Wow, look at how many teams are dropping as well. 4 or 5 on Manacles, potentially. Crazy.
What is that? Everyone wants this Codex. See, like 3 teams scattering to the right here. Only going to be a few camps in and trying to play for it. But yeah, like everyone. Oh my God, an MTV and MBC fighting over this car race here. It looks like MTV out on the gliders are going to be fully heated, but they are, it looks like, going to win the race to the Sky Sharks. If that is indeed what they're going for, it is. So MTV going to claim 1. It does look like 1 grab for MBC as well. Likely going to be playing those creep camps, looking for the recall as they make the drive over.
Yeah, Penbreves is likely to be the first victim of Game 8 in this instance, trying to dash down to the south side. Cookies is there, maybe able to get the steal at the last second. Draco still gets the kill confirmation nonetheless. So, Rats desperately wanted that kill point, but if they could get it for free, of course, that could be the defining factor between getting first and second, potentially. Imagine if that was the case, and they got yoked in this very moment. Clip it if that does happen. I don't know.
That would be crazy, bro. But you mentioned it, Rat needs every single point they can get. So every kill matters out here for these kind of top 4 squads in contention. And it's going to be really close, really spicy. We do see 3-way fight happening up at the golds as Bao get a kill on tracks here.
And SB have picked up 3 armor so far, in fact 4, and they've still got the levels as well. It looks like Gekko's actually picked up the Shrike for the last game. Deprek trying to feather in the Abyss, trying to get the dash down to Calcio. Actually gets the kill at the last second. Really, really nice playing. Dashes for the second kill. He's going for the Gekko repeat of last time when he got that clip. Going crazy, man. Is he able to get the counter Flash of Frost? Is the question. Absolutely ludicrous play from Deprek. Crazy.
What the heck? Dude, I knew this guy could play Bishop, but just shredding on the jewel there. Stormbreakers find the full squad wipe against Gun, so the coin flip goes awry for our red squad here. Gun going to be eliminated very early in game 8.
Oh my God, that was an insane fight to start things off. They went for the armor contest and absolutely paid the price for it. And as we were mentioning, it's kind of one of those things where even if you're top of the leaderboard, you kind of can't only just play scared or just play for kills. You have to tread that fine line, right, where you've got also the placement points reinforcing you as well as the kills.
And it's not easy to do, like, especially like kind of thinking about the like meta game of where everything is at on the scoreboard. But I think, what ends up being the best strategy a lot of times, Samiri, is just playing your game, just playing your comfort, playing your normal 100%. Style. And it seems like, above all else, that seems to be a lot of times the things that carry these teams across the finish line.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We do see as well 3OP chilling on the top right-hand side of Frag, getting the last remnants of mobs, trying to get the fight way into circle. We're seeing a potential heavy contact on Magebog. We do see MTV kind of already taking dominion of it, but just below them or Bao. They are also going kind of trending up to the northwards, but they could also just be taking the wind tunnels to going all the way into Hot, for example. So we just need to see where kind of everyone lands.
Yeah, and a little bit of a slowdown for a sec as everyone trying to finish their day 1 farm before we head into night here. Get their grips and kicks online, get the quick buy-in, get everything stocked up. MBC, just to the left of Magebog here, is going to be looked at by Stormbreakers. Barrel explodes, surge in, double surge. Deborah connects another one. Hoodis down on the Aluna. MBC instantly said scattering.
Yep, and I think a lot of people have mentioned things such as like lightning in a bottle, but I think Deprek is the embodiment of that in the minute. He's just finding these dashes and getting these kills all over the place, man. He's been unleashed, man. Someone opened that bottle. Crazy stuff. He's picking up kills left, right, and center.
I've been really enjoying like watching Jewel kind of like resurge into the meta here, and especially with Oath out of play. Yeah, not intentional there, guys. I don't know. It's just like really fun to watch Jewel at this level, and especially with no Bright Shield in play, she can have some amazing pop-off moments. In NA, she's been showing up huge. Greninja trying to show up huge themselves, but is going to get spiked down by Greed.
And it looks like there's more fights continuing. Shichi's finding at least one spike in this instance. NBC are trying to find some potential free pickers onto Bao. They're reinforcing each other at every which way moment. And then there's a Sky Shark there for the potential free pickup, but Shichi decides to stay an extended period of time in the Abyss. Got the wind tunnels to kind of play, and Charlie Lee tries to go in for the kill. Dashes down to the south side. He's taking a bit too much damage, but Rebel finally finds the spike. And SB themselves are also just 2 members. Crazy.
I want to see NBC pop off here, bro. These guys are either feast or famine. I want to see them feast. Looks like they're getting started doing that as they crash the Shark into Baroof, getting scarily low. One going to call it off. Rebel continuing to look at his Kingpin buddy here as the rest of NBC shows up.
Yeah, and hopefully Baroof can make his way out of town completely. It is day 2 as well. These fights have been so continuous that we've got a whole 24 hours. I'm pretty sure everyone's done these kind of degen hours before. They know what's going on in this situation, man. These fights have been non-stop, and there goes the Sky Shock play, trying to get the vehicular manslaughter charge if possible, but the hook comes in the last second. Can they get the kill? It's return. That might provide a little bit of a safe escape, but they do get the dunk. Luke's surgically finding 1 kill.
Yeah, MTV show up for the third-party opportunity. They are going to find not one, but multiple kills as they take out a member of NBC who were kind of over-committing to this chase a little bit. Do see up on the ult there for Jewel, able to survive a moment longer, is eventually going to get air slammed there by Lurox on the brawl.
Yeah, but you see Dracos waiting for the train, of course. It's the ample opportunity with the Storm Shift to get that result for free, hopefully uncontested in this instance. We do see 3LP as well, skirting over to the left-hand side, trying to farm up some goodies as well, trying to stabilize, maybe even take the bomb. They have the level 7, slightly a bit under-leveled. There's a mob camp to the left of them, and 2 souls as well, not too far away. GG are actually posturing on them quite heavily. Let's see if this turns into a real fight.
Yeah, and 3LP on a bit of a retreat, maybe looking for a re-engage. Treji shifting forward on the Ghost. Looks like me out here. Unafraid, has the napalm down, is going to put some pressure out onto GG. Aiden trying to look for the engage, but they is going to go down in the exchange. So GGG getting the better of this fight. Send 3LP running.
You see so many people kind of dancing along the kind of the spine of the train tracks. So many of them. It looks like Ash is already found dead. And Bauer just left with 2 members. The Heart is not too far away. SB are looking for 3 kills. They themselves have found Kausk. And MST now have to completely jump ship there. I think, they're 3 members. So it's not too bad. They can all scurry away. It looks like Beeper's trying to get them back in time. Looks like he's done it successfully. We are seeing potentially NBC getting caught out here in the zone. I'm not sure if he got the safe escape or the res. I think they did at the last second. No, they did not. In fact, Dracos did get outed. So I think that is the second team outed this game. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so much early violence. Like everyone just going for these kill points, knowing kind of all the marbles are on the line here. Now GG getting pressured by the 3LP push after GG got the better of them in that previous look. Greed trying to just kite it out is going to get those stacks to drop off, but not letting up the assault. Stroom going to surge forward, looking for the lightning strike, barely short on that. Ooh. Oh, Greed finds the dunk. Looked like didn't get any kind of health reset there though, and is going to go down instantly after.
Yeah, it got given very, very unfortunately. We do see MTV having a very, very heavy fight against AUR, but they are actually holding on quite long with this kind of ulti from Fluffy Fish, trying to extract the value. Day 3 is now upon us, so everyone is trying to farm those mobs. Apart from these 2 teams, of course, they're trying to get the kills, in fact. They found 1 to start things off, and Bibliux is trying to farm the last little remnants before you jump ship. Of course, the Heart is not too far away, so there's an ample opportunity for them to get the stick. We are seeing major fighting on the train tracks as well. Let's see if SP, I think in this instance, can pick up more kills.
Yeah, Stormbreaker's looking strong here in game 8. 3LP getting collapsed on. Third round between GG and 3LP. So much health deleted on both sides. 2 members super low for 3LP as GG lose 1. Insanely close battle. We got a Myth versus Ghost. Rhapsody going to take out Tredsy. Greed going to take out Shroom on the other side as well. So GG now into the 2v2, trying to push Aiden off of this Wisp. Greed punching Shroom as much as he can, but Kingpin maybe a little too beefy, going for one more slam, really trying to keep Aiden off this. Aiden sacrificing everything to get Shroom back up. Will it be enough? Finds the slam. Shroom has to surge out with a sliver of health. Greed has a sliver of health. What a close third round here between these 2 squads.
Dude, if he got the 2v1, that would have been absolutely monumental, but I think he just lost the exchange right at the end. That was super duper unfortunate. A root catch as well, maybe getting 1 kill here. Shin is found, insta-give, Deadbreak getting pushed away, even through the dash, pops the ulti, but fizzles it at the last second. Then there's Lurox trying to get the potential kill to Fluffy Fish, pops the face steel chain, trying to get the dunk or something else along those lines. He actually gets rooted himself. A couple more LMBs come out. He's trying to last as long as possible, but he's taking so much damage, has to jump ship and abort that kind of mission there. And then there's a last little pull up last second from Deadbreak, trying to pull off the super mission if possible.
Dude,
gets
Deadbreak.
The potential kill. Can he kill?
No way.
Can't do it. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. Crazy work. Wow.
Dude, what a sequence right there. Somehow Aurora lives with 2 members. They're going to have both their wisps, so they're going to be able to recover just off the wisp res. Speaking of recover, Sprocane trying to do exactly that. Going to get lightning striked off the beacon despite a great route. Stormbreaker's in trouble here as Sprocane goes down. Just going to be Gecko left on the Shrike.
I feel like I'm going to need like a heart replacement surgery after this one, man. My guy, it's like going up and down, up and down. These moments are extremely tense here, man. These guys are just fighting on a knife's edge. It feels like continuously breathes, potentially getting caught out here. It looks like another death for MTV. There's just 2 members left. Hopefully they can get the reset. Of course, they're not too far away from the train. So, and there's MST picking up a kill.
Wow.
Actually taking down SB. Crazy. What is going on for this last game, dude? Oh my god.
Dude, so Stormbreaker is one of our dominant squads in EU over the course of all of Supervive, exiting 8th place here in game 8. Absolute carnage and chaos on the breach. Exactly what we'd expect for the final game of our final Turbo Cup here. Lurox looking for the dunk. Smold able to just barely feather out the bottom there. Maybe looking for a re-engage on the air slam, but it is going to be the enemy brawl Kalskinator locking that one in.
And hopefully there can be a smooth escape here. They've got the air blast pain be perfectly timed if Kaus can get out of ship. The ulti's pop with the clone jumping up to the north side. Roof actually gets the kill into Kalskinator, and he's trying to get the dash back, and that's actually forced Ash away, trying to get the squid play at the last second, but was just out of range. Bauer completely mirroring Vivid Lukes in this instance. They pop the ulti as well with the salvo, and he actually gets his dunk! It was the second dunk! Crazy work! Oh my god, dude! I just woke up all my neighbors, unfortunately, there. Wow.
What the heck? That was insane. That second flash dagger for the dunk reset. I didn't even see it go out.
Dude,
lightning.
I was like,
Fast
what?
reflexes there for BB Lukes. What in the world?
Wow. Dude, this is
That was
turning out to be
disgusting gym play.
dude. Oh man.
Dude, I love it, dude. Everyone's just showing up, showing out, putting their entire heart into this. So many epic plays so far, and we're just getting started here as things heat up. We got souls on the map. We do see Rewinder right there getting contested. Lizardo having Masamune in hand for GG, fighting for the 4th time against 3LP. Grudge match going down. They're going to take out Tredsy now in the 4v2 Shroom, trying to make something crazy out of the Jewel. Gets a second surge through before the 3rd is able to go. GG able to finish him off. Got to be careful. Aurora, our 2nd place team on the scoreboard, looking for the 3rd party.
Oh, and let's see if they can make it out of this one. It's looking a bit troublesome for GG in this instance. They had a decent bite, as you were mentioning. E-Plat Spike as well. Extra BM is being laid on to this pizza topping. Let's hope they can, fully get out in this instance. It looks like Rhapsody's trying to stick the res. And I still air blast perfectly timed. Rhapsody now has to completely jump ship. We do see the Tetra there for reinforcements. Hopefully they can do something here. 3LP, no, unfortunately get outed as well. And Sebi picks up another kill, this time onto GG. They hopefully can reset in this instance, but they are just 2 members, maybe looking probably to just chill in the bush. Oh no,
dude, so many of our great squads out earlier, actually crazy. And that was in the end, it looks like GG finally win the grudge match with 3LP after their 4th fight, and 3LP sent scattering. They are going to get wiped, but is GG going to be short to follow here? It does look like Greed going to get caught. I think just Rhapsody left on the myth here. All of MST showing up to try to finish them off. Meep is going to connect the Reap, and with Kuba there following up with the damage, GG short to follow.
I mean, you see, what the last remnants of teams, how many are left in this instance? Only 5, man. This has been extremely fight heavy. It feels like,
yes.
Oh, right. This is like,
yes.
I'm speechless at how crazy this last game has turned out. It looks like Calx is basically in Bow's domain, not been found out. They've not rebuilt themselves. Well, Shichi did it right at the last second, tries to get the done, can't do it. Calx still has the rewind as well, so he's got ample opportunity to, find the clean in and out in this instance. Bow have been forced down to the kind of south side. The train is coming quite soon as well. They've got to, hopefully go all the way out into that next circle, maybe a bit prematurely, or they're actually going to hang down on that kind of a train station there just temporarily. We do see AUR just chilling on the bottom right hand side, trying to maintain zone. Where Rat in this instance, we need a bit of a better recap on how Rat are doing. Where are they? We
actually haven't really seen Rat all again playing nice and slow. I don't think many kill points on their side, but going for that placement, maybe exactly what they need to actually hold on to that 1st place spot. Here we go. They're getting into the mix here. CMTV going to catch him for the 3rd party. Beautiful connection with the Reap and the follow-up. It does look like it is going to be Cookies with the railgun, or it's going to be something from the Knicks going to be able to snipe that kill. It looks like it is going to go Rat's way.
Yeah, and they picked up a nice couple of kills in that instance, which is really, really healthy to see. And they find a second one just afterwards, which is beautiful. They need these kill points in these kind of isolated, clean situations for free, where they don't expend that many resources. At the same time, we just see Chaos burn the whole kitchen sink, it feels like. Probably still has the rewind, and it's kind of like the last saving grace, potentially, in this exchange that AUR and MST continue to have.
Yeah, and Aurora needs to be doing the same thing. Every kill point's going to matter for them as well, and they got to get They gotta get Rat out of
my
this
God.
lobby. Bao as well, very much wanting to finish off Rat. Not quite in a position to do it, but beautiful train angle there from Baroof. Gonna bring the other members back. Looks like they're trying to get a recall angle over to their Jin here. There we go. All of Bao reconnecting as Rat look for the engage.
Yep, and hopefully Bao can, just slowly slither away all the way down the bottom right side. But we do see, if they do, they're going to be met by AWR. They are all chilling in the bush now, apart from Hachi, who's just trying to farm up the last couple of mobs for an extra smidgen of XP, or the Knight from MST in this instance, of course. And again, Rat are playing super duper chill on the bottom left-hand side. No, not coming into contact with anyone. Well, I say that. They're slowly walking over. Actually drop the pad potentially against Bao. This could be spelling danger. Uh-oh.
They are unafraid coming up against Bao. Two of our teams facing off for that top spot. Ooh, dunk barely wide coming in for Ash there as Cookies kind of holds the front line on the next. Train rolls through. Ash looking for the reset with his team, still kind of holding flank. Throws the flash dagger, but is going to be avoided by Cookies there.
Yep, it's basically an exchange of positions in this instance. They've just swapped. Bao now going out down to the bottom left-hand side. And I would argue that Rat actually won that exchange because, they got so much space behind them that's guaranteed to be solid ground. It's not just E-plats or mini islands. So it's a lot safer for them to kind of play in this instance. Mech is trying to get the hooks on the E-plat, trying to provide a bit of pressure from the south side against Bao as the train comes in again. We are seeing a bond cap as well by MST chilling on the top side. MTV, I think, are just 3 members. They still need to try and stick a res if possible. Almost are not looking too bad as well in this instance. Of course, Bibi Luke's kind of been the kind of a mid-game MVP with that crazy play in the Abyss that we didn't see not too long ago. I'm not sure if they can stick another res, but the train is probably going to be moving way too fast for that one.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of a slowdown as teams kind of look for their position on this next storm shift into tracks. Rat continuing to kind of hold this south side as they lurk railgun out to Bao. So they have the intel. They're going to throw fire out onto this E-plat, very much playing Edge of Storm. They're going to nuke Bao off of this island, put Bao in a position where they're kind of holding tracks against MTV. MTV all of a sudden in a rough spot, getting pinched with this movement from MST to the north, and there is nowhere to go here for Lurok Samiri.
Oh, he somehow found a niche little escape there at the last second. Really nicely done with that anomaly play. Even I was a bit, questioning that one a touch there at the last second, but has managed to make it out. Of course, he's pretty wounded in this situation. Picked up a crown, 1 minute 20 left. He's dashing through MST at the last second and is now met by AWR. Can use the anomalies again at the most perfect time. Dashes down to the south side.
Really nice
doesn't get hit by the
anomalies.
spike grenade and manages to make it out basically scot-free, but now he's got to dance still between, the amalgamation of teams that are surrounding him.
Oh my God.
Goes down to the south side, tries to find another bit of a pocket of space, but Mech narrowly misses the ult, hits the face steel chain. They hit the train, but didn't get it. No way! Oh, dude! Nearly the perfect sequence. Oh.
Dude, grounded off of the train there is tragedy for Lurok. Such good movement. Thought they were going to be able to weave their way out in between these 4 full forest squads, but in the end, not going to be able to do it. They are eliminated at 5th as we are down to 4. The carnage breaking out here. Aurora maybe in the middle of it as Bao move up, looking for that third party. MST to the north. Rat happy to hold this tracks angle to the south. Cookies doing work on the Nyx, keeping Aurora in the middle. So much damage onto Bao here, but they're able to get a second to reset.
And AWR, you did see Fluffy doing the most perfectly timed, I was about to say air blast and survive, but does die at the last second. E-plats has been dropped by AWR. They jump down to the bottom right side. Maybe go for the rest stick. Of course, they're going to be taking a lot of zone damage if they try it. Greninja actually decides against it. I think there was an anyway, but here, maybe potentially being used by Hachi. Cancelled it at the last second. Another nuke's been dropped in this instance. Hopefully, Bao did not die. It looks like MST are applying a mega amount of pressure to Baroof in this instance. There goes Meek with the mega in onto Bao. Actually, you made them use a lot of resources from that raw, crazy play, and they're still going with the pressure. Picked up 1 kill already. Bao are now in dire straits themselves.
Yeah, Rat just in such a good spot here. Happy to just hold this land, take anything that comes their way. The next storm shift is coming their way, and that's going to let them fully eliminate Aurora, one of their main competitions for the first spot. If they can take out Bao here, it is going to be a Rat W for the entire tournament.
And they just got another kill onto Ash as well, of all things. I'm pretty sure they picked up at least 10 plus kills now, and it's guaranteed 3rd place placement, which is really, really good for them. This might actually cement it in this instance, but of course we'll need to get the calculations in to see what the final scores are going to end up as. Double nukes have been dropped. Bao are basically homeless in this situation. The Salvo picks up at least 1 kill. Baroof has already lost the armor, tries to go in for the dunk. Orlando's narrowly getting hooked as well. They're taking so much zone damage as the 3rd nuke drops. Hopefully Rats can just maintain ground there. They're just playing the easy game, it feels like now.
Yeah, Rat's just hanging out while Bao is praying for anything they can get here. Orlando's is going to go down. They have 1 member left, top left. Baru has a dream, but is fully heated, trying to just live as MST. Multiple members from both teams split off from this team fight to look at Baroof. They're both going to turn around, reconnect with their squads. Mech looking for the Bungie play is going to be barely wide there. We see Face Steel Chains out for Kaus, maybe looking for that pull in into the anti-heal. Baroof looking for his angle for the side of Bao in on this tiny piece of land, distracting Rat for just a moment longer. Nice slam is going to get put into Abyss. Holy, Bao eliminated.
Oh, and Cookie's just trying to stick the res, and MST desperately want to stop this one as fast as possible. Cookie's just trying to hold his ground. He hopefully has the spin soon, very soon, to try and extend his survivability a bit longer. But they're diverting their attention. They actually get the one person died to the trade in this instance. Now it's basically a 1v1. Cookies might be able to even stick this res if he can hold Kausk off long enough, but has to jump ship at the last second. That allows Kausk to stick the res. Can't even go for the crown play. Meki tries to go for the dunk with the battle gum. Can't do it in this instance. Cookies gets a nice little armor reset as well. And he's trying to fend off Kausk. Maybe they're able to stick the res. It might be round 2 potentially between these two teams.
Wow, bro, this is so close. God. So much damage and cooldowns traded on both sides perfectly. No one losing their lives. The train, the only one finding a kill there, but Rat back and full force. Meki finds the slam.
Ooh, can he get the kill? Ooh, he gets the kill onto Small at the last second. It's now a 3v4 unless they can get the wisp stick. It looks like MST are trying to hold ground as long as possible, trying to force them into the zone. Meepy's doing a really good job of this, in fact. Blink is now 1 HP. They're trying to get the kill if possible. Kausk gets the dunk at the last second. Can they turn this one around completely? The Kubus also found dead shortly afterwards. Meepy's also dead. It's just Kausk looking for the stick if possible. Hopefully has the ulti or the rewind. Can he do anything in this instance? Trying to get the reset. It's not enough. Rat take game number 8 and most likely the series. Dude, that was so crazy. Wow.
Dude, Rat doing exactly what they need to do, bro, to navigate the chaos, find themselves in a position to close out this series. And what an epic finish. Just playing it basically perfectly. They just like sat on the bottom side of the tracks there, Samiri, held their ground, and so many kills just kind of getting fed their way in the chaos. Like, I love the kind of patience from them. You called it out like in the mid game, like, where has Rat been?
Yeah,
and they're here.
And they just chilled on the bottom left-hand side. It felt like for such an extended period of time. They already picked up, I think, 4 kills by the time we actually had our first glance at them on the camera. So they managed to do well, all things considered. Got the isolated farm. They played basically the perfect game. Of course, you know, since we've had anonymous names and randomized colors, it's made it much harder for people to kind of scope out that top team.
For sure, for sure.
You know, they've been able to capitalize on that fact, you know, or that rule set change in droves. It feels like, especially with this last game, they've kind of just maintained that, you know, consistent mantra they had, at least in terms of macro, that they even used in like the first couple of games we saw for this series, and man, did it pay off. Wow.
Dude, an epic 8 games for EU to close things out in our final Turbo Cup. So much spicy action, and like it does, just continuing to heat up game after game, giving us like just an absolute just murder fest here in game 8, dude. Carnage, just destruction, chaos, everyone just cleaving each other down. So many teams and players just trying to go for those final kill and placement points, but in the end, it is going to be Rat that are going to find themselves on top. So just a crazy series. Here it is, dude. The BB Blokes fade away flash double dunk. Insane.
Dude, it's like he somehow just froze time there for a split second and we just didn't even catch it like on the screen. There's just like a split frame where he just managed to get the dagger back. Oh my god, that's going to be one for the books, man. And then all of these duels as well, getting these crazy infinite dash resets, man. Oh, so good.
I mean, yeah, everyone just playing their hearts out here. Banger final game to close things out. But yeah, here's kind of where the first time we saw Rat, they were playing nice and patient from edge of circle. They're going to find the finish onto MTV there. And right here, Rat just do such a good job kind of holding tracks. Aurora going to get forced off of this ledge. All of a sudden, they're going to have nowhere to go. Bao in a similar situation as Bao looks for the third party, but they're kind of now surrendering their Abyss position over to Rat as well. So Rat's happy to just kind of hold this land, pick up everything that comes their way, and it really works out perfectly for them here, Samiri.
Yeah, and they just, I don't know if they had like I guess they kept using their scan to keep making sure they had like basically like consistent zone control. It feels like that because they were always there at the most opportune moments each and every time. And there's MST basically starting off that major grief onto Bao. They were just caught so out of position. They were just tenderized afterwards because of that raw, perfectly done by Meep in this instance. They just did the most perfect in onto Bao, and that just really griefed them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, really, like, I mean, just picture perfect finish here for Rat, doing exactly what they need to do to close this out, make sure they are on top. Baroof trying to make a hero play over on the flank here, give Bao a chance to maybe surpass them, but Rat say, no way, bro. Able to find the kill onto Baroof right here as they play south and then look for this re-engage on the MST. Blink does go down here. Oof. So right at this moment, it is numbers advantage to MST. But right here, this grab coming in from Meki is really what kicks things off for Rat.
Yeah, this was just such a beautiful last sequence, man. And they managed to both reset. That's the crazy thing, right? Like, they both just said, yo, let's just take a breather, guys, and then we'll go in again for round 2.
Yeah, let's get a fresh reset. Let's have a clean 4v4 to finish things out, and we get it. Really nice, well fought for the side of MST, but in the end,
scores.
It is going to be Rat, very likely at the top. Let's see.
Oh, it is.
Boom.
Oh, man. And look at that lead as well. Crazy work. Oh, my God.
The
beautiful.
bomb, 220 at the top. Huge gap as they close out game 8. Super strong. So massive shout out to our top 3 winners here, able to claim the cash prize for Turbo Cup EU. Rat with Cookies, Meki Mek, Theo, and then Bao, Baroof, Orlando, Shichi, and Ash. MST with Kuba, Lil Meat, Kalskinator, and La Small. Big grats, guys. Epic games today, not just to you guys, but to all the players.
Yeah, beautiful performance from all the teams that, contested for today. And of course, for the qualifiers that we had yesterday. And of course, the whole span of the game, right? You've made all of these friends, you've made these rivalries, you've made it really, really fun having these, crazy sessions of scrims and tournaments. Oh, it's been so beautiful to be a part of, man. Oh, it's so good.
Dude, so freaking good. Thank you so much to all our players for some more banger Supervive. Huge shout out to everyone in the European scene over the years, doing so much to help support the game, and just a goated community out in the EU scene. So massive shout out to all you guys. Massive shout out to everyone behind the scenes or the Supervive team making this SNS tournament series happen. It has been a crazy 9 weeks, Samiri, but we find ourselves at the end of it. And I just want to say my final goodbyes to EU. I'm going to be on the NA cast, and then we're going to let Samiri, the GOAT of European shoutcasting for Supervive, close things out for you guys. But for me, I just want to say, love you guys. W Supervive. It's been an absolute pleasure. Everything I've gotten to cover for the European scene. Thank you guys for having me, and GG's.
Jeez, man. Yeah, it's been perfect, man. Thanks, Zik and Magical as well for just, assisting me, getting my feet wet into casting. And then I was able to kind of, take it from there. Hopefully provide that, sort of coverage that we kind of maybe needed for the EU scene to shine. So I'm thankful for, everyone that's watched any of the streams in the past, of course, and for SNS as well. It's been, it's amazing to, make all these friendships, of course, across the span of the game. And hopefully we can continue that for at least the near future. Of course, we've got Christmas and the other holidays coming up, but make sure you guys stay in contact with each other, and be kind to each other. Of course, wicked.
Let's go. GG's Samiri. GG's Europe. W Supervive. We'll see you guys for North America in just a little bit.
Peace. Hopefully escape, pops the ulti, dashes up to the top left-hand side, base track is trying to get the stun, pops the wing.
They're continuing to hunt for this monkey, looking for the dunk, but missing.
Send in, uh-oh.
Who try to see if they can start off this fight on the boat. They're already pushing back GG, who eat up the fight at first, but then the rest of the reinforcements.
They're able to get in. They're going to go for the full reap combo, but they can't do too much else. Another strike at the last second. Absolutely clean surgical play. And in this instance, MTB get out in last place. This break is popped just afterwards. Hopefully, the rest of the remnants of MST can escape here, but also not getting the connection either. A couple of LMBs. The EMP lane finds the connection. They do get the kill at the last second to make some sort of a commit play. It looks like they've gone through the other side at the last second. Bao are trying to get any last pickies if possible. They've got them all really weathered here in this situation. Acklinks tries to make his way out. Looks like continuing MST trying to hold ground as long as possible in this small sliver of space. But getting absolutely isn't impossible. The dog comes in, doesn't get the connection. Well, gets the connection, but not the kill in this instance.
Happening up here over on the western side. Bao still looking at SB, and SB now push off of their ledge over towards Mist, who had been able to put down their E-plat as Bao suddenly on the bad spot, while SB trying to see if they can crack that E-plat from Mist, as we have 3 LP. Acklinks has been taken out by Deperek out in that corner. Rid of Kuba, it's only Little Meep left for Mist on the Pixel Island. MBC pushed off of the tracks, and where can they go? It's right into the hands of Mist, but they get the dunk regardless. Mist are out. MBC right afterward. 2 teams out in a blink of an eye. As well, with this fight against Aurora, keeping them from entering the circle, pushing them back towards Bao, trying to see if they can get the dunks themselves. On Hachi, barely avoiding that Dragon Slam, but with no help, is taken out, and then it's going to be Theo pushing onto the Pixel Island, keeping Aurora at bay, not letting him have an easy time into the circle. Dragon Slam from Ash that time around onto Fluffy Fish, while Sebi trying to do the same as this Wukong pushed into the storm. There is going to be the red retribution though from Bao, starting off the fight between Bao and Red with an Abyssal Breaker, but Red have been pushed back to their land with no health. They've lost Blink, and they're about to lose their lives. But keep in mind, Greninja right above them, no crown, just playing for second place. Meki Mech trying to do his best to survive while Theo is gone.
Can he get off the 1v4 is the question here, and pops the portal through at the last second, now through the narrow corridor, up to the north side, but it's getting absolutely Beyblade spun out of the game.
We're way up north, and it's like, wait a minute, where did I blast off to? This isn't right.
Major plays potentially sometimes here and there with the Verde Spirit or things of that nature, but instead gets Abyssal. It looks like GG got outed in this instance in NBC. They've been looking for free pickets here on Rattans, unless they can get the kind of even trade. It is an even trade in fact so far, but Rebel's actually pulling off major damage consistently. It looks like Rat's armors are quickly depleting here from Zero, as Theo tries to stick the rest into Meki, gets it at the last second, but I think the tree princess against MST, hopefully he can escape, but it's looking a bit sticky here.
Looking pretty bad. I don't think he...
From Meep causing that missed position for Shin, followed by their super clean Abyssal Breaker, getting monumental damage against SP. They're on actually their last legs. Shin might be the first victim here, as the second Abyssal Breaker's popped up last second, I believe, by Gecko. It looks like MST continuing this chase. They're trying to find the second pick if possible, but Gecko...
off the new land, but it's going to be the chase. Being able to avoid so much. A nice pull there, but guess what? Bauer there as well. Who got it? I'm not even sure who was able to claim the soul there. As we have the full fight, MST behind Fuzu over the abyss. The last one. Easy target there. Aurora take Bao. Have to deal with Aurora. Aurora had been pushed back, but here's going to be the crown-wearing Mist. Trying to see if they can find anything. MST barely missing that one. Almost getting on position while Fluffy Fish far away from the rest of the team. Pulled back into the fight. 3LP doing their best to try to get around, but it's Snipe as he went through the rings. And then Fluffy Fish to join him. It's just Shroom over the abyss, trying to get right through, threading the needle past all the aggression, but right into the hands of a new team.
In this instance, and Sevish also trying to get some dunks. It looks like they're actually potentially winning the fight. Chaos manly manages to avoid the trade. Looks like Rat had to drop the double E plats. Cooper Dress going to go for the full send-in. Meki Mech manages to survive. It's now a 3v4. This instance, Abyssal Breaker's been popped. Can they survive? There goes the dunk just afterwards. Small is dead as well. Chaos is dead. It's just me last alive now. They're turning it around, but they don't have any almost another third party now. Magical taken away. Even with the Fuselaw, nice little shoot just afterwards. Lost so much HP. He's about to get killed, and it's just Sprokane last alive. Picks up the crown just afterwards. Can he survive? Or get a spike? The bubble's been popped, and he dashes down to the side.
Their armored position right now. MTV is not looking too good. An easy dunk for Sevi. As you set that up, MTV, who are now running away. Aurora seeing the prey flee. They are not going to relent, but a nice snipe out of the air by MTV. Gonna throw it back, and now it gives them the confidence to push back. They get another dunk. MTV. Frag Isle, we see more fighting. This time it's Gun and NBC who get a nice dunk from Revel, but not enough for the kill. And then the singularity from Fate Strike to drag him in. But Revel somehow gets out of there with the platform giving way beneath him, so he escapes, surviving, trying to...
They've not been able to get the clean escape. In fact, he gets a spike for a nice little reset, leveling the playing field again.
How do they keep doing this? MTV find these dunks, but unfortunately for them, they've got the power. They've got the Abyssal Breaker as well, trying to push back 3LP off the ledge yet again. And right behind 3LP, third party, NBC. They weren't out of this one just yet. They find a free NBC, have Dracos, have Hoodis, but unfortunately Dracos.
In this instance, they get the raw combo against Deprek. He pops the ulti, finds that nice potential narrow little bit of a space to kind of escape. He's successfully done it, but Sprokane might die in this instance, getting absolutely gift by Small's Abyssal Breaker. But now Bauer trying to apply pressure to them, so they've already used one Abyssal Breaker. That's a big potential key loss here, but that's nicely shield blocked by a Bruiser Abyssal Breaker. Sorry, Small doing the crazy value here just afterwards. They picked up Rengier. Damage continuously if he can onto Sprokane. Can he get the second kill? Gets to Abyssal Breaker, finds a nice little clean catch by Small onto Gecko. Really clean play there, and then Meek trying to get major damage onto Shin. He's done a good job so far. He's able to get the second.
Like you talked about before, looking for that kill. They've sent out the nuke. They have the dudes. They put back in Kuba to take the nuke kill, but it wasn't Kuba who got it. And it wasn't Varoof either. Now they got to be careful because Varoof is low. They're looking to see if they can get one slam. Blink, find the first target. They found the last 2 games, and they're looking for a 3rd game victory as they push back MST.
That patience from Rat just allowed them to pick up kills after kills after kills.
Continuing as Rat and NBC continue to trade blows, and it's going to be Rat who lose their first player, but it is going to be Revel in trade as well, and then Cookies looking for who this in the sky battle. Bishop v Bishop. Which one is going to come out of this one? Hopefully the fight starts before you can get out, and he's trying, but the Bungie's got him. They're dragging him back in. while Aurora, they're focusing so much on SB and Sprocane. Ramp somehow don't actually capitalize on that kill, and now they're forced to fight against Aurora with the third party of Shin, no less, having been brought back up. SB and Aurora continue to battle. Aurora feel like they got the power against them, but look at how low Fluffy Fish has already been taken. It was forced to get Sebi to get some damage onto them, but somehow SB survive, and now Gecko in the backline gets dunked from Sebi, having realized there was an oath behind him, but now Rat, that third party, again to put the bungee onto until MST show up out of nowhere to take down Tetra.
Yep, and 3LP are now looking to apply a major pressure onto MST, even after the cooldowns have been used. Ackling finds 1 kill to stop him dropping.
Split him up, then putting down the Singulator right as the chilling finale is locked down. That's a lot of damage. Pushed back on Accolades. Down Celeste goes. 3LP pushed away. Gun continue. The assault looking. They have a hard fight to get out of this one, but it is going to start a 3-way battle as they lose 2 players. But NBC inbound now focus on one another. Calcio sniped out of the air. While NBC, they have to lick their wounds. They got taken a little bit lower than they expected to on that initial onslaught against that of Gun. Bao take full control while Gun are sniped out of the air by 3LP, but still Bao trade blows against NBC, getting a lot of damage, but it's going to be Ash who might be the first one. He's still alive, pushed into the storm. It's going to be the Dragon Slam and the Primal Slam that take him down, while Bao try to bring back up Ash in the storm, taking up some of the damage, while Charlie waiting, trying to see if he can snipe it out. But this whole time they've been waiting, Aurora have heard the fighting happening. They decide the fourth.
See, the Battleground finds the connection. Dash back against National. Spike onto Shitchy at the last second. Didn't have the crown there, unfortunately. Cookies also finds Shin. It's just a break and Power back as a full 4-man. Wow.
And still, Hudis is alive. Somehow, getting this. You did a good job getting this far, but unfortunately, there's only so far you can go. That is 3LP as Baruch is trying to survive for Bao, but unfortunately getting
as well. Also on HP, no armors in this instance for Rat, apart from Mekimech trying to do a massive orb here to allow Blink to survive. Still found dead though. They go for the portal plate to the north side, maybe looking to pick for Crown. May have done it at the last second. We do see the Crown being picked up. There we go. We do see major pressure being applied. Can they get the kill in this instance? It looks like Fluffy's yoinked it away. Unfortunately, Hachi also finds Cookie just afterwards. It looks like Rats are getting blown up now. I think there's maybe one member there trying to look for this.
One team that has already won. Aurora looking for their second victory. They gotta beat 3LP, who are bloodthirsty. They want this game. Emergency bubble almost saved their life, but they lost Acklings. They're going to be able to trade it back. They got to be careful. 2 are left. They're pushed into the storm. Aurora say there's no way you're taking this game, 3LP. We want the victory. We want to be the one. Trenzy is going to be sniped out of the air as Aurora take game 4.
Guess what? I think it's like a 28 kill game. He won't do get out, and unfortunately he's more last place. That's a really big bummer, considering them to be first as well. Charlie's going for the send on to Shichi. Nonetheless, he's managed to jump up to the north side, I think, with the squid play. Nice little bit of momentum gained there. His day 3 mob resets. He's hit by the root. Can they get the kills though in this instance or do major damage? They're trying to do it. Charlie gets the reset onto Chaos and tries to jump ship Rebels. Also done potential major damage. Gets the dunk plus hook back. Trying to get the kills possible. Looks like Cooper's now on his last legs. He gets a kill, but also finds himself dead. A crazy fight there. And Meat up, and Trenzy's actually lost his armors, maybe even dies in this situation. Fuzu tries to get the kill with that kind of a dash up to the top right hand side through the abyss. Doesn't manage to find it. Orlando's actually kills Gecko at the same time. Rebel giving Bibi Loops. It looks like Shroom is getting major heals off onto Akalinks. He's being basically going
just Charlie left for NBC. Crazy res with MTV to the south, MST to the north. Clutch play from the NBC Jewel. Going to keep things in it. Nice damage. They're going to take out Doubter for MTV. They're getting collapsed on by this third party for MST to the north. Can NBC from this tricky situation as they run down Breeds, potentially last member less
for some reason. Aiden's there now for the third party, along with Shroom just behind him. Cookies is trying to last as long as possible. Drops the pad down, jumps up to the north side. Aiden is mirroring every movement. The mantle for the dunk, and he actually gets up to Mickey back. Wow.
Disgusting. Crazy grab slam max distance there. Coming through for Gun. Flashy Frost in trouble here as 3LP continues.
A couple of frames to hit that, and he always hits it perfectly. There goes Dracos with the beautiful wings into the chilling finale, extracting maximum value against GG by Rhapsody. You know that Rhapsody... Oh, no, they just get the spike back as a full man. Crazy.
Up over the top of the wall here. Greed trying to play back up, but this Rat onslaught not letting up. Looks like Rhapsody lives for a moment longer, is finally going to get caught on the ground spike there.
He both pops the ulti on dead, but they get the rest stick nonetheless. Back as a 3-man, maybe a 2-man, maybe even a 1-man. It's just Aiden last alive again. Dashes down to the south side. Hopefully it doesn't get spiked. Unfortunately, just
through the rock into the slam. Mecky Mac able to avoid it for now. Looking for the reverse slam. Mecky Mac turns it around. Primal slams back. Able to connect onto Rebel. Now the Bungie not able to bring them back, but they're going to get collapsed on by MST from the flank here. So really tough spot for NBC with this fourth party. And it is Val Orlando's caught out there over the top with the air slam. Now trying to put the pressure onto Rat, pushing multiple members into this NBC crown. Can they find a kill on the cookies here for the proc? Hootis going for it, finds the root. All of MST is here though, pumping their damage as well. They get it insane! Snipe from Hootis gets the last hit, turns things around. NBC back in it. Rat and MST all of a sudden in tatters, trying to play around Wisp, trying to get things through, but there is so much pressure.
Talking about threading the needle here. Rat's still trying to hold their own there, even on this E-plat. They've done major damage in fact to NBC, but they're still holding the ground just about. MST are back as a full foreman as well. With that hook right at the last second, the root just get the connection. That's going to be a guaranteed stun that all been popped by Cal. Still hooked back. Instinct just afterwards. Charlie just managed to dash back into zone just temporarily. Misses the Arcane Robin at the last second. Smolder sent it in with the nuke right salvo. Potentially getting major value here. It looks like MST.
Yeah, and Revel now stuck in Storm, doesn't want to give MST this kill, just trying to avoid damage, likely going to just die. 2v1, Rat still hanging in here, off the back of Theo, doing everything they can to live. Chilling Finale, blown by Dracos with this crown, has Bungie locked in, pushing the Storm. Dracos going to go down, it's MST, the project ground there, all back at full force. One more crown in play for Hootis. Can he work the miracle? Or will MST find this game a sliver of health? They are going to kill.
Oh my goodness. The hook just happened again.
Wait! Oh, almost gets the double, but they mantle. Oh, tragedy for Spro there. The action though, grab coming through from Meki again, gonna connect the slam. Can they follow up on the damage? Able to get out with a sliver, it looks like. Nice reap. Follow from Cookies, dashes in. Gonna be able to find that kill now. It's gonna be NBC in tatters. Draco's trying to go for the res onto Charlie, going off though, finds two. Surge is going to take out one. Answer back with a bit of damage. Got to be careful here. MTV lurking nearby. 3LP lurking nearby up on this little dot island. They are going to find Charlie, engage over the E-plat, almost able to trade one for Bao as well, but Rat show up looking for the fourth party. Theo, beautiful ultimate gonna
also not too far away as well. Looks like Big Rigs gets the hook at the last second. Perfectly timed air blast from Budis, allows them to survive a bit longer. Well, I say that. In fact, empty they can survive. Looks like Achilles actually kills Norix to start things off, and they get the massive vortex absolutely demolishing two more members in an instant.
Still kiting, likely has the dagger at the back, is gonna take it right here. So hoarding out the rest of the members of Stormbreakers. Look to engage, but the crazy combo gonna catch one, almost gonna get two, deleted into wall. Beautiful Tetra play. Greed is gonna go down right after that, and now Shin shows back up from the south, has those Dragon Breath rounds, looking to finish.
Wow. And a bit of default players all coming in from Gun, but it looks like one member might be getting demolished here. A spike final at the last second, and then one member, Bruzu, already dead. It's just two now for Gun. Hopefully Face Strikes can get out. Already's the TP and found insta-gib through. Wow, that's a crazy sequence again. Calcius still alive. Can he make it out there? This is the question. MST routed as well. No way.
Full force of Stormbreaker is going to collapse over the top. Somehow Calcio is still alive, but not for long. Sprokane does find the killing blow. Got to be careful of your Stormbreakers, though. This Maruk going to have very limited options here as he makes her out. Nice ground connect from Aqua.
Pops the ult at the last second as well. Super duper perfectly timed. One relic, last fight, trying to get the heals in. Gets the dump. Reset. Gecko! Survive a bit longer. Hey, listens to Astro P. They're trying to confirm the kill. They get the hook. Just randomly missed it at the last second. SP get out shortly afterwards. Becky Met picking up the kill in this instance. This kind of isolated fight is continuing here. They're trying to get the Wisp if possible. Have to jump way out the last time soon.
Yeah, like, and such a kind of close battle here. 3LP playing out of their minds as they push Aurora off of their Mage Bog spot. Same time, Rat collapses from the north. Going to put Aurora in a really rough spot. Nuke it for all of them. Now, 3LP making the move to eliminate the Stormbreaker team. They are going to find the res last second. Multiple members sent out over Abyss. One pushed into Storm, looking to trade back here. Bungie connects. He's going to be able to get the kill. Oh no, the Illuna not quite. Second win traded out. Fluffy Fish is going to go down last second there. Continuing to trade so much chaos, and it's this third party from Rat Samiri showing up huge.
Yeah, and look, they even try to stick the res again for the second time, but they can't do it in this instance. Always another team, I think, was 3LP trying to get the value from it, but they had to jump up to the north side, and they get the nice little reap. The E-plat's also been dropped. He also does the same thing here. Stroom is dead shortly afterwards. And there's Tredsy dead now. Let's come 3LP, unfortunately, completely outed. They got a nice little third place nonetheless. We do see potential play here from Hachi with the crown, trying to last on the chilling finale. He's managed to mantle. Can he get the spike is the question though.
By the wall. We have Hachi popping off on the Celeste. Can they close things out here, Samiri? Blink half health. Sebi trying to finish off. He's going to trade one. Blink shifts back. The armor shredder on the Hudson going. Brrr. Can they
turn it around? Unfortunately, it's just Theo. Well, I'm sorry, they did turn it around, shall I say. It's just Theo couldn't do too much more in this instance. That is AWR taking game with
the Surge. Now Fusillade pop. They are still trying to play for this Wisp. Somehow they're able to get Gecko back. in the middle of this chaos. Insanely close fight. They're going to take Shin down. Now Rebel trying to help finish off our Aluna here. Deparak with the early save is going to lose. That's such a close fight, Samiri. They lose. It's just going to be one member left for Stormbreakers trying to finish off Dragos here. But NBC, we talked about them ruining someone's day.
In this situation, they actually get the rest of it to be back as a full 4-man, and then we do see them actually taking another kill. I thought
for the side of 3LP, but Baroof over the top with the Kingpin Slam, gonna find Shroom. All of a sudden, 3LP in trouble as well. All about trying to...
and they get a nice little root as well, followed by the hook combo. Go for the instant give out to Rhapsody. And
party from NBC, putting Riot down to just one member. Remember, this is our first place squad. It's only Cookies alive on the Knicks with half health out to the north, but all of a sudden, Bao in trouble as well. NBC, like we said, ruining days here.
Somehow he made it out there.
He stops the res, crazy style.
Oh my god.
Back out here, no way!
NBC, hopefully doesn't die to the trade. I can see it potentially happening. As to Feather, Mantle, does it pretty much perfectly with the chain finale. He's now trying to get the potential kill, free pickings onto Fake Strike, so he gets to dunk down onto him. He's being hit from every which way direction, finally getting dunked. And that is NBC out to just 4 teams left now.
Dude, so many early exits here, just absolute.
100%, and we do see that Celeste value can just continuously coming out in this instance from Gun. Flashy is just providing the shifts constantly, but they're still running out of space. In fact, Bao will pick up 2 kills in quick succession. Orlando's is absolutely farming Gun now. Surprised they couldn't really find a safe rotation around. The zone is putting down to the south side. Fake Strike is continuously dancing, getting a couple of LMBs here.
For the engage, nice air blast to cancel that Q2. Shichi trying to finish it over Abyss here, has the Songbow, connects the railgun. Calcio, sliver of health on the bunny, is going to get taken out there, but right at that time, MST look for the re-engage. They're trying to get this fight onto Bao.
Instead, they leave the one member with 1 HP, but MST just returned the favor. They probably predicted it in this instance, which is a really smart thing to do. We also see the E-plat drop as the fight continues. Oh my god.
Finally, Bao's going to push up, find their space on land. They're going to be able to take out Lasmold, put it to a 4v3. Is MST going to be able to trade one back? Ash so low and able to escape in the Jin. Bit of a 3v3 situation as Ash looks to recover. Lil Meep super low, going to get that spin slash through. Bit of health recovery online. Super close.
Crazy work. It feels like it's unforeseen. Baroof is still trying to get some potential damage onto Cass. Pops the ulti. Still found on super duper low HP. There's 1 member left in this instance. Meep trying to get those infinite heals on the Knicks. It's still not going to be enough. And that is Bao taking match number 7. And let's have a quick tally up of those skills just for kills. Sorry.
Yeah, MTV show up for the third-party opportunity. They are going to find not 1, but multiple kills as they take out a member of NBC who were kind of over-committing to this chase a little bit. You see up on the ult there for Jewel, able to survive, knowing kind of all the marbles are on the line here. Now GG getting pressured by the 3LP push after GG got the better of them in that previous look. Greed trying to just kite it out is going to get those stacks to drop off, but not letting up the assault. Stroom going to surge forward, looking for the lightning strike, barely short on that. Yeah, Stormbreaker's looking strong here in Game 8. 3LP getting collapsed on. Third round between GG and 3LP. So much health deleted on both sides. 2 members super low for 3LP as GG lose 1.
2v1, that would have been absolutely monumental. I think he just lost the exchange right at the end. That was super duper unfortunate. A root catch as well, maybe getting 1 kill here. Shin is found insta-give. Deathbreak getting pushed away. Even through the dash, pops the ulti, but fizzles it at the last second. Then there's Nurok trying to get the potential gun to Footy Fish. Pops the face steel chain, trying to get the dunk or something else along those lines. He actually gets rooted himself. A couple more LMBs come out. He's trying to last as long as possible. He's taking so much little pull up with that second from Deathbreak, trying to pull off the super mission if possible.
Dude,
gets the
Deathbreak.
potential kill. Can he kill?
No way.
Question. Can't do it.
Off the Whisper. Speaking of recover, Sprokane trying to do exactly that. Going to get lightning striked off the beacon despite a great
reset. Of course, they're not too far away from the train. So, and then Good Lukes in this instance, they pop the ulti as well with the salvo, and he actually gets his dunk. It was what crazy work! Oh my god, dude! I just woke up.
Lizardo having Masamune in hand for GG, fighting for the 4th time against 3LP. Grudge match going down. They're going to take out Trenzy now in the 4v2. Shroom trying to make something, showing up to try to finish them off. Meep is going to catch him for the 3rd party. Beautiful connection with the reap and the follow-up. It does look like it is going to be Cookies with the railgun.
It's the face steel chain. Just
they
hit the train, but didn't get it. No way.
For Lurok, such good movement. Thought they were going to be able to weave their way out in between these 4 full forest squads, but in the end, not going to be able to do it. They are eliminated at 5th as we are down to 4. The carnage breaking out here. Aurora maybe in the middle, but as Bao move up, looking for that third party. MST to the north, Rat happy to hold this Trax angle to the south. Cookies doing work on the Nyx, keeping Aurora in the middle. So much damage onto Bao here. They're able to get a second to reset.
And another nuke's been dropped in this instance. Hopefully Bao did not die. Looks like MST are applying a mega amount of pressure to Garoof in this instance. There goes Meek with the mega in onto Bao. Actually, you made them use a lot of their resources from that brawl. Crazy play. And they're still going with the pressure. Picked up 1 kill already. Bao are now in dire straits themselves.
Yeah, Rat just in such a good spot here. Happy to just hold this land, take anything that comes. Yeah, Rat's just hanging out while Bao is praying for anything they can get here. Orlando's is going to go down. They have 1 member left, top left. Baru has a dream, but is fully heated, trying to just live as MST. Multiple members from both teams split off from this team fight to look at Baroof. They're both going to turn around, reconnect with their squads. Megan into the anti-heal. Baroof looking for his angle for the side of Bao in on this tiny piece of land, distracting Rat for just a moment longer. Nice slam is back and forth. Meggy finds the slam.
Can he get the kill? He gets the kill onto Small at the last second. It's now a 3v4 unless they can get the wisp stick. It looks like MST are trying to hold ground as long as possible, trying to force them into the zone. Meek is doing a really good job on this, in fact. Blink is now 1 HP. They're trying to get the kill if possible. Comes gets the dunk at the last second. Can they turn this one around completely? The Kubus also found that shortly afterwards. Meek is also dead. It's just Chaos looking for the stick if possible. Hopefully at the ulti or the rewind. Can he do anything in this instance? Trying to get the reset. It's not in.
Hello, hello, what is up, my Vivers? Welcome back to Saturday Night Supervive, diving into North America edition. Going to be an extremely special day today, as it is our very last tournament, not only of the Saturday Night Supervive tournament series, but also perhaps Supervive in general. I'm sure there's going to be some community events, but from us at Turbovive and the whole kind of SNS feature over the last 9 weeks, this is going to be our conclusion, and I am so honored to be able to kick it off with my good friend Mad Magical. What's up, bro? I can hear him. Guys, it would not be a Supervive tournament without a little bit of scuff. So as we wait to get Magical on the mic here, I just want to give a huge shout out to all you guys. Said it at the end of EU, but this community is just so freaking goated. And, you know, it's been so special for me to be a part of it over the last year. I've been gaming over 30 years. I'm an old geezer, but this is the first time legitimately that I've ever felt like I belong to a gaming community for real. So from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone for showing up, watching, playing, just being part of this epic experience, and nothing lasts forever. So we gave it our very best, good old college try. In the end, it's not going to work out, but what can you do? Firm handshakes will go next, but I do hope we got Magical back on the mic here.
See, because you can hear me, which is why I'm like, I don't know what happened there, but
I'm hearing him right now.
There we go. I heard from Shiv that we are back. You guys can hear me now. Sorry about that. Yeah, as Zick said, it is only appropriate that when you have remote broadcast that there's going to be some sort of technical issues, but doesn't matter because we are here. It is bittersweet to be here for the very last one, but it is always good being here with you, Zick, especially for Supervive, that we get to have some amazing games. We had some awesome games earlier with EU, where we saw Rat come out, the top team of EU for the very last time. As you mentioned, there will be community events. Most likely, I'll probably even cast those, but this is our our final official one. This is the very last one that we have here for Turbovive, for SNS. And then we're going to do our damnedest to give you one hell of a show.
Absolutely. Going to be a complete banger. We're going to get a quick look at this beautiful edit that Numbers has put together for the community, just summarizing what SNS has been, showing some of our clip winners. Let's roll it.
Oh my god, the drop.
Take him out, take him out.
I was dying to dash. It's so close. Alright, come south, come south, come south.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Two.
Cheese.
Cheese. That was perfect, that was perfect.
It's a bad fight, bro. It's a bad fight, bro.
Heights, Lana.
Wait, Stevy's off.
Afro left, Afro.
Kill Cavion, kill Cavion.
No, leave him down.
Keeping something different. No, it's not, it's not. Oh, we all died to heart.
Through the wall there. Nice damage pressure on the mid. Bring it back pretty well, though. Oh, and the spike connecting for Pine there is going to put QA all the way on the back.
Sophie, go so down.
I marked them all.
Oh my god, that's
Singularity catches 2, then he catches 3 from multiple teams! It's a obliteration nation! A single void!
Oh my god.
What a game. When he utilized the pillar and the beacon to get around, they're just going ring around the row as they bonk and fall on these ashes. Someone's gonna fall down.
Is this you, Ryan?
I'm almost not a criminal.
Nice. They're full still fighting down there. Okay, good. There's some guy up here, right here, by the way. E-plat, up here. I'm gonna ult it,
They're dying. I can portal for them. Get the loot.
Got it.
Nice. Train, bait him in the train.
Yes, he deals through that. Beautiful. Plus from TN in the car with the train. Turning things around.
I'm riding nade after nade right now! Easy. Good shit, Ryan. Good shit, Ryan.
My God. 36 here. Yo, let's fucking go.
I'm last.
All right, GG guys. GG's. What's fun?
GG. Jesus, guys. Thank you.
Saturday.
Dude, an absolutely beautiful edit by the GOAT numbers. So special to have that sort of captured as our final little montage. Huge shout out to our clip winners from last week. Sprokane with 150, Ash 100, and Phenom with the big 50. Pulling it down. We are going to have one more set of this today to play for, Magical.
Yeah, one more set for the clip competition as well as our very last Turbo 5 to see who will be the final team. And honestly, I feel like despite even the prize being a big factor for it, that more so it is the bragging rights. To win this final one, that's everything for all these players. Being able to say you were the final champions of EU earlier for RAT and here for NA. Which team gets that? I'm so pumped to see how these teams are going to approach this one. Who is going to be that top team? Because before, another thing to talk about is that in NA, it had been the domination of TLD forever. BAP were finally able to come back in September. Season 1 was theirs, but Season 2, at first it seemed like it was going to be TLD again, but last week we had LC win. The week before was Yabagul, and looking back at everything for SNS and for the Turbo Cup, we get to see how that story was. You see the TLD, you see so much of them winning over and over again until we hit December where everything started to change.
Dude, yeah, and it's just so cool to get like this snapshot of kind of how things have gone down. And we have seen just a surge of North America talent. Same thing in the EU scene. Basically, it seems like since we started this tournament series, a lot of competitive players, old competitive players rejoining, tier 2 players improving and coming up into tier 1, filling out, you know, known squads, but also bringing new squads into the mix. You mentioned Last Chance being one of those winning last week. So cool to see those guys pulling down a W. And then Yabakul, the Dylan squad, someone working with us on this tournament series, coming out with the dub the weekend before that. It's actually just, you know, kind of so cool to think back. And you mentioned bragging rights. I think almost even more than that, it's like, just knowing that you won the very last Supervive tournament, just knowing for yourself that you did that, I think is like powerful in its own right. So a ton to play for here, Magical, not just the $2,500 prize pool, by the way.
Like I said, that's a big part of it. But I mean, to me, the bragging rights, it's such a big factor.
Absolutely. The bragging rights and the memory and the knowledge that you did pull down the win for the last official tournament. So going to be so much to play for here. We saw absolutely banger set of games in EU close to the very last minute. Huge shout out to the teams that came out on top there. But is there anything you are sort of expecting, Magical, or keeping your eye on with the teams we do have in play today?
I mean, that's only appropriate to then look at our teams to see that, because beforehand, it would just be the TLD BAP special. Those would be the teams we'd constantly keep our eyes out for. But Yabagul the week before, the week before last, LC last week, they both have now won games here for squads, won tournaments. And so this, to me, means it is anybody's game. You might see some familiar names here on the list as well. 3LP back here playing in NA as well. We even have CBR, where you see a lot of familiar names like Hachi, Orlando, Sebi, and Greninja, a bunch of different elements from other teams playing together here. But also, I want to bring our eyes to a team like Ban. They
Let's
hadn't
go,
played in a
Ben,
while,
dude.
but to have them back for
Yes.
the very last one, I mean, I'm a huge band fan because they
Yeah,
have
dude.
pulled off the craziest plays. You got Micah Munch, the Aluna God, Protopho, the Bebo legend, Glass back in this one, playing with Krillo too. Really hyped to see that team, but I'm also looking across the board at other teams. Like, look at LZR, Kola, Illusion, Chinese Spy, and Daylight.
Yeah.
That's a fun team. PF Passion Fruit, if you don't remember that name, that's over a year old. Skedaddle, Card Thief, Flame Dab, and Pulse coming back in as well. And then rounding it out, we have PPC with Sugar, Mirror Vigil, Thumbkiss, and of course, our dual legend Madly.
Yeah, and those last three teams you just called out, PPC, PF, and Losers, showing up big in the qualifiers yesterday. Been getting to watch Losers over the last couple of weeks, but I do believe this is the first forming up of the Pink Pony Club. And you mentioned Passion Fruit. Card Thief, actually, I found out yesterday from Tsunami, is heard undercover. So we actually know pretty much that full squad showing back up for our final set of games here. It is super exciting. Not only that, we have our staples. We got the likes of BAP. We got the likes of TLD. We got LC and Yabagul, who we mentioned before, winning the last two events prior. So just gonna be extremely competitive, magical. Absolutely gonna be a banger set of games.
And with these games, we have 8 more for Turbo Cup history. We get to see what our storm ships are, and a few of them have been predetermined. Starting off, we got bombing runs into bullet trains, into cross country, into unstable, then a break, then final destination, unstable portals, bombing runs, and the last one, TBD. We will decide that one at the very end to see what we end up with our final game 8. What the wheel decides, or maybe Magical can pull off some magic himself and pull out the bullet trains out of nowhere. That will be to determine. I'm not going to spoil
love to see
anything.
it.
But of course, I would love to see it as well. But we got to start somewhere, and that is game 1 with bombing run here, Zik. So looking at how this storm shift is, we introduced this back because we wanted to have a little bit more variety when it came to our storm shifts, but I feel like it has been something that's actually allowed for more action, where it really forces these teams into these early skirmishes, because before they could try to go for a trade and then try to fall back, but now when the bombing run's there, they're forced into that fight no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, bombing runs, we know it as one of the spiciest storm shifts we can get, right up there with cross country and bullet trains. But it really just exemplifies the chaos of the BR, the beauty of Supervive. So what a perfect way to kick things off. These storm shifts are not going to be taking it easy on our players. We got double up on bombing runs, final destination cross country, double up on unstable portals, and we did see a triple up on bullet trains in EU Magical. After you stepped out for the back half, we had a double wheel spin on bullet trains to close things out. So we'll see how game 8 treats us here.
So sad. Of course, whenever I'm not here is when the bullet train gets spun. That's just how it works. But by hell or high waters, we're going to have more bullet trains here. Come on, Wheel. I believe in you for game 8, but we got to start with game 1 of 8. A lot of games to be played, squads format. And with this one, we saw over in EU where you can have a couple of those early games where maybe things don't go your way, but you got to start stepping it up right after that. And especially before you introduce bans, because I feel like that was a big thing where we look at EU. Rat, they had been able to get 3rd place in games 1, 2. They won game 3, then struggled a bit in game 4. Then after that, they came in hot after those bans. They looked a lot stronger, while a lot of other teams, once they start losing those prime picks, the Sorrows, the Oath, even that Wukong that's now come back into the meta, a lot of teams felt the struggle.
100%. Yeah, and bans kind of affecting each team differently depending on their hunter pools, how good they are on kind of the meta picks, what their comfort picks are. So we definitely usually see a pretty big shuffle after game 4. And I thought Rat did a really good job. They weren't able to claim too many first place placements. I think they only got 1 over the course of 8 games, but consistently big kills, consistently high placement, even though it wasn't number 1. And that was what saw them through for the first place spot. So we'll see who in NA is going to be able to repeat that sequence out here. And we have, there's no way there's not going to be our typical legendary storyline with some plot armor built in as we load into our very first match, Magical. It's Bombing Run's very last Turbo Cup of Supervive. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get on to the breach. Our 10 teams ready for that W Supervive. And looking at the picks right now, I see some interesting changes between the regions. One of which being, I'm seeing a lot more Jhin than I saw. Actually, we saw no Jhin in the first 4 games of EU. And seeing that on a couple teams, more Bunny, which is not surprising at all. But also seeing some other picks, such as more Kingpin, that are getting picked up.
And we do see, you mentioned Jhin, Illusion on Losers. Been getting to watch them for like they were playing last weekend. Been so fun getting to watch these guys, you know, battle out here and like really scale. And they're really coming together as a team. Very new team.
Really?
But Illusion, a different Jhin, kind of on his own level. There's a couple we could throw in there. Maybe RTK, maybe Laws. But really, always a pleasure to watch.
And seeing how our teams right now, as we already got the drop there, TLD, dropping with a couple other teams. BAP, we're already here, grabbing those Sky Sharks, doing it the BAP special, which is grab Sky Sharks, immediately book it to the golds. But they are going to be joined in by TLD and Ban, who both try to see if they can get to Gridlock to contest them early on. Let's see how these drops are going to look for the teams.
Yeah, and we do see a couple down here in Gridlock. It's BAP, our normal culprits, but Ban, never afraid to contest, and TLD is here. Some of our top squads instantly in it. Lemur in with a Bright Shield. They're going to find RTK instantly. First blood.
First blood, TLD coming out strong there. And BAP, it feels like they're not used to teams trying to contest them for that goals because they're already on that back foot and looking where they can go elsewhere, because with RTK and Spades both being taken out, it's just up to 2 left to try to get out.
Yeah, and it does look like TLD off to a nice high-tempo start. Another Bright Shield bash coming in from Lemur, trying to isolate members of Ban. Nice barrel explode, too, chipping out Glass. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 members of Ban trying to single out Phenom, who is already holding onto that gold armor. Lods has a green as well, coming to back him up. Phenom on the Wukong. Wait, what?
Oh my goodness, that is not what I expected to see at all. Really swapping it up on these styles. Even looking at the Abador on to Myth, too. So really pulling out some interesting styles here as we have Height try to get away. Bungie has connected on him. Do they try to pull him back in to try to get anything onto him? Lemur was in that battle, the Oath v Oath, with the jet stream right behind him. They're hunting for this low note, then they will spike him with the help of the Sky Shark.
TLD off to a monster start here. A couple but kills in the bag already. Proto now getting caught by Pink Pony Club, finding the Bebo running from that previous fight. Looks like they are going to be able to get Proto down. It does look like Ban have at least 1 member left. Probably Micah. Yeah, I do see Micah down in Machine. Going to be looking for that res.
And looking at how teams are moving around and what they're going to be able to accomplish after that. I mean, big thing is going to be how BAP can really recover from such a devastating early game. Granted, this is a team that even when they do have some struggles early game, they do end up bouncing back. They play the slow path. They try to farm up and then get into the late game. But I feel like this is one of the weakest starts we've ever seen from this squad.
Yeah, and that might just go to show, I think this is the most competitive lobby we've ever had for North America Supervive. Like, that's not even an exaggeration. Every single player out here is actually goated and coming together back into squads. We see the return, a lot of, you know, veteran players that haven't kind of been in the mix for a little bit. And, you know, I really think we're going to see something a little different than we're kind of used to here in the North America scene, Magical.
Me too. It's really interesting to see how a lot of this action's kind of been breaking out. And then even seeing here, EU squad, 3LP, the 3 little pigs, finding Ben, almost catching out Glass, but she was able to narrowly escape while Krillo tried to hold up the line, cause a distraction. They focused a little bit of their attention to kind of split off there. So they didn't actually get a kill onto either.
Yeah, and Krillo, one of my favorite Supervive players of all time, has dabbled a bit in competitive, but very much just a solo player, loves to log on, get on Ghost, and press W key and eliminate herbivores. So I love seeing him out here for our final set of games. And he's joining Ban, and that, you know, we talked about how exciting the Ban Trios squad has been. Throwing Krillo in the mix, looking like on the Oath to start things off, going to be very exciting.
It's always fun to see. Just to see Krillo kind of that ever the free agent, always on these other teams, trying to see where he can really fit, but always being such a great player, regardless of where you slot him into. Wanting to watch how Ban are going to kind of go about this game. Right there, we saw that BAP losing another life. This time, it is Passion Fruit one of these teams that I also want to focus on of one of our old legacy teams back in the open beta. You remember back to Livin' La Viva Loca back in the day, the prologue as well. This was always a great team to watch and always one of those teams that was just on the outskirts of finding victory. But speaking of teams finding victory, LC, as they had found victory last week, they are struggling in this fight against the Pink Pony Club on the run, and it's going to be the surge in from Madly, looking for that aggressive play on the LC up in the Thunderstorm, looking for Super Vader, going to be the target they take down. Well, they have LC almost finding Toilet, but unfortunately, with a broken shield oath, you are sent running. The Sky Shark right there, Jetski might be able to make it out.
Go Jetski. No lightning strike. Wow, LC gets out of here. Super sketchy situation. He's like hanging by, looking to get some intel. I don't know if Pink Pony Club is going to commit, seeing TLD on that ledge. So Jetski going to barely get away. You mentioned bit of a sketchy start here for LC, but expect them to certainly be coming back firing. But I think everyone kind of coming out swinging here, Magical, knowing, like seeing the names in this lobby before we even load in, knowing how competitive it is. And it just goes to show, look at BAP, level 7, no gold armors on day 2. What is this?
It is so unusual to see, but going down to ban as they ran into the European squad. 3 little pigs. They huff and puff and blow the house down on ban as they have already got Glass separated from Micah Munch, but the ever slippery bunny has already gotten away, and now it is going to be Glass. She cannot do the same. Couldn't get that recall. Unfortunately, the storm was right there, and she will be slammed down to oblivion.
Yeah, and 3LP already heated up from this morning. Maybe we'll see some of that fatigue settling in as these guys are into their 9th game of the day. Pretty standout performance from 3LP in the set of games earlier. I think finishing 4th or 5th amongst the 10 playing for EU. But also an extremely competitive lobby. We see fighting breaking out to the north here. Pink Pony Club continuing to kind of play aggressively on the hunt. Now it's losers they're running down.
Losers, they've already been on the kill feed, but not in the way you'd want to be. They've been unfortunately been on the wrong end of a lot of these fights, and now we see that Daylight struggling to get away from Madly and the Pink Pony Club, utilizing the jet stream in order to try to get that escape. Might have been able to do so, but we do see that LZR are really on the back foot through this game, and with the bombing run about to split up, might have given them that exit to allow them to survive, but looking at where the rest of the team is, they are far removed from you.
Yeah, we see on the kill feed, Yabagul finding one, it looks like, against Passion Fruit here. Yabagul, a team, Magical, that is constantly playing forward. Like, they have very good tempered aggression. It reminds me in BAP of a way, but they look for more fights than BAP does. BAP very much normally playing through objectives and taking the fights that come their way. Yabagul just kind of plays forward regardless of where they're at on the map. Very aggressive. 3LP doing the same thing here. Aiden connecting the punch onto Jetski, but he is able to shift out.
And he's gotten back to Super Vader, who's trying to defend, but unfortunately, even with the Sky Shark, it was not enough to help him out. Now, LC2 will join his teammate down below, giving 3LP even more kills. This European squad playing on ping, mind you, coming in strong after they did struggle over in EU earlier on. They had a couple of rough early games, but you talk about the warm-up. This is one of those teams that is really geared up, ready for these fights as they chase down another straggler here of losers. Daylight is going to be the target yet again, but has been able to utilize that tech of Oath to get back to the rest of the team.
Yeah, Daylight doing a nice job, really nice job kind of playing out there against the full chase down from 3LP. You mentioned them dropping a couple games early. That can, do so much to kind of hurt your points on the leaderboard because they actually had a pop off second half, but it wasn't going to be enough to bring them up to the top of the podium. Meanwhile, TLD duking out with Yabagul, big blast off entry.
And we see that Lemur, he's going to be the target with another Abyssal Breaker because the third-party ban nearly found him. They've separated TLD, and they decide to go for parts of it. They almost had Phenom, who utilized the E-Plat to try to get away, but it's going to be Yabagul that helped take him down immediately, then looking for the Dragon Slam with that salvo unleashed onto the bunny. No escape that time around.
Yeah, so Yabagul finding a few more kills in pocket. We take a quick look here, 5 on the board for them. We pan down to LC, none yet for LC, still kind of on that poverty run, trying to recover from what was a rough start. Ban kind of in that same boat, just trying to find their footing here. TLD was off to a strong start, still holding on to 3 of their golds. Phenom losing his in that last battle we saw, but kind of doing their normal thing, kind of playing right there with the lead of tempo.
We see how our teams that have had a couple of rough early fights, like right there, Ban trying to go for the bush strat, Krillo and Glass. Now looking for an angle to be able to bring back up their 2 teammates, and it is not looking good. Protofo and Micah Munch down meaning they are not going to have an easy time when we see the kill feed. More fighting. It's a 1-for-1 trade between Passion Fruit and between Yabagul until TLD found Pulse, while Krillo tries to escape from the Cheeseburger Rejects, who are on the hunt for Krillo, utilizing that fan well, but not. I know, it's a great name. And now Krillo onto that respawn beacon. Might be able to bring back up the team, but we got to look at this fight between Yabagul and TLD. Yabagul, this team that has really been fighting tooth and nail through the last few weeks, were able to find that win a couple weeks ago. They lost out to LC before, but they have really been showing that they are not a team to mess with. But TLD, they ain't one to mess with either, as they got rid of Diamond.
Yeah, it looked like Diamond getting a little caught out in front of everyone there. TLD going to pick up that easy pick. Yabagul pulls back knowing they're just going to play for res. So the aggression shut down momentarily by the last door, shutting that in front of them. They're going to play back down to their fire near Kaiju Vault. They very likely have intel that LC is lurking to the south, but we do see one member of Ban, I believe that's Glass, hanging out in bush, looking for any kind of angle for a res.
There's always that miracle, but we are into day 4, Sick. It is getting late into the game, and when you are a solitary player surrounded by 9 other squads and not very much real estate, it's going to be difficult to actually utilize those respawn beacons to full effect.
Yeah, and it's so funny seeing Aiden and Phenom on the Wukong fighting each other here. It's just not Wukong players that I'm used to seeing. But here we are. The monkey is strong once again. Treadsy taking some pot shots through the Eclipse portal there, trying to find some poke damage onto these TLD armors. They are holding strong. It does look like they're going to push 3LP off of this red chest.
And it's going to be TLD grabbing that, so they're going to be very powerful in some of these upcoming fights. And speaking of powerful, we're looking at teams that had power in the previous week but are struggling here in Game 1. LC are winners from last week, now with not very much armor to their names. Yes, they've got the items working their way, but they got to be careful when they take these fights, especially because there's so many teams surrounding them and not having anywhere to really go. If a fight happens, you better bet there's going to be 3rd, 4th, even 5th parties.
100%, bro. 10 squads in the lobby still. No one out yet. LC under more pressure. Our Cheeseburger Rejects find a pick on the way out. The bombing run is going to keep them from the full pursuit. Meanwhile, it's TLD posturing around Red GA here, looking to bring down this Meteor Beast.
And if they can get that one, even more power to TLD as they want to start off this final Turbo Cup strong with a victory. But of course, when you're still surrounded by every team, not one team has been eliminated just yet, Sick. Even though we've had these fights that have happened right here. Yabagul taking on the Pink Pony Club, blast off into the back line, finding that kill on a dumb kiss, almost traded back by Madly. We do get banned, the first team out. Finally, Glass had been spotted out, while Dumb Kiss should be stomped by Yabagul, but Lightning crashing onto their position, allowing PPC to get out of there alive, even if they're down a monkey.
Dude, if Ban is out at 10th, you know it's a freaking competitive lobby. Carnage continues over here on tracks. Passion Fruit duking out with Last Chance. Flame Dave is down. Skedaddle maybe looking for the Wisp angle, but LC is going to hold strong.
Oh, look at
push
that
them out.
picture.
Yeah, Herd looking for a dunk as well.
See, I'm looking at the picture-in-picture. There are 3 teams squaring off right now. We have our Cheeseburger Rejects, losers, and 3LP all nearly trading blows. And then we go back to the main picture where Passion Fruit nearly got sandwiched by TLD. About to have 2 fights where 3 teams duke it out.
I love it. Into the Carnage. 3LP looking for a slam up over the top. A little bit of pressure out onto their fellow European squad. CBR is going to back out of there. We do see a lot of teams kind of claiming their bit of space as we move into closer towards our final circle. Losers trying to push in, get CBR space here as we saw them move from the left out of that last fight. They are going to exit through the bombing run, had a little bit of space. Illusion looking to go over Abyss, but cut off there.
Having one of those arena platforms to survive, but over to BAP, a team that normally dominates in the early game, is able to play out the mid game to get the late. They are still only on that gray armor. They've lost Tsunami, and now they're on the run, about to get sandwiched between our European squad there with 3LP taking 1 kill, looking for Spades. Troom, not even on Zeph this time, playing that Bishop, was looking for the kill onto Spades, but Spades doing a great job with Myth to keep him at bay.
Yeah, beautiful Viridess Fury there in style with the absolutely fire myth skin that came at the worst possible time. It's so epic, and it's so sad that it is at the very end. But getting to rep it in this very last tournament, nice plays. Dude, BAP. So Pine is out of town this weekend, so we are down a Pine. But even with the subs, some of my favorite players of all time. It's height RTK Spades making his return, as well as Tsunami, our fellow caster and observer bro, stepping in. So definitely rooting for BAP as well.
Me too. That's purely why. I've got to root for Tsunami, our boy, our legend. Stepping in here, subbing in for BAP to try to play for the team. But looking at our teams that are staring at each other right now, 3LP, got to be careful because TLD might be able to attack him while Spades tries to avoid so many teams around him. Takes the phase walk over the wall to be able to escape while CBR getting pushed into the zone by the circle. Got to be careful with how they're going to position. Same here. We look at TLD on Amorius while other teams are trading a couple blows. It was Passion Fruit to find one initially. Then LC pushing back onto CBR, making sure that Orlando's can't enter. But because Passion Fruit are there as well, they decide not to chase over the abyss while BAP are out at 9th place.
Crazy. Ban out at 10th, BAP out at 9th. What is this lobby? It is so damn close out here. And I like the recovery from LC. Looks like 3LP going to get engaged on by Yabagul. Ackling's just deleted. Wow.
Yeah, Ackling's gone in the blink of an eye. We've seen that a couple times when you have Wukong, especially if you can get that 6 monkey strike with the Dragon Slam. The Chinese spy far here trying to stop 3LP, getting that revive, but pushed back in by the battle gum, almost being taken out by the storm while 3LP could not get the respawn. Shroom is gone. One is left. Well, back over the fight. TLD have found losers. They're keeping Chinese spy at bay, not letting him get back onto land, sniping him out of the air with one hammer throw.
Uh-oh, looking a little sketchy for losers here. It's just going to be Kula left. Has teams on all sides. Everyone full health. So much damage coming through from Pamu on the monkey. TN finishes it off. Yabagul scoops another cool third squad out. Lemur in with the Abyssal Breaker.
Almost having the fight, but Pink Pony Club right there, trying to escape while TLD not letting him have an easy way out. Yabagul could always third party this. TLD have got to be cautious with how they approach this fight against PPC, but with base camp control for PPC, it is going to take a little bit of time before TLD feel confident enough, forcing out the Eye of the Storm, trying to see if they can get Madly to go away, who dashes back to the rest of the team, taking that long trip around the Under Rock.
Yeah, it goes for a little aggressive play, is able to shift out through the other side. Jet Ski catching Pulse in an Abyssal Breaker with a Bright Shield follow-up into the wall. Nice clone out for Pulse, using some of that movement to keep Passion Fruit in it for a moment. Has an E-plat, a minute left to go though, Magical.
Never chase a Jin over the abyss, but also be careful with how you approach a fight like this, Yabagul, because you were able to get the kill on a Madly, but TLD, you were ready to venture over if you over-aggressed. Now Sugar is on the E-plat, pushed back to the land that TLD control. TLD noticing that Pulse is on their E-plat as well with the crown. That is going to be a difficult target if you want to chase a Jin. That's why they try to get him back to mainland before they go for anything, but TLD don't want to give up their space, don't want to give up that respawn beacon over to PPC, who almost had it, was so close, but Sugar just a little bit off of that one. We even see that they saw Mirror Vigil somewhere on the breach, but unfortunately, there will be Sans Sugar.
Yeah, so Pink Pony Club losing one. TLD stacking another kill on the board here, as we do see in the picture-in-picture, LC going crazy. They're going to be able to fully elim Cheeseburger Reject. So one of our EU squads down. 3LP still in the mix, I believe. Wait, did 3LP go out? When did 3LP go out?
3LP went out a little bit before. They only had one player left. Yeah, it happened off screen, so unfortunately we didn't get to see it. But yeah, we are only down to 5 teams now, as Passion Fruit do manage that crown. Pulse, again, you don't want to chase a Jin over the abyss, and that's why every team wanted to wait it out. But now, as Passion Fruit tried to get back into the circle, they had already been scattered. There was nothing to really do there. Card Thief is gone. Skitaddle has been separated. An easy target for Yabagul, while Pulse is still there with Flame Dab as they both try to get away, but Pulse now taken way too low. Now you can actually chase that Jin. Passion Fruit are out.
That looked so rough for Passion Fruit. Literally nowhere to go. LC, not where many places to go themselves. They're going to push across. Huge value out of this Abyssal Breaker. Everyone following up beautifully here, but Yabagul fighting it off like some maniacs. What is this defend, bro? 3 from LC down.
Pamu still having that crown, having got it procced, so the team back up, but unfortunately, Dylan also taken out by Lods on the other side of that fight. Well, you see the Pink Pony Club, they are gonna, I don't know what happened to Dumpkus right there, but he just dies to the world, taken out in the blink of an eye. Well, TLD, they're gonna be able to get rid of that wisp from Dylan. Don't want to have to deal with that 3v3 fight, while PPC, they also have 3 alive, pushing back onto Yabagul, getting damage onto damage. Damage gonna be saved in, but it's gonna be TLD pushing back onto PPC. They have to go for the dash back, try to see if they can stay alive. But Yabagul got the respawn. They're back on their feet, ready for round 2. They got their dunk on him Madly. Their revenge by Yabagul have been pinched back by TLD. They've only got Pamu. The Monkey King has to survive on his staff. Trying to see if he can get the Dragon Slam, but it's going to be over the abyss. Gotta be careful because TLD still there, ready to push back, ready to take out the Monkey King, to take away the crown. But Yabagul almost were able to find it. It's up to TN now with the crown, with the Justice Punch, with the heroic haymaker, but stolen away by Amador. While LC are taken out by Laws off screen. It's just TN, TLD. They're here to win. They always got that main character energy, and they started off strong with game 1.
TLD just dominating, showing up huge here in game 1. They got off to a really strong start, kind of winning the golds in the beginning and never letting go, pedal to the metal. I think we saw Phenom go down once, but besides that, basically flawless victory for TLD here, doing such a good job pushing other teams into each other in the middle of the chaos there. And what a crazy defend from Yabagul on that final push for LC. It was looking good for LC, and then all of a sudden 3 members of LC were gone. They get wiped across the map, and all of a sudden it's just Yabagul with TN left against all of TLD, but they're able to find second place.
But for TLD, that's the big one in this one, because they controlled the narrative from moment 1, as you talked about, Zick. Winning Gridlock against BAP, one of the few. I mean, Ban tried to contest as well, but TLD, it felt like they actually got a full control from that one with the goals, but also with the kills they managed on to BAP, where BAP, from that moment, were constantly looking for a poverty run, looking for their way back into the game that they just never were able to find.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, the 2 teams, the 3 teams that drop gold, right? It's Ban, it's BAP, it's TLD. Who went out first? Ban. Who went out second? BAP. So if you lose that flip for golds in a lobby this competitive, it is so hard to recover, right? It is so hard once you're already behind tempo to be able to find some area, find some camps, and recover and match pace with squads like TLD, who never let off a gas, you know, and come away from that fight with the goals themselves. So I mean, it just goes to show, you know, truly how close things are out here.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that you even mentioned it, when did 3LP get knocked out? It happened so quickly because
I didn't even see it.
We got late into this game where so many teams were still alive. It got to end game when we still had what? I think like 6 teams remaining until we actually got to the full finish where it was finally closing in. And that's when we had teams dropping like flies. That's where we had 3LP, then CBR, then it was Passion Fruit. Then I think it was LC and PPC, finally Yabagul after that, because it just happened so quickly.
This right here.
The big thing for me, looking at this one, Sick, is the fact that TLD, during this entire fight, they controlled every aspect of every fight.
Yeah. I mean, basically, once they were ahead of tempo, they definitely were controlling the pace of things and doing a great job just playing their game constantly. They're so good at the macro movement, right? They know exactly what they need to do to force other teams into each other. We see it over and over and over again. Another version right here as they push Yabagul into PPC, running them both down in the process. Both teams kind of, you know, in tatters, trying to peel away. And in the end, you know, just that tempered aggression, along with them already being kind of ahead of the pace of things, along with the just skill expression of each of these players, TLD asserting dominance in game 1.
Yeah, and getting that big win, because not just do they get the W, but they had so many kills in that game as well. So many points that they were able to rack up right out of the gates. It is going to be difficult for a lot of teams unless we start seeing some comebacks from BAP, from Ban, from LC, from Yabagul, where they're pretty much doing the exact same thing that TLD did in this game to make sure that they are close in the running. Because if TLD do this once more, sure, there are 8 games, but that is going to be a lot of points and a huge lead for TLD right away.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. So we are diving into game 2 here. It is Bullet Trains. Let's go. The magical special right back into the action. Let's freaking go. There it is.
I'm ready. Come on, guys. It is Bullet Trains, possibly our last one ever. I need you guys to give me all your energy. I need these train kills, please.
And we're about to get potential massacre here. We did see, I think, one in the Bullet Train I got to witness for the back half of EU, but we will see if the North America Bullet Trains are able to turn up the spice here. We do know we're going to be closing in around tracks, but early drop out here for Ban and BAP.
seeing that it's way down in Scav Bay for gold, and BAP, of course, being our NA team. We saw earlier that Stormbreakers being that team that constantly dropped at goals, but they are getting contested a lot more than I think they're ever used to. Ban here again, same with TLD, who already looked for a fight against Ban, but this time around, 3v2, they are at a disadvantage, but Ban, they almost separate there, not realizing that they had TLD at rights. If they had fully engaged, they probably could have gotten those two before the rest of the team could have backed up.
Yeah, such a tricky, kind of thing to know where the other members are if you kind of have that advantage. Ban's still playing it very well, though, stealing this camp away from TLD.
No!
It looks like we do have a disconnect, guys. Okay. So unfortunately, when players drop out loading in, they are not able to reconnect. So we have to do a full lobby restart to make sure everyone gets in the game. So nothing too, kind of bad loss there. Just still at the very beginning. We are going to get a quick redo.
Thankfully, nothing really happened in that game. It was just a couple of trades of shots, but no one really dying, no points really gained, nothing really earned in that game to make it so it feels bad to actually go for this reset. Sadly, it happens every once in a while. Hopefully, we're able to get that sorted pretty quickly so we can get back onto the breach.
Yep, and I'm sure we will be right back in it. It was actually one of our observers who crashed, so as she loads back in, we are going to be A-okay. But I want to say, just off of that first match, Magical, do you think TLD is going to be able to repeat that performance like in game 2 here? Or you think teams are going to kind of stand up to him?
So if we go based off that one match, I feel like it's TLD's show, right? If you're just going based off a one-size sample, so very small sample pool. However, if you go by the past 2 weeks, and look at how teams have been in those previous weeks. We saw Yabagul 2 weeks ago with that miraculous comeback where it was TLD winning most of the time. It was TLD and BAP, but Yabagul came out of nowhere at the back half of those games to take away victory in our first squads. And then after that, LC, they were kind of in a similar boat where they were able to really play well. The first games were okay, but it was much better at the back half of the games when they really started to pop off. So I feel like that's going to be the big thing. Can TLD continue this momentum? Because if any team is unaffected by bans, it really is TLD. This is a team that has Hunter Oceans. They can play whatever a Hunter, doesn't matter. While a lot of teams tend to get hit pretty hard by it, TLD is rarely one of them. So when they start off strong, usually they're able to finish strong.
That is a great shout. When TLD does have a strong start, it is definitely difficult to shut them down. But I do expect with these caliber of teams in the lobby, someone's going to figure out a way to do it, at least a way to slow them down, as there's no way we don't get an absolutely epic picture perfect finish for this last set of games in competitive Supervive. And I do think we are going to be loading back in here very soon.
Yes, I think we're getting back in relatively soon, probably in just a couple minutes. See how that is going to go for our teams and see what, if it's really going to affect them. Because looking at that drop too, I will say I'm kind of glad that was a game that we had a reset, because it was a very typical drop. There was nothing fancy about it. It wasn't like one of those extreme drops where things really get changed up and you have to really have this new strategy you're bringing in. It was standard. It was okay. Nothing really fanciful. So for our game 2, especially with bullet trains, I want to really see if we're going to get that RNG where it pulls us to one of the extremities, or if it's going to be kind of lock standard.
Yeah, and like regardless of where it goes, it seems like most bullet train finals are spicy. Like almost all the areas kind of around the tracks are great spots to fight in the end game. And it's usually like one team kind of controlling the tracks area, one team playing off an E-plat, and then one team with like a tiny bit of land somewhere nearby. And it always results in absolute carnage. So I do believe we are loading back in to game 2 here. So get a quick restart on bullet trains, but gonna be hype nonetheless.
All right, reset it. We're going back to the beginning. It's bullet trains, baby! Gotta get the whistle in.
Let's go. One of my favorite storm shifts as well. Been an absolute pleasure to watch so many bullet train games. And we like think back to all the bullet train clips. There's actually so many good clips in Supervive generated from our good friend the bullet train.
I feel like the best clips are from the bullet train, which is why it's always won my heart and always been the thing that I've gravitated towards the most, because it's just so fun to watch how teams can really approach it. Unfortunately or fortunately, teams have gotten wise to how to play around the bullet train. They understand the mechanics, the speed, how to avoid it, which is to everyone else's joys, all the players' joys, but to my dissatisfaction, because I like when we have a lot of train kills.
To the viewers' dismay, to Magical's dismay, players have figured out a little bit that the tracks light up, but still, you can never sort of keep up with the chaos. We see even the very best occasionally get caught by the bullet train with that mental stack. So we load in for our game 2. It's bullet trains. Let's get it.
Let's get it, and let's look at the drop. It is going to be a lock standard drop for us with the golds at Imotech. Interesting. That is where we're going to have our golds and where we potentially going to have some of our earlier fights. We'll see how the teams are going to approach this drop and whether or not we're going to have the same 3 try to contest golds early.
Yeah, and it is going to be in Imotech. We got this kind of northeast to southwest drop path, going to be going right over Fragile, ending at Cold Fang. We do see Codex going to be hitting the map as well. Likely going to be seeing several teams fighting over Sky Sharks to make this ride over to Immo. We got a floating heel Zeep. Just kind of hanging out.
We do have a Bebo being played, so Protofo most likely going to be playing that Bebo, as we tend to see that player being one of the best Bebos that we've ever had in the game. It's always great to see. We also have some early fighting there in Academy. I believe it was Passion Fruit and the Pink Pony Club, both of them dropping stacks, trying to see what they can get early on. I thought no teams were actually going to take advantage of the drop going over Academy, but it does seem that we end up having to. Well, over in Imotech, I already see 2 teams that I knew that were going to drop it. BAP and TLD fighting for gold.
Yeah, and BAP kind of getting beat once again to the chest looting at TLD kind of ahead of him. Meanwhile, fight breaking out over in Academy. We are going to pan all the way back to the gold look. It is going to be BAP with the gold key cracking vault. So BAP 3 out of 4, but under leveled here. Magical still a level 2 on height, level 1 on spades.
But looking at RTK leading the charge right now, getting a lot of damage on Phenom. Phenom trying to escape, goes back onto the perch with the Dragon Slam, but he's too low, and without that shield, an easy target. Now the levels on the BAP side. Well, TLD might be able to bring back up their Monkey King. It is going to be surrounded now. Pushed back, Abador forced to take the phase walk away, leaving his teammate out to dry.
Yeah, and not much you can do here if you're Abador. Likely going to get ran down by the full force of BAP. RTK looking for him, trading some nice damage here, but is going to eat the orb from the Saros with the follow on Tsunami. Spade or Abador very likely going to go down. Lod's lurking to just see if he can help out, but is going to call this off, go for a recall back to Lemur.
And because we have that reset there, TLD end up losing Imotech, which means BAP, unlike in the last game, they're going to be strong out of the gates. That early game going their wave this time around. So I'm expecting to see that BAP going to be quite the threat later into the game.
Yeah, and here we see LC looking like off to a decent start. They're running down an isolated member of Yabagul TN trying to make their way out on the Bishop. And it does look like LC does not want to give up this chase. Remember, every kill point so important here. So you want to get everything you can, but you also don't want to overcommit to the chase. Magicals. Every second spent chasing, you're kind of giving up your territory, you're giving up any sort of farm or looks at other teams. So it does look like LC is finally going to call that off.
Now that they've given that up, we look at other parts of the map and see how they're fighting over some things like the vault, almost with a blast back by Orlando's, our European team, our second one, fighting against Yabagul and Ordi, getting them to separate. Have a great early fight, and they might be able to find this early pick onto Yabagul, setting up Greninja, who's playing the Firefox in this game.
Yeah, so nice from the Cheeseburger rejects here. Going to find at least one on Yabagul. Yabagul, who were on the run from LC, going to get found out by CBR here. Again, one of the kind of disadvantages of losing those early fights sent to the wind scattered, you're very often going to be running into other full squads of 4 in a squad's world. So TN going to do his very best to live here, but looking like a tricky situation for our Bishop on Yabagul.
And Yabagul still kind of running away, where they were able to bring back up their fallen teammate, and unfortunately, even with that, doesn't mean that they had escaped from CBR, who are hunting down Yabagul the best they can. But TN, ever the best at being able to get out of sticky situations, was able to manage their escape from CBR, while we saw that LC actually came from behind and had picked off Orlando's.
And that's where the overchasing, it kind of bites you in the butt. Instead of finding the kill, TN gets away and CBR loses Orlando's to the flank by LC. So really nice plays from TN there to just waste their time, continue to live. It does look like he's able to reconnect with Yabagul, but they're going to be right back into the violence as BAP take out Diamond.
Diamond is down, but does seem that CBR are ready for the fight against BAP, even if it's going to be gold armors on BAP's side. They thought they might have been able to find that pick on the squishier RTK, but unfortunately, just not enough. And their gray armors really going to be difficult to try to test their might up against all this gold armor that BAP are wearing.
Yeah, and BAP off to the normal BAP start we're used to. A complete 180 from the game one poverty run. Very much ahead of tempo here, positioning themselves already with the ults online in night one for this day two turnover to play these camps. Ninja now on the run. BAP with the Sky Shark looking to play a little Halo and run them down. They are going to find a wall, maybe going to slow them down. They're going to call it off and just go for the camps here.
Unfortunately, some people aren't the best drivers, so got to be careful when you ride.
Insane Oath, not a great driver, no.
Yeah, we've learned not to let him be behind the wheel. Just let him be the one fighting, and then you put him in the back seat in the high chair and just be like, okay, just wait, we'll get you home soon.
Permanent rank 1 Supervive player, not rank 1 Uber driver. Knows what his skill sets are.
0 stars on Uber, but 10 stars out of 5 on Supervive.
RP in Supervive, yeah.
As here in to Site 38, Yabagul launching forward this time around, feeling a lot stronger up against the Cheeseburger reject. Hachi forced to blast up away, but it's leaving his teams behind. They have split off TN, who tries to blast back. Greninja hunting him down, but the Dragon Slam onto the Firefox, even with the Flame Shield, not enough to survive Yabagul's threat as they continue to assail onto CBR. Sebi was looking for the Dragon Slam themselves, missing that one, with the train clacking down by. Might be their escape, hopping aboard, making sure they have that respawn beacon. They're going to be ready for another fight.
Yeah, nice from Yabagul. They do a great job recovering. Like, we saw them kind of behind at the beginning, getting ran at by multiple teams. They're able to regroup as 4, and they never let off the aggression. Even when they're just a little bit behind tempo, they're always kind of playing forward, and that's what I really love about this Yabagul squad. We see it there, unafraid to fight, despite a little behind, and that's going to give them this full control over Site 38. They're going to be able to find this day 2 farm, get a buy-in for relics, and be back online.
I'm looking at our other teams and kind of how they're moving around, because it has been a little bit quiet from some of these teams, like 3LP, but they do run in to LC and are fighting over the hatchling, ready to get that perk, but they got to be careful because already they had Jetski kind of leading the charge. It's down low. Who's going to get that last ticket? It's going to be 3LP snagging that for themselves. Wait, no, it was LC.
Yeah, LC got it.
Yeah. What?
Crazy snipe there. So they're going to get the perk in pocket. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, Chinese Spy getting taken out. Fairly even fight. Each trade won on both sides. Nice pickup coming in for Kula. Gets Daylight back online. So Oath in play. Going to Bright Shield forward instantly. Trying to stop this Dumb Kiss res. Losers playing this exceptionally well. They find a spike on the way out. Losers up on top.
Just Mirror Vigil now left, trying to escape this one, but because they know it's just this Krista by themselves, the losers are hunting him down, but he's got a Sky Shark. He's got his way out of this one. The escape vehicle in the nick of time to make sure the team survives, but up north, we see TLD fighting against Passion Fruit. Pulse going to be the first casualty, while Abador pushing Black Flame Dab, who unleashed the salvo, but unfortunately has no health left to their name, and is going to be attacked by Lemur, but Lemur might have to leave him alone so he can defend his team, because the other members of Passion Fruit are ready for their flank.
Yeah, I think one of the things TLD is great at is not over chasing. Like, they kind of have a pretty calculated tempo of knowing when it's the right time to go for the kills, when it's the right time to turn and relink. We do see nice engage here from CBR, going to take out Flame Dave. Herd going to show up just a little bit late to try to defend the home. He looks like he is going to get the Wisp pickup though.
Well, because he was able to trade it. It was a 1-for-1. He got a dunk. So he was able to take down one and make sure the team wasn't actually at that much of a disadvantage. So now Passion Fruit, they're going to be perfectly happy with that situation because they got control of the north in Dot Caps. TLD, they have been able to revive their teammates. They went for the reset up north themselves, but they run into LC, who try to see if they can take the base gap control, but it's going to be up onto the perch, trying to get the 6 monkey strike with the spin, getting a little bit of damage. But keep in mind, third party could always be there. It's going to be Afro. She's the first one down, trying to get back. But here's Passion Fruit ready to engage onto TLD, but it's going to be the fourth party, CBR, coming out of nowhere onto Phenom, taking down the Monkey King as TLD left scattered, running for the hill. CBR deciding whether they want to go for the fight up north or they want to chase on a TLD. They're hunting down TLD, but TLD have made a great distance away from them.
Yeah, TLD, I like the early out here with 3, seeing the writing on the wall. They're going to know that fight is not going the way, especially with so many squads lurking. We do see Saros way up to the north, going to be likely looking to reconnect. Meanwhile, Toilet on the Wukong for LC, also super split. Only member left besides Toilet is Vader. Going to get caught in the wall. Fireballs over the top. Toilet does go down.
Toilet down, Vader left, last hope for last chance. Hopefully he can bring back up the team. Well, we see that Ban almost found that pull from Krillo landing onto 3LP, but 3LP, they're going to be fine. They're going to just hold their land, make sure they reset themselves, but we still look up north and we see more of Passion Fruit finding great fights against our first place winners of game 1, our first place team of North America, mind you. Even if the last couple weeks haven't really gone their way, they are still the most winningest team in North American history.
Absolutely, and I forget if it was last weekend or the weekend before. I believe it was last weekend. TLD was not actually even able to play, so they did lose one of the two of the last 3 weekends, but
it was last week. They played the week before that. They did not.
Gotcha. Yeah, I knew it was one of the last two. They were not available, but nice moves. It's looking like, oh my god, so much damage traded into the side of Yabagul here. Loser's doing a nice job to defend, but Diamond's going to snipe Kuba.
And looking at how Diamond is now on top of Oath. They've got the spin. They've got the damage with a broken Bright Shield. That Oath is down. Chinese Spy trying to defend, looking for the revive. But with the train, you got to be careful. Illusion getting a little bit of attention, but the Dragon Slam was able to land and take down Jin, leaving just Chinese Spy, this Kingpin, on the run. But guess what? BAP are there to intervene, and not on your behalf, losers. They're looking for those kills. They want every point possible, as the train will pass by. It is going to leave Chinese Spy out in the wilderness, out in the storm, by himself.
Yeah, this is the BAP we're used to. We see on the map all this movement, teams trying to find their space of land, 3 fights going on in different parts of the map. As we pan to the north, it's LC taking a look at Cheeseburger Rejects. Cheeseburger Rejects have that fire. Jet Ski ships it in with the Bright Shield, getting some spacing for Orlando's Abyssal Breaker blown.
And now a lot is going to use same with the 6 Monkey Strike, trying to get some spin damage as Vader, taken down by just 1 tick of damage. We saw losers do finally fall. Chinese Spy had been spotted out, while LC cannot defend Vader's Wisp. He will be taken down as well. TLD hunting, maybe debating. It's going to be Orlando's getting the kill, but now TLD, they're trying to see if they can shift forward onto Orlando's, who's already gotten back with the rest of the Cheeseburger Rejects.
Yeah, Orlando's doing a nice job following, like not even in vision a jet ski there, getting that final tap on the glide. Gonna lock in 1 more kill for CBR, put LC down to 2 members. Hopefully they're able to find a res angle themselves. But the BAP we've seen this game, Magical, is so much more the BAP we're used to. And TLD now a little bit on the back foot, only 10 and 11, pretty weak armor moving into endgame here.
As we look into Kobayashi's, wait. Jet Ski, I think, just died to train. I think that was an air blast in the train.
Let's go. Madly does have the air blast in pocket here. So very likely Pink Pony Club finding a cheeky play onto LC. So LC maybe look for a second mini heart res in Cobas. Meanwhile, the fighting up north does not slow down. CBR, PF, and TLD all posturing over this Abyss gap.
Circle, I have never asked anything of you ever in my life. Please end in Kobayashi. Please, please, please. I need this. I need this game.
We will see if we get the legendary Cobas finish. It's not over. It could shift back a little bit up that way, but we do see next shift coming into the south as the storm not conforming to anyone's wants or desires.
Same with, it looks like Yabagul right there, as they were already not conforming to CBR's wants and desires, trying to see if they can split them up. But CBR, be damned or not, they are going to try to find a way to fight back, keep themselves alive. EU, they ain't out of this one just yet, and they are going to be able to get back onto that Pixel Island to survive.
Yeah, CBR actually doing a great job kind of playing this little island. They've been up here for a while now on the north side, duking it out over the Abyss. Looks like Pamu going in for the spin, get some chip damage onto Toilet. LC do not want this fight. They're continuing to peel back. They see a little bit of a level and armor disadvantage against Yabagul here. They want a reset, look for a different option.
As LC slowly pathing their way around the engine, hoping to get back into position. We see that RTK has already spotted him out. Yeah, that's a very scary Jin over Abyss, of course, would be even scarier, and that's why LC, they decided to go back to the tracks, but that's going to be a bullet train. You got to be careful with how you're going to be able to position, and Yabagul already realized that as well, finding that snipe on an Afro. Vader tried to go for the back line, but the flank was a little bit too late to be able to defend the team, and now it's going to be Vader that gets attacked. Wall, Cheeseburger Rejects, they help out. Unfortunately, Vader not going to be the one that benefits from that. It's going to be Yabagul having to defend themselves against CBR, looking for the Dragon Slam. They've got a little bit of damage. Walker Ninja, huge flame shield, punched away. They try to re-engage. LC are taken out by BAP off screen. screen while CBR barely surviving. They got the E-plat. They put down a huge slam from Sebi, getting rid of Diamond. This opens up the floodgates for CBR to fight back against Yabagul, nearly finding it. But guess what? BAP, they've already taken care of LC. They're looking for Yabagul as well. That's Dylan down over the abyss. They try to get away, but Tian already got tagged by Grabby. Only Pamu now in the forge, while BAP pushed back onto the Cheeseburger Rejects, getting him off the platform, back onto the little bit of land, back onto the tracks to try to get away from the ever-fearsome BAP.
Dude, I love this game from CBR. They're playing it so well, just patiently working their way in from the north. They find this cheeky angle around the terrain, surprise this fight on the west side of the map with a perfectly timed third party. Gonna absolutely punish Yabagul, who were coming out ahead of that fight against LC. LC is gonna pay the ultimate price, getting wiped at 9th from this southern push from BAP. So absolute carnage, not only on this side of the map, but also on the other side at the same time.
And remember, BAP, they were the team that had fallen 9th place in the last game. So definitely getting a little bit of revenge in this one to take out a team. While Yabagul, they're going to join LC back on the bench. 8th place for such a dominating team beforehand. Well, TLD, they're struggling against CBR. Are we about to see some of our top teams in NA being taken out by the EU squad?
Oh my God, bro. They're
over
doing
NA. Lemur is gone.
What? LC, then Yabagul, then TLD. Literally 3 of our top squads in North America eliminated. 9th, 8th, 7th, and a lot of it magical off the back of Cheeseburger Rejects.
Our EU team doing a great job in those fights. Somehow are able to survive. While we look at this fight, Passion Fruit, they lose too as they try to escape from the other EU squad, 3LP, who now stare down the last remaining of our top NA teams. But with PPC taken out off screen by CBR, that EU team, Tetraform, has been placed down, trying to make sure 3LP can stay on their island. They even put down the Mega Avalanche, maybe going for an escape, but BAP say that's not going to be so easy. They've got the Grabby landed onto you. They're trying to make sure they fight you over the abyss. And when you fight up against a Jin, it's not going to be so easy. With Greninja helping out, Shroom is gone, and now it's going to be 3LP that suffer the blows. CBR, the EU squad, working against the other EU squad as they will be taken out at 5th place.
Crazy pinch there. 3LP just gets massacred in the middle. Really nice opportunity from BAP. Coming up from the south, look at this, 14s and 15s, full gold armors online. Got the Arden Songbow, got the rewind on the Jin. So very much in a position to win. Meanwhile, PF looking for the finishing blow.
They got it with the TP! Micah! Oh my God, I missed you! I'm so glad you're here for one final time!
Absolutely annihilating, I think, the entire squad there. Look, 3 death boxes under the heart. Another insane play from Micah when you least expect it, just completely deleting a squad with the heart. Beautiful.
Not just deleting the team, procking the crown, bringing back up Ben.
Amazing.
As now our top 3 teams, mind you, Ben, first team eliminated, game 1. Second team was BAP after that. Only CBR was a team that managed to crack into the top 6 in the last game. Our teams at the bottom really fighting tooth and nail to show that this is so close of a tournament.
That's so crazy. It's literally our 10th and 9th teams from last game right here. And like 2 teams we would expect to be in the final 3. Unusual situation. We do see nice view there. The heart does get teleported out, I think, by BAP, not wanting Ban to be able to use this strategy. But Micah Munch, just the scariest bunny on the breach, man. Like, you just see this bunny, you're like, wait, is that Micah? Wait, is there a heart nearby? Wait, what's about to happen? Oh, I'm gone.
I see more TPs, and I know what Ban are plotting. They're making sure they can bring back the heart from outside and then look for the fight against BAP. But they are being careful. They were able to drag back in RTK, so now it's already going to be 1 gone. But keep in mind, right behind them, the team that has been waiting this entire time, the EU squad, there's going to be the miss on Tong Tong. Not grabbing anyone with the kidnap, but still with the crown being worn by BAP. You got to be cautious with how you approach this fight, especially because even though Ban were able to hold their ground, they got to be careful. It's going to be up to Hachi and Greninja getting a little bit of damage on a Ban, but not actually looking for the fight. It's going to start it off for BAP, though, with an Abyssal Breaker, pushing him into the storm. They've got crown, and guess what? RTK back on his feet. Ban now sent running. Well, CBR and the trade from Micah Munch is using that crown and using that heart start again.
Oh my
Then
God.
taking down Hachi, making sure Ban ain't done just yet. But Micah's got to be careful, trying to escape.
Oh, what
Was
a
looking for
ground.
the hop away, tried to use the jump pad to get away from the team, but he's going over the heads. Well, they have already gotten the pick onto Orlando's. Back with Protofo fighting against Hachi. They've brought back in another team, because guess what? They've got the pull over the abyss, looking for
No
Semi, but
way.
Semi takes back the kill as well, and the train
Yo!
finds a proper kill.
So we're not ending in Cobas, bro. We might as well be. We got a bigger heart and play. It's just as good. Oh, to the west here. Insane sequence of play so far. It is not ending. Ban, get the res off of the heart. They have to push full 4 into CBR, who is holding a ledge. Hachi gets 2.
Micah's still
Trying to find Micah,
alive.
but your sliver health. Oh my God,
it's the
bro.
TP'd heart back at them. It's their own technology used against Ban.
What in the world are we watching? This is some freaking Supervive, baby. Height ships it in. 2 members left for CBR. Can BAP finish this off?
Yes, they can. They've only got Sebi. They've TP'd away the heart because they just want a proper win after a 9th place finish. RTK, make sure they claim
RTK.
gold.
Dude, what a freaking banger game, bro. So the storyline so far, guys, our 9th and 10th place teams from match 1 are 2 of our 3 in that final circle. I think CBR was like 7th last game too.
7th or 6th, something around
Our like
there.
bottom 4 from last game showing up in top 3 final and putting on an absolute spectacle. Like first it was CBR just absolutely in control of the tempo, doing so well, kind of playing down from the north, finding these third-party opportunities. But once we get into that final circle, Magical, Ban and Micah Munch just giving us an absolute spectacle of Supervive to watch. The creativity on display from Ban never ceases to amaze.
It really doesn't. I mean, the fact that it was a full squad wipe from Micah and getting the kill credit, so the crown proc, that's the most important thing. Because when you go for that cool play, it's fun. It's crazy to see, but you don't get kill points for it. Yes, you get rid of your competition, but you don't actually get everything for it, unfortunately. But it was the air blast tech that allowed them to get the kill credit, taking that for themselves, getting the crown proc, bringing back up Ban to make sure, even if it's not a 2nd place finish, 3rd place is going to be a huge finish for the team. But Dick, we are going to toss it to a break as we add up some points and get ready for our 3rd one of 8. Make sure you stay tuned.
Let's go.
Hello, welcome back into Saturday Night Supervive. We're back for the Turbo Cup for North America well, this won't be our last time. We'll have a couple more breaks, but this is our last time for Turbo Cup, which, as we said before, bittersweet, but damn, we've already had some exciting games, Nick. I mean, it has already been so spicy, and this just shows why this game is so damn goated.
It's so good. Right after we get off a mic for that break, Magical goes, God, I'm going to miss this game. And it's just like, it's exactly how I feel, bro. It's so good. It's so fun to watch, so fun to cast. And North America kicking things off strong for us. Absolutely. Banger 2 games to lead us in. Still 6 more to go. So actually, you know, still everything completely up in the air as far as where stuff stands. And even more so, Magical, after we see our bottom 4 teams finish top 3 from game 1 to game 2.
This just goes to show you, when it comes to Supervive, anybody can win. Anything can happen. And let's take a look at those replays to see the story of that last game, because it was so exciting, especially that end. Oh, sorry, scoreboard. We're going to go to scoreboard. I thought we were going to go to replays first. We're going to go to the scoreboards first, so we can see how the scoreboards are looking. Unfortunately, only one team after 2 games is in the single digits, which to me is crazy. I'm so used to seeing where you have like those two, like 2-3 teams that are way at the top, way above everyone after 2. You have 2 or 3 teams that are in single digits, but only one, and they're at 7. It's not like they're far from breaking that double digits already, but going from top to bottom here, Zick, we got the last store at 50. BAP right behind them, only 4 points away at 46. CBR, our cheeseburger reject, our EU squad on ping, are 7 points away from
Monster
first
game
place
too
at
for them.
43 points. Then Yabagul in 4th place, 38. Pink Pony Club at 30. Passion Fruit, 29. 3 Little Pigs, our other EU squad, at 26. Band at 24. Then Last Chance at 23. And Losers at 7.
Yeah, and you know, Losers, an exceptionally skilled squad, a very new squad, has been, I think last weekend was the first time I got to watch them play. But you mentioned the only team in the single digits. And look at this, only 27 points between 9th and first here. I know we've only gone through 2 games, but this scoreboard so far really just goes to show like how close things are. Because we saw BAP exit 9th in game 1. They claimed victory game 2. They're in 2nd. We saw TLD victory game 1, drop game 2. They're at 50, but there's still, it's only 25 points pretty much between them and the bottom of the pack.
That's wild. We have never had that. Yeah, I mean, yes, it's 2 games. We, you know, we're maybe in a bit hyperbolic with this, but normally we're so used to seeing after 2 games, there's quite a large lead between the top 3 teams and everyone else. But here it is so close after 2. 6 games remain. Anything can happen, especially going into game 3 with cross country.
Yeah, and we wanted a hype bullet train game. It wasn't exactly the trains, but they definitely helped.
Hey, train got a kill. I'm okay with it.
Hey, true. Basically, still helped, you know, inspire the magic there. So as we go into game 3, it is going to be cross country. One of these storm shifts, Magical, that really kind of alters the way teams have to play. A lot more consideration of positioning, a lot more consideration of the next shift, how you're going to play into it against other teams kind of holding and giving space. So even, and especially, I love watching cross country in a squads world, even more so than trios, because that dance of giving and taking space is like that much more exemplified.
It really is. It's just so fun to watch how people really have to adapt to cross country and what you really can do, because you're always on the run. Sometimes you can maybe have a slightly better angle on those circles, but ultimately you're going to have to move your position. There is no such thing as a stronghold for long. Nothing lasts forever in cross country. And nothing lasts forever, unfortunately, in this world, as we see with the fate of Supervive. But that's why we got to go out with a bang. We got to go out not just with a whisper. We are going out screaming and yelling, and we are playing our hearts out.
Let's go.
Such as our teams already have shown us after just 2 games.
Absolutely. It's the only way to go out. It's the best way to finish what has been, you know, the most energetic, inspiring, passionate game I've ever been a part of. It's been such a cool journey, you know, with the community and getting, you know, for me, learning that I want a shoutcast. I'd never, you know, like I had no idea that I even wanted to get into shoutcasting. And we started it out with Supervive last year, and it's just been, you know, such an incredible journey. And you look at the comments on the sunsetting video, it'll make you cry, bro. It's just like the amount of lives this game has touched. It's something special.
I've had to avoid those for that exact reason because they are touching to me as well as someone who has devoted a lot of his time into this game. I have now been casting since 2017 where I got my big break with Cloud9, and it's been a crazy journey all the way up to this. And I gotta say, even with the sunsetting of this game, this has still been my favorite project I've ever worked on, and it ain't over just yet. We got 6 more games, Zik, as we are loading up onto the breach. Game 3 for North America.
Let's go, and it's gonna be cross country, gonna be even more chaos than normal as we got a big amount of abyss on the south of the drop circle here. Gonna be gold armors in gridlock. Looks like we are going to have an east to west drop across the middle.
Ooh.
Armors coming down into play on a hatchling, as well as Soul of Affluence hitting the map as well.
But it's such a southern drop here, and even look at where we are going with our dropship as well, over Scav Bay, only going up to Wellspring. That is quite the southern drop. Teams are gonna have to venture a long distance. We already knew that with cross country, but even more so with the fact that we have the drop staying all the way down to the south.
Yeah, and like this is gonna be. When you get a drop like this, everyone's kind of already on that side of the map, and especially with cross country going to be closing in quickly here, we are going to very likely see a lot of early action as teams get forced together without a ton of camps to play fair. We do see another strong start from BAP hitting gridlock. They are going to have 1 gold. Krillo looking to yeet someone off of the vault pick, it looks like, is going to call that off. I saw the vision, is going to not commit to that.
I think he makes the wise call. Team had already been calling for the retreat, heading up into Academy. They got a couple golds, but not really that much, and they don't want to actually be put on the back foot like what we saw happen to BAP and BAN in game 1 that ultimately, I think, led them to getting that 10th and 9th place.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if there's any crazy mix-up here in the placement. LC move their way towards the Heart Vault. It is going to be Orlando's looking like they found a gold key. Nice jetpack up over the vault wall, trying to outrun this LC squad. We'll see if they're able to run him down.
Orlando's, though, hopping from tree to tree. Oh, not tree to tree. What am I saying? He's not the monkey. He's a cowboy. He's a robotic cowboy trying to get away there, going up into Vane Grove. Team is nearby, and they're already starting to go for that reset. Sebi is now going to be here. There is our monkey, forcing away LC, but LC is only a feint. They decide to re-engage, and even though Greninja will now be a part of this, they're still a man down. I see there is the vision. Hachi looking for the flank angle right behind them. LC are going to fall for the bait, are going to be caught off, and they are punched into the wall, forced to scatter in separate directions. Toilet going to be the first casualty.
CBR looking so strong, man. Really powerful game too, and now really nice start. Good fight against LC to open things up here in game 3. Continuing to impress. Remember, are playing on ping as well as our 3LP squad playing on that EU ping. So Afro is going to be early to Heart, playing under. Whoa.
No. The call. Oh, I think the call there from Afro was that there wasn't really much that was going to go well for them off that. They decided to just go for the sack, go for a respawn elsewhere.
Yeah, they did have someone on another beacon. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like, hey, just die here. It's okay. We'll at least be with the team, so we're not at a weird spot where we don't have all 4 up. So I think that was actually what the call was there from Africa.
Yeah, makes sense. I was like, I got a little worried with the little lag spike after that something was going awry there.
That did make me second guess what my thought was, because I'm like, oh, I understand what Afro is going for. And then all of a sudden we had the lag spike. I'm like, wait, maybe that wasn't? Maybe it was actually lagging up, but it was my initial gut instinct on that one. While we see Passion Fruit, Herd trying to get away, missing the anomaly, actually juking the Cheeseburger Rejects with that accidental miss on the anomaly.
Yeah, some schmoves from Herd on the Wukong. Extremely good at the movement, but can Sebi match it here? Also on the Monkey. Looks like they are going to be able to catch up with Herd. He's up on the pole looking for another pod race out. Trying to get over the top before he gets overheated. Does he get the Dragon
Slam? Oh!
CBR going to run that down.
So close. I know. I saw the vision there. The cooldown was almost ready for Perch to be able to grab back up onto that and go for the dunk. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have that little bit of a spectator bug going on.
So unfortunately, this happens, guys. When you have 2 observers and 1 disconnects, the second one loses all vision of like teams on the map. So we've had this bug happen before. It's a bit tragic when it does, but we are basically going to go team by team here, tracking who we can see. Right now, it's going to be Band and Yabagul. Proto looking for the Tonk Tonk entry is going to have to call that off. Yabagul looking to re-engage.
beautiful punch, but it's going to be the initial and a finale there from that salvo that was able to find the dunk on to Protofo. That makes it so that Ban now on the run, almost getting the Primal Slam from Krillo on the TN, but unfortunately having missed that window, not at the 70% mark, which means that Yabagul still hunting these kills, making it so Glass, she can't exit too easily. Yabagul was trying to see if they could surround the position, but now that Ban have already been able to bring back up Protofo with the likes of Micah finding that respawn beacon, they're going to be more than happy looking for that fight.
Yeah, and it does look like LC under a bit of pressure here. Wait, look how at the bottom I see Height has snuck his way onto LC. Look, it's BAP Height with 3 LC members at the bottom here.
Now that's a unique one. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oath.
I have never, and it's a double oath. Keep that in mind. They have 2 oaths on the same team. Definitely a bit sus there.
So LC and BAP perhaps joining forces. We'll have to see if that matches reality on the breach. Very unlikely, as PF happy to take this Mana Coils farm. We do see that is a Soul Stealer hitting the breach in about 15 seconds down in Coils. So our Passion Fruit squad positioning for a nice exotic.
Making so they're going to be in a good spot, trying to see if they can wrap around for that one. But unfortunately, we can't really see where the rest of the teams are and how they are moving. At least not yet. There we go. We got Passion Fruit and TLD. TLD into Mana Coils might be able to contest that grab onto the Hatchling. Already trying to start off onto Skedaddle, who stops that, but it's going to be the spot out onto Herd, who is trying to see if it can be a sneaky tree, but unfortunately not quite sneaky enough while we see it in the picture-in-picture. Another fight happening elsewhere. Ban versus LC, fighting over the heart, trading blow for blow, but nobody falling just yet, and in Mana Coils, it is going to be the claim on Hatchling for TLD.
Yeah, and I love TLD is so good at like finding those early day turnovers. We see right after day 2 strikes, they make their way into Coils already level 9. They play the camps instantly on day turnover. Everyone on PF when they push in is level 7, haven't able to get their Coil camps yet. Really big fight with a monster punch coming through here. Jetski trying to finish off the likes of Ban.
And looking for that attempted air blast too. I saw the vision again from Micah, but unfortunately that bright shield denying that push into the heart. And now while Ban have brought back up Protofo, they are still separated. Protofo gonna immediately die just as quickly as they had been brought back up. And the rest of the Ban debating whether they want to look for that heart res again or if they just want to get out of there completely. Micah grabbing the wisp, denying that point that could have been picked up by LC.
Yeah, nice play from Micah. Always got to account for the back.
Oh my God!
And the air blast from downtown. Micah Munch finds another one.
You gotta put up the bright shield the moment you see that bunny. Never give that angle to do that. And Jetski, unfortunately, forgetting what Micah Munch has been so well known for with those air blasts, falls a victim.
I thought he was out of range, bro. That was a long air blast. That was like max range.
It was max
Beautiful
range
from Micah Munch there. Love to see it. Still under pressure though, so LC do get this res. They want to continue fighting Ban here. Looks like they maybe will catch Proto off. Second wind does connect. Sliver of health. Afro locking in the last auto there on the Krista. So we do see LC getting a lot of kill points through there, but Ban still holding on to this heart res.
Holding on. Micah should be able to bring back up Protofo again, but you gotta be careful when you do this because sometimes teams can farm up you as they get more and more points slowly but surely, but there LC. That time around, I think after having gotten a couple kills off the Protofo, they were more cautious about how they want to position because they are starting to fall a little bit behind levels, needing to get a lot of that farm.
Yeah, and Ban, I think, you know, do a nice job recovering. They did trade a couple of their own kills in that sequence, so LC not the only ones getting some kill point farm, but great point as TLD now show up, finding Toilet caught out, single member there, all 4 members gonna delete him.
And you know TLD are going to be on that vengeance tour in this game after falling 9th place in game 2. Definitely going to be upset, but you can see on the kill feed right now, they've only got 3 total. So they got to start racking those up, and they got to be careful because right now with the fight, they were able to get down Protofo, but it's going to be the pickup on the wisp again. Micah denying that, and because you put so much attention onto Ban, that means that CBR nearly found the flank onto TLD, but they hold their ground, are able to get around the fortress into Ion Acres.
Yeah, and like because there's not too many Illunas in play generally in competitive, it's really hard to account for a bunny just flying in off screen and picking up a wisp and just denying that kill point, making it seem like it never happened. Micah Munch so good at doing that. We see a couple of Illunas in EU great at doing that as well. Hudis, the first one that comes to mind, absolutely been scaling over the last couple of months in EU. We do see a little bit of action happening in Chaos Steps.
Uh-oh, guess what? I saw that there's that TP'd heart, and guess who's dragging that with them? Ban looking to drag that into the circle over and over again with cross country, keeping that in the game at all points.
Yeah, and we'll see if anyone opts to remove it from play like Ban did at the end of last game, just teleporting it way out into Storm, being like, all right, no more fun for you guys. This is dumb. We want to just play without the heart. We do see nice kills coming through from Yabagul, snagging 2 there against 3LP in the picture-in-picture.
Getting themselves some points, and as we talked about, a lot of these teams really need to start racking that up, because with how close these points are, 27 points might seem like a lot, but when that's from first all the way down to 9th, that means it's anyone's game. TLD are going to be able to get 1 on a Protophobe, but they already lose their life and have to make sure they keep Abador alive so they don't give up any more points to Ban.
Yeah, and TLD don't usually have an Aluna, but they are so good at playing Wisp, especially with Lemur on the Oath. They're so good at backing up teammates that go down, making sure they get up over the top, make sure that kill does not get confirmed, and they stay at 4. They do it right there, here. Phenom up on the pole with the Songbow looking.
I saw another TP. Sorry, I got distracted by that with Micah, making sure to keep that in the circle at all times as they look for this fight against TLD. Might even try to see if they can bait them down to their position, force them around where they've already set up the 2-way TP. They almost have it. Micah looking for the TP, but it's avoided. Phenom narrowly missing that one. Micah's got to be careful with that anomaly. It could actually push him right back into the heart, trying to avoid all the attention, but it's taken down eventually. And now Krillo on that TP dart looking for the respawn, but we're back into the fight against the losers and Yabagul. Losers, the team now on the run, having already lost 1 teammate.
Dude, I got to watch that replay. It looked like Phenom was like in the heart for a second. That was so close to hitting him. I don't know. It was like right on the edge, barely able to escape the teleport there from Micah. And they are going to be able to trade a couple kills in return. So hopefully Ban able to recover. We do see Pink Pony Club actually taking out the bunny there as Yabagul look to engage on LC.
Almost finding that, and it's going to be the portal, but not a very long one there from LC, but enough for Yabagul not to chase any further, especially because they don't want to give up their control of Site 30. They've got this Guardian, they've got themselves base camp here, they know there's teams down south that were fighting in Ion. I feel like right now, Yabagul, they don't really need to go for much because they have such a strong position already.
Yeah, and you know, despite that, I expect Yabagul to continue kind of playing forward. It's just their style. It's what they're good at. They are constantly aggressive, even when they're a little behind tempo. So expect them to continue the W assault. Meanwhile, BAP doing the same. Their normal gold armor start here, Magical. 4 online, have the level 12 is definitely in a good spot to fight.
Right now, some damage from BAP, and BAP, they have been a bit more quiet in this game. We've seen them a couple times on the kill feed, but not nearly as much as we normally do. But that's because they've been getting themselves gold armor. They've got themselves great equipment right now. They are in such a strong position that it feels like they are looking for a second game in a row. And if they're able to find that, they can start taking control of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and during that, Yabagul and LC scrapping once again in the picture-in-picture. Does look like Yabagul gets a kill. I think LC was able to trade one back, but LC pushed off of that vault space. Meanwhile, Krillo hanging out, looking for some cheeky bungee action around Heart. Gonna, with the threat of that bungee, be able to get Protophobe back here.
And also, just so everyone knows, 3LP did get eliminated off screen. While we have another fight, it's going to be our other EU team. They did a good job in the last game of surviving, making sure they were the team getting a lot of the kills, but this time, sandwiched between way too many. Down to only 1 player, I believe, for the Cheeseburger Rejects, because Hachi has been taken away off screen as well. Going to be difficult for our last remaining EU team. Sebi has already been targeted by Ban, crashing on his position, batting him into the wall. Bat might be able to take out EU out at 10th and 9th place in game 3.
Yeah, big turn of events for CBR from last game where they were really close to taking the game itself. Proto trying to taunt Glass out there. A little bit of protect play from the Bebo, but BAP continuing to pressure RTK, looking for that. Dude, the dunk, it's inevitable. RTK finds a second.
Almost finding the fight onto Ban as well as Micah tried to hover wings above them, but now has been spotted out by both BAP and TLD. But the bunny tried to get away because BAP are focused on this fight against PPC and then onto TLD. They were already able to get rid of the Monkey King, but now they have to deal with TLD, who are trying to see if they can take out BAP, because BAP, they want the victory. Same with TLD. They want to be able to battle back and take control, make sure they have a team atop NA, as they always have been in the past. But they got to be careful, because right now, Illusion, looking for these dunks with Jin, has set it up onto Tsunade. Bunny, but it's going to be the team trying to see if they can back him back, and now pushing back onto the track as they take down Tsunade first. Bap trying to retreat, trying to see if they can survive and make sure their Saurus is alive. Bungee Gum has been placed down to make sure they bring back up their long-range damage dealer with a nice slam from Phenom onto Krillo with the rest of the band. Now peeling backwards. Got to be careful. Hover wings from Micah. Protofo hopping on the cart to try to get away. Bunny right behind them. They might have been able to escape, but they are licking their wounds from that battle. What we see in the picture-in-picture, a nice slam from Palmu.
Yeah, so Monkey King, Paul going crazy here. That was so... Krillo gets the grab, looking for the slam, but Phenom actually dunks Krillo mid that sequence on the Wukong. Really nice plays. TLD looking to re-engage here, pushing up onto Yabagul. Another stun through from the Wukong. Diamond maybe in a little bit of trouble, is going to peel out here as everyone plays for objective. Does look like Phenom able to snipe that with the spin.
Yeah, sniping more kills for themselves as we see Mirror Vigil kind of getting an answer back onto Illusion, kind of a 1-for-1 trade back and forth. But now, with that cross country, it is going to start forcing these teams to really migrate together and fight at the same time. And we can see TLD, they're trying to take advantage of teams migrating out of the storm, pushing them back, taking a lot of damage. Sugar is going to be their target, but they got to be careful because up to the north, we saw that there's three teams trying to enter into the circle. And as TLD, they got Illusion, but they got to deal with LC. Pink Pony Club eliminated by Lemur in a solo battle, while the rest of TLD are dealing with LC. But now Lemur is here, backing up the team, keeping LC pushed back to the wall, back to the abyss with the slam onto them. It's an abyssal breaker only onto one, though. Not enough damage. As they try to see if they can follow up, finally finding Jet Ski. But now in the 6 Monkey Strike, it's going to be intervening. Ban taking out Afro. LC down to 2 players.
Yo, Abador feeling himself back out here. One of the original GOATs of TLD squads. And on the Krista has double exotic with the red armor popping off as we pan over this fight between Yabagul and multiple squads. Who else is in the mix? PF holding this North Island. Did see someone else fly through the middle there. Oh no, Tragedy striking as Krillo falls with the grab in play.
I know, and this is getting really interesting as we see there the bug continuing with Lemur on now ban here. We see that down south, but we also see that TLD do have Lemur still alive, still on their team while they are chasing LC over the abyss, keeping them far away. The Salvo not going to connect, but LC, as they've been trying to run away, run over to Ban, who are in now control of the fortress. Ion Acres is theirs, but as TLD are chasing out through where the storm will be soon, they are continuing to find this damage onto Vader, and they got to make sure they're getting back into the storm and into the circle soon before they lose full control of any placement on the map.
Yeah, and Ban doing a great job recovering. They're going to find this position on this top spot, giving Toilet literally nowhere to go. Forced back on the Zeph. Last member for LC is going to be taken out by Glass there. So our 5th squad out in game 3.
As we are seeing right now, Ban, ooh, nice dunk from Yabagul. But like you said, so many teams kind of falling over and over again, leaving us with these 4 remaining. BAP not being one of them is going to be big because we're not going to have the back-to-back winners, but we could have a second winner here in TLD, who are looking damn strong here in game 3.
Yeah, and look, 3 exotics. Phenom's got the Songbow. You got Soul Stealer Rewind on Abba's Krista. Red armor there, 3 golds on the rest, all level 15. TLD certainly in a position to take this game. If anyone can contest, could be our Passion Fruit squad. 20 seconds on Crown, still have 3 members. Exotic in pocket for a perk. Gold armors themselves just 1 level down.
Bolts. So close. Got to be careful. Tried to be a tree to escape the attention of TLD, but that crown not going to work out for you. He was, I think, locked behind that tree prison they had placed down, which is a little tragic for Passion Fruit, who now have their lone monkey king, Wukong, Herd, trying to get away. But we see that TLD are already on his position as Skedaddle. I didn't realize it's also alive. Did you just sell out your teammate? Herd, no! You sold out Skedaddle!
Hey, maybe it's the save play. Skedaddle there for the backup. Skedaddle surely and come said, hey, come right at me, bro. And it's exactly what Herd did. And he's looking for the death box. TLD definitely going to stop this up on the pole. Can he get out up over the top of the pod race? Herd going to live another day.
Another day, another dollar, and possibly another placement point as Micah Munch gets dunked by Palmu. So no crown for either Passion Fruit or Band, but Yabagul, they are probably the only team right now that looks even in a straight-up fight against TLD. Both teams looking immaculate, and you can see right now, Palmu kind of leading that charge. 9 kills to this monkey's name.
Yeah, Palmu, one of these players that has always kind of held onto the Wukong, was basically the only Wukong in the mix besides maybe Wubby Bay for North America competitive Supervive, and has continued to get extremely good at the Hunter. Now that Wukong is strong again, Palmu is God mode, playing like it's the original Wukong here, looking very strong. And if everything goes to script here, Magical, Yabagul is going to take the game 3, LC is going to take game 4. We're going to have the closest lobby we've ever seen in North America.
But because you've spoken that into existence now, Zick, you've cast or cursed it. It's not going to happen.
We'll see.
So we'll probably see another TLD win, or maybe
Wait, you just reversed it.
I could have reversed it, or I could have set up that band wins. Now I've just ruined everybody outside of Passion Fruit who I've now mentioned. So everyone has been cast or cursed, which means no cast or curse exists at all. A 6 monkey strike from Herd, trying to get out of there, barely getting above the heads of Yabagul, but not getting to safety as he is getting hit by the Various Fury, and then it's gonna be TLD trying to snag away that kill, but still Herd is holding on to dear life. 30 seconds remain on the clock. Onto the perch. Where's the Dragon Slam? He's over the wall, but he's not out of danger. 25 seconds, looking for that slam to bring back TLD to full force.
So during that chase, though, TLD do lose Laud, so putting themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage here against the full force Yabagul, who do find level 15 themselves. 2 fully evolved armors, high ground, as well as Ban lurking on the flank.
But because TLD killed the crown,
true.
Right back up. And guess
They're
what?
fine.
There's so many gold armors laying around the battlefield. He was able to easily pick that up. While Ban going to be the one team on the back foot. They don't even have any land really to play with outside of that ledge that they're trying to stay away from both Yabagul and TLD utilizing.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if Ban has anything kind of creative in the tank they're going to approach this with, but might not have to, as TLD looking to force Yabagul into them. Beautiful push from the north here. Yabagul fighting it off immaculately, though.
TLD, they've already got the armor broken on Lever. He's got to build that back up if they want to be able to get the fight, but they're going to focus on Yabagul, getting some damage onto Dylan. Dylan's got to be careful. That almost got taken down by the B-bomb, and now it's going to be Yabagul who are pinched between 2 teams. Double nuke as Ben decide who do they want to focus on. They try to see if they can get onto Dylan. This Krista going to be the easier target. They got rid of him. Now TLD back onto other members of Yabagul who are onto the ledge that Ban had before. But it's going to be the attempted dunker Palmu trying to survive, but no longer with that purge. An easy target for TLD, who got rid of what should have been their strongest competition with a nice slam onto Krillo from Phenom, meaning that it's only TLD with all 4 surviving. Ban have been launched over the abyss, utilizing Frozen Zeep to try to stay away, while Palmu narrowly gets saved by Yabagul Diamond, making sure that monkey not dead just yet.
Yeah, so get 1 back in it here, and TLD's so good at playing this final 3 positioning. They, again, are trying to force Yabagul off of their space into the arms of Ban, looking like they're going to send 2 members down to do exactly that, force completely into Storm. Going to be nowhere to go for Palmu and TM. TM looking for the slam, maybe able to get out with a sliver.
Abdor just went for the rewind. He was trying to get some information onto Ben, but it's going to be the dunk onto TN. Yabagul still have Palmu alive, even though Diamond has been sailing down to land. He is still holding on to hope. There's that base that is the shot that is about to land. Maybe he can buy a crown and bring back up the team. We've seen Palmu do this before on the monkey, try to stay away, but now surrounded by enemies on all fronts. It's going to be difficult. 6 monkey strike again for Palmu. It's turning out the fight between Ben and TLD. Palmu still alive, back onto the ledge. Ben have to be careful because TLD now taking control of the circle as Ben trying to see if they can go for the wraparound, but Palmu holding on to that little bit of land. The one player left from Yabagul, hopping from tree to tree, trying to stay away from the attention of TLD, but they have now focused onto the monkey. Broken armor overheating. Yabagul don't have much time left. Ben, they have to take advantage of something, but every time they try, it seems like they just don't have enough to fight back. They're trying to get rid of Palmu. The nuke right beneath them. They put the E-plat to try to survive, but it's going to be the dunk from Palmu. If only he had a crown. If only he had that, Yabagul would be back. Instead, he's forced to 6 monkey strike again to try to get away. TLD won't let him have that crown. They are out, and TLD, they got their 2nd victory of the day. Their main characters of North America, for a reason, come out swinging yet again.
TLD dominate the final 3 there. Extremely strong showing. It looked like Yabagul was maybe in a spot to contest. Ban was a little bit behind from the start there, but that movement from TLD over the top, pushing Yabagul down into Ban to start things off there. And then as soon as Yabagul get a chance to recover, TLD loop back around to the other side of the circle, do the same exact thing, push them back out over Abyss into the arms of Ban. Yabagul basically have no options. Pamu does a great job surviving for way longer than he should have, putting the jukes on with the Wukong. But in the end, TLD able to run down the monkey and then finish off the kind of split Ban after that. Another beautiful showing from the last door.
Last door, I mean, they're so good for a reason. They've been winning so many tournaments since the dawn of Supervive for a reason, showing it off in game 3, their second victory of only 3 games. Looking like they're going to be untouchable right now, but we'll have to see how the points are going to add up after game 4, because you have the likes of Ban here, where they had that very early exit in game 1, but here in game 2 and 3, double second place finishes for them. So definitely going to start moving up the standings and making sure they are not out of the run.
Right there, bro. Phenom just existed in heart for a moment there. I don't know what that was. I feel like that one should have gone through for Micah, but not quite able to make the same kind of heart plays happen. They still got some nice reses off of the heart movement, so very likely going to be continuing that strat we do know and love them for. But I thought Yabagul also had a really good showing here in game 3, putting themselves in a position in final 3 to definitely win it. But again, that TLD macro to kind of put them in the middle, making it almost inevitable for the TLD victory.
Right, and making it so that they were kind of on easy street in a lot of this game, because I feel like it goes back to the initial start of the game again, where they had that good fight early on around goals against BAP. BAP and Ban both had to leave Gridlock, which left TLD to get these golds, and it set up TLD for the second time today to have a great start where they held that momentum the entirety. Even if a couple players got picked here and there, it's never like they were fully on the back foot.
Yeah, so, you know, despite points maybe struggling a little bit in the game where they went out early, very much expect TLD to be top of scoreboard here with 2 in the bag out of 3. Nice kills on those 2 games as well. And we'll have to see how kind of close things end up looking after game 4 before we move into our bans. But very kind of high tempo game 3 here to stack more points for these squads.
Though I'm really curious to see how the bans are going to work for NA. In EU, it was clear cut. We knew exactly what 4 bans we were getting because it was so obvious. Everything was, we saw how many we had of Saros, we had so many.
It was like
Oath,
38 Saros picks, I think.
Exactly. We had a ton of Bishop too. But here in NA, it really does feel like outside of Wukong, there are a lot of different styles that many of these teams are playing where, yes, I expect Wukong to be banned, but I'm not seeing nearly the amount of Saros. I'm not even seeing the amount of Oath that we saw in EU.
100%. Yeah, definitely a low count for Oath compared to what we're sort of used to. Everyone knows like how strong this Hunter is, the power of the Bright Shield. But just, you know, not a crazy amount of NA teams opting into that. And the combo of that with the Saros, you know, is really what's very pronounced in kind of the EU meta. And previously, we've seen that even in North America metas where the Oath Saros together, that Bright Shield combined with the off-screen poke from the Sunfire rifle having so much power. But yeah, it's going to be really curious, Magical. Like maybe even someone like Kingpin makes a play for the ban spot because we have seen a fair bit of Kingpins out here.
Right. I mean, there's even been a decent amount of Myth, but we're also seeing a lot of Krista. It really can be completely different from what we saw in EU. I think only Wukong and Oath are like the ones I'm really seeing the most of. It even like Oath is not nearly to the same degree. So I'm really curious to see how that will add up. But we have one more game that we have to deal with before we get that. And we get to see how our last 3 were. Bombing Grounds, TLD. BAP came out strong in the bullet trains, even though it's BAP without Pine. Maybe they don't have the weakness to bullet trains anymore. And then TLD with cross country. So game 4, unstable portals. Do you think this is going to really shake things up like what we saw in game 2?
Yeah, honestly, like I expect something a little different here. I expect an LC win, a Yabagul win, a Ban win. Like, just the way things have been trending. I know TLD absolutely dominating so far, but it's just how close this lobby is. If they're able to pull off 3 out of 4, I would actually be very surprised. I know this team is extremely skilled, extremely goated, but you have to have a little bit of luck on your side even to be able to come out on top 3 out of 4 against a lobby of this caliber.
I mean, is it luck though when you're coming out 3 of 4 times? Like, it's just showing how good this team is consistently. And one thing I fear for a lot of our teams is that we mentioned it before, TLD probably one of the best teams when it comes to after bans, because it's so hard to actually hit at their hunter pool. So many of these players play so many different styles that they can play whatever they need to. While a lot of other teams, they struggle after bans because it ends up being a lot of the hunters they're so confident with end up getting banned, even if it's just one player. That completely shakes up how your team feels.
Yeah, and like I really think TLD's advantage is their macro. Like, a lot of these players can match them on the micro. Don't get me wrong, TLD insanely goated in their own right, you know, at the micro, but I think a lot of these other players can contest them there. Where they are so strong is knowing when to anchor, knowing when to play out, knowing when to call off the overchase, knowing when to rotate, knowing how to rotate, knowing exactly how to play the final 3, which might be the most important macro in Supervive, Magical. And we saw it on display not only in game 1 but also in game 3 there. So will TLD be able to repeat the W, take 3 out of 4 as we dive into match 4? Let's get it.
And we see how this drop is. Gold's way down in Cold Fang. And with this drop, nowhere near it, we are going to see teams vying for those Sky Sharks. I'm watching to see what teams drop early. Got quite a number of them dropping around Kobayashi's, possibly looking for fights around Ion Acres and Emotek. TLD being one of the teams that actually dropped, not going to contest BAP at that gold. Instead, looking to fight against the Cheeseburger Reject over Sky Shark control.
Yeah, so Cheeseburger is going to get 1 out on the Sky Shark. Abador lurking, maybe looking to root Orlando's off. Orlando's going to see him continue riding by. Debates canceling the recall. Yabagul going to claim kind of center position in Ion Acres here. We do see a lot of other squads around them. 3LP down in the desert fighting off BAP.
Yeah, and the fact is, because how this drop was, we don't see that normal play where we've seen what we've seen in the last 3 games, right? Where it's TLD, Ban, BAP all fighting early for gold control. It's only BAP who continue to play around those golds. Having dropped late, got Sky Sharks, went through the desert, and now will have solitary control of golds for the first time this series.
Yeah, and nice strong start for a lot of teams. Acklinks and Tsunani in the 1v1. Nice execution from Acklinks there. Tsunani going to be so sad he died to Tetra. All he wants to do is play Tetra. He's stuck on the Saros, and then he dies to Acklinks Tetra 1v1. He's like, come on, bro.
I know. Well, maybe, I mean, actually, no. I was about to say maybe he can play it after Saros gets banned, but we've already seen that there's been a significant lack in Saros today. So who knows if that's going to even happen. He might be stuck on Saros duty the rest of the day.
We'll have to see. I would love to see a showing from the Tetra, though. I do know he was really excited to try to play it. He had his team convinced prior. Looks like plans might have changed here as he is on the Saros for the opening game. CBR now in the picture-in-picture, getting some pressure out into TLD. Looking like they are going to be able to get a slam through.
Getting the pick onto Abador and looking like they got it onto Phenom as well. 2 down for TLD. Oh no, is it the even curse here for TLD as now already in this game, they are on the back foot.
Yeah, and nice play for the Soul here. Going to be the Armor Soul for those quick evolves off of damage. Nice pickup for them as we pan over to 3LP, claiming fire at Prisma Falls. LC lurking nearby.
Seeing where the rest of our teams are, we got TLD kind of being able to get themselves picked up back on their feet, but in Game 3, our 2 EU squads went out at 10th and 9th, while this time around, looking a little bit more confident and feeling a little bit more bloodthirsty, nearly finding Lod, separating him from Phenom. 2 will focus on the Monkey. The other one will try to see if it can get control over Lods and this Myth, but Lod's doing a good job of keeping him at bay for now.
Yeah, if TLD is on the even game streak, I think EU is on the odd game streak, because game 2, both were popping off. Now 3LP and Cheeseburger's off to a strong start here. TLD very much on the back foot. Lods finds a cheeky grabby in that vault, able to find his way out for a moment on the myth. 3LP do not want to let up the hunt, though. Big shift forward coming in. Oh, they're going to trade it back.
You gave disrespect to TLD's name, and Lods punished you for it. Never pull out the glider for fun in their face, as there was a spike, and now in a 2v4,
Dude.
they pick 2. They've got Lemur now here.
Wait.
Suddenly, 3LP, who are in control, are now on the back foot. They've got 1 left. As Shroom doing his damnedest to try to get away from this fight, while Aiden, he has long since abandoned it.
Yeah, so a bit of tragedy in the overchase there. Going to leave only Aiden left on the Wukong, trying to outrun LC. Looks like he is going to get up over the wall with a bit of pod racing. Too many squads around for anyone to commit to that chase. We see BAP showing up to the south of TLD here. Their normal gold armor start magic, what we're used to, but LC here as well, pushing down from the north.
Pushing down and nearly finding that fight against LC, but deciding to bail. Unfortunately, Phenom was not ready for that escape plan, and now he is going to be the target in LC's sight. The Monkey trying to get around. One good thing about the Monkey King is he is really adept of avoiding a lot of attention, hopping from tree to tree. It almost be like George of the Jungle, as he's got all his vines, but he's got to be careful on his escape.
Wait, George of the Jungle reference is so good for Wukong. How is that the first time we've heard that? Is going from tree to tree there. Does look like Phenom is going to find his way out with that vine swinging. Some nice schmoves. So TLD, the other 3 members over to the left here, were able to recover after that tricky situation they were in earlier. LC happy to take some free coils farm. Meanwhile, picture-in-picture, 3LP looking like in trouble again. TLD riding them down with the Sharks.
For 3LP, our EU squad, it was looking pretty good after the first 2 games. Them and even Cheeseburger Rejects, they were, what, second place, I think, in game 2?
Cheeseburger had a crazy game too. They were like farming kills and they almost won. They got second place, yeah.
But after a pretty devastating game 3 for both of them, they really got to make sure that they are stepping up their game, because we have mentioned this before. 8 games, you have more luxury to make those mistakes, but you don't have infinite luxury on that. You can only do that a couple of times, and especially for the EU squad, I feel like that was their one time. They got to really make sure they're picking up the games and really stepping on the gas.
Yeah, and when you do find yourselves ahead, you really got to capitalize on those opportunities, because it's that kind of swing of momentum and points that's going to come into play so big, like, you know, determining who's at the very top of the scoreboard. Every single point matters. TLD certainly ahead of things there, as they do look at Cheeseburgers in this neutral, trying to push up through the choke.
And it's going to be the pushback. TLD, they've already gotten to the back line onto Orlando's wall. CBR trying to see if they can have Hachi do the same, but it's going to be the Salo Unleashed Adam with the flux there, landing over the lava. Hachi so close, but sadly just short of actually picking up the kill on a TLD.
Yeah, and Abador continuing to play aggressive. I love seeing Abba back in the mix here and looking very good on the Krista, man. Like, used to seeing Abba on the Ghost, on the Myth, but definitely has trained up a bit on the Krista. Meanwhile, TLD looking for another engage onto LC.
New contender has entered the ring to trade blows with TLD in the Chaos Steps, but seems that this team is going to back off just the same as the last one, not wanting to actually have a full fight against CLG just yet. While Yabagul, they found the team that had been leaving the Chaos Steps, trying to get out of there, and found Orlando as an easy target, while Hachi getting attacked by TLD, who have been constantly chasing this entire time. They only had a little bit of an interlude trying to fight against LC, but they're back onto CBR's butts, and they get rid of Hachi.
Yeah, nice fight coming in from TLD. Again, continuing to look pretty strong here. Now BAP posturing around Pink Pony Club, who look for the res. They are going to get off this desert res. We see a couple teams fighting over Chaos Steps in the lava in the picture-in-picture. Violence continuing across the map. No kills traded yet, but a lot of poking in neutral.
And for BAP, remember, this game probably been one of their easiest early games. That actually has been their easiest early game they've had of this series so far, because in past, no team ever contested the Met goal. But today, 3 of the 4 games, we had 3 teams dropping with them, always fighting over this gold. Now they're getting golds pretty easily and are able to enter into the desert a lot stronger and looking like they're going to be a fearsome team. While TLD, they are doing the opposite. They are just straight up fighting everybody in front of them.
Yeah, and TLD not slowing down here in game 4, looking like they very much want to go for the 3P in the first 4 here before bans come into play. Up to the north, we see Passion Fruit fighting against Pink Pony Club. Dumpkiss up on the tree, going to be looking for the slam here. Is going to get slammed back by Hurt and deleted. Big collapse coming in from Passion Fruit.
And Passion Fruit aren't done. They're going to chase the Pink Pony Club into that unstable portal, as it is going to be the Pink Pony Club immediately having to fight against Yabagul, but they did a good job of immediately reading the situation, getting rid of Diamond, and then looking for TN, who's now on the run, separated from his team, even looking at where Dylan Palmu are, nowhere nearby to help out this poor Bishop, who has no shield, but it is Bishop. Difficult to chase over the abyss, and that is why the Pink Pony Club will let him go, but they got to be careful because behind them, a much stronger predator lurks in the desert.
Yep, RTK looking for the dunk. Almost never misses, it seems like. Last 3 times we've panned to RTK, 3 dunks successfully go through. So another kill point on the board. And everyone, like, you know, a little more spread this game, Magical. The nature of kind of this shift. We've seen a little more of a patient game than we've been seeing so far.
It kind of reminds me of what we saw in Game 4 in EU, where there were these skirmishes that happened early on, but they didn't really mount to full team fights. Yeah, you got to pick. You're getting these points. That's nice, but nothing that really amounted to a team falling that far behind, where they were always able to get in a position to get a respawn beacon like we're seeing. But eventually, you're going to run out of real estate. We are now into night 3, and every team is still alive.
Yeah, and we do see Crown in play here. Yabagul definitely on the back foot. TN alive somewhere else on the map, but Palmu with the crown and a dream trying to kite Cheeseburgers out over Abyss. Look for a potential dunk angle as he turns around, takes a peek. Is going to just continue pod racing.
Doing his best, doing what the monkey does, and that's Palmu being so good at this Hunter, knowing the extremes that you need to go for with this Hunter. But we saw that TN had been surrounded elsewhere. He's got a full minute on that clock. So if they lose TN, like we just see on the kill feed, Yabagul, this could be an early exit for this team. We saw that in Game 2. They had a very early exit, and that really hurt them when it came to the standings.
Yeah, hopefully not going to happen to them again, because definitely one of our teams that could contest for the top. Miri really trying to run down Palmu, looking for the reverse dunk. Miri reads it, shifts back very close there. Palmu now maybe getting caught on the ledge with the crown timing out. He is the last member left for Yabagul as TN goes down. Will Palmu be able to live?
Day 4, I'm watching that kill feed. I'm waiting to see it. There it is. Pink Pony Club found the monkey and executed him on the spot. No miracle play for Yabagul this time around. And they're going to have to wait to see what the bans are going to look like. Betting Palmu going to have to go on to something new after this game, which is going to be very detrimental to their successes going forward.
Yeah, definitely with the Wukong in play, they'd have liked to have, you know, a couple more games in the bag with high standing. I think they've dropped 2 out of 4 now. A little bit lower on the board, so definitely going to be a hill to climb back from, but certainly not impossible with still more than half the tournament to play. 3 LP are going to drop to BAP shortly after as well, so 2 squads out.
2 squads and 4 3LP. That's their, I think, 3rd time going out fairly early. So unfortunately for that EU squad, might be the end of their run, at least if they're trying to compete for the top. While we look at the losers here, our team that after 2 games were the only one not in double digits. We're fighting against TLD and then getting sandwiched by LC. 1 is gone, and now the rest are on the run. But picture in picture, we see down south in the Mana Coils, Band fighting against Passion Fruit, and they are on the losing end. Even though there's low health bars on Passion Fruit's side, that TP'd Heart gonna be utilized by Band to bring back up the team yet again. Well, it's still gonna be the fight with the Tomahawk trying to crash back, get those low health bar members of Passion Fruit, but unable to actually execute any of the kills.
I love how Band just always goes for the strategy. They not only did they give themselves this giant, oh my god, RTK, deleting Cheeseburgers, beautiful double slam there coming in from the Jin. RTK 5 out of 5 the last times we panned to him for the dunks, connecting the reset there. Beautiful.
Zick, that was a full wipe by just RTK. That was RTK going absolutely godlike on Jin to take out our other EU squad. Another early exit for the Cheeseburger rejects.
And it's just the Jin over Abyss, especially in the hands of the likes of Illusion, RTK, Laud, some of these North American Jin players that have been playing him since very early on. The skill expression is so high. Like, you can just really get caught off guard by the speed of the Q2, and RTK doing it to him there. going to eliminate cheeseburgers. While I was talking about ban, not only is it a cool strategy for like an objective for them to play into with air blast and stuff, they also use it for the res so well. They've gotten so many reses off of this mobile heart they carry around. Who needs a mobile beacon? Who needs a normal res when you have unlimited heart res just following you around? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it is an absolute pleasure. Afro on LC here, another player always giving us a show. Now off of the Krista, back onto the Jewel, who we expect her to pop off. Losers getting pressured here from the TLD push. Slam coming through for Phenom. Illusion already at half health. Oh, is going to go down there. So TLD continue the push. LC, though, looking for the third party. Napalm out on the platform, buying a little bit of time for TLD as they look to loop around. Phenom not done yet. Up on the pole, looking for the slam. Is going to get pushed out there.
Oh, and seeing how they're kind of positioning right now, LC still in the Forge. They're going to be able to hold on. They're going to be fine for now, but looking at our teams and how they're kind of moving, we're only down 3 teams. We are into the end game. It is getting very crowded here in Mana Coils.
Dude, and like the amount of squads games we come into endgame with 8, 9, 10 teams is just spectacular. I just like this game was designed for squads, bro. Like I'm just gonna say it. It straight up was. It's just reality, and it's so fun to watch the squads action play out. And you know, we are coming in to closing in final circle. 7 teams left here.
As it is going to be the push back on to the Pink Pony Club, keeping them on their base camp. But behind them, I did see that there was a TP already ready. Ben are on that hunt. They are looking to see if they can get another heart TP, but they are not to be seen on it just yet. They are still holding on to where they are positioned, where the heart is, I think, currently forcing teams towards them. While TLD, they're getting pushed back, and we see Losers, Chinese Spy, wearing a crown. Micah has spotted that out, and even though was caught shopping, was able to get back with the rest of the team. I think shopping for yet another two-way TP.
What is he buying? I wonder. It's there's no way it's a two-way teleporter. As we see action to the south, PBC looking like they maybe have a couple members of band caught out. I don't think they were able to get a kill confirmed through, but Proto is on the run. Glass is down, in fact.
Glass is down, but guess what? The heart is right behind them. Ben are already on top of it, and Glass shall be back on her feet, ready for another fight with the rest of band.
Yeah, and Ban back at full force now. Heart in the pocket, TP down. We see it up kind of on the flank of BAP here to see if anyone falls into the trap. You got to be always a little sketched out when you're trying to chase the bunny around. Nice pick again for TLD. Going to take one down from LC.
And with Afro gone, that's a big target they've already been able to lock onto Last Chance. We try to get onto the respawn beacon, but they might have to look for the heart, and that is dangerous territory, knowing that the heart has been TP'd. They grab a crown instead for Vader, while PPC fight against Ban. They do get one target themselves on a Ban, and we see the heart has already been TP'd into position, into the Mana Coils, and TLD fight against LC, but it's going to be Vader getting the salvo. There's the team back up Afro. She's back on her feet, ready for another fight against TLD. They've been able to best that of TLD, but they gotta be careful because it's gonna be passion fruit taking out Afro, but not enough to actually get the kill. Wisp bringing her back up, and then with another fight on to the Pink Pony Club, who are still in the Mana Coils up north. Losers have been waiting this entire time. They too have been able to fully form, and they are waiting to see what's gonna happen, because with so many squads still alive, only Chaos is gonna brew. Madly is down, but still only Wisp. LC, they're surrounded on all fronts. They got Losers to the north, PPC to the east, and we know down south several more teams waiting for them to push back.
And we did see the heart res timer going, so TLD likely back at full force with their 4th member despite the LC pick. Big push for them onto Losers Island, scattering them to the wind. Losers hold their ground. Illusion super low, but if he's able to live here, nothing gained.
As Vader was trying to chase it down, but Illusion was able to get that. Pulse trying to pull off this Jin miracle, looking for those dunks. We see that PPC Sugar was able to get rid of Glass down south as Passion Fruit are waiting, pushing back onto the E plat. They've taken control away from LC. We're still back onto that little island they've been on for quite some time, and this horrible stare down where they are surrounded on every single front, down at the heart that's been TP'd by Ban into the Mana Coils. TLE, they were able to utilize it themselves to bring themselves back up to force, while BAP, as you talked about, looking fearsome, full exotic armors, while Ban, unfortunately, losing another, again, trying to go for the heart play, but this is where that chaos brews. This is where everything has to finally break. It's going to be Pulse getting that first pick, but it's only a Wisp, no kill. That's why the Pink Pony Club tried to see if they to push back, making sure they were able to get the wisp away. Daylight putting up the wall, trying to survive while the losers trying to escape. But they've already lost one. Afro, she wasn't able to find her own kill on the pulse, who takes her down instead. Last chance, have still 2 alive. Vader in the mana coils, and down south, Bap are just waiting. They've got TLD with a nuke launched at them, but on it to the heart. They got to be careful on how they push. They try to see the game, the push back under glass. They got rid of glass first, then Bap are able to disengage, get back down south with losers wearing the crown. Chinese Spy still having that. Krilla was hoping to be able to steal that away, but we see the bunny was able to pick up glass, stay on it to the heart, keeping the team alive while Band have been completely separated. Krillo can't get anywhere, neither can Protofo. They're going to be 2 targets taken out with the losers trying to bait anyone in, but you are now in the storm. Rings to your south, trying their best to survive, looking for the dunk, missing it. It's going to be Phenom denying the losers the first casualty. Well, Bap completely surrounded. Everything was going their way, and now they fall. Too many teams. LC, they fall right before them. They're taken out while Bap narrowly escaped. TLD locked in a battle against the Pink Pony Club with a dunk from Phenom, getting rid of one more from the Pink Pony Club, but they too are down a player.
Dude, what a crazy sequence right there. Magical just powering for 3 minutes straight through the violence. PPC trying to find a res here on this northern island. PF looking to flank. TLD pushing up as well. Krillo, last member left for ban, I think, or at least playing isolated out. Big push from PF South. TLD able to fend it off. Flame Dave down. The rest of TLD looking to reconnect.
And this is what we talk about, main character energy from TLD. How does, through all this chaos, all the pandemonium of the mana coils, they are still alive, removing teams. Another one gone. They found RTK, who could not get to the heart. He's trying to avoid, trying to get back, but he's got to be careful with how he positions. Was able to get rid of Glass, who was AFK. I think it's unfortunate it's disconnected, unfortunately, for Glass, but it's too late into the game for her to be able to get back. And RTK trying to bait up any team over the abyss. He wants to get another immediate dunk on all these teams, but even with the grab, he could not get back. Bath are out. 3 teams remain.
Dude, Bap was looking so strong before that kind of sequence broke out. There was a moment there where they were south of that Brez beacon where it just went completely disaster for them. Ban now looking to split apart TLD. They have Lemur isolated, same exact time. Pink Pony Club crashes from the other side, finds the third party. They take out 2.
And look at Abador. The nice air blast. Micah. TLD out at 3rd. We'll have a new winner in this one. Band put down the plat. They put down the TP. Glass is already gone. Remember, she was on.
I could just. Oh my god. No way, bro. No way, bro. No way. Yo, who needs 4 players, bro? All you need is a bunny and a heart and a kingpin, setting things up. Insane plays coming out from Ban. They have 3 players, bro. Glass was disconnected for that entire final sequence, but somehow with the patience, with the heart res, with the heart teleport at the end for the double kill for Micah, doing it once again, pulling Ban back from the depths, back to first place with just 3 out of 4 members playing. Insane. No, you're good, bro. So that he's basically just saying how completely insane that sequence was. And the 4th player was the heart. You know, Glass got replaced by Micah Munch's buddy temporarily. I'm sure she will be back joining us for the back half of games, but insanely impressive for Ban. Like that whole final sequence in Coils, there was like 3 minutes of absolute massacre. And I think Magical's vocal cords getting a little massacred during that as well. But the legend continues on and his mic blows up. Everything just explodes.
So I don't know if Shivam can hear me now. Hopefully you can. So we are back, and guys, with that banger, we are going to toss it to a break because we got to get ready for our bans. We got to go through all our points to find out how teams are measuring up. So we'll be back in just a little bit.
Oh my god, the drop.
Take him out, take him out.
I is dying to dash. It's so close. Alright, comes out, comes out, comes out.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Two.
Cheese.
Cheese. That was perfect, that was perfect.
It's a bad fight, bro. It's a bad fight, bro.
Heights Lana, Heights Lana.
Wait, he's
Afro left, Afro left, don't Afro, cut Afro.
Kill Cavion, kill Cavion.
No, leave him down.
Keeping something different. No, it's not, it's not. Oh, we all died to heart.
Bring it back pretty well though. Oh, and the spike connecting for Pine there is going to put QA all the way on the back.
Social, cross the line.
I marked them all.
Oh my god, that's all. Singularity catches two, then he catches three from multiple teams! It's Obliteration Nation! A single void! Oh my god.
What a game. Trying to utilize the pillar and the beacon to get around. They're just going ring around the row as they walk and fall. Ashes. Someone's gonna fall down.
Is this you, Ryan?
I'm almost not a criminal.
Nice. They're both still fighting down there. Good, good. There's some guy up here, right here, by the way. E-plat, up here. I'm gonna ult it, I'm gonna ult it.
They're dying, they're dying, they're dying.
I can portal for them.
Get the loot, get the loot.
Got it. Trying to bait him in the turn, bait him in the turn.
Deals through that beautiful punch from TN in the corner with the train, turning things around.
I'm landing nade after nade right now.
Easy. Good shit, good shit, Ryan. Good shit, Ryan.
Oh my god. 36 here. Yo, let's fucking go. Alright, GG guys. GG's was fun.
Hello, hello, welcome back in. We are here after 4 exciting games already of our Turbo Cup Finals. The very last one we have here for North America, and our teams have delivered here, Zig. I would say it has been already amazing games. That last game, I mean, each one of these you could just take in a microcosm and be like, that was like peak Supervive. But that's why Supervive is such a damn good game.
Yeah, dude, back to back to back to back. Banger opener for the first half of North America Turbo Cup. Here, we are going to get a quick look at the scoreboard that was tallied up while we are away, see where everything is shaking out as far as the points, how these teams are going to position moving into the back half of the tournament.
And look at this, of course, TLD at the top. When you have 2 W's to your name, no surprises. It was quite crazy to see after 2 games how close it was between our first all the way down to 9th. But now that we've had 2 more games, TLD racking up another victory. And even in that last game, finishing 3rd place, they're looking really good. But looking at our other teams, BAP have kind of gotten separated 42 points away from that of TLD. But Yabagul, 8 points away from BAP, 6 points down from them is Ban. So we are looking like we're going to have possibly a really good finals for our final 4 games.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully the Magic might need to, or the I can hear your voice waiting a little bit. That it was that 3.5 minute sequence that last game, bro. It was just nonstop shoutcast from the GOAT, blowing up his mic in the process. So
I got some tea as well. So
let's go.
I needed to get a quick drink of that, but it was too hot to drink right away, so my voice was a little bit like tired. But
we're back online. Let's go. So rounding out the bottom of the scoreboard, we got PPC at 65 in 5th. And that's going to be kind of right at that podium cutoff. PF right below them by 4 points at 61. CBR, our cheeseburger rejects at 52, my lucky number. LC 46. And we do have 3LP 31 losers at 21. So even, you know, our quote bottom squads, Magical, in 3LP and losers, still looking very strong so far.
But here we go, our bands, now that we get to see our stats added up.
This is crazy.
Very crazy to see. I mean, 2 of them, I'm not too surprised. Wukong, Oath, expected those. But the fact that Oath was not like 1st nor 2nd nor 3rd, but the 4th most played. So we'll join those of Bishop and Krista. Somehow, both of those making their way to the bench.
And I want to remind you guys, we're in North America here. The last several weeks, Bishop, basically where Bebo is at right now, very low on the pick rates normally. A massive kind of turnaround for players picking up Bishop. Some of this might be a couple EU teams in the mix, locking in that pick as well. So with Bishop off the board for them and Krista off the board, Sorrow still in play, like you mentioned. Myth, kind of a close second with the 12 picks as well. Very much expect these 2 hunters to be online in the back half, but the Jin has really been showing up big for a lot of squads, specifically RTK on BAP.
And the fact that we're having Saros make his way through the pick and ban, so not going to be benched, I'm very surprised because we have seen that dominate competitive for months now. Yet we will have him in our final 4 games.
Let's go. Very surprising. And like, you know, it's just interesting. We were kind of talking about it earlier. We're like, Saros, we're so used to seeing this hunter gets banned. He has so much value chipping away armor from such long distance with a Sunfire rifle. But now Saros is going to be in play. Oath is not. So we no longer have the Bright Shield to kind of cancel a lot of that poke. And I think, you know, we are definitely going to see more Saros pickups here in the second half, I would have to imagine, just based on the fact that the Oath is gone.
Exactly. And as we get into our game 5 with these bans, I'm very curious to see how our teams are going to approach these, because normally I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. Saros Oath, that combination has been so critical to a lot of Saros' success. The fact that now Oath is banned, but Saros makes its way through. Do teams continue this? Do they decide, hey, now that we have all these other bans, we can pick that up? Or do we not feel nearly as safe now that Oath is gone?
I don't know. We're going to have to see how stuff plays out. It has been interesting to see, you know, like with Krista kind of rising in prio, how strong she's been, you know, kind of showing up over the last couple of weeks. I don't know how much the most recent patch affected her power, but she has been looking quite strong. And with her out of the mix as well, we're going to see definitely a rise of Ghost. We're probably going to see a few more Myth pickups as well, as they kind of fill that similar AD carry role. But again, like a character like Myth, you know, really thrives with something like an Oath alongside her. So I think it's going to be a lot of chaos here, Magical, with the band mix-ups. And we are very likely going to see some comfort picks coming into play.
Such as Brawl. I'm looking at more Brawls
yes. Please,
coming
more
through
Brawl.
as well, because we have not really seen that here in NA. We saw it a bit in EU, but really not here in NA with those first 4 games. Now, we are into our latter half, our final 4. Game 5, it is going to be Final Destination. Unfortunately, it looks like we had a disconnect right as we were about to load up, which honestly is probably the perfect time for that.
Yeah, the sooner the better to get the reconnect here. And we got a little more time for Magical's vocal cords to soak in that honey tea. And dude, that jacket, by the way, is blinging out of control. I've only gotten to see it on the profile picture, but here it is in person, shining bright.
Hey, you know, it is the final cast for us with Supervive, with SNS. I feel like it is only appropriate to go out with style, go out with a bang, and use everything in my vocal cords and my wardrobe to make sure that we give the best show possible for our players and for our viewers.
Chat does confirm we look goated. Let's go.
Yes.
By the way, guys, I am rocking a super special GIF from none other than Jess herself. This is some apparently exclusive merch from the Korean launch. They had a big partnership with this brand Peaches, which is, I guess, is a big clothing brand over there. So only a couple of these made it back to the States. Jess brought one back, and she was kind enough to send it to me as a big thanks for helping put together this whole tournament series at the end. Nice. So I'm going to rock this baby strong. It's going to be going on the trophy shelf. We're going to have it just like the Supervive box back there. We are going to have it for eternity on stream. Let's go.
Oh, I love it. Love to see that. Love to see the representation here for Supervive, because goated game. We absolutely adore this one. I am going to figure out what the ETA is looking like for our 5th game. Hey,
there we go.
It looks like we are back in it. We are ready for game 5, round 2 on it, and seeing how our teams are looking right now. Seeing a lot more Jewel. There's that Brawl, more Nyx, and a good amount of Jhin.
A good amount of Jhin. That's what I like to see, bro. Jewel and Jhin. Let's get some deleting happening. Such fun hunters to watch. Such high skill expression. Such fast-paced kind of combo mechanics for both of these hunters. We do see 2 in play for our Pink Pony Club, dropping in as the red squad here. Madly, the Jewel Goat, the legend on the... And Spades back on the Jewel as well. Let's go, baby. The Spades Jewel is the very first one that I got to shoutcast that popped off.
Bro, we have also the Lemur Bebo for our game 5.
My God, Brian Koala making a showing.
As they are already staring off against BAP, having gone for the drop with them at golds, with a nice use of that Tetra Tsunami, getting to play that Tetra and helping RTK scoop up their first kill of the game.
Let's go. Speak of the Jhin. Gonna find that early pickup. Meanwhile, Ban and CBR looking at each other down and cold fighting. Looks like Cheeseburgers want the engage. Nice grenade onto Proto, but they got Greninja in the corner. Krillo on the Ghost, baby. Able to take him out with the MK7 Glyph rifle. The rest of Ban running down Cheeseburgers.
Running them down, scaring them off the Cold Fang, and Ban riding high after the Game 4 victory with a crazy win off of that heart play. Nice blast back, keeping him off that Sky Shark, finding one, making 2 kills off of the Cheeseburger Rejects heads.
Yeah, Ban is hungry, and it does look like Glass gonna give the ghost over to Krillo. Both these
What?
players.
No
Oh
way.
no, Sebi, last member left for Cheeseburgers, gonna get rode down by the Sky Shark here, trying to get on the back of Micah's. Oh my goodness.
And they're not letting that happen too easy. The pull from that grabby save and death for EU. Day 1, our first squad eliminated on the very first day.
Tragedy strikes for Cheeseburger Rejects. I've seen some really nice showings from them. Keep in mind, playing on ping over from EU. Aiden, speaking of EU, finding that slam onto Herd here.
And looking for that fight, but they got to be careful. Ackling seeing it a little bit too much damage immediately from that pulse. Had a good flake, but the rest of Passion Fruit weren't ready. Skedaddle trying to go for the Reap, forcing these fights with 3LP, who are now on the tracks trying to escape from the fight against 3LP. But 3LP, they're doing a good job of retreating, yet holding their ground at the same time, making it hard for Passion Fruits to find them, though. A lot of damage on a Shroom in the Nyx v Nyx battle. Both of them roaring, trying to go for the Reap on one another, but it's going to be Shroom that loses their life to Passion Fruit with Skedaddle. Another Reap onto Tredsy. As this EU
nice
squad,
grab.
with a good pull, they might be able to at least make it an even 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so they do trade 1-for-1. They're actually able to get the second there with that pull because they got one earlier. So putting PF down to 2 here as PF looks for the retreat to go for that res. LC looks like gonna get a peek at losers here on the Fire Illusion, holding onto that gold armor. Afro always unafraid, shifting forward. Vader looking for the dunk angle there. Does look like loser's gonna peel out for a moment longer.
Peeling out, surviving LC. Letting it rip with the chains on to losers as Daylight is going to be the first one to fall. Lightning nearly crashing onto Kola, but Kola unfortunately cannot escape from Last Chance, who had already made sure that Bunny was mincemeat.
Yeah, and LC, really got to come out with a strong second half. If they want to put themselves in a position to win this tournament, they have to pop off pretty much the next 4 games. So off to a nice start here, finding a couple kill confirms early. On to losers. It's going to be Illusion left with that gold armor. Spy on the Kingpin. Daylight's going to get taken out immediately after the res here.
And with that push back, making it so that LC are now the team on the run from the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club, they too are running a little bit high because they were able to get second place in the last game, but unfortunately overcommitting. And now Afro, she's seen the blood and she is thirsty. She's ready to feast on the ponies as Natalie tried to escape from her attention, but it leaves only one left for the Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, and Afro, she was started on the Krista. We've seen her start on the Krista before, but as soon as she gets on the Jewel, man, stuff starts to change for LC. Like, the way she's able to play so aggressively with this Hunter never ceases to impress. Meanwhile, Passion Fruit on the run from 3LP, who able to recover a little bit of their tempo. We see at least one level 7 on that side right before we turn over to day 2 with level 9 on the field.
And looking at the rest of our teams, it's only one that has been eliminated, and it's the Cheeseburger Rejects on day 1, which, for how these games have gone, EU earlier, now with NA, we have yet to see a team actually get eliminated that early in the Turbo Cup. So quite an unfortunate circumstance for CBR to start off the first round after bans.
Yeah, and it's just, a little bit of the danger of that level 1 flip. We see it come into play, a decent amount, even top squads dropping at 10th like we saw earlier in the tournament where, if you play all in for that level 1 against the other team and you don't have someone playing the anchor because everyone is committing to the fights, because the fight's so close, you think you can trade that kill, get that reset. And in the end, oftentimes doesn't work out. And right there, the Sky Shark for Ban really is what ended them, because I think otherwise would have been a clean escape. They would have got their anchor out, but Micah able to ride him down with the Shark there, guarantee the squad wipe for Ban.
Looking at how Pink Pony Club, as they had retreated with a bad fight earlier against LC, and now a bad fight against Gabagool, as Madley almost gets out of this one, nearly had been able to get away from that, but unfortunately, all he had to do was get that tether. Playing Eva here in our final sets of games.
Let's go. And TN, one of the goated Evas of North America. Not too many players have hung on to this Hunter over the months, but we do see TN picking it up occasionally. Going to be bringing it into the back half here with Bishop on the ban table. Fighting continuing to the north here. Ban holding high ground against LC. Nice tonk. Going to drive one out of there as look for the re-engage. Micah Munch fully stacked Jewel. Nowhere in sight though. Jin trying to finish the job, but going to be a tough job to catch the bunny.
And it's actually kind of funny looking at LC's comp right here. Like, the first few games, it felt like they were just playing what they felt they had to. They played the meta. And look at the hunters they have now. These feel like all of their true forms.
Toilet on the Seth. Yeah.
Yep. You got Vader onto Jet Ski onto Brawl. Every one of them unlocked in these fights as they were looking for those kills. But we go over to this fight. BAP have found losers, caught over the abyss, chasing him, but you gotta be careful. Nearly dunked, but it's gonna be the turnaround from Height and BAP as they find 2 onto losers with the chains already there, locking down this next. It's gonna be another target, more for BAP's inventory.
Dude, I thought Illusion was going to turn that at the beginning. It looked like he had the reverse dunk on RTK. RTK with the health to live, and then Height backing him up there, like you mentioned. And losers, Kula, last member, going to get caught here by Yabagul, who have kind of been just holding the southern right position on the map. They're going to find that second team. So we have 2 teams out very early, as we've seen a couple end games go with 10 teams, Magical.
All the way to end game, and now we're seeing this fight against Passion Fruit and Band, with Band getting a lot of damage on the Passion Fruit. Pulse is already whisked. The same with Herd, nearly at that, but they turn their attention on Skedaddle, who tries to see if they can reap around, but unfortunately, even with their Oblivion spin, it wasn't enough to heal back up to survive.
Yeah, and it does look like PF gonna look for that res angle. Meanwhile, fighting the picture as we pan over, LC duking it out with BAP. Afro fully stacked, barely wide on the shift as she shifts forward herself, going aggressive. They are gonna be able to take out Jewel in the back line, but Jetski so close to trading spades. Jewel for Jewel, not quite able to do it.
With that Tetraform put down, it nearly was able to separate the fight. Tsunami is down. They got to make sure they stick this Wisp, but they can't. LC push them off. They're trying to get rid of this Tetra, but every time you think they got rid of them, they were able to get right back onto the Wisp, and then they turn it around on a Jet Ski. BAP, make sure they bring back up their caster teammate and make sure they have a great fight against LC.
And this is the Tsunami Tetra we've been waiting for. He was telling us about it yesterday after the qualifiers, talking about how badly he wants to play his Tetra. One of these players that's been holding on to her since she came out has gotten so good at the little micro combos, knows exactly how to work this hunter. So even in a weak state, Tsunami making it happen here. Meanwhile, 3LP looking to make it happen. They push onto this LC squad who only have 3 members. Toilet has to trade the second win, doing a nice job fighting in the 3v2 on the tracks.
Vader did a good job of using that illusion to juke 3LP. I thought for a second that last chance we're going to actually be taken out by 3LP because they had been completely split. Look at where Afro is completely separated from the rest of the team, but now they've been able to rejoin, and it's now 3LP who have been separated. They aren't fully formed, and it's going to be Vader with the flank. Acolyte's going to be the first one they take down, and now they're on to Shroom, but Shroom tried to get rid of the Guardian so they could get the reset. Unfortunately, they're going to be without their teammate.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Great re-engage from LC there, turning the tide of battle with the numbers advantage. Aiden, a little bit late to reconnect, is going to be left on the flank. The rest of 3LP kind of scattering to the wind here, looking for a res angle. It does look like one down on Suicide, but a couple teams lurking down here. One of them going to be TLD. We do see Yabagul's last member pushing the Ghost off in the 1v1, claiming that Suicide res for themselves.
We see that PPC in a similar boat, just mirror visual left, but nowhere near one of those beacons, unlike Yabagul, who have been able to bring up back up the team. But we see that TLD nearby that position could fight over those scattered islands, which is going to be a little bit dicey right now for the likes of Yabagul, and that's why they're bailing. They're hoping they can get back to the tracks, but they hear the fighting up north. LC is staring down BAP, but even LC doesn't want that fight.
Yeah, so LC is going to back up, head off the tracks. We do see that final destination closing in right where LC has left here as multiple squads kind of move in, looking at this final angle. The Mega Avalanche popped from LC there a little defensively just to discourage BAP from continuing moving their direction. It is going to work as they turn around, play around their fire, get a little bit intel of Yabagul moving up on the right. They do have another team to the north fighting, breaking out in Desert though.
As Pink Pony Club, madly up in the thunderstorm, tries to surge away, but unfortunately there is no surge out of that fight. Passion Fruit already knew that they had won that one. That's why Pink Pony Club tried to get out of there, but they are still running from that scrap, and it is getting difficult for them to escape because Passion Fruit are looking for every kill point possible. They launch Flame Death well past them with that grabby, finding Dumkus alone, who tries to heal back up with the Oblivion spin. There's just not enough left in the tank.
Yeah, so Dumkus is going to go down for Pink Pony Club here. and be looking for that recovery angle. Meanwhile, LC pushing onto 3LP. Afro in with the surge, not able to get the stack reset onto Aiden, but still so much damage pressure out. Shroon getting chipped. TLD showing up on the flank for the third party, but BAP here for the fourth. RTK deleting Lemur on the Bebo out of nowhere.
And look at this, with that anomaly, trying to see if they can juke him. TLD can't get out of the fight. Lods, it's difficult with the SARS. He just can't avoid BAP's attention, who now take him out, then look for LC. But LC, they've got backup. They don't even realize that it's going to be the pull. Try to see if they can drag back in the Wisp. And then right behind them is going to be 3LP looking for their flank onto LC. But LC, they can hop into the anomaly if they want to, or they can continue the fight onto the three little pigs. And that's what they opt to do. Getting a little bit of damage onto Aiden, but not enough. It's the dunk from Vader that actually takes out two over the abyss. EU caught with their pants down, not paying attention, as LC take full advantage of that fight.
I mean, even if you are paying attention, bro, the RTK Jin just flies in out of nowhere. That wasn't even, that was a different Jin. That was the LC Jin. Spacing on the name just momentarily here.
Vader.
Thank you, Vader, getting the double tap there on the reset. And they just come through so fast, especially when he has both shifts up. After the Q1, he can actually cover like a screen's length and put that Q2 down so fast. And it has pretty good range on it, like more range than a KP slam, for example. Like they can just come so quickly. So 3LP do indeed get caught there. And it is going to be Shroom, final member, captured by Passion Fruit here. So 3LP making an early exit at 8.
8th place, joining their EU brethren of CBR, as well as our other team losers on the bench in Game 5. We look at Final Destination. It is going to drag us a little bit more north of where we are currently, more towards the Prisma Falls, right outside of the tracks. You can see right on the tracks, actually.
Yeah, and BAP, LC looking at each other. BAP have intel with their fire, just trading in neutral. Tsunami hucking those fireballs. Chipping a little bit of armor, stacking that shield. Afro looking for the entry with the bungee, going for the R&B punch.
A lot of launching forward, and it is going to be Vader actually getting rid of Tsunami first and making sure that it is LC who take advantage of BAP. BAP, they had that angle to start off the fight, but a little bit too aggressive. So you look back up north. TLD beating up Yabagul, who are again on the run. Feels like they've been struggling in this game. Back on to that suicide respawn beacon. I think they destroyed it only to rebuild it and then get pushed off of it by BAP.
So a second chance on the suicide. They call it that for a reason, as the fighting continues down in that direction. Just a little bit to the left here, and Entride madly looking like going to get caught by Passion Fruit. Passion Fruit finding some nice picks that come their way, but LC showing up, snipe the kill themselves, looking for more.
Snipe it away, Passion Fruit. They had that great lock onto Madley's position, but sadly they don't have a lock onto these islands as they're getting pushed back. Pulse tried to go for the illusion backwards, but he is the one that gets dunked. Vader proven the superior Jin in that fight, and that's why Passion Fruit are now on the run, trying to get away from LC, picking up a crown on their exit.
So still a big chance to bring Madley back here. 3 members in play for Pink Pony Club. Suga on the bush. Skedaddle finding the bush as well. Is going to get
They need to give it over to Herd. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. They were able to get it at least. So Pulse will be back in the game. Passion Fruit still have to deal with Band, who have been slowly moving their 5th member back into the circle, making sure that Heart is ready for TP.
Yeah, and Dumbkiss does look like he is going to just fully stick this, opt out of the crown time in there. We do see Miri already in bush here, trying to protect as the rest of the squad moves in. Is actually just going to go for an early bail angle, knowing Passion Fruit is lurking such low health bars for the side of Pink Pony Club. So Miri lives another day, but despite the res from Dumbkiss, the rest go down.
Miri, I think, is actually in a bush that is a little bit awkward seeing that. It looked like he wasn't in anything.
I thought that was his clone, bro.
Is it his clone? Oh, maybe
no,
it is
I think you're right. No, I thought his clone was just like AFK there, but it was actually Miri.
So just kind of hanging out, waiting. No team actually spotting that out. TLD not even shooting into that bush just yet. Probably not suspecting that anyone got behind them.
Yeah, and you can't, like, you check bushes when it makes sense, but you can't check every bush through the entire game. It's just, there's already such a deep mental stack, so many things to pay attention to. So Miri is going to live another day in bush. TLD do spot out BAP to their south, looking for the aggressive engage. Nice damage traded kind of in neutral here. LC showing up for the third party.
As BAP get pushed back, the crown, it brought back up their fallen teammate, so you have Tsunami ready for another fight, but LC, they're more ready. They wanted to have that scrap against CLD, but unfortunately not all the team was on the same page. That's why they decided to fall back, try to get back off this island, then look for BAP, knowing that BAP might be the weaker team at the moment, but they gotta be careful. There's still a lot of teams left to fight. We're only down 4, 6 remaining, and TLD have been slowly looking for the sandwich onto BAP, with LC chasing him over the Abyss Tetraform, trying to keep the fight going. Tsunami doing a great job of keeping BAP alive for a while, but it's going to be Spades having to surge back. What we see back on the mainland,
Actually
TLD,
crazy.
they had been locked in that fight against LC, and they actually ended up losing that fight, losing Lemur. The other two sent running back to where Lodge is with that crown.
That's the second massive Tetra wall from Tsunami to kind of save things for BAP, convincing them maybe in one game that Tetra is real. We'll see how it plays there. Double stun on the BAP. LC be able to follow it up. Spades able to kite out over Miss, but Vader finds the dunk.
And then it's going to be Ben who tried to engage as well. They're waiting. Now BAP playing into their hands. There's the heart right behind them on the tracks. They can TP that back into a better position. But RGK is just waiting, baiting any team to try to fight him over the Abyss while Height was on the heart. Nearly was able to find it. Got to be careful. They were looking for that air blast from Micah. But unfortunately, the volcanic rebuke did take him down. Then unfortunately, just not enough.
Yeah, so Height not quite able to force the heart res through, but they still have Tsunami and RTK alive, split across the map. RTK still holding out of that gold. Meanwhile, TLD push across the abyss. They're gonna proc the crown onto Afro. They get to kill all of them instantly. Back now, LC, the one's in trouble.
LC, it looked like they were in that position of power that entire time, and then with one stray arcane railgun, they are now the back foot as Vader was able to get one dunk. Pulse trying to do the same. Vader is looking for it. It's going to be RGK who finds it instead, pushing back. Passion Fruit trying to get back into the circle, debating whether they want to look for RGK over to the Abyss, deciding better against it. When we look at the Pink Pony Club back onto the tracks, they lose their life to Michael Munch. While TLD waiting, they got themselves that heart that's suddenly been TP'd to them by Ban, while Ban putting down platforms, utilizing Bebo, pushing back the Pink Pony Club, getting some damage with a burn on a Dumbkiss, but it's going to be the engage. RTK, one dunk. Ban still have to be careful because with those platforms about to give way beneath them, they can be easy targets for RTK. Whoa, Mirror Vigil, Flare Blast back into the heart. Micah takes out the Pink Pony Club.
Miri tried so hard to just scoot around the heart, so close to getting the res off, but does not see the bunny lurking with Air Blast on the ice. Cannot account for everything. Micah Munch finds another punch into heart. Beautiful setup here. TLD, though, as you mentioned, kind of claiming the space around this heart now. Looks like Ban really want to kind of push forward and try to contest that spot, but TLD does claim the boat for themselves, push them back to tracks.
As we look at where the final destination takes us over to the tracks, it is Passion Fruit who are first in control, but they're down a player. They're cautious on how they want to position. Ban are now separated, but with the crown procking for BAP out in the kill on Krillo. It is going to be BAP ready for another fight, but they got to be careful because TLD, there this entire time, they've been patient on looking for every fight and knowing that chaos is brewing. BAP have been scattered. It is going to be Passion Fruit back on their feet, ready for another fight themselves, but TLD this entire time still are unfazed, unscathed, ready to see if they can battle once more against any team that lays before them. RTK gonna be the first target as we see way down south. Tsunami, that lone Tetra trying to survive. But where is the crown? Putting Rockwave down, trying to get away. But there's everything controlled by every team that's not yours because your team is gone alongside you.
Dude, just absolutely nowhere to go for Tsunami there. Just tries to get a nice grabby up. Oh, another one!
It worked
Comes
against
through.
them!
Lodge punches him into heart.
Again! Passion Fruit! Take out Micah Munch as the last one. TLD utilize Ban's fifth member against them, and now Passion Fruit have to beat the #1 NA team. If they want to hope, they found one, two, they're doing it! They're doing it! Passion Fruit back from nowhere! It's been since the prologue, but they're back ready to win games. Lemur, the last one that stands before them, will not stop a Passion Fruit victory.
Dude, crazy finish. Passion Fruit able to claim the W, and just like so much chaos, we had literally no idea who's gonna come out on top with the final five there. Passion Fruit, I think, do a great job kind of holding that top left spot on the tracks. They're taking basically anything that came their way. They were keeping Ban and BAP kind of to the south of them in Abyss. Both of those teams had nowhere to play for. LC was still in the mix at that point. They also were kind of pushed south, held off of the tracks, and Passion Fruit knew knew Final Destination was closing in on track. So they just hold the line, keep all these other teams fighting, wait for the perfect opportune moment, and a beautiful final fight there against TLD, able to close it out. GG's.
Also, I've been corrected that it's not passion fruit, it's Prisma Farmers, but it's passion fruit in my heart. I've seen
Okay,
PF,
you go
like,
passion fruit, I'll go Prisma Farmers.
No, and it's I see it. It's the old days. It's living La Viva Loca. It's the prologue. We are back at it, and I love seeing them pick up a victory regardless of their name.
Yeah, beautiful showing here in Game 5. Passion Fruit going to be ranking up the scoreboard here. Sorry, Prisma Farmers going to be ranking up the scoreboard here. We do see this was a hectic game, bro. There's actually so many close fights and so much aggression, so much constant kind of like pushing for each other's space here, forcing teams out into Abyss, into the arms of other teams kind of position. And so many kills had to have been stacked that game. It was absolute carnage.
It really was. Like, a lot of this game was just back and forth. We saw so many teams. Even Passion Fruit had a couple moments where they were down to the wires, where they were down to one player, but they were still able to battle back to win this game. A big one for them, especially after the bans. But I do want to bring this back into what we talk about when it comes to our standings, because TLD still get themselves second place, and they were already 42 points above second place.
Yeah, definitely still a big game for TLD. Definitely going to be holding on to that first place spot on the scoreboard. Our Jins were going crazy this game, bro. We saw like 6 at least just clutch dunks coming through, a couple double taps. Both Vader and RTK kind of going turbo out here. And right here, Crown Pock for TLD. This push for LC was their demise. I think LC up to this point was looking quite strong. I think they wanted to push TLD space as PF move, but this was kind of this position that I was talking about, PF holding kind of top left on tracks here. Everyone's just saucing each other to the south. They're happy to hold this land. They get a Crown Pock on Herd very shortly after this and able to just find a beautiful opportunity to close things out.
It's great to see too, but I will say tragedy for Band, because Band had utilized this heart so many times through every game, but this TP ended up being their doom, because they TP it back to where they feel it's safety, where they can control it, and TLD end up taking advantage of that, pushing them into the heart and making sure it was not that safe zone that Band thought they had.
Absolutely, man. Had to mute for a sec there, but yeah, we get a quick view at our final 3 here, and you know, this position for PF and this kind of push from TLD, the heart, you mentioned their 5th member kind of stabbing them in the back here for the side of Ban. And right here, I love the instant engage from PF. No time for TLD to breathe. They're kind of all scattered in Abyss here. And look at this violence. PF just ship it in. It's all forward, all W key, leaving just Lemur left, Brian Koala on the Bebo, and is going to get taken out. It's a beautiful finish from Prisma Farmers.
And it's big for them because they were right in the middle. They're right in the middle of the pack. So these wins really are going to start to elevate them and start getting them in a better spot. But we are already into Game 6, diving right into it with Unstable Portals. And we see that it's TLD with Yabagul already diving into Imhotep. I believe we saw quite a few teams going for this hot drop, trying to see if they can get the loot. And it's TLD, the team that's on the back foot, trying to run away, even though 2 players have gold armor. They aren't in the good spot. They're not going to be able to control any of Imhotep. Instead, they are the ones that have to narrowly escape, leaving Bap and Yabagul trading a couple blows.
Yeah, and Bap going to find 2 armors just fishing for golds in these chests. We see Height call it off, rides out at the level 1 on the brawl. Meanwhile, Yab turning around looking for this re-engage. Ban is here now as the 4th squad, maybe having advantage. They're going to isolate TN. They can find this pick. They are going to be able to. So giving them numbers advantage, armor advantage, and pretty much even levels. They are going to force Yabagul out.
So Yabagul get a couple golds for themselves, but unfortunately lose a life for it. And even looking where their position is on their run out of Imhotep, it's not like they're going in similar directions. They're going to have to reset somewhere, and it's going to be kind of in this awkward spot where they're going to lose a little bit of farm. Like TLD, they got an early exit. They got a couple golds, sure, not exactly the position they want to be, but at least they're getting the farm and they'll have levels.
Yep, we do see Diamond peeling out of there for Yabagul with that gold armor level 3, looking to maybe find some camps for Yabagul to teleport to after claiming the rest of them for themselves. Meanwhile, fight over our Affluence hatchling here. Nice grab coming through from Cheeseburgers. They are going to secure that one for themselves. So Dumbkiss trying to overcommit for the steal there with his Wukong out of play. Is going to opt over to the Knicks, but nice pickup there for Cheeseburger Rejects.
especially after that last game. First team eliminated in Game 5. Definitely gonna feel a little bad for them after they had been showing up pretty well in the earlier stages of the game, only having that one game in Game 3 where they dropped really early. But now they have 2 games, which really is going to start to impact their standings.
Yep, and other than that, like, we do see some fighting up to the north here as well in the picture-in-picture. It's going to be Yabagul and Bap trading blows once again, now removed from the gold armors, but continuing to fight. Diamond going to instant crack that ball, pulled back by the spades. Lightning strike, misses the surge though, finds the second one. Diamond still under pressure.
They're still looting up as well, hoping that they can get something, but Pamu's been focused away, and it's going to be Height with that chain. Easily taken down Saros, and now Yabagul looks like they are just not getting an easy shake of any part there on the map, as they are constantly getting run down by Bap. Dylan narrowly going to get out of there with the help of that Sky Shark, but Height, does he want to hop on one as well? No, decides he wants to heal up and buy first.
Yeah, and Yabagul actually kind of had the better of Bap in the IMO start, but really nice fight there from Bap to turn things around against them. And I do love seeing the brawls in play. You mentioned it, Magical. We got Herd on the brawl here. We just were looking at Height on the brawl. And it's just like, it's such a fun hunter to watch. And we have seen a huge drop him out of the meta. That brawl's going to get deleted there as Pink Pony Club look to engage onto Cheeseburgers.
PPC, CBR, nice pull back, but Greninja was ready, putting down the Flame Shield, trying to see if they can provide any anti-heal, but not enough that can actually be punished. And it's PPC, ready to push back CBR constantly. This ebb and flow, another Flame Shield, getting the grounded onto Greninja. Second win, trying to push him back, but it's going to be the pull, dragging in Dumbkiss, but he was able to phase out of there, go for that Shadow Walk back to the rest of his team.
I disconnected from VMix for a sec. Hopefully everyone can hear me. You want to carry?
Yes, I will continue going, as right now we have more fighting back up north. Bap, this time it's not Yabagul, it is Last Chance, ready for a fight against Bap, hoping they can take away some of the standings from them, getting low health bars, punishing Tsunami with a dunk from Vader, nearly doubling that up as well, but it's going to be Height, nearly getting out of there. RTK has gone a separate direction as well. RTK channeling up the dunk. Does anyone fall prey to it? Does anyone try to fall for the bait? But RTK just going to say, I want out of here. I don't even want that. Vader almost steps into the clutches of RTK, but both of them give respect where it's due.
I love seeing the Jin face off there over Abyss, and looks like they are going to get some space. I think LC's going to back off there, knowing that they have numbers advantage following up. Meanwhile, to the south around Heart, TLD taking a look at Losers as they play for this Gold Guardian. Nice grab coming through from Spy, looking for the slam, is going to connect. Can the rest of Losers follow up? It does not look like they have the damage to take out Lemur. TLD continuing the pressure.
As Losers do get out of there, at least. Not going to lose anybody if they lost a little bit of ground. That is whatever. At least you're alive. You can still farm up in Vane Grove. We're looking at the rest of our teams and how they're really positioning. Unstable portals means that we can have a lot of chaos. But right now, even with all these early skirmishes, not really, we're kind of seeing what we saw last time with the unstable portals, where there are these skirmishes. Right. A couple players are falling here and there, but it's not enough to amount to too much, though. We are seeing Yabagul still struggling to find any foothold back onto the breach. No matter where they go, it feels like they are just not in control.
Yeah, and TN trying to run away solo on the Eva, not a good spot to be, is going to get taken out by Vader there. And it's just going to be Pamu left on the Saros. His second favorite hunter behind the Wukong. I know Pamu loves him some Saros. And with Saros not being banned, has a little bit of space. But we do see a member from LC running directly at that Saros. So hopefully going to be able to get away here.
I think with a lot of the fighting that's happening around, we already see it right there. That Afro not going to continue that hunt anymore, saying, all right, I hear there's a lot of other teams. If I overcommit to this, I could put my team in a bad spot. While Losers, they had tried to get into the northern parts of the map, but they ran right into our European squad, Three Little Pigs, and to chase them away, pull from Chinese Spy. But even with the Primal Slam, there's not enough damage that he had already done to 3LP, so you're going to be an easy target for them to continue to hunt. But because it's taking so damn long, Ban might be able to intervene and maybe try to kill onto 3LP themselves, letting Chinese Spy get out of there, because they'd rather go for the fight against 3LP. They've rooted Shroom, and they've got the overkill rounds, but it's going to be the dunk from Aiden instead with the Primal Slam.
Yeah, and Tragedy striking the fight, looking so good for Ban, but Glass is going to get spiked there. Lead by Aiden. Proto still trying to fight it out as the rest of 3LP collapse, but with the fight gone sideways, the other two members of Ban do peel out. That same exact time, we saw 2 kills and a third there from LC onto TLD. So TLD somewhere on the map, going to be on the back foot. Krillo going to just ego this beacon, bring back the other 2 members of Ban.
Especially because it's early enough in the game. Probably can was able to ego it perfectly fine. No team really wanted to move that quickly to try to stop it. And instead of looking for this farm, looking for these levels, because that's what's going to be really important here, Zick. Making sure they're staying ahead or even with the levels compared to all the other teams.
Yeah, and like the best teams, we see them so kind of consistently play around the day turnover farm, just like we saw 3LP turn right there, instantly go for camps before the timer even hits. That's what, you know, BAP does. That's what TLD does. The best teams always play for that level advantage, and these camps get scooped up so quick. We see everyone else on the map doing it as well. Prisma Farmer scooping theirs. TLD maybe going to get pitched in the middle here.
Looking to see if they can push him back. TLD would love to get a little bit of a revenge against PF, but it is going to be them instead of losing one player, but with the third party Ban helping out, trying to get him back, but PF were too strong on that Pixel Island. The confidence from that last game really going into this one as they were able to fight off 2 teams simultaneously.
Yeah, Prisma Farmers on a roll here after the W last game, feeling themselves, that confidence kind of in the tank, continuing to move forward with the aggression. Pulse looking for the confirm on the Aglings, is going to get it. Holy, so nice kill stack forming up for Prisma Farmers here. 3LP, Aiden's going to scoop the crown. Shroom split to the south on the Knicks.
Herd looking for Shroom, and Ban, they possibly could have helped out look for this one player of 3LP, but he was able to shadow walk. Oh no, he got flopped back. He was going through too thick of a wall. That's it's not as much as a myth
It
dash,
looked like
so
he was through, and it like I thought he got through, but yeah, must have just barely caught the edge there.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. It was like literally you have a little bit of yourself left. You're snapped back, couldn't get away. As we look at this fight between BAP and CBR, already having one try to escape with nearly no health, but couldn't do the same for the other players. As now we look at how CBR is surrounded. Because Pink Pony Club, they decided they wanted to have a piece of the cake as well with this fight against the Cheeseburgers. But they are going to be fine for now, holding their land, waiting for PPC to actually fight them. Both pulls missing on the side of CBR, and that's going to start off the fight as they try to see if they can get into the back line, but it's going to be Hachi and Greninja, both of them going in opposite directions, leaving Hachi alone.
Yeah, that's a tough fight for CBR because their armor's already chipped from the previous fight with BAP. BAP still lurking to the north here. PPC comes in with a scream, deletes the rest of their armor, and now PPC looking for the engage onto BAP. They're going to isolate Tsunami, take him out with the Q2 on the Jin. Madly surges forward. Spades matches it now in the backline, trying to split the fight up, going to the left, maybe peeling out enough for BAP to get some space.
I think it's purely just to make sure the other players can survive. Spades is kind of the sacrificial lamb. As much time as you can kill, the better, because the other two will be able to get to a respawn beacon and hopefully bring back up the team.
We take a look at the other side of the map here. Violence, no different over here. Everyone just murking each other. We do see Kula caught in the middle of the full force of PF and LC. Jewel up in the air. Flame Dave makes his way out, and we have so many legendary jewels in this lobby. Oh, Herd almost finding the air slam on Afro, but she gets deleted anyways.
That damage that came in from all of PF simultaneously to get rid of Afro. Now LC down their jewel, and that is why they look towards that unstable portal. They're willing to hop in, but you got to be so careful. They're all 10 squads still alive, Zick.
Yeah, and we just took a look at that map. That's why I made that exclamation, because like I saw like 6 colors on top of each other up here. Multiple teams vying for this hatchling, gonna pick up a vacuum. But Yabagul and TLD just now happy to trade a neutral. TLD armor super chipped here, but same thing on the other side. So if either of these teams get third partied, it's gonna be really rough.
And Yabagul, they've been struggling throughout this entire game. They've been on this poverty run. Even look at their levels. Only level 9 for their Eva. They tried to go for the fight against Abador, but it's going to be a nice tonk top from Lemur, taking out Diamond. TN now separated. Can't sashay out of this one, though was able to get rid of Abador, at least pull back onto the Wisp, but not onto Abador. So TLD will be able to bring back up the team to full, though they are a little bit chipped, and that's why CBR wanted to take advantage, but they're just a little bit late. The cooldowns have been reset. TLD ready for round 2 this time with a new team to fight against. It's going to be the EU team as Greninja tried to see if he can hold the line while Hachi was repairing some of the armor. Couldn't get enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, and CBR come into that fight with pretty chipped armor as well, so they have to back out with everything being kind of obliterated there as far as the mitigation. And we do see Dylan hiding in bush makes his way out at the end of that sequence as well, keeping Yabagul in it. Meanwhile, to the south, Ban and Bap continuing to kind of look at each other like they do. Bap's going to find a Sky Shark ride to this kind of open spot at the bottom left of the map. But you mentioned Magical, still 10 teams in, getting really crowded out here.
It is very crowded, not just a little crowded, it is very crowded. And whenever this happens, we always see these absolutely chaotic fights happen. Right there, BF losing Skedaddle and trying to get the dunk back onto losers, but LZR, they already get a nice pull, and they've got a lot of damage onto PF, but it's going to be an interrupt with a third party. Last chance, take out Herd. They've already separated the two teams, trying to say which one they want to actually focus on. They decide to go up north for PF, but are holding on to the land instead of fully committing to a chase.
Yeah, and I think losers have the opportunity to ruin some days here, like picking off. Oh, nice plays here. Cheeseburger make their way up to the north. Crown proc. Madly now, last move left, pinned against the wall. Not time to rewind. Les was on cooldown. Madly goes down, gonna lose that exotic.
And guess what? With all these teams still here, Sinner's Embrace has locked down TLD, but nobody ready to punish it. Yabagul did not want to actually push onto the land while we have PF. They've been able to bring back up Skedaddle and look for this fight against TLD. We're still on top of this hatchling, wanting that magnetic vacuum so bad. They're holding on hope that they can get it down to 50%, but keep in mind, it's no longer that third-party scenario for TLD. They might be able to realize that, but I don't think they do in time. Now they notice that there is no Yabagul, but they've already tried to retreat away from the objective.
But they, in the mix of all that, they are able to scoop Madly's rewind out of the death box. So despite not getting that exotic, they are going to get potentially a better one here on Phenom. But Yabagul putting so much damage into their flank. Beautiful Eclipse portal to buy a little space for TLD. And it looks like they are going to be able to kind of hold their ground on this high ground.
And up north, we have more fighting. It has never ceased. LC now staring down at PF. They are on the run as we see CBR. They're kind of split up. Sebi is going to be targeted by LC, but Greninja's still alive. No team still out just yet. We are into the end game here, Zick. All 10 squads alive.
Yeah, everyone fighting for their lives. 3 games to go in the final Supervive tournament here. No one wants to be the first squad out. It's just all heart out here. Yabagul positioning around Amorius. LC taking a peek. Certainly something they want to play for. Going to be a pretty even battle here if it breaks out.
As Amorius down to almost 25. LC pushing back Yabagul. They've got the engage, they've got the angle, they've got the damage on it to Yabagul, who tried to escape through the portals, but they are going into the storm, taking a little bit of damage, while they then try to see if they can re-engage the fight. Low health bars on LC. They've got targets, Vader, Grabby Squish, and with Afro having no health left. They just need the snap. Yabagul, they snap it back close, and then TLD out of nowhere, third party. They found Vader, and it looks like LC as they pick up a crown. Grabby Squid out of there. Whoa. They're alive, but Yabagul now got to deal with TLD as they had just bested LC, but unfortunately the third party absolutely disintegrating Yabagul. They're down to only Dylan trying his best to survive, but our first team, Yabagul eliminated.
And actually it was Cheeseburger shortly before that somewhere across the map that took the trophy for first team out.
Oh, did they?
Yabagul, yeah, just barely. Yabagul going to be short to follow though. I cannot believe Vader made it out of there. I thought LC was cooked for sure. I thought they were going to be our first squad out, but a miraculous escape from Vader makes it through the full force of TLD, finds a crown on the way out too. So 50 seconds to go. That third party from TLD right there, Magical, immaculate.
Absolutely brutal for both LC and Yabagul, and for Yabagul, they're going to be so mad about that because they had beaten LC. They were winning. And then that's the thing with Supervive. You always got to be careful of the ever-prevalent third party. And looking at Bap staring down Ban, wearing a crown on Krillo's head, trying to force Bap to face off against them over the abyss. But Bap not going to fall prey to that one. They're going to be very cautious on how they approach it. They're just going to send RGK to find Micah first, then send Ban running. Krillo gets pulled back in with the Reap. He's got 25 seconds, but there's not enough time left in the world when you're surrounded on all fronts to try to escape from Bap and RGK, who's ready to set up that dunk, but Krillo getting a lot of damage back onto him. It's almost PF who was able to save that away, missing the chains. Krillo, how did you do it, man? He's still alive. There's still hope left for Ban.
Love to see the ghost come out on top there. Beautiful feathering from Krillo. 5 seconds on crown. Looks like Ban gonna hang in it here. off of that kind of miracle feathering from the Ghost. So Krillo brings Ban back to full force.
But getting pulled immediately by that of 3LP. Surviving, missing that pull is detrimental. Krillo will be able to hold on to life yet again. What we see, BAP, this time around, they are the ones with the crown, but it's on to RDKA's head, and they're all over the biz. So many teams, and this is where that chaos is ready to break open. It's going to be the first casualty onto Jetski. They're going to be able to proc the crown onto RTK, bringing back up the team, looking for the fight, but keep in mind, right in front of them was LC, finally taken out with PF onto the boat. We see PPC nearby. TLD, the last team to really join in. They're waiting to see if they can look for a ban or if they want to be able to look on to BAP. And they decide they're going to put their attention on BAP. No, they're going to look for Protofo, who's been separated. They just want the easy target. Get rid of the Bebo, who's trying to see if he can bring back up the team with the B-bomb. It's so close. Does bring back up the team for another fight against TLD, but they're getting sniped out of the air. TLD trying to grab up these points everywhere they can off Ban's heads.
Dude, I love that bomb res from Proto. Is gonna, I think, give them a chance to hang in it, as I do believe one member of Ban got out of the side. Meanwhile, fighting continuing, Losers under pressure. It is 3LP trying to take their space, forced out over Abyss. Krillo still working the magic on the Ghost over Abyss. Oh no, Pulse connects the slam.
Getting rid of one more of Ban. I believe they have one last player remaining. I'm not sure if it's Micah. I know Protofo is down. Oh no, Protofo is alive. What am I even saying? He's in the bush.
The last member left for Ban, the last hope, does have that car ride out if stuff does start looking sketchy, but still playing it patiently. It looks like he is going to make his move right here. Abador does spot him, and he grabs a crown, sneaky from the Bebo. Meanwhile, PF and Losers showing up for the third and fourth party.
And TLD right in the thick of it all, getting all these kills. They were able to get a lot off of Ben, and now with the help of Losers, RTK is gone. BAP, they're still alive, but I think they only got the one player left up north to try to get away from this one, as well as we do see that Protofo could not get the crown. Aiden denying that one. BAP, 3 pinned against the wall, pinned in the Dawn Caps, trying to get away as they try to search forward on to Lemur. But it's going to be the loss of Tsunami, the loss of height, leaving Spades, the last one left for BAP, putting into the wall. The best they can do is try to see if they can get this kill or get a crown, but it's going to be the kill for Accolings instead.
TLD doing such a good job just forcing everyone out of their spot into the arms of these other teams. 3LP holding this kind of position on the left, taking a bunch of those kills that come their way. But it's really this pressure from TLD kind of holding this middle of the map. Any team that looks at them, they are now run at them. And so much damage now with these level 15s, big armor scaling, lots of, full build in Pocket Rewinder and Phenom. Certainly in a position to close this game out for TLD.
Looking at PF right now. After the last game, they were able to beat TLD in a straight-up fight at the end game. Here with 3 other teams remaining, they still got to deal with 3LP and Losers. It looks like TLD, they lose one already. A nice pull from Aiden was able to drag back in Lemur, and that starts off Losers, who find Abador. Now TLD, suddenly, they're down to only 2, while PF, we're trying to get onto the respawn beacon, but just not enough time. Our EU squad looking to take a win in a North American tournament as they found Lodge separated, and he's an easy target for 3LP.
3 Little Pigs Gaming and TLD eliminated after I was literally just saying TLD dominating middle of the map. They're going to get picked apart by these squads on all sides. Now, Pulse for Prisma Farmers. This is a teleport up on with the crown. 3LP getting pressured by Losers here. They are going to pull back, get a quick reset. It's actually going to give Pulse the time to work this crown angle a little bit longer.
He's trying his best to bait them over the abyss. As Jim, that's the best he can do right now. Get them to play into your comfort zone. Nobody's fallen for the bait just yet. Losers have slowly pushed off any team from the respawn beacon. 3LP looking to show that EU greater than NA here by winning a game in our final North American Turbo Cup. But they still got to deal with the Prisma Farmers. They've got Pulse low. He was looking for the dunk. Have they gifted it back to him? He uses the illusion to be able to get away. 15 seconds left on the clock for this Jin. He's doing so much. He is truly gaming. He's trying to survive, but 3LP deny. Say hell no. No miracle for you. Aiden grabbing Losers, forcing them into the fight, looking for that Kingpin back. They pushed him. They've snapped out Chinese Spy, but it almost was the turn back by Illusion. Unfortunately, just not enough left in the tank as they're trying to bring back up Chinese Spy, but 3LP push him off the woods. Get rid of him. Illusion has picked up the crown. He's looking for the dunk onto anyone of 3LP, but it's not going to be able to have enough left, and he's going to be taken down now 3LP deny victory to the losers. They're looking to show why everyone fears EU, as EU truly greater than NA here. Losers have one last hope left. They've got to have a miracle here from Daylight, from Kula, this battle bunny, the fight back, but the blast back onto the bunny. 3LP in game 6. They're gonna find themselves a win despite Kula's heroic attempt to bring back the team.
Three Little Pigs, one of our 2 EU squads showing up for North America, are gonna do it. They're gonna successfully close out game 6, that final sequence, bro. Like, I think the 3LP victory started when TLD's kind of holding that center position. They pushed like 5-6 kills over 3 Little Pigs way, who's kind of just waiting on that side of the map. 3LP do a great job holding their space, and then somewhere in that chaos, TLD gets split. Basically every team on each side able to pick one member, and you know, after looking like that was their game to close out, TLD exited 4th, and that's really what opened things up for 3 Little Pigs to finish out some really nice aggression, like instantly shipping it in with kind of no room to breathe for the final 2 squads they're up against, and they are able to finish things off. So GG's 3 Little Pigs.
GG's, and now we are going to toss it to a break so we can get ready for our final 2 games of Turbo Cup North America. Find out who will be crowned victorious, who will be the ultimate team to win the Turbo Cup for North America. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello, welcome back, and we have had 6 amazing games already, Zick, and we are only 2 away from being complete with our Turbo Cup and crowning one more team victorious, one final team, really the one worth all the marbles, even if it's worth the same amount of money as the previous ones. Everyone wants this one for the gloating rights, so why don't we take a look at our leaderboard and see who is in the lead going into this one. We expect it to be TLD, but how are the other teams now?
Let's go. Look at this. Even our bottom squad, 48, TLD, big up top with 176. But look at, like, you almost never see the last place team cresting above, like, the mid-20s. Losers already almost at 50, just really going to show how kind of close this lobby is. So close at the bottom here. 3LP, you know, known very good squad, and Cheeseburgers, who've had some monster games holding on to those 8th and 9th place spots. Moving up from there, PPC and Yabagul tied at 88 here, 2 points behind LC for 5th, trying to claw their way onto the podium. And then we kind of get into the top 4 here. Magical Ban holding on to 106 with BAP and PF right above.
And the fact that PF are now in 2nd place, taking that away from what we seem like we had this whole narrative going into this final day. BAP, LC, and Yabagul really starting to show up and be like, okay, we can contest that of TLD. But PF, brand new team with some old faces joining back in, now in 2nd place, looking hot into this one. And we have 2 games remaining. Granted, there's quite the canyon between PF and TLD that remains ahead of them, but if TLD, they end up doing poorly in these last 2 games, anything can happen.
It's literally Supervive, bro. We say it every time. It looks like this is going to happen, and then something else completely different happens. It's just the way it goes. So we will see if TLD are able to hold on to that plot armor, hold on to that 50-point lead. It's going to take still a very strong 2 final games because all of these teams below them so hungry to claim that final spot for themselves. And we have to shout out Prisma Ballers, not only them, but also Ban. Prisma Ballers, or Prisma Farmers, you know, a team that you mentioned, Passion Fruit, kind of rejoining from a while ago. Haven't seen the likes of them in a while, but Ban haven't been around for the last couple of weeks. It's so cool to see both these squads stepping back into the mix, coming out all cylinders firing here, going 2nd and 4th against, you know, the top squads we were talking about earlier.
Exactly. It's always so cool to see. And with our last 2 games remaining, we got bombing runs for our penultimate game before we figure out what our very last storm shift is. And here for our teams, you really got to be honing in, locking in. TLD, they just need to continue to play for placement, while every other team, they are looking. They got to pick up these kills if they want to be the top team, if they want to steal away the mantle from the main characters of North America, the last door.
Absolutely. And we do see gold armors hitting in Dawn caps. It is going to be that armor soul along with coin hatchling hitting in the middle of the map. So expect to see some teams out for those. We see losers down in Enshrine earlier. A couple other teams out early, ELC as well in Prisma.
And looking at how our teams are right now, where they're dropping, it's really interesting to see. It's quite spread out for the most part until you get to the Dawn caps. I think I see 4 teams dropping here. Of course, BAP being one of them, Ban being another one that wants to try to contest them, but curious to see what the other 2 teams. TLD is one of them. It was only 3. Okay, I thought it was a 4th team, but
I thought I
same
saw 4
3
too.
That continue to drop at golds, and TLD find the first one.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, team might have just like peeled out to the south because I thought I saw 4 off the drop too. TLD now showing up, trying to play chess against BAP here. RTK looking for some early chip damage. Just have that early grabby on the Jin. Big RNG pickup relic there for the side of BAP.
Finds a bit, yeah, that's a big pickup for BAP. And gonna scare off TLD a little bit, but look at TLD. Base camp control, they locked that one in, and they're ready to see if they can start farming up some of these camps and start to see if they can get some of this loot to continue to gain control of the Dawn caps. It looks like BAP are gonna fall back, but Ban are waiting for the team exiting, looking for that one with the Sky Shark and trying to utilize the B-bomb at the same time, but it's almost the dunk from RTK instead.
Yeah, so BAP kind of read the situation. They're going to see Proto on the car with the bomb. RTK does a nice job kind of getting him off of that before he's able to capitalize on the drive-by explosion. But I think BAP see that level advantage from TLD. TLD that play that exceptionally well from kind of the north side of Golds here. So despite snagging a couple for themselves, it is 3 actually. If BAP are able to recover levels here with camps elsewhere, going to be a strong start for them.
I'm looking at some of these recalls right there. Pink Pony Club, I thought at first they were going to be able to find a target, but had already gotten out of there. And now we're looking at how teams are vacating that of the Don Caps ban, and BAP continue to trade a couple blows. RTK, nice dunk. One lockdown, but Glass will not fall for that one.
Yeah, and just so fluid on the Jin movements, just so clean. Watching him skate around with that Jin LMB and is able to find the dunk there. Meanwhile, panning to the south, we do have a fight breaking out. Left a heart, nice surge from Afro, going to take out Aiden from 3LP. Looks like the rest of them already kind of reading the situation are going to be on the retreat.
As Link's looking where to go from here. 3LP ran high off their own victory, but as we saw from the standings, despite having a first place finish, losers too, getting a second place finish, getting a lot of points for themselves, but not enough to really move up. A nice blast back there from TLD to get rid of Aiden.
Big nade hitting from Phenom, forcing them into heart off of that explosion. Kill point picked up from TLD, furthering their position in first. Meanwhile, LC looking for one. Afro has this fully stacked Carbine wanting to follow up with the surge. Looks like Carbine is going to get away. Meanwhile, teammate on the left going to get air slammed from, or sorry, going to be Hachi from CBR. Air slam from Jetski. LC pick up 1.
And CBR, they're probably going to see 3LP having won a game and want one themselves, just to be able to say that EU were able to take 2 wins in a North American tournament, playing with Ping, kind of get some revenge from before, back when we had Team USA play in an EU tournament, and I think finished 3rd or 4th place in that.
Yeah, I might be the only one that thinks North America and Europe are extremely close in their skill. Everyone else is way one way or the other. But I've had an absolute pleasure watching both regions. And you see it here, Cheeseburgers and 3LP showing up big, 1 game apiece. So not able to get that consistency. A lot of that, likely due to some of that ping difference, but still able to find their moments.
As right there, PF losing pulse, found out in the desert by Yabagul, getting themselves those points. And for a lot of these teams, it's like they've got to play hyper aggressive in this one.
Yeah.
Where we had seen a lot of the games previously, they're willing to farm it out, wait until the late game. But now there's getting to be quite that gulf between first place, first place, and the rest of the teams. If you want to win, if you want to prove that you are the #1 team here in NA, take away that title from TLD, you got to rack up kills. You got to continue to fight tooth and nail at all points. You cannot play the passive game anymore.
Yeah, and I expect teams like LC, teams like Yabagul to really try to match that tempo. Nice pickup from losers here with the pull onto a Yabagul member. Going to bring down Diamond, stop that tempo they need to establish here, at least momentarily, as they make their way towards Suicide Res. A lot of other squads lingering as Skedaddle on the Knicks going to pick up a Sky Shark.
And with PF kind of separated here, trying to see if they can regroup themselves, we look at our other teams that are farming up. PPC, Pink Pony Club, going for a silent game early on, just getting themselves some of the loot here in Prisma Falls. They've already got base camp control. They'll know when teams are starting to enter in the circle from there. But we're looking at other teams that are maybe struggling a little bit more. CBR, they're getting chased down by their EU brethren here. 3 Little Pigs. They're on that victory march right now, looking to rack up a lot of these kills. And we have seen before, 3 Little Pigs, a team that is known for racking up kills in single games.
Yeah, and fight breaking out over to the east. Madly under pressure here. Nice Viridius Fury ripped from Diamond there. Yabagul find one, but they're maybe going to get traded back as Eva is super low for the side of TN. Able to live for a moment there. The Knicks not able to finish them off. So moving out, PPC got to be careful here. It does look like they are going to have another squad coming from the north, and it is losers from the south really playing this high tempo game. Like they have nothing to lose here, Magical. Losers is just all forward.
I mean, that's, like I said, if you're a team that's not TLD, if that's how you have to play, you have to play all forward, all firing on all cylinders, looking for these kills, and they're going to find their first one. Daylight getting that onto Yabagul. We're now trying to run away. They have the train behind them, but guess what? Losers were playing so aggressive against Yabagul, they got third-partied by the Pink Pony Club, pushed back. They've lost Kula. Yabagul were actually able to get that kill for themselves, and they even have brought back up their fallen teammates. So Yabagul, despite having a bad fight against Losers, with the help of PPC, they're going to be back better than ever.
Yeah, a little funny interaction there. It looks like Illusion was about to get the dunk, but Chinese Spy had the grab at the same time, so the enemy actually lives because he is pulled out of the dunk with the grab. Unfortunate kind of reaction, but three-way fight up here. Shroom goes down early, 3LP right in the middle, push to the south, CBR to the left, and it looks like BAP to the north lurking, holding on to that strong gold armor start.
I see Afro there. LC could always join in as well, but where are the rest of the teammates? Way down by Manicoils, not even a part of this band, even scouting out a little bit of the action, knowing something was happening, and the bunny had been spotted out. Three Little Pigs, they know that they are getting scouted by band, and with CBR right behind them, same with BAP, we're about to have 4 teams ready to fight, and it's going to be Three Little Pigs that lose Acklings first. The GBR are able to grab that list, but they're pushed back by BAP, and they're going to lose Greninja for it.
And it does look like nice fight coming in from BAP here, as they do get Greninja down. Ban, though, lurking on the south, looking to find something of their own. It looks like Spade's going for a recall back to fire here, a little bit of a reset, restock on armor and health. And it does look like everyone kind of happy to play a little bit of space on this day 3 turnover, looking for that level 11.
And still Tsunami here, narrowly getting away from some of the detention that PF were trying to place on him, especially separated. But TLD, they've entered into the Chaos Steps into BAP's territory, and they were unprepared for that fight. That's why they have already scattered. 2 were able to make it into the Chaos Steps, but 1 had to go back onto the traps. Might be able to recall back to the rest of the team, actually out into the storm, and they are without Phenom.
So Phenom is going to teleport out for a second there, and we do see Ban moving their way down, trying to find this kill onto Abador. TLD looking a little bit tattered here with now 2 members down, just Lemur and Lods left. And it looks like, oh my god, the double dunk from Krillo for Ban, putting LC into the abyss.
And leaving him with 2 still alive in Chaos Steps, but narrowly getting out of dangers, because Ban, they were ready to see if they can continue to chase that wall. BAP hold on to this arena platform, and right behind them, Yabagul. They're ready for their own fight, but it's going to be a nice slam with a Volcanic Crusher from Tsunami. Then RTK with the alley-oop scoop on to Palmu, looking for Diamond as well. Grabby Squid on top of him, and with Tsunami pelting boulders at him, getting them low. Yabagul, they decide whether they want to stay in the fight or if they want to disengage. Right now, they have been completely separated, leaving them only with Diamond here over the abyss, back on that land. They still had 2 left, but in the mana coils, we see the LC forced to already use the respawn beacon to look for another fight against Ban.
So BAP, as we take a look on their little arena island here, lots of movement top left around the edge of Storm here. All squads left in play as we are into night 3. Nice spike over land coming in for TLD there. They are going to pick up Greninja on the other side. Looks like Ghost for Phenom going to pick up another one as well. Spin slash for Orlando's on the next, lives a moment longer.
A little bit longer, though, because TLD have not stopped. They know where Orlando's is, but they don't know that Sebi is camping in the brush, nor do they know that RTK is waiting on the other side of this wall for whoever tries to retreat. They're waiting for the rest of the team. Now they look for the engage. They almost stole that away, but it's going to be the Tonk into the wall, trying to battle them back and try to see if they can get the portals over the wall as well. BAP have been able to survive, but they were the team that started off the fight. Now Lemur has been caught off from the rest of the team. He can't get away. RTK trying to stop this Bevo from being able to regroup, but now with the portals placed down by TLD, they have gotten into the backline of BAP. BAP, remember, started off the fight, and they have already now put themselves in the back foot. They are trying to see if they can run away with the bombing run on their position. Spade is gone. Height narrowly surviving.
We do see bombing run coming through there, splitting things up a little bit, as a lot of space for a lot of teams. Couple lingering to the south in desert. Fight potentially breaking out in coils just to the north of them, as Dumpkiss gonna fly in with the movement, finds the Reap, looking to finish off some damage here. It looks like 3LP looking for the exit. Acklings maybe getting caught here.
Nice
One more
pull.
Reap comes through for Dumpkiss.
And 3LP are going to lose Acklinks. A pull from Aiden might be able to at least get retribution, but didn't have enough damage. The team had already been falling back completely on retreat. But back up north, we see the same arena platform that BAP have constantly been battling over. This time around, it's against, well, actually, this time it's the same team that they were battling against before with Yabakul.
We do see another fight breaking out to the north. LC versus Prisma Farmers. Jewel up in the air, gonna use it as a defensive as Afro peels back. Flame Dave looking to match it though. Surges forward, gonna take out Afro. LC down one. Can they trade on the other side? BAP shows up for the third party.
And they already are on to LC. Vader's been separated, an easy target. But BAP, they were too split because they wanted to get both, and RTK falls because of it. LC don't lose a single player. Somehow, they're able to get out alive. Same with PF, losing nobody.
Yeah, and a lot of kind of health traded, but still all 10 squads in the mix here. Looks like Pink Pony Club duking it out with Yabagul on the right. They are going to find one spike. Yabagul down to 2 members. Just going to be Dylan on the Ghost and Pamu on the Sorrows, kind of holding this dot island to the right.
As we look at BAP, who are still been trying to hold on to that arena island, but they are slowly going to be pushed back into the circle, with Ban holding onto the mana coils for now. PPC coming in from the south part of mana coils, pushing back Ban, and with PF right to the north, we're about to have a full-on pandemonium fight again. Caught Bedlam, always with these teams. All 10 still remain, Zick. We are into night 4, about to get to endgame, and not a single squad has fallen just yet.
Surely we are going to make it to endgame with all 10 here, and bombing runs not helping anyone's case to make it deeper into this game, but everyone navigating them well so far. Nice second win blown from PPC there to try to recover. Nice spin slash in coming for the face steal chain with Brawl. BAP looking for an entry as well.
And with Tsunami already starting off that fight, it's forcing back Pink Pony Club behind them. Yabakul, but in front of BAP is Prisma Farmers trying to get some of the farm. They're fighting over these levels, and a little bit of an advantage for PF at the moment. BAP, send in height first, try to get the battle back, try to see what they can do. They've healed back up a lot with the Tetra form, cutting off Skedaddle from getting with the rest of the team, but that's why they've already sent in Pulse to try to see if they can back him up, try to bait in BAP over the abyss. They've split up this fight for so long, and up in the air, they try to get Flame Dev away, but guess what? Right behind them, Yabagul jump out of nowhere, try to third party. They've got a lot of damage. The tether was on a Tsunami, and RTK to fall too. BAP narrowly are able to escape with 2 alive, but it's not looking good for them right now.
Yeah, so it does look like the other 2 members of BAP gonna escape around the flank to the edge there, get that terrain in the way of them and the chaos. Still, Yabagul able to recover though after that sequence where we saw just Dylan and Pamu left. They're gonna be back to full force with their Eva in the mix, kind of holding that orb in play. Oh my god, Health Bore is destroyed down here in Coils. Krillo is down. Glass trying to keep the homie alive. Chinese Spy moves up, looking for a grab potentially.
But the big thing, EMP trying to get rid of some of the armor from Ban. But if we look back to the mini-map and see where everything is, look at how crowded this is in Mana Coils. This maze has got way too many people a part of it.
Yeah, it is going to be absolute carnage here in just a moment. We see Pink Pony Club posturing top left. Ban right in the middle of the mix. Really wanted to take down this Amoria. Such a big buff for the end game. But TLD need these levels as well. So TLD actually maybe going to get this kind of for free. Ban preoccupied with Pink Pony Club and Prisma Farmers lurking on their flank.
Everyone's preoccupied with something right now because there's just not enough real estate for any of these teams to actually fight over and control. And with CBR narrowly avoiding the danger, it puts their brethren, their EU team in 3LP in danger while Orlando's tries to get back onto the broken bridge. PF are still holding onto land. LC right outside. Gnarled Heart of all things has been placed down.
Yeah, Gnarled Heart could come in big there. Oh my god, Aiden Acklings isolated in the napalm there is going to bring 3LP down. Going to result in them being our first squad out. The violence not slowing down there. PF looking for a potential engage onto Ban. Ban is going to hold their space, keep them at arm's length.
Took all the way until the end game for our first team to be eliminated. Sinner's Embrace has been placed down, walking into the Pink Pony Club behind TLD, who try to see if they can escape. Pink Pony Club looking for
oh my god,
visual, taking down 2 of TLD, who pick up a crown off the ground. We see right behind them Height doing the same. Might be able to survive, but do either of them realize, especially with how many teams are still alive, that they are not in a good spot, especially Cascade right there, bombing run, forcing TLD off their platform. and we can see just how many teams are staring one another down. Do Ben decide to go for BAP,
Height.
or do they turn for TLD instead?
And Height, just a crown and a prayer. 15 seconds left. Looks like he probably has the space to live. Spades still alive for BAP as well. But this has given us a really good idea, kind of position against each other. Does look like Cheeseburger's getting engaged on from Prisma Farmers. Losers here, though. Illusion. Flash Dagger finds the spike.
1 on to PF, 3 more to go to get rid of one more team ahead of them. And looking at those crowns that were still at play, TLD, they're still in the middle of the mana coils, but we see that PF are the team that's struggling. They picked one up out in the storm. They're trying to battle back while the losers have pushed back. Last chance onto this E-plat. Nice Oblivion spin. They're trying to see if they can blast him back, but it's going to be the retribution from Afro. We've lost PF, but Afro's gone as well. LC, they have gotten 3 still alive. Afro, she might be down, but the team not out of hopes just yet. While BAP had gotten their crown, they have to deal with the fight against the Pink Pony Club, and Tsunade has already been cut off by his own wall, reaped back, taken down by the Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, nice opportunities here from Pink Pony Club, showing up big in this final match. Now BAP in a really rough spot here. Those parentheses out, giving RTK nowhere to go. So much damage, more on the other side. Spades taking a chunk here, fully stacked, trying to get through the bombing run. Oh my God.
Has been able to get away. How in the world is Spade still alive? BAP have got a crown onto Height, and look at TLD right in the thick of it with no armor to speak of. It is going to be difficult for any of these top teams, but does anyone realize it? Who do they turn to first? They've got to deal with whatever is lurking around every corner in this maze. Losers have got base camp control, so at least they have a little bit of vision, but we see a two-way TP has already been set up. Ban have already been able to find Spades, but it's going to start off the fight against them and the Pink Pony Clubs, and they lose glass because of it. But right behind them is Gabagool trying to get onto PPC, forcing them with the portals back and forth, but deciding they're both going to relent.
Yeah, and we do see, oh my God, Height just trying to work the crown magic over his face. Oh, he is gone. It looks like Losers, the ones that are able to pop that, and I do believe that is BAP eliminated at A tier in our final match.
A penultimate match.
Sorry.
One more after this, but that is a big loss for BAP, especially because we still see how these teams are trying to fight through the thick of these walls. As TLD have been pushed to the ledge, they've got 2 still holding strong in the mana coils, but they're bouncing around. That's why they have Lemur right behind them, creating platforms. Greninja has been taken out by Yabacool, while TLD, they're off in the abyss. Does anyone try to go for this top team, get rid of them so they have more hopes of getting up in the standings? We see CBR losing 1 life. It's up to Hachi to try to survive, going in stasis, but with the nuke launched at his position and surrounded on all fronts, he's an easy target. Yabacool, get rid of 1 more team. We are down to 6.
Cheeseburgers make their exit here, down to our final 6. Like you mentioned, Micah Munch has a dream, trying to hang in here for Ban. So much on the line for them points-wise. Just a sliver, looking for the air blast into bombing run.
Waiting for it, second
no
win,
way, didn't get the hit.
Didn't get the hit and is gone. Instead, it's LC who get the crown. Kola is taken out by Madly. TLD have taken out other parts of the Losers who are also now gone. TLD, I don't know how you've been able to fight over this abyss. You've had no platforms to speak of, yet you're still alive. While LC are right behind you, they've got rid of Phenom. They're looking for Lodge. Even though there's that B-bomb right at your feet, you're not even threatened by it because TLD are set on the run yet again. And with no control, they're constantly trying to see if they can outmaneuver them through this labyrinth, but Lodge couldn't juke, or nor could he shirk that of LC, while Yabagool trying to heal back up. The Pink Pony Club have pushed themselves back in, but we see up north, TLD had gotten that respawn beacon that was barely still in the zone.
Yeah, and PBC doing a really nice job kind of holding their space here. They've been in this nice little pocket, top right of coils for a while now, maybe in a position to put TLD in the middle with this bombing run coming through. TLD is going to get forced. Yabagool will make their move, push up on a Phenom. They're going to get him.
They've gotten 1, and they're looking for 2, and it's going to be 3 because Abador's gone as well. Sneaky Lemur, this Bebo, trying to see if he can get around all the attention. They got to know, but this has started off the full fight between the other 3 teams, as there's already Yabagool with a Vortex Charm landing on 2 of them, losing Diamond. Lightning about to crash. Pink Pony Club, they're pulled into the storm, but they got rid of Yabagool right before they fall, while it's still the Pink Pony Club alive. And keep in mind, this whole time, Lemur has tried to get away from the attention. All he needs to do is play for placement, because every place that TLD gets, more likely they will be your #1 team to wrap up Supervive.
Yeah, and they are going to maybe spot out Lemur here. Afro going to see Brian Koala on the Bebo. Tonk out, but looking like the end for our solo queue hero. Lemur makes his exit. TLD out at 3rd.
out at third, but it's still a good standing for TLD. LC need this victory. They've been starting to be a little sluggish in the standings. Winning this game can really bolster them upwards, try to get them past that of PF, who have been able to take away second place from them, let alone third place that BAP still hold.
Yeah, and PPC, not afraid. Dumpkiss looking for the opportunity, goes in, taking a lot of damage. In return, though, fight breaking out. Nice engage from LC here.
Trying to see if they can get the push back. Dumpkiss holding on, trying to heal back up, but he's been pushed by LC, who absolutely destroyed the Pony Club. They've broken the doors down, and they are looking for their first victory of our final Turbo Cup.
Dude, beautiful finish for Last Chance there. Been waiting for these guys to find their W across these set of games. They were our winners from the tournament last weekend, and here in Game 7, able to claim that first place spot, and that's going to do a huge amount, Magical, for based on where they were at in the scoreboard, ranking them up, even if they're not able. Dude, I love this close. 07 LC evaporated on the way out with the W in hand, exiting Game 7. Love that numbers. Thank you.
I love that too. That was great. And looking at this game, it was another one where it started off kind of chaotic, but I expected more. It's the penultimate game, like I said, with the standings. TLD had a gargantuan lead over even second place, and you needed to get as many points as humanly possible. LC eventually are able to rack up a lot, getting themselves first place, but TLD still get third with that beautiful rat play from Lemur.
Yeah, and like I think, you know, with the kills they probably had on the board and that third place finish, TLD not, you know, kind of getting chipped at enough to really make a dent in the scoreboard. So it's going to have to be TLD maybe making a mistake, or one of these other teams having one of these 50-point monster games. It's got to be 30 kills with a first place, something absolutely turbo crazy to close things out here if anyone wants to match this Force of the Last Door.
Yeah, seriously, you really gotta do everything possible in order to take down the last door, and it feels like it's just not gonna happen. It's TLD looking like they're gonna finish off Supervive, doing what they do best and winning.
Yeah, I just when the double dunk comes through right there previously for Miri on the Jhin, just looks so clean, and Illusion gets a flash dagger spike right there shortly after. I thought Losers had a really nice game here, like really exerting a lot of pressure onto these top squads, finding some nice kill points for themselves. PPC also really putting themselves in a position to try to close things out. I thought they had a really good spot, like when we close into the final three, and here Losers is where they kind of get pinched on from both sides.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, though, to see how many teams were able to survive.
This from Micah, dude. I thought he was going to get that on Vader. I think he just missed the auto, so kill credit didn't go his way. He died to World. No crown proc. Tragedy for Ban there.
Yeah, it really was tragedy for them. Like, and just looking at how these final fights were, though, it was... I am surprised that TLD was able to survive as long as they did.
I mean, it may be surprising, but at this point, it's TLD. It doesn't really surprise when they do something crazy. And I think this Gnarled Heart and the way everyone was kind of playing around it. Look at this stealth move from Lemur on the Bebo, bro. He's actually just like Splinter selling his way through the madness here. This is how they lived, bro. This off Brian Koala making... This is solo queue training, bro. This is what happens when you've played hundreds of games as Bebo alone. You figure out how to extract yourself out of these tricky situations.
Yeah, really do. I do like Lemur there, trying to see if he can deny a point, but Vader still gets the point regardless, so it doesn't really stop too much of what was going to happen. But this crazy last fight from our four teams here ultimately leads to LC picking up the win, which is much needed for this team, because they were starting to slip down the standings. They had lost a place to BAP, they lost a place to PF, and we can even see how that is looking on the leaderboard so far.
And here we go. We see it, TLD holding on to that 50-point lead pretty much. They are going to be 52 points above BAP here. And dude, actually extremely close under that. It's BAP at 142. It's PF just 6 points below them at third. LC 2 points below them at fourth. And Ban lurking in the shadows here at 121, trying to surpass anyone there, and not too far behind PPC and Yabagol. What the heck? It's actually so close.
But, Zick, we got to figure out what our final storm shift is, which means we got to get the wheel, and we all know what I'm pulling for.
Bullet
Yes!
trains, baby.
Yes! Spin
What
the
could
wheel!
it possibly be,
Spin
guys?
that wheel! Give me bullet trains, guys. Let's see what we're going to get with this complete RNG.
Let's go. Will it be
What
bullet
could it
trains,
be?
bullet trains, bullet trains, or bullet
don't-
trains?
I don't know
as we
if it's going
surf
to be
the
bullet
rainbow
trains.
here.
I'm scared. Is it going to be bullet trains? Bullet trains!
Let's go, baby.
Yes, the bullet trains. I got baited because I was like, oh, we had a deal with everybody. I'm like, okay, it's the last game of Supervive. My favorite one is bullet train. I want to be selfish and I want bullet trains. And
Dude,
they're like, no,
I'm here for it, baby.
we gotta do the wheel. I'm like, okay. And then all of a sudden we see that is nothing but bullet trains.
Hey, I
guys-
saw a perfectly fair wheel there. Everything got spun off. We just happened to land on bullet trains, and what do you know? It's the
What?
magical special.
What do you know? We got the bullet trains for the last one. You all baited me. I was willing to get what the people wanted with the wheel, and it's still bullet trains all the same. And what better way to end Supervive, to end Turbo Cup, than with my favorite, the bullet train.
Let's go. Dude, so hype moving into our last game, and with one of our most exciting storm shifts we've got to witness over the course of Supervive. Bullet trains always bringing the magic, and here with Magical, we are surely going to get a fiesta. We are able to close out with a triple bullet train finish for EU, so we're really stacking the bullet trains. I think fifth one on the day here as we close things out. For our final Turbo Cup has been absolutely a beautiful day of Supervive, bro. And I cannot wait to close out this final game with you, man.
Me too, Zach. It wouldn't be, I wouldn't have it any other way than with you. You and I have been on the Supervive journey now for actually over a year. We started about a year ago, didn't we? So it was back in last December where you first wanted to start getting into it. You and I started talking. We're like, let's do this. And it has been an amazing journey with you, Zach. I wouldn't ask for it any other way. You've grown so much as a caster. It is amazing that we get to have this
Goosebumps,
game.
bro. Goosebumps. And the GOAT Magical here trained me from day one. I was like, bro, I want to shoutcast. Will you do some scrims with me? Magical is like, hell yeah. And this was the beginning of this beautiful partnership. It has been an absolute pleasure on my end as well, my friend, as we are diving into our final game of shoutcasting Supervive together. It's Bullet Trains, Gold Armors, and Immo Solo Fortitude. Let's go.
Let's get it, guys. Let's see how our teams will stack up. TLD, they might go into this one well ahead of everyone, likely having locked in their placement as the undisputed GOATs of Supervive. But this is the last game of Supervive that we'll have for SNS, that we'll have for Turbo Cup. You better bet every team wants to be able to hold that, as well as we won the last one. We are the team. We might not have won the tournament, but at least we got the very last W.
Yeah, and it could be, you know, anyone's game here. We've seen so many teams come out with a W so far over the course of our 7 games. TLD, I think, the only squad finding a repeat here. And so will they be able to finish strong? They do have that strong points lead, but nothing is over until it's over. If someone has that 50-point game that's in that second or third point slot, it could be enough. Actually, it has to be 52 points, Magical. So it is going to be a crazy miracle if someone pulls it off, but it hasn't been done before.
It has been done before, but you need TLD to be the very first team eliminated, getting exactly 0 points, while you absolutely tear up the breach. Could happen. We're looking at BAP, who've already got golds on their heads. I see that CBR. They've busted out Huddy for me as well, so at least everyone giving me some fan service here, giving me what I want with the bullet trains and with Hudson.
Let's freaking go. Hachi putting some pressure onto Yabagul here. They are going to go for the recall. So TN shows up with those heals. Going to be a lot harder for the Celeste to pull this off now. Nice grenade protect from Semi, trying to buy a little space, but more members from Yabagul show up. All of a sudden, we're in to the 2v4 here as Sebi gets taken out. Greninja trying to make their way out.
The lone Huddy against the world. I've been there before. I believe in you, Greninja, but even if I believe in you, it's just not enough. Thankfully, for the Cheeseburger Rejects. They still are not out of this one. They got one player left all the way over in Dawn Caps. And looking at the rest of our teams, where they've spread out onto the breach so far, kind of have a pretty good spread of the land right now. Everyone kind of fanning out, especially when we had pretty much a centralized drop for the most part.
Yeah, and a lot of teams just finding their level 6 farm like they do on day one. Madly trying to finish off the frog here. PF gonna show up, ruin his day, has that stasis online, pops it with a tiny sliver. Flame Dave finds the final surge.
Hey, Madly got those reactions on point, literally pixel perfect with life, but unfortunately with no team there, it doesn't really work out. As we look into the heart, LC almost set up their own bait with that recall. While TLD, they had tried to see if they can lock in a kill onto any team entering into the heart, but it's going to be Lemur kind of separated from the rest of the team.
Yeah, so Lemur doing what he did last game, just solo on the Bebo for a moment here. LC finds it, bat off. Lemur trying to go for the Grand Theft Auto steal the Sky Shark with the bat there. It looks exactly like something out of GTA.
I thought he was about to try it again, try to bat them off once more, but Lemur right now, he's just on this complete circuit, absolutely breaking ankles of LC and baiting them into Yabagul's territory where they lose toilet because of it. And guess what? They haven't stopped. I saw that they were still chasing. They're looking for Lemur. Look at that.
They know.
She's
They
not
know.
giving up.
They have to get TLD out of this lobby. They've spotted the Bebo. They got to bring him down. So they're committing everything, griefing, maybe even their own tempo to try to make it happen. Micah Munch going to hop on the back of Sebi Sky Shark. Nice push off, but they're going to get right back on. Sebi on the Sara is going to have nowhere to go.
But at least for Sebi, still has the team and right back on their feet again as we already have an immediate respawn. Not sure exactly where the rest of the Cheeseburger Rejects are, but they're still alive. But back over where TLD have been trying to fight their way out of it. They haven't been able to rejoin with Lemur. Oh, I know they have actually. Lemur is back with the team, but they are struggling. Losers this time, the one pushing them out of the vault. But now that the losers have separated, they're not going to have an easy fight. They're really forced to rely on backup, being that of 3LP and LC, who are too busy dealing with one another, fighting in that fight, than dealing with TLD.
Yeah, LC find a couple of pickups there, so they do call off the TLD rundown, and they are going to regroup, find a couple of pickups. Madly in trouble again as we pan up to Passion Fruit, aka Prisma Farmers here. Going to get another one in the back for them, stacking a decent amount of kills, 3 on the Pulse already.
And that's a lot of kills for Passion Fruit, for BF, for the Prisma Farmers, because they are a team that might have lost out on second place to VAP right now, but they are very close to that of VAP, and every point matters, not only to pass that of VAP, but if they want to pull off that miracle, to overcome and pass our main characters of North America, the last door.
I mean, it is PF that's 52 points behind, and BAP not too far behind them, but it would be them that has to put together this 50-point game if they want to surpass TLD. I don't think TLD, I didn't quite get a look there before he panned away. Not many points on the board, so successful in slowing them down so far. Will anyone actually be able to eliminate them before they find any kills or placement?
Not quite sure. Kind of looking at where our teams, like how they're going to really approach this game, because I said in the last game, Zik, that if you want to be able to overcome teams in the placements, you got to make sure you're playing very, very brutally, very bloody games in this one, because every point is going to matter in this one. Yes, placements will help a lot, but these kills are even more important because it is the final game. Every single point, we already know what the score, what you're getting from placement alone, but that's not going to cut it for most of these teams.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's why we're seeing, like, and it's weird, Magical, because it's the final game. You also don't want to, like, just coin flip it all and just, have an early exit either. So we've seen kind of this mix of some teams going for it, some teams kind of slowing down. LC, certainly one of these teams that is going for it, bro. And this is the LC we're kind of used to seeing, playing so aggressively, so ahead of tempo, and right there, Afro getting a little caught out and punished, but they're going to be just fine with the heart nearby.
And I think it's a good thing you gotta say, is that no team wants to be the first team eliminated, but also they want to be the team that wins the tournament. So it's like they're in this awkward spot now that they're so far behind that of TLD or even other teams if they want to get into the top 5, that they have to play incredibly aggressively. And we see that often from a team like LC right here, where they understand that, and instead of folding, they will look for these fights. But PF Granted to them, doing the exact same, doing in kind what LC has done to so many teams in the past, and they are absolutely brutalizing LC, both Afro and Toilet, the first casualties, and they are chasing Vader, but they got a deal right behind them. The BAP have decided to intervene on LC's behalf because Afro has been brought back up. LC utilizing the heart, but right behind them, there's another team looking for LC, but BAP are too focused on the PF, wanting to pick up these kills, chasing down Flame Dav.
Dude, so BAP show up. I was going to say PF looking so strong. Now LC trying to pinch BAP in the middle here, looking for the opportunity over the north despite being down a member. They are back to 4 now. So Tsunami gets chipped a little bit. BAP looking to peel, but LC now having to fight to the south at the same time.
A lot of these teams kind of in this awkward spot because there's so many teams that are starting to group up around the heart. CBR, they ventured their way down south, and they are looking for PF. Hurge going to be their first target, trying to see if they can at least get rid of this brawl. Summoning Napalm to make sure there's no escape for this brawl as he dashes back in, missing the chains. First one down by CBR, but then dealing with BAP, who part of this fighting this entire time.
Another
they got
brawl.
rid of the honey. No, the honey's gone. Celeste's going to join as well as they narrowly are able to get away. Orlando's trying to see if he can use that pod racing tech to get over the abyss, but RTK right behind him, missing the grabby. That would have certainly been death for the Cheeseburger rejects.
Yeah, BAP doing the same thing as LC, just hunting for these kills, knowing they have to have a crazy tempo game to find higher placement against these other squads. Actually so freaking close out here for our top 5. TLD still holding on to that significant lead. No one able to shut them down quite yet, but all 10 teams in the lobby once again here, Magical, as we make our way into 9-3.
And that's kind of the crazy thing, is that we are, even in this last game, where I thought it would be a lot of teams that, especially in the middle of the pack, would just fight regardless, not even caring if they lose, because ultimately, if they don't get enough kill points, they're not going to be able to move up. But every team, even with some chaotic fights, are still alive. LC having kind of had this up and down where they've gotten a lot of kills, but they've also died a lot, yet they are still in the game as well.
So they are going to get a little bit of XP from that hatching there as they continue the moves down onto 3LP. Nice chip damage out from Lods. It looks like Abador trying to push forward on. Yeah, Treadsy getting chipped out. Abador is going to peel out, get a quick reset on that armor.
Oh, but LC, they're going to just join in. They third-party the team that was looking to third-party, instead started off a fight and now find themselves in the middle of the 4 teams instead of actually looking for the fight against the losers, nearly putting themselves in a bad spot. And it's going to be 3LP who continue to look for this play against Last Chance. They want to get this kill onto the team, missing that spike grenade, but now they put themselves in the attention of this bloodthirsty team. Afro has already gone aggressively. Acklinks has been separated from the pack and is going to be the first pig taken.
Yep, so they are going to get 1 out of 4 of the 3 little pigs. Work that out in your head.
Well, so, now they truly are the 3 little pigs.
Oh, true. Just making reality align with itself here as BAP going to get a nice pickup, it looks like, on this objective, fighting over it with Ban here. Like, these 2 teams loving to scrap with each other. Ban and BAP constantly in the mix. PF lurking, though, have already had a really nice start to this game, Magical. PF, if they can continue this points farm, and if TLD makes a mistake, still in the cards.
And looking at a lot of these teams, right, any mistake for any of these teams could be dire.
It's so
TLD,
close.
They're just playing for, like, they could just play for placement. Right now, they only have that 1 kill, but triple gold armors, they're going to look pretty good. And as long as they're able to survive, they guarantee they will win the very last Turbo Cup. But we see the kill feed that they've already lost Phenom in a fight. And with all these teams constantly looking for these trades, Toilet showing off the Zeph play, getting a nice pick onto 1. But Chinese Spy trying to see if they can get retribution for their fallen brethren, but not nearly enough. While TLD are getting focused out. Reap to drag back in Lods as Orlando's tries to get rid of 1 more of TLD.
So TLD gonna lose their Saros. Not sure how many up or left, but they are still in the battle. Look at all swords. No one, the only one not fighting right now is Ban. Lemur makes his way up out through the tunnel. Yabagul have a space to breathe as well. LC continuing the hunt though. They find CBR Greninja under trouble. Afro never not surging forward. Always looking for that surge into the RMB Lightning Strike.
Lemur. We've talked about it before, the faker of Supervive,
Here
the
he is,
legend on the train, the last one for TLD, and guess what? He's done it. He's brought back up the team, but they are not out of this just yet. We are in to the end game. All 10 teams of NA's Turbo Cup are alive. Well, yes, some will fall. That is going to still be the fight that you remain to try to see if you can be the #1 team.
Dude, so everyone's still in the mix for a moment here, and TLD's still so scattered to the wind. Somehow, it does look like Abador found their way all the way across the map. Oh, Lods, the R&B punches scrolled hard. Micah Munch almost gets punched in themselves a centimeter behind the bunny and the heart. So now Lemur maybe caught out. Tonk going in slow motion here. Not sure what happened.
He got slowed down. People don't realize that. If you get slowed, and TLD have been eliminated at first. It is anybody's game. BAP. BF, you've got to put up the numbers. LC, if you can get the 50-point game, you can take away this. You can be the team to be the last remaining, the winners of Turbo Cup history.
I actually can't believe it, bro. It never doesn't not happen. It's always completely up in the air who's going to win this. So nice engage from Pink Pony Club, putting the pressure onto losers, forcing them to the south. Likely going to see a bunch of teams dropping here in this next set of carnage, moving into endgame.
But the thing is, there's still a lot of points between TLD, our #1 team, and second place. You have to put up record numbers if you want to be the winners. Yabagul, they also realize this when they're chasing CBR. CBR are going to be alive for now. We look at our teams moving down south with the storm. Yabagul have to be careful as they venture over the abyss. PPC, they've already been able to get control inside of the circle, but they know that LC and 3LP are right outside, ready to start off a fight themselves, and we see the heart that's been TP'd by Ban.
We do see a lot of kind of trading in neutral heal. No one kind of overcommitting. Again, full swords on the bottom left. Here we go, fight between LC on the flank. Maybe a fight breaking out here between Ban and PPC as well. A little bit of posturing in the neutral. Sugar gonna take the warp through, reconnect with his team. PF gonna find that kill. It's up to PF to start stacking these magical.
We lost a team right there. Another one gone. There was PPC to find one more team as we are about to lose another one. 3LP are down to Aiden. The hopes of EU trying to survive as they cannot get away from this one. It is hard for them to escape when so many people are hot on your heels.
And it is just so much health traded as these losers fighting it off in the 2v2. They're going to take out Vader. Oh my god, but Tramu on the side going to get the Sunfire Rebel through. Afro super low up in the ulti, going to peel out to the land in Storm Toilet with the heal. LC able to reconnect.
Able to get back, but they're down Vader, and it is looking difficult. We are down 2 teams as it was the Cheeseburger Rejects that got eliminated when we were in the big picture, seeing everybody, and now losers are getting attacked by Yabagul. They utilized that illusion from illusion, but it left Chinese Spy behind, and he has to somehow get out of there away from Yabagul. But back over at the tracks, we see Prisma followers losing 2 as they were on the run, separated from Skedaddle and Flame Dev. I see that heart that's been TP'd over here. Losers have been eliminated off screen. We are down to our final 7 teams as everyone looking on how they want to position, how they want to start off the fight. I see a TP from Bam, and an air blast. It was actually Glass that gets the credit for it, but that was all Micah Munch. That's Tonk misses that of BAP. Flame Dev in their eyes.
Wow,
dumped down by Tsunani's Volcanic Crusher.
And that's Prisma Farmers Passion Fruit making their exit at 7th here, and that was gonna be the squad that could contest TLD. That was the squad in second. That was the squad that was 52 points behind. But even with the TLD exit in 10th, with that exit for PF, it's gonna be one of these other squads having to put up like a 60-point game if they want to close this gap. I
think is on the shoulders of the BAP. It is on the shoulders of a team with a sub, Tsunani, our caster, observer, player, GOAT, legend, playing
Afro
for the team. Maybe able to find it. Afro was able to get the crown to bring back up Vader, who is looking for the dunk onto the Big Pony Club. While BAP tried to make sure they get rid of Toilet. They even get rid of Dumpkiss at the same time. They're racking up a lot of these kills. Look at how many they have right now. They're at 16. You got to double that at least if you want to be able to take victory in the Turbo Cup. They're looking for these fights constantly with Vader in the back line, getting a lot of damage on a BAP, but they're still alive. They've created platforms with the Tetra Form while the rest of the teams push in from the north. Ban have lost Krillo. Nuke has been launched. Vader almost was able to find RTK, but both of them are a little bit too low, and with that gravity, it's
Vader!
a train! They give credit to BAP.
Yeah, because RTK tapped him. They are going to get that kill credit. So BAP continuing to farm. They're going to take out Glass as well. BAP looking very strong here as they continue to play ahead of tempo. They are going to pick this Soul Stealer off of Glass. So continuing to kind of scale their advantage. They're going to get this armor repair through here as we get a quick summary of the chaos on the right here with the UI toggled. BAP, though, move their way up, trying to kind of claim center position here.
BAP still needs so many more kills if they want to continue their trek upwards, because first place gets you 20 and you need another 40 on top of that if you want to win the fight in the middle of the tracks. It's gonna be Glass taken down by Mirror Visual, but here there's Pandemonium, which is what we love in Supervive. This is why we've always been here through thick and thin of Supervive, is for these moments where everyone tries to fight. The train will go past them. Nobody gonna be taken out just yet, but BAP are ready, looking for that moment to take down the rest of the teams, but they are going to get rid of Protofo.
Wow, so after that ban engage, BAP kind of find the angle on them, are going to be able to eliminate the Bebo. Look at all these perks. Look at this loot pile over on the right side of the map. Nuke thrown at BAP to kind of push them off of tracks here. Looking like they are going to scoop some of these. Yabagul, though, putting out this nice damage pressure, continuing to chip away at them. PPC lurking to the south.
Right now, 23 points for BAP. Again, not enough even with first place. That's going to be 24 points. That's another one, but they still need to get at least 16 more, and there are not even that many people left on the field for you to start cleaning up. They try to see if they can get one, but Mirror Vigil is taken out by 3LP, who push them back. They're on the respawn beacon. They got to be careful. Summon Napalm has been on their position. They've been able to bring back up the team. They've tried to fight back. They've got Shroom. They got rid of him. Train right past them.
Jesus.
Almost was taken out of that. So close for BAP. Well, Yabagul, they're slowly pushing back in on the tracks as well. Sinner's Embrace has locked them outside. They've got to be cautious on how they want to position with the EU team waiting, letting the two NA squads duke it out over the BIS, over the tracks. It's the push back onto Yabagul. BAP have lost two. They're nearly taken down. It's onto Spades right now, who's surrounded by enemies on all fronts. How do you get out of this one? Thunderstorm back with the train, pushing him into the train.
Insane! Dude.
This is something you can't capture in other games. The bullet train picking up a kill for Spade, who's still fighting valiantly, waiting for the crown to proc from RTK, surging past them, tagged by Yabagul, who are the only team with all four left.
Yeah, so we got Crown, 2 members on 3LP. We got RTK patiently waiting for the north, has that Soul Stealer. No Crown in sight yet, though. Coming to the south, 3LP's Crown does proc. Nice fade away on the grab there for RTK. In a really rough spot here, though, Magical has to really come out with a miracle for BAP to make their way out of this situation.
They needed more than a miracle here. RTK's brought to pull off an absolute insane play. Couldn't do it. Taken down by Yabagul. That cements the last door's victory. Your best team of North American history. Doesn't matter if in the very last game they go at last place. They have dominated throughout all the history of Supervive. They have won tournament after tournament for a reason. And they are going to be your Turbo Cup champions. But which team will be able to lord over to get the very last game?
Real quick, it's EU versus North America to finish off Supervive. What a better way to do it. Aiden finds the grab into the slam. Beautiful air blast from Pamu to turn things around. Quick reset on the tracks. Continuing to go forward there. Yabagul looking.
Looking for it. It's going to be 3LP trading 1-for-1. EU and NA. Which region is the best at Supervive? We find out today. We find out right now. And it's NA with Yabagul cementing North America as the #1 region. Supervive, we loved you. We wish we could have done more. But damn, this game's so exciting.
Dude, it is so freaking good, man. And a spectacular finish here. TM flies into train. Couple people take the 2-way into Storm. We're left with our last member of Yabagul holding on to the Soul Stealer. Absolutely epic final game, man. Epic set of 8 to close things out here for North American Supervive. And dude, just what a beautiful showing to close things out. Like BAP doing everything they can to find the victory there, but getting to witness a little bit of a showdown between EU and NA to close things out. What a perfect way to go.
Really was. Beautiful way to wrap up Supervive, to wrap up our Turbo Cup. And it is It is a tough moment for us. The end of Supervive. Seeing such amazing games throughout all of it and seeing how we wrap up. Of course, these are the replays from our very last one of SNS and a Turbo Cup. But our teams fighting valiantly through this one and getting all the way to a final showdown of an NA and EU team. You could not ask for a better moment.
And dude, how close today was in both regions. EU extremely tight, and here TLD kind of has a nice grip on first, but the whole rest of the board like literal inches from each other as far as points are concerned. So even though we know TLD going to be coming away as our first place victors, we actually don't know what the kind of rest of the podium looks like. So still, you know, a lot to be played for beyond that first place spot. Here is where the carnage really starts to break out. And so often in these games, Magical, we're making it into end game with 8, 9, even 10 teams, and just, you know, goes to show again how close things really are out here.
It really does. It goes to show you how this game is, why it's been so thrilling to cast it over the last year, why it's been so amazing to be a part of this community with everyone, to just see how these teams and all the players have put so much time, so much effort, practice to be the best they can in such a chaotic game where anything can happen. We can have crazy heart plays, which we saw before, where teams get fully wiped. We can have an air blast into train at the last moment that nearly get a crown play. We can finish out a tournament with EU versus NA and have everything all in just one game.
Yeah, we got the bullet trains, we got the storyline, we got the NA versus EU finish. Yabagul able to claim victory in game 8 here. Really nice showing from them. And the amount of different teams that claim games here, Magical, as we do get a look at our final scoreboard. Let's go.
Congratulations to TLD, our very last winners, your main characters of North America, the best Supervive has to offer. Lemur, Phenom, Abador, Lods, you are cemented in the history of Supervive, the #1 team of all time for North America.
Absolute legends in the last door and right on their heels here all the time, sometimes able to claim that for themselves. It is BAP finishing in second with the silver. It's Height, Spades, RTK, and Tsunami subbing in for Pine, who is out of town. Absolute monster performance for them, and we cannot forget about Last Chance claiming their victory last weekend, showing up here holding down the bronze. It's Toilet, Afro, Jet Ski, and Lord Vader.
And to everyone, to all our players that have constantly played in these tournaments, played in scrims back a year ago, all the way back to the prologue, through Living La Viva Loca, playing through all the Abyssal Cups, all the way into 5 Camp, the Turbo Cup. It has been amazing to be a part of this community, to see all these teams play, to see those that have come, those that have gone, those that have rejoined and played again. It has just been always so great and been an honor to be casting these games alongside you, Zik, alongside so many others, Relic, casting these Tsunami, Kaya, Twin, Poncho, Kai, Logic, Samiri, of course, our GOAT in EU, who's always held it down for us there. We've even had those that I haven't been able to cast recently, but absolutely love them. Eternal J, Dia, Initialize, they've done so much to help this community.
Ender joining us for the very first Turbo Cup.
Doing a great job of being our host. Would have loved to have him back, but unfortunately, things are as they are. But appreciate all of you.
Dude, a legendary cast of casters. There's so much talent behind the scenes, guys, putting this thing together. We have to give a massive shout out to everyone, you know, kind of following me on this crazy journey to try to save Supervive. All these tournament organizers coming together, uniting their plans, you know, making sacrifices not only of their own free time, but also to the formats they like to run to try to unite the regions, unite the community. And, you know, I really feel like, to me, these last 9 weeks of Supervive, I was like, I'm not going to get emotional here, bro, but it's actually been so special to me, guys. So I just want to say thank you so much. I'm going to hold it together here. It's been such an honor for me to be part of this community. I have to give one final shout out before I lose it and cry myself to sleep to all the players. It's been just so fun watching you guys. You guys show up day in, day out, scrimming, just murking each other, getting better, constantly improving, and getting to witness your arcs, your journeys, you know, over the course of not just the last year, but even before that, before the game dropped, has been just a massive, pleasure for us to get to witness not only the players, but everyone else showing up to support, all the fans, everyone hanging out in chat from both regions, just like the amount of love and support that this community puts forward is just, I've never felt anything like it. And I'm going to be completely real with you guys. I'm going to miss it so much. So I really hope, we all stay together, take care of each other, love each other, and got to give one final shout out to my boy Magical on the desk for me, holding things down through thick and thin, and also Theorycraft, really, putting their hearts and souls into this game, giving us such a cool experience, to get to live out over the last couple years. No, it didn't work out, but there's still hope for the future of Theorycraft. They made the tough decisions. Huge shout out to Jess and the devs that do remain there, making the tough call, doing what they know they have to do to try to continue as a company, but did give us such a spectacular game, to play. So we got to think about the journey, even though it is ending a little bit here. We are going to close things out with one final W Supervive. Let's fucking go, baby. GG's. Love you guys.
Team to watch, and always one of those teams that was just on the outskirts of finding victory. But speaking of a team finding victory, LC, as they had found victory last week,
just kind of plays forward regardless of where they're at on the map. Very aggressive. 3LP doing the same thing here. Aiden connecting the punch onto Jetski, but he is able to shift out.
And he's gotten back to Super Vader, who's trying to defend, but unfortunately, even with the Jets, the Sky Shark, it was not enough. That almost had Phenom, who utilized the E-Plat to try to get away, but it's going to be Yabakul that helped take him down immediately. Then looking for the Dragon. They have really been showing that they are not a team to mess with, but TLD, they ain't one to mess with either, as they got rid of Diamond. Has been eliminated just yet, Sick. Even though we've had these fights that have happened right here, Yabakul taking on the Pink Pony Club, blast off into the back line, finding that kill on a dumb kiss, almost traded back by Madly. We do get Fan, the first team out.
And it's a freaking competitive lobby. Carnage continues over here on tracks. Passion Fruit duking out with Last Chance. Flame Dade is down.
Battlegum almost being taken out by the storm, while 3LP could not get the respawn. Shroom is gone. One is left. Well, back over the fight. TLD that found losers. They're keeping Chinese Spy at bay, not letting him get back onto
lane. From Pamu on the monkey. TN finishes it off. Yabagul scoops another cool third squad out. Lemur in with the Abyssal Breaker.
Almost having the fight, but Pink Pony Club right there, trying to escape, while TLD not letting him have an easy way out. Yabakul could always third party this. TLD have got to be cautious with how they approach this fight against PPC, but with base camp control for PPC, it is going to take a little bit of time before TLD feel confident enough on the breach, but unfortunately, there will be Sans Sugar.
Yeah, so Pink Pony Club losing one, TLD stacking another kill on the board here, as we do see in the picture-in-picture, LC
go there with Flame Dab as they both try to get away, but Paul's now taking way too low. Now you can actually chase that Jin. Passion Fruit are out.
That looked so rough for Passion Fruit. Literally nowhere to go. LC, not where many places to go themselves. They're going to push across. Huge value out of this Abyssal Breaker. Everyone following up beautifully here, but Yabagul fighting it off like some maniacs. What is this defend, bro? 3 from LC down.
Pamu still having that crown, having gotten it procced, so the team back pushing back onto Yabakul, getting damage onto Damage. Damage is going to be sniped in, but it's going to be TLD pushing back onto PPC. They have to go for the dash back, trying to see if they can stay alive. But Yabakul got the respawn. They're back on their feet, ready for round 2. They got the dunk onto Madly. Their revenge by Yabakul have been pinched back by TLD. They've only got Pamu. The Monkey King has to survive on his staff, trying to see if he can get the Dragon Slam, but it's going to be over the Monkey King to take away the crown by Yabakul. Kingmaker, but stolen away. LD, they're here to win. They always got that main character energy, and they started off strong. Phenom trying to escape, goes back onto the perch with the Dragon Slam, but he's too low, and without that shield, an easy target. Now the levels on the BAP side. Well, TLD might be able to bring back up their Monkey King. It is going to be
some nice damage here, but is going to eat the orb from the Saros with the follow on Tsunami. Spade or Abador very likely going to go down. Lod's lurking to just see if he can help out.
Launching forward this time around, feeling a lot stronger up against the Cheeseburger reject. Hachi forced to blast up away, but it's leaving his teams behind. They have split off TN, who tries to blast back. Greninja hunting him down, but the Dragon Slam onto the Fire Fox, even with the
chasing. Like, they kind of have a pretty calculated tempo of knowing when it's the right time to go for the kills, when it's the right time to turn and relink. We do see nice
up north themselves, but they run into LC, who try to see if they can take the base gap control, but it's going to be up onto the perch, trying to get the 6 monkey strike with the spin, getting a little bit of damage. But keep in mind, third party can always be there. It's going to be Afro. She's the first one down, trying to get back. But here's Passion Fruit ready to engage onto TLD. But it's going to be the fourth party, CBR, coming out of nowhere onto Phenom, taking down the Monkey King as TLD left scattered, running for the
only member left besides Toilet is Vader. Gonna get caught in the wall. Fireball was one of the last two. They were not available, but nice moves. It's looking like, oh my god, so much damage traded into the side of Yabagul here. Loser's doing a nice job to defend, but Diamond's gonna snipe Kuba.
And looking at how Diamond is now on top of Oath. They've got the spin, they've got the damage. But with the train, you got to be careful. Illusion getting a little bit of attention, but the Dragon Slam was able to land and take down Jin, leaving.
As we pan to the north, it's LC taking a look at Cheeseburger Rejects. Cheeseburger Rejects have that fire. Jet Ski shifts it in with the Bright Shield, getting some spacing for Orlando's Abyssal Breaker blown.
And now a lot of them use same with the 6 monkey strike, trying to get some spin damage as Vader, taken down by just 1 tick of damage. And we saw losers do finally fall, finding that snipe on an Afro. Vader tried to go for the back line, but the flank was a little bit too late to be able to defend the team. And now it's going to be Vader that gets attacked. Wall, Cheeseburger Rejects, they help out. Unfortunately, Vader not going to be the one that benefits from that. It's going to be Yabagul having to defend themselves against CBR, looking for the Dragon Slam. They've got a little bit of damage. Walker Ninja, huge flame shield, punched away. They try to re-engage. LC are taken out by Bap off screen, while CBR barely surviving. They got the E-plat. They put down a huge slam from Sebi, getting rid of Diamond. This opens up the floodgates for CBR to fight back against Yabagul, nearly finding it. But guess what? Bap, they've already taken care of LC. They're looking for Yabagul as well. That's Dylan down over the abyss. They try to get away, but Tian already got tagged by Grange in this one to take out a team. While Yabagul came beforehand. Well, TLD, they're struggling against CBR. Are we about to see some of our top teams in NA being taken out by the EU squad?
Oh my god, bro,
over
they're doing
NA. Lemur, he landed onto you. They're trying to make sure they fight you over the abyss. And when you fight up against a Jin, it's not going to be so easy. With Greninja helping out, Shroom is gone, and now it's going to be 3LP that suffer the blows. CBR, the EU squad, working against the other EU squad as they will be taken out at 5th place.
In a position to win. Meanwhile, PF looking for the finishing blow.
They got it with the TP! My God! Oh my God, I missed you! Back the heart from outside, and then look for the fight against Bap. But they are on the ground. They gotta be careful. It's gonna be up to Hachi and Greninja getting a little bit of damage on a Bap, but not actually looking for the fight. It's gonna start it off for Bap, though, with an Abyssal Breaker, pushing him into the storm. They've got Crown, and guess what? RTK back on his feet. Bad now sent running. Well, CBR and the trade from Micah Much is using that Crown and using that heart again. Then taking down Hachi, but he's going over the heads. Well, they have already gotten the pick onto Orlando's. Back with Protofo fighting against Hachi. They've brought back in another team, because guess what? They've got the pull over the abyss, looking for Sebi, but Sebi takes back the kill as well. And
so far, it is not ending. Ban, get the res off of the heart. They have to push full 4 into CBR, who is holding a ledge. Hachi gets 2.
Mike is still alive.
Your sliver health. Oh my god, bro. For CBR, can Bap finish this off?
Yes, they can. They've only got Sebi. They've TP'd away the heart because they just want a proper win after a 9th place finish. RTK, make sure they claim gold. Tattle, who stops that butt, is going to be the spot out on a Herd, who is trying to see if it can be a sneaky tree, but unfortunately not quite sneaky enough while we see it in the picture-in-picture. Another fight happening.
Camps yet. Really big fight with a monster punch coming through here. Jetski trying to finish off the likes of Ban.
And looking for that attempted air blast too. I saw the vision again from Micah, but unfortunately that Bright Shield denying that